9. Concluded at 10:07 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 58. Date: Thursday, January 9, 1997. Commenced 9:47 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded 10:28 a.m. CST/RTC. Ah, good morning, Gregory. Did you talk to Bill yesterday? GD. Yes, he actually called me. He was discussing Cronthal with me mostly, but I think he was on a fishing trip. Was asking me about the new Mueller book, what was in it and such like. RTC. Did you tell him anything? GD. No, not in specific. I find him entertaining and sometimes truthful, but I don't trust him. And I don't trust Kimmel, either. RTC. Probably a good idea. I rarely hear from Kimmel these days. GD. I wonder why. RTC. I think you're the reason. Bill was cautioning me against talking too much to you because it might hurt my reputation. GD. I think it must be the fact that I'm a practicing vampire. You know, Robert, it'll be tough sledding this winter. RTC. Why is that? GD. No snow. RTC. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Has anyone discussed the Kennedy business with you? GD. Corson did, once. Said he had the real story in his safe deposit box, and Plato or Aristotle would get it when he was called to Jesus. RTC. Plato. That's the fix lawyer around here. Little favors for this person or that one, little jobs for the company and so on. GD. They probably deserve each other. RTC. Probably. And how is the Mueller book doing? GD. Well enough. I'm starting to block out the Kennedy book and, yes, I know not to talk about it. RTC. Or even write something up about it. If Tom thought you were into this, he'd have his boys do a black bag job on you and get into your hard drive. GD. I could put a bomb in it. When they turned it on, somebody later would be carrying a white cane and being nice to his German Shepherd guide dog. RTC. Now, Gregory, not to make jokes about things like that. GD. If people don't want me to punt them in their fat ass, they shouldn't bend over. On the other hand, it might be an invite for something more romantic. RTC. I can see you're in a good mood today. GD. Foul-mouthed as ever. RTC. Sometimes, but always entertaining. GD. I know Kimmel doesn't find me entertaining. I make fun of the establishment and he is so obviously a dedicated and vocal part of it. RTC. Everyone has to have something to cling to. GD. What a waste of time. People are so predictable and so pathetic. You know, Robert, it's like visiting your ant farm every morning and watching the ants leading their programmed lives. RTC. Isn't that a bit arrogant, Gregory? GD. It's not that I'm so smart, Robert, although I am, but it's because so many are so stupid. Anyway, enough Weltschmerz. RTC. Pardon. GD. Pain with the world. Burned out. Bored. Frustrated. RTC. I see. When you get to my age, that's the whole thing. GD. Well, if youth knew an age could, Robert. I think that's from Mary Baker Eddy, the woman who invented aspirin. You know, God is love, there is no pain. They ought to put that up in the terminal cancer wards. It would be such a comfort. I understand Mary was buried with a telephone in her coffin. High Hopes and Impossibilities sums it up, and have an aspirin. RTC. That's Christian Science, isn't ITP? You heard about the Christian Scientist. He had a very bad cold and pretty soon, the cold was gone and so was the Christian Scientist. GD. That's how it goes, I guess. Now let me get serious about this zipper business. If you want me to do a treatment on this that will be to your benefit, I need to get from you, on the phone is fine, some kind of a rationale for what happened. I mean, that's what you want, isn't ITP, to let those who come after you fully understand the reasons for your actions. RTC. Yes, that's it exactly. If that ever got out, though by now, it probably won't, I don't want my son and my grandchildren thinking I was just a common or garden variety assassin. They should know the reasons for why we acted as we did. GD. Fine. Go ahead. RTC. You must understand that we took our duties very seriously. Angleton was a first-class counterintelligence man and very dedicated. And he discovers that the most important intelligence reports, the president's daily briefings from the CIA, are ending up in Moscow. Within a week of them being given to the president. A week. And this was not a one-time incident but had been going on for some time. We then tried to find out how this was happening. A major intelligence disaster, Gregory, major. Now there were several copies of this report disseminated, never mind to whom, so in each one, a little spice was put in. An identifier as you will. Nothing that changed the thrust of the report but a little bit of spice, as Jim used to say. Jim's contact in Moscow was a diplomat, never mind which country, because we don't need to make trouble for him. So from him, we got copies of what Nikita was getting. So can you imagine how stunned we all were to learn that it was the president's copy that was being leaked? My God, so we couldn't just walk up to him and ask him how come Khrushchev was reading his briefings a week after we gave them to him. Jim couldn't find a way how this was done, but then we had a report that Bobby, his brother, was known to be friendly with a prominent KGB fellow, Bolshakov. No question of who he was. The TASS man here, top level. Bobby was known to have had at least one meeting with him. Hoover was having Bobby watched day and night because Hoover hated him and wanted to catch him doing something bad so he could leak it to the Post and get him sacked. Anyway, they found out that Bobby was talking to the commie on the phone from his home suite, and Hoover tapped his phone. Hoover didn't know we were doing it, too, but that's Washington politics for you. And we heard, for sure, that Bobby was sending thermofax copies of this report to him. I mean, there was no question. And we learned, too, that Kennedy was keeping in direct contact with Khrushchev by Bobby and the Russian. I mean they were subverting the entire diplomatic system and God alone knows what Kennedy was talking about. We had to make sure of this, and really sure. It was explosive, believe me. Jim and a few of us sat down, listened to tapes and agent reports and tried to decide what to do. I mean, Gregory, here we had our president actually giving, the most secret documents to our worst enemy, a man who swore in public he would destroy us. So, what to do? Make it public. Who would dare to do this? Of course we had strong media contacts but we all decided this was just too mind-boggling and negative to let outside that room. And that is where the decision was made to simply get rid of Kennedy. He was too independent. He had sacked Dulles and Bissell over the Cuban thing and threatened to Mansfield to break the agency up. And here he was giving our worst enemy top secret inside information. I mean it really wasn't open to discussion. You can see this all, can't you? GD. I can see your point of view very clearly. RTC. What would you have done? GD. I'm not an important person like those people, so what difference does my opinion make in all this? I'm just trying to find the rationale. RTC. Well, do you have it? GD. Yes, very clearly. RTC. Well, the rest was lining up the players. Jim did his part, McCone did his part and he talked to Hoover to get his cooperation. We never went directly to him, but we used Bill Sullivan, his right-hand troubleshooter. That's how it was done. Hoover hated the Kennedys, especially Bobby, and we had to have him on our side because it was his people that would investigate any killing that had to be done. It took about a week of back and forth but finally it was agreed on. Johnson was no problem. He was a real rat, a wheeler dealer whom you couldn't trust to the corner for a pound of soft soap. The Kennedy bunch were treating him like shit and planned to dump him as VP, so of course he went for the wink and the nod. Fortas was his bagman, just like Sullivan was Hoover's. These are people who know the value of silence from long experience. And it went on from there. I have a phone conference record which I will dig out, when the time comes, and send to you. At this point are you clear on the motivations? I mean, this was not just some spur-of-the-moment thing, Gregory. We felt it had to be done to stop what we could only call high treason. Hoover and Johnson both went along on those grounds. A matter of treason. And it had to be stopped. I don't see this as heroic but a vital necessity. For the country. GD. I remember reading somewhere that treason doth never prosper for if it prospers, none dare call it treason. RTC. Something like that. GD. Very like. RTC. But if you look at it carefully, and I hope you will, Gregory, you will see that Kennedy was committing the treason, not us. It was he and his vile brother who were passing our most sensitive and secret documents to our enemies. What were we to do? Confront him. We'd all be fired, or worse. What choice was there? Tell me that. GD. From that point of view, none. RTC. We are making progress. One thing. Jim was thinking about blowing up Kennedy's yacht while and was sailing around off Cape Cod, but since there certainly would be children on board, I put a stop to that. Kennedy is one thing but not the children. GD. And the wife P.R. American saint. RTC. Oh, that one. Don't be fooled, Gregory. Jackie claims descent from French nobility, but in fact, her French ancestor wasn't a nobleman, but an immigrant cabinetmaker. And crap about her being related to Robert E. Lee is more crap. That part of her family were lace curtain mix from the old sod. The woman is a fraud. She married Kennedy for his father's money, that's all. Wonderful backgrounds here, Gregory. Old Joe was as crooked as they come. He was an associate of Al Capone, a bootlegger, and worse, and in 1960, he and the mob rigged the election so Jack could get in. Yes, I know all about that. They did their work in Chicago with the Daily Machine and the local mob. That's right. Vote early and vote often. They even voted the cemeteries. I never really liked Nixon, but they connived and stole the election from him slicker than snot off a glass-handled doorknob. GD. Ain't it nice living in a democracy? So Kennedy wasn't a saint by any stretch. RTC. We can overlook all the women and the wild drug and sex orgies in the White House, but, Gregory, passing our top secrets to the enemy was too damned much. I would like you to show that very clearly if and when you get into this. GD. Well, from a pragmatic view, Robert, it is the very best and clearest reason for the killing. A question here. RTC. Certainly. GD. A plot. Good, but then how do you keep it quiet? Someone might talk. RTC. Remove them, Gregory. GD. But what about those who remove those who know too much? Then they know too much. RTC. Oswald knew a little too much, just a little but enough. And he could prove he never shot Kennedy. So he had to go before he started to talk. Oswald knew some of our people and he worked directly for Oni, so there were dangers there. On the other hand, the man who shot King, Ray, knew nothing, so he got to live and end up in jail until he died. He knew there was something wrong, but, and this is important to note, Gregory, he had no proof. GD. You did King. RTC. No, Hoover did King. He hated him with a visceral passion. Hoover was a nut, Gregory, but a very powerful and very dangerous nut. There is a long-standing rumor here that Hoover had passed the color line and that he was part black. Hoover was a homosexual, and there we have two reasons to hate yourself. King was black and he was a womanizer. And Bobby was ag and loathed Hoover. He used to go into Hoover's office while he was taking his after-lunch nap and wake him up. And he laughed at him and called him a faggot behind his back. Not to do that to Hoover. He stayed in absolute power because he had enough real dirt on Congress to put most of them away in the cooler or the loony bin. No, Bobby signed his death warrant when he did those things. No, Hoover did King and Hoover did Bobby. Not himself, but he got Bill Sullivan to do it. Sullivan was his hatchet man and we worked directly with Bill. But then Bill got old and was starting to babble like old people do, and he was hinting about Hoover, who had sacked him after he had used him. No, that doesn't make it, so some kid shot Bill right through the head. He thought he was a deer. My, GD. And Bobby. RTC. That was Hoover too. It was an agreement. We did John and Edgar did the others. We had one of our men there when they did Bobby, just to observe. We got George the Greek to keep an eye open. They got one of Kennedy's people to steer him into the kitchen after a speech and the raghead was waiting. One of the Kennedy bodyguards did him from behind while all the shooting and screaming was going on. Much better than John. They had a real shooter in front of real people. None of the questions, like we had in Dallas. No loose ends, so to speak. And King was another clean job. Sullivan was very good. GD. And that's why he turned into a deer. RTC. Yes, he turned into a very dead deer. GD. And you got Cord's wife on top of it. RTC. Jim said she was hanging around with hippies and arty-farty people and running her mouth. GD. Did she know anything? RTC. No, but she was well connected and some people might believe her. She'd been humping Kennedy and they apparently really go along with each other. She was a lot more of a woman than Jackie and she never nagged Jack or acted so superior like Jackie loved to do. Her brother-in-law worked for us and we all agonized over this, but in the end, Jim had his way. Of course Cord thought it was peachy keen. He hated her, but then Cord hated everybody. The vicious Cyclops. GD. One Eye. RTC. Yes. Oh, and like Jim, he, too, was a profound poet. God, spare me from the poets of the world. You don't write poetry, do you, Gregory? GD. No, but really filthy limericks, Robert. Would you like to hear some? RTC. Oh, not now. Maybe later. GD. Probably just as well. Once I get started on those, I'll be going strong an hour later. But let me tell you just one. Not a dirty one, but after about an hour of limericks, I love to end the night with this one. Can I proceed? RTC. Just one. GD. Yes, just one. RTC. Go on. GD. There was an old man of St. B's, who was stung on the arm by a wasp. When asked if it hurt, he replied, no, it didn't. Team so glad that it wasn't a hornet. Concluded at 10:28 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 59 Date. Saturday, January 11th. 1997 commenced. 2:23 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 3:11 p.m. CST/RTC. Gregory, would you believe your nice present arrived here today? You mailed it on the 15th and it took almost a month to get here. Unbelievable. Symptomatic of the growing inefficiency in the entire bureaucratic structure. Nice book by the way. Who was Malaparte? GD. Curzio Malaparte was the pen name of an Austrian journalist named Stuckert. A friend and adherent of Mussolini. The book is a classic study of the coup, as you will note. Dutton put this out in 32, just while the Depression was getting a full head of steam, and it was decided by those in power that it ought not to be circulated, so it was pulled. I got your copy from a Denver dealer and I got mine from my grandfather's library. Very interesting, especially the business with Trotsky in Petrograd. Have you read any of it? RTC. Yes, actually I have read the Trotsky section. Very perceptive. GD. And be sure to read the chapter on Trotsky versus Stalin. The differences between the two are well covered. Trotsky was brilliant but mercurial and Stalin was equally brilliant but thorough, methodical and far more deadly than Trotsky. In Joseph's case, patience was a real virtue. RTC. At any rate, thank you for your gift. I can assure you I will read it. GD. You are the only person I know that might appreciate it. I can just see Tom Kimmel with it. Never read it. RTC. Corson might. GD. Yes, that's true. RTC. I'm sure they have a copy at Langley. GD. I don't doubt that at all. But they remind me of a dog I had once. He loved to chase cars. I wonder what would have happened if he caught one. RTC. Now, they're not all that bad. GD. Perhaps not when you were in harness, but some of the idiots they have working for them now certainly aren't worth the pinch of sour owl shit. RTC. I haven't heard that one for years, Gregory. GD. I'm not young either, Robert. RTC. Are you working on anything interesting these days? GD. Still trying to create a structure for the Kennedy business. I translated some wartime German documents last week dealing with their flying saucer program. Habermol PRTC. I know that the Krauts had one or two, but the name means nothing. GD. They made and flew at least one prototype, but the project was just one of many at the time. RTC. Well, the US built them after the war. Some place in Canada. GD. Avro. The Roe Company. RTC. Doesn't ring a bell. GD. But that means we did have some examples. RTC. Oh, yes, that we did. I told you that the Russians thought these were ours and we thought they were theirs. I did some sit-downs on this one. Russian intelligence was one of my fields, as you know. And we did have some of these, but we used them for high-altitude reconnaissance and photographing. The U-2 replaced them, so we retired them. The Russians had at one working model, that I know. GD. So all the sightings were of these planes, or whatever they called them. RTC. No, not all. Most of the public sightings were basically wishful thinking or mass hysteria. But there certainly were other incidents that were not of ours or Russian construction. GD. Where did they come from? RTC. No one had any idea. Of course, Truman had all of that shut up to prevent another Orson Welles panic. The idea was to make the whole thing look like a hoax so that people spotting something would ignore it at the risk of being branded a fool. GD. Know anything about the Roswell business? RTC. Oh, indeed. Now that was the real thing, Gregory. And there were space cadets on board that won. They had to clamp down on the story and said it was a weather balloon. As I remember, they retrieved a lot of electronic gadgetry that was highly advanced. They reconstructed the thing, or did you know that? GD. No, I did not. Did they fly it? RTC. Too complex. Do you know about Groom Lake in Nevada? GD. No, RTC. We used it as a U-2 base. Out in the remote desert. They have several of these things there. One is a reconstruction and another one was fished out of a lake in Montana intact, crew and all. That one they did fly around, as I understand. GD. Why keep it quiet? RTC. As I said, panic. The Cold War was in full swing. Korea had happened and everyone was afraid of the Russians, so it was decided to play it all down. We got certified idiots on board and got them to set up flying saucer clubs to attract the brainless moths and kept the pot boiling. You understand that once the government decides on a program, they never change it. They never do. Poor Tom keeps thinking they will rehabilitate his grandfather over Pearl Harbor, but they never will. I told him that once, and I thought he'd weep. First off, no one cares these days about Pearl Harbor, and secondly, once a policy has been set, no one will change it later. Same with the saucers. GD. They have no idea where they came from. RTC. Absolutely none. But there were no attacks from any of them, and the best thinking was that they were doing what we were doing, and that is photo recon. They weren't from us because no human could survive the speeds they could move at. Flatten them out. I hope to God you're not going to get into that mess, Gregory. GD. Intellectual curiosity only. What did ours photograph? RTC. The same things the U-2 did. Military bases like airfields, missile launching areas, naval bases. They took some wonderfully clear pictures. They had a building down on 5th and K Streets where they processed and printed these. It was the Stewart or Seward building. I was in there a couple of times. And some very interesting buildings out on Wilson Boulevard. Remind me to tell you about them sometime. Anyway, I recommend you keep away from the saucer side. As much as they hate you around here, that would be needed to label you a certified lunatic. GD. Oh, I know about the official stories about me. Once the Mueller book came out, they got Gestapo to go after me. Do you know who she is? RTC. She's a friend of Wolf. I looked her up once. Because he made it a point of shoving some piece of trash on me at the archives about you, she got published. A communist dyke as I remember. She does not like you. GD. Laughing. Oh, I know that, and note that I do not like her. When I uncovered the fact that an SS concentration camp head had been declared dead and then put to work by the Brits and later by us, she came to see me in California, with the assistance of Wolf, and with the sole intention of getting me to say something she could use to discredit me. RTC. Well, they didn't like it made public that this fellow worked for us. The same as your friend Mueller. What did she write? GD. Long story. RTC. I have plenty of time and you have the happy knack of making long boring stories interesting. Go on. GD. She published a book in 1974 entitled Into That Darkness. This work purported to be based on an interview with Franz Stangl, an alleged SS officer who ran a camp in occupied Poland during the war where many prisoners were later stated to have been gassed. Stangl was not an SS man, but Sereny never bothered to mention that unimportant fact. The book contains a lengthy section quoting Stangl, who according to Sereny's version, fully admitted his part in the purported killings and asks for forgiveness from God and his victims. The balance of the work consists of various supplementary testimonies from former associates and family members, all attesting to the evil nature of Stangl's activities and all clearly acknowledging his willing cooperation in a state-sponsored program of genocide. Of course, Sereny has carved out her niche as a Holocaust writer, trashing all the Germans, and she has made a nice living out of it. But this particular book shows with great clarity the pitfalls that occur when a journalist, as opposed to a legitimate academic historian, produces a work which is not only entirely anecdotal in content, but ideological in thrust. There is no documentation whatsoever in this work, which relies almost entirely on the author's purported interviews with various people. Stengel died on the day following Serony's visit to him in prison, where he was appealing his life sentence. RTC. I agree. That makes no sense. This man was not an SS camp man. GD. No, he is in none of the official SS personnel lists anywhere at any time. RTC. Did he exist? GD. Yes, he was an Austrian policeman. And she must have known it, because she is tied up with Wolf, who has ready access to all the official lists. And herein lies the key to the questionability of the entire book. Stengel had been sentenced to a life term in prison. He, through his attorneys, was appealing this sentence. It is highly doubtful if either Stengel or his attorneys would permit such a damaging interview to take place, and to permit Serony, whose extremist views were well known, free and unfettered access to the prisoner. There would appear to be no question that Serony and her photographer husband, Don Hahnemann, did indeed visit the prison and did see Stengel. Serony's husband took several photographs of him, photographs which are extensively reproduced in the book. The published pictures, however, do not support statements alleged to have been made by the former Austrian police officer, but merely prove that he permitted himself to be photographed by his visitors. By making such incriminating statements as Serony placed, post-mortem, in his mouth, Stengel would have irrevocably destroyed any chance he might have had in his pending appeal before the German courts. I think it is beyond reasonable belief that such statements were made under the circumstances indicated. A dead Stengel, however, could comfortably be alleged to have made any statement that the author chose to put into his mouth, and without the possible embarrassment to her or her publisher of an instant denial or possible legal proceedings. RTC. These fabricators never use logic, do they? Lie like rugs, throw in a few fuzzy pictures of Hitler and, bingo, a new Holocaust book. Well, they have made quite a business out of it. GD. Oh, yes, and you dast not dare question them with inconvenient facts. If you have the time and the stomach to read the book, you can clearly see the author's prejudice towards Stengel and the system he served, but also is entirely devoid of any facts to support her thesis. She notes that a number of witnesses died before the book was published, of course, including her main source, Stengel. Much of the anecdotal material Serony had put together to support her case is of such a nature as to preclude its ever being introduced in a court of law. Several examples are set forth as illustration. In one, Serony claims that Stengel's wife wrote her a letter following an interview Serony had with the wife in Brazil. In this letter, which is not reproduced, Frau Stengel allegedly states that in 1945 she was interviewed by two members of the U.S. Army's counterintelligence agency, and that they knew of her husband's whereabouts in an American jail. I examined their papers. She is quoted as writing, "I have no doubt whatever that they were genuine." The flaw in this scenario is obvious. It is simply not believable that the wife of an obscure police officer would have the slightest idea what genuine U.S. CIC identification papers looked like. But Serony states that the woman would have no reason to invent the incident. Perhaps the invention did not originate with Stengel's wife, but with the author herself. Robert, generations must pass before the fictive is eventually weeded out from the factual, and in the meantime an appellation which has been applied to the Serony book, Dialogues with the Dead, could well be applied to other mendacious creative writing essays that people like Woolf, who certainly will never be any kind of a successful writer, or Serony the ideological hack. RTC. Maybe Serony. What is that name, by the way? GD. She's a Hungarian Jewess, but the name was changed somewhere years ago to become more Aryan. Anyway, she published some libels about me in two major British papers. I got a solicitor in the UK to represent me, and not only were the stories pulled, but dear old Gita was sacked. It was either sack her for free, or I would sue the papers for malicious defamation. There wasn't any contest. One of the paper's editors told me on the phone that she was a nasty old bitch and he was glad to be rid of her. Actually, she mumbled away about me for a little while more until I had to take certain actions that dissuaded her from future essays into more libels. RTC. I don't suppose. GD. Not on the phone. Did I bore you? RTC. No, and none of that surprised me. You ought to have heard old Wolf screeching about how evil you are. He sounds like you have a picture of him humping the neighbor's cocker spaniel. GD. Laughter. I think it was a sheep named Minnie he keeps in his garage. By God, sir, with mesh stockings and lipstick, she drives men mad with passion. RTC. Why don't you turn him into the Humane Society? GD. I'd much rather turn him into a pumpkin. Speaking of that, do you know what happened to Cinderella? RTC. No, I don't. She married her prince. GD. Maybe, but did you know what happened when the clock struck midnight? RTC. Not offhand. GD. Her tampon turned into a pumpkin. RTC. Laughter. Such an image. GD. You see the connection in my imagination, at least, between Wolf and a pumpkin. RTC. It'll give me something to think about over dinner, Gregory. Or are you equating Wolf with a tampon? GD. Pay your money, Robert, and take your choice. Concluded. At 3:11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 60 Date. Wednesday, January 22, 1997 commenced. 10:01 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:21 a.m. CSTGD. Good day to you, Robert. Thank you for the mailing on Costello. I will send you his death certificate after the weekend. Of course it was AIDS. Lee was almost hysterical when I told him this. RTC. I wonder why. GD. He'll probably rush to his doctor for a checkup. RTC. Now, Gregory. Unkind. GD. Well, why get your balls into an uproar when you find out someone died of AIDS? RTC. There could be many reasons. GD. Yes, no doubt, but the first assumption is one of personal concern, not sympathy. I understand Costello's brother, who is in the RN, refused to accept the body. Ah, well, in the midst of life, Robert. RTC. Of course. Just the certificate. GD. And the post-mortem report. It was the AIDS pneumonia that took him off on the plane. I wonder if rigor had set in when they landed. They would have to carry him off in a sitting position. Maybe they put one of their cheap blankets over him and pretended he was a broken seat. RTC. You are in a fine mood today, I must say. GD. I beat Jesus at poker last night and he wouldn't pay up. He keeps hiding cards in that hole in his side. RTC. Laughter. GD. I wanted to ask you about this business with Oswald. You know, shooting with two guns out of the window, shooting some Dallas cop, and so on. Can you give me any input here? RTC. Oswald had nothing to do with the business. Nothing at all. He was an asset of Oni and he worked for both of us at Atsugi. That's our U-2 base in Japan. He spoke Russian, after a fashion, and was instructed to act like a Marxist to rope in some Jap spies there. A clever young man but a bit of a troublemaker. No, Oswald had nothing to do with it. I said we had used him once and we had a dossier on him. He was perfect for the role of Patsy. Married the niece of a top MVD officer, an avowed Marxist and so on. And, joy of joys, he worked at the book building. We had the presidential cavalcade rerouted to go right past it, to be certain. And we had a resource in the Cuban embassy in Mexico who swore Oswald was in there trying to flee to Cuba. It does pay to have people in the right place, Gregory. Never know when you might need them. GD. Interesting. And he was using an Argentine Mauser which magically turned into a Mannlicher Carcano. My God, you couldn't hit a barn with that piece of shit if you were inside it. The Mauser, on the other hand, was a good gun. RTC. Yes. The Mauser belonged to the wrong people, so the other piece was substituted. We made sure that it could be traced to him. And we got the wife to admit seeing the WAP gun. Of course in her condition, she would identify a crossbow or a polar bear. GD. And the Ruby business. 2 Pat. RTC. Of course. Ruby was from the Chicago mob and I had connections with them through my father. You see, Ruby had cancer and knew he was probably going to die soon enough, so he was put up to silencing Oswald. Oswald was not involved, and if it ever went to trial, it would all come out. The Navy didn't want it to come out that they hired him, and the FBI didn't want it out that he had worked for them, so everyone was happy when Ruby did his deed in the basement. Of course, Later he found out they might execute him instead of letting die comfortably in a Dallas hospital, so he got alarmed and was trying to get out of it. I don't know why, Gregory. He knew all about keeping quiet, but he was a Jew and very emotional. Not stable, but he did his work as he was told. And we had some use for him earlier over sending guns to Castro. I suppose you knew that the company was an early supporter of Castro. Put him in place, as it were. Now that was a classic mistake. I had nothing to do with that. We spent years trying to clean that one up. Kennedy found out about our role in that because he had Bissell's phone tapped, and loose lips can sink careers as well as ships. GD. The tangled web. RTC. What? GD. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. RTC. Sounds like Shakespeare. GD. Walter Scott to be exact. Anyway, given all the loose ends, I'm amazed none of this has come out. RTC. No, we had an army of real idiots running around with 50 different weird theories and stories, so the public had other things to amuse and entertain them. The umbrella man, the man in the sewer, the tramps in the railroad yard, shooting at General Walker, and on and on. GD. The Warren Report is an unindexed pack of creative writing. RTC. Of course it is. Our many friends at the New York Times have been pushing that in the really silly Posner fairy tale. Well, the Times is one of our finest assets right along. Not a bad paper, but they do what they're told. And Jerry Ford running to Hoover, tongue hanging out, with the latest news of the commission's meetings. Of course Colonel Hoover knew the whole thing. What a huge farce all of that was. GD. I wonder why none of the truth ever came out. RTC. Gregory, the American public is as stupid as a post. They'll go for fried ice cream every time. And the press knows where their bread is buttered, so we never worry about them. Bought and paid for, Gregory, bought and paid for. And we had Ben over at the Post to cinch up matters there for us. Very reliable. He and Angleton cleaned up some of the messes after Kennedy was hit. No, the press can always be counted on. GD. My late grandfather used to say something right on point. Once a newspaperman, always a whore. RTC. Was your grandfather a reporter? GD. No, a banker. Concluded at 10:21 Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 61 Date. Thursday, January 23, 1997 commenced. 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 2:12 p.m. CST RTC. Good morning, Gregory. What can we do for you today? GD. I don't mean to bother you, Robert, but I am doing some research on this Kennedy thing and I have a couple of questions for you. RTC. I'll do what I can. GD. If it's a problem. RTC. No, not at all. GD. You were telling me Oswald was not involved. Why would anyone want to stick him with the thing? RTC. He served his purpose. Jim Angleton was determined to blame the killing on the Russians. He hated them, and Jim was a very single-minded man and very determined. I guess later he began to get a little crazy, but at that time he was very good at his job. Look at it this way. Oswald was a public Marxist. He was ordered to be a Marxist by both the ONI and us. He defected to Russia. He married the niece of a top MVD officer. He came back to the States, pretending to be pro-Castro. He lived in Dallas when Dallas was chosen to be the place where Kennedy was nailed out in public. You see, Jim wanted Russia blamed for the killing. He basically wanted to have all paths lead to Moscow. GD. He was inviting a war. RTC. Of course he was. He wanted a war with Russia and said so many times to me and the DCI among others. Now when Oswald came back, he was still connected and got this classified job with the photography company. We do that for our people. If we hadn't smoothed his way, he never would have gotten the job there. But he never knew a thing about the Kennedy business. He was a very convenient patsy with a wonderful and provable background of being a Soviet sympathizer. GD. I know you were a friend of Angleton and I'm not questioning his intelligence. Mueller told me about him. He personally thought he was crazy, however. RTC. At the end, everyone else thought so. Towards the end, Jim became obsessed with things better left unsaid. He thought the entire company was infiltrated by the KGB and that Colby himself, he was. The DCI at that point, was a Soviet agent. And then there was the Nosenko business. That was this so-called KRG defector. You see, the Russians got wind of what Angleton was up to, stirring up a war and all that, and they sent this Nosenko over to us as a fake defector. His most important mission was to convince everyone that Oswald had nothing to do with their agency and they had nothing to do with him. In short, they had no prior knowledge of the Kennedy business. This terrified Jim, who got his hands on Nosenko and locked him up down on the farm for 2 years. Put him in solitary and kept everyone away from him. Jim was afraid others would believe Nosenko and then start looking where they should not. Finally, and it really saddened me, Jim got so crazy that they forced him out and cut his department back to almost nothing. Jim had lung cancer. My God, the man smoked like a chimney. And I remember my last visit with him. He died in '87. We met him at the Army-Navy Club for dinner. Very, very sad occasion. He was a great man, or he had been in his prime, and to see him slowly dying and forced out by that asshole Colby was devastating. GD. What happened to the Ukrainian? RTC. What Ukrainian? GD. Nosenko is a Ukrainian name, Robert. Ends with an O. RTC. Whatever happened to him? They let him out, got him a set of new teeth and paid him a stipend for his troubles. GD. Was he telling the truth? RTC. Oh yes, of course. The Russians had nothing to do with the business. They are far too professional to use someone with such connections with them. A defector, married to the niece of a top intelligence officer, spouting Marxist propaganda on the street corners. No, they would have done what they did when they tried to kill the Pope in '81. Get the Bulgarians to hire a right-wing Turkish terrorist. Plausible deniability. GD. The favorite words of Ronnie Reagan. RTC. Exactly so. No, Oswald had much closer connections with American intelligence than with the Russians, and we both knew it. Jim did not know it, believe me. Once he got something in his head, he never let go of it. At the end, before they gave him the sack, he was probably paranoid beyond redemption. Not stupid, but very deluded. He saw moles everywhere. He thought LBJ was a spy in half of Congress, for God's sake. And his fondness for college students was getting a little obvious. A genuine tragedy, Gregory, a fine mind gone to seed. GD. Male college students. Mueller caught him in bed with one at the plaza. RTC. Leave town and enter a new and dangerous world. Concluded at 2:12 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 62 Date. Tuesday, February 4, 1997 commenced. 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:30 a.m. CST. Feeling a little better, Robert. RTC. Much, thank you. By the way, Gregory, I dug up the information on this Landreth person you asked me about. He used to work for CBS News and his father ran our offices in Havana. Edward Landreth. Used Sterling Chemical Company as a front. I wouldn't trust this one, if I were you. GD. No, I didn't like him at first sight. And he got some hack named Wilworth at Time magazine to promise to put me on the cover of their trashy rag if I cooperated. RTC. What do they want? GD. Anything and everything relating to Mueller's CIA employment. Anything with his new name, that is. I have an old Virginia driver's license, a pilot's license, an old CIA ID card and things like that. RTC. Don't even show them to them and keep the new name to yourself. The first thing they will do, and the army as well, will be to get out the burn bags and totally obliterate any trace of him. You see, Mueller came in at such a high level and so early that his name is not known. Once your book came out, there were frantic searches of the files, but they ran up against the dismal fact that they could not identify his new personality. Beetle Smith knew it, but he's dead. Critchfield is foaming at the mouth over all of this, but he doesn't have the name either. Wonderful. But take my advice and don't give out the name. They would obliterate any trace of it and then piously deny they knew anything about it. Why not try the Army records in Missouri? List 5 or 6 names plus the Mueller pseudonym and get a researcher to get the copies of the files. Don't use your name because you are on the no-no list now. Then, you can take the real Mueller out and toss the rest. GD. Robert, how brilliant of you. I did this a year ago, but I'm glad to see your write-up on things. RTC. Well, I know the name. You know the name, but Tom Kimmel and Bill Corson do not know the name. I assume both of them have asked you. GD. Of course they have. RTC. Not surprising. I like Bill, but he had gone over to the other side, lock, stock and barrel, so use discretion with him. And you can be polite to Kimmel but shut up around him. Anything either one of them get would go straight to Langley. GD. And the burning would commence. RTC. Clouds of smoke would blanket the eastern seaboard. Gregory. Help keep America pollution-free and keep your mouth closed. No, that's not what I meant. Your mouth is not a source of pollution. The smoke from the burning CIA records is what I had in mind. What kind of approaches do they use? GD. Kindergarten level. We are going to make you famous, is the main one, followed by such stupidity as, you can tell me because I'm your friend. With friends like that, who needs any enemies? I wouldn't let any of them into my house. My grandfather would have had them use the tradesman's entrance. They don't do that anymore. One great homogeneous melting pot of proletariat idiots, ill-educated twits, liars and chronic violators of deceased prostitutes. RTC. Laughter, such an accurate portrayal, Gregory. GD. It's been quite an unwanted education, Robert, listening to all the foolishness coming out of these creeps. But, good-humored banter aside, I wanted to discuss the Kennedy thing with you. RTC. Go ahead. GD. I have been reading through all the major books on the subject, and here and there I find something interesting. Mostly, only personal opinion without facts. But in looking through my notes, I am positive that your collective motives were based on what you thought was good for the country and the CIA, in opposite order. RTC. Passing secrets to the enemy is very serious, Gregory. GD. Yes, but Kennedy sacked your top people and was going to break the agency up. Self-preservation is a powerful motive for action. RTC. Yes, it is. We had a similar problem with Nixon, as I recall. GD. You weren't planning to off him, were you? RTC. No, but we did get him out of the Oval Office. GD. I met Nixon once and I rather liked him. You. What about Watergate? RTC. Watergate was our method of getting him out. It wasn't as final as the zipper business, but he played right into it. GD. What did Nixon do to you? RTC. Now, that's a long and involved story, Gregory. GD. Well, since you didn't have him killed, can you tell me? RTC. I suppose so. Nixon was no specific threat to us, understand. We worked with him rather well. But he was getting squirrely the second time around. And the China business was no good. China was our enemy and we had the best relations with Taipei. Formosa. The very best relations, and very profitable. Nixon threw the entire thing out of balance, and then the war in Vietnam was another factor. Very complex. GD. I have plenty of time. RTC. It was the drug business in the final analysis. GD. There have been stories around about that. RTC. Can't be proven. We get curious reporters fired for even hinting at that. Anyway, it started in 44, 45 with Jim's Italian connections in Naples and Palermo. GD. Angleton. RTC. Yes, of course. Jim had lived in Italy as a child and spoke the language fluently. He knew the mafia people in Sicily and the gangs in Naples, not to mention the Union Corse people in Corsica. I mean, it was to get their assistance in intelligence matters. First against the Germans and then against the local communists. Jim was very effective, but I don't think he realized that by asking for favors, he put himself in the position of having to give favors back again. That's how they are, you know. GD. I've known one or two. Yes, very much that way. Didn't he realize he was making a bargain with the devil? RTC. No, Jim did not. The Italians he grew up with were not that way. I knew a few of those people through my father. He was involved in politics in Chicago in the old days, and that means a guaranteed association with the mob. GD. And they called in their markers. RTC. Oh, yes, they did. And that's how the drug connections got started. The Italian gangsters helped Angleton when he was there with the OSS, and then later, they called their markers in with him. Not much at first, but much more later. Opium makes morphine and refined morphine makes heroin. You must know that. Turkey has opium fields and so do a number of places in C. Burma. For example, once you get into that sort of thing, Gregory, you can't get out again. And we comforted ourselves that the actual movers and shakers were doing the dirty work and, at the same time, assisting us with intelligence matters. Killing off enemies, securing sensitive areas and that sort of thing. Naples and Palermo to begin with and later Corsica. And then in Asia, Burma first. We were big supporters of Chiang, and when the commies forced him out of mainland China, he went to Taiwan, and one of his top generals, Li Mi, went south with his military command and got into former French Indochina and then into Burma. He had a large contingent of troops, thousands, and both us and the French supplied him with weapons, and he, in turn, set up opium farms, and we, but not the French, flew out the raw products to be refined in the Mediterranean. The weapons were often surplus World War II pieces out of sea supply in Florida. As a note for your interest, we shipped tons of former Nazi weapons from Poland to Guatemala when we kicked out Guzman there. You have to understand that the company was huge and compartmented, so most of the people knew nothing about the drugs. Of course the various DCLs did, and Colby, who later was DCI, ran the drug business out of Cambodia. GD, the Air American thing. RTC, among others. We actually used official military aircraft to ship when we couldn't use our own proprietary people. Angleton had mob connections and they used him far more than he used them, but he did not dare try to back out. It got way out of hand, but none of us wanted to bell that cat, believe me. And we finally flew out Li Mi with 13 millions in gold bars. Flew him to safety in Switzerland. GD. That stopped the drugs. RTC. No, it all came under new management. Colby was very efficient. GD. As a point of interest here, Robert, is that why they snuffed him? RTC. Partially. He knew too much and no one dared to gig him too hard over the civilian killings he ran in Vietnam. There was always the danger he would break down. He was getting along in years, and that's when we have to watch these boys carefully. A heart attack here, an accidental drowning there. After we drowned Colby, we tore his summer place to bits and then ransacked his Dent Place address. Not to mention getting our friendly bankers to let us go through his safe deposit boxes. After hours, of course. GD. Of course. You weren't involved, were you? RTC. In what? Removing these dangerous people. In some cases, I had nothing directly to do with the drugs. That was mostly Angleton. GD. He Muse have gotten rich. RTC. Not really. GD. But Nixon. Was he in the drug business too? RTC. No. Nixon was a nut, Gregory. A poor boy elevated on high and couldn't handle the upper levels. Very smart, but got to believe his own power. The second election, a landslide, convinced him that he was invulnerable. He wasn't, and he began to play games with China. By playing nice with them, he outraged Taiwan, and we all do much business with those people. Drugs and other things. Never mind all that, because it's still going on. Anyway, they bitched to us, louder and louder, that Nixon would listen to Mao and dump them. If they got dumped, they would tell all, and none of us could stand that, so we decided to get Nixon removed. No point of doing a Kennedy on him, but he had to go. After Spiro got the boot, Jerry Ford took over, and we knew we would never have any problem with good old Jerry. Hell, during the Warren Commission, good old Jerry ran to Hoover every night with the latest information, so we knew he was a loyal player. GD. And now did you do it? RTC. Get rid of Tricky Dick. He did it to himself. We supplied him with a team of our men after we convinced him that everyone was plotting against him. I told you he was getting strange. I think paranoid is a better word. Anyway, we convinced him that McGovern was getting money from Castro, and he sent our people to break into the Democrat offices in the Watergate. To get the proof that didn't exist. They went there to get caught. They taped open the door, and one of our people called local security. You know the rest, I am sure. Nixon did it to himself in the end. We just supplied the push. And Ford did what he was told, and everyone was happy again. GD. No wonder they call the stuff powdered happiness. RTC. Laughter. I haven't heard that, but it's fitting. I remember we were afraid Nixon might call out the military, so we stuck Alex Haig in there to keep him isolated. Haig was a real nut, but he did his job very well. And another government change, But this time there were no inconvenient questions about Oswald and Ruby types for the nut fringe to babble about. No, Nixon did it to himself. GD. It didn't do the country any good, this drawn-out death agony. RTC. It would not have been a good idea to shoot him, not after the fuss after Kennedy. And Formosa is happy and we are happy and the drugs are still moving around, making everyone money. Just think what we were able to do with our share of mystery cash. No Congress to badger us about our budgets at all. We got billions from them and more billions in cash from the other stuff, so we were all sitting in the catbird seat. Nixon was one man and he had served his usefulness. Notice he's had a nice retirement. GD. And so has Ford. RTC. Ford was a classic pawn. Washington is full of them, Gregory. And I strongly urge you to keep away from this subject if and when you decide to write about things. The company is not as keen on killing everyone like it used to be, but I don't think you want to run up against the mob. GD. No, of course not. RTC. That's a smart fellow, Gregory. Go after dead CIA people but keep away from the mob. Got it. GD. Got it loud and clear. Concluded at 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 63 date. Friday, February 7, 1997 commenced. 11:55 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 12:35 p.m. CST RTC. Hello there, Gregory. I hope you're feeling better than I am. GD. You have a cold. RTC. No, getting old. Some advice, Gregory. Don't get old. The worst part isn't forgetting things, it's remembering. And knowing you are helpless to correct the present. But there still is correcting the past. GD. Historians do that all the time. Hitler lost, so Hitler was always wrong. Roosevelt won, so Roosevelt was always right. Saints and sinners. It depends entirely on who wins. RTC. True. I told you I once met Roosevelt, didn't I? My father got me in to see him. Old and shaky, but still clever. Phony old bastard, one thing to the face and another to the back, but very shrewd in political circles. He set up a powerful movement, but as soon as he hit the floor, they started to dismantle it. GD. Mueller was filling me in on the anti-communist activities he was involved in. McCarthy and all of that. RTC. Well, Franklin put them all in, and Truman threw them all out. Most of them were Jewish, so we were all accused of anti-Semitism, but we held all the cards then and they knew it, so criticism was muted. It wouldn't be that way now, but times change. GD. They always do, and a smart man changes with them. RTC. Sometimes the older forms are better. GD. Yes, but people grow tired of old forms and want new ones. A revolution might mean more money and power for some and death or disgrace for others. The wheel does turn. RTC. So it does. I wanted to give you a little background here, Gregory, about you. You see, at one time, these others wanted to set up a sort of private think tank. They wanted to call it after the Oracle of Delphi. Tom Kimmel, Bill Corson, the Trento Menage, Critchfield and others. But they wanted me to be the honcho. GD. And why you? RTC. I have the connections with the business community. I could get big money people behind the idea. It was a sort of miniature company, if you will. Money and power. We always called it the company because it was a huge business conglomerate. But anyway, this think tank would bring all of us lots of money. Unfortunately, I didn't feel too happy with the makeup of it. Kimmel is pompous and entirely too much obsessed with his late grandfather. The Trentos are very lightweight, but aren't really aware of it, and poor Bill is a perpetual wannabe, running around trying to sound like a great keeper of various unknown secrets. We tried Costello. Tom liked him because of his Pearl Harbor writings, but I never liked him. There was a screw loose in his brain somewhere. And of course being a fairy didn't improve his objectivity. I gave up on John after his trip to Reno. He hated you, you know. GD. My heart is breaking. I should have given him some of my old shorts to chew on. RTC. Now let's be serious, Gregory. John was a spiteful person, but I got the impression he thought you were much worse than he was, and since he was hiding his perversions, he probably thought you could see through him. I think people get that impression, that you watch and see too much. Of course, it doesn't help that you run your mouth and say terrible things about self-made saints. Anyway, I didn't want John involved and then I began to have some interest in you. Of course, I couldn't put you forward for the group because Kimmel detested you and Bill didn't know where to turn. He liked you but always listened to others in making up his mind. When I ditched Costello and Bill knew you and I were talking, Kimmel went through the roof. He didn't like me talking to you and spent much time getting his oafs at Justice to ring me up and tell me how terrible you were. Tom likes to get others to do his dirty work, I noticed long ago. The Trento family didn't know you and Bill is actually afraid of you. So the private study group for profit more or less died a natural death. I wanted to include you but they did not, so there it ended. GD. I would have had no problem working with you but not with the others. Bill is a lightweight, Kimmel a gasbag, and the one Trento book I tried to read was hopeless. RTC. Yes. GD. And slime had they for mortar. Genesis 11:3. RTC. Citing scripture. Gregory. I thought the devil did that. GD. He does. Daily. Now we call him Pat Robertson. RTC. Where's your Christian charity? GD. I sold it to buy a gun. RTC. Yes. Well, to get back to the subject here, which is the fact that these gentlemen do not like you, but I do. They have stopped yapping about you because I told them to shut up, but no doubt they still run around behind my back and try to stab you in the back. Never to the face, but in the back. GD. Not to change the subject, Robert, but why do you really call it the company? RTC. Because it's a huge business. We are one of the most powerful businesses on the planet, Gregory. We make enormous sums of money, have established a tight and very complete control over the media, have the White House doing as we tell them to, overturn foreign governments if they dare to thwart our business ventures, and so on. GD. Business ventures. RTC. A generalized case in point. A left-wing nigger gets into power in the Congo. The Congo has huge uranium deposits. Will Moscow get the uranium? The Belgian businessmen come to us for help. We agree to help them and we get into a civil war and murder Lumumba. One of our men drove around with his rotting corpse in his trunk. The head of the UN starts to interfere in matters, so we have an aircraft accident that kills him very dead and stops the interference. We tell the president about the uppity nigger but not about poor dead Dag. We tell them what we want them to hear and nothing more. GD. And the business aspect. RTC. The drugs, of course, bring in astronomical amounts of loose money. And if some rival group cuts into the business, we get them removed. Ever read about huge heroin busts somewhere? Our rivals going down for the third time. All of this is part and parcel of the plan. GD. Sounds like the Templars' plan. RTC. Ah, you know about this, do you? Which one of the 7 dwarves enlightened you? Not Kimmel, but probably Bill. GD. Actually no. I was speaking of the plan of the Templars. RTC. Ah, you see, you do know that. You knew Alan was an initiate, didn't you? GD. Well, not in so many words. Didn't the Templars get disbanded for having too much money? I think they killed de Molay. RTC. Now don't change the subject here. They were never really disbanded, but they went underground. Do you know how much money they had? The French only got a little bit of it. Now let me know, who told you? GD. You did, actually. Just now. I was thinking of Umberto Eco's excellent Foucault's Pendulum and his discussion of the survival of the Templars. RTC. I missed that one. Is that an old book? GD. No, late 80s, if I remember. Brilliant historical pastiche. Eco's an Italian scholar and the book is wonderful, although I doubt very few people in America would understand a word of it. They don't teach history in our public schools, only political correctness. You can no longer look for the chink in someone's armor anymore because Asians are terribly offended and you dare not call a spade a spade. RTC. Yes, I know all that. Stunts the mind. GD. It's my impression, based on my visits to your town, that they don't have any minds to stunt. RTC. Don't forget, Gregory, that I was in government service as well. GD. There are always exceptions, Robert. RTC. Many thanks for your kindness, Gregory. The Templars have always had money but they have been an underground power for so long, they are set in their ways. We are public and they are not, so there is a sort of joint partnership here. As I said, Dulles was taken in when he was in Switzerland. One of the young people, as I remember. They can open doors, Gregory, don't ever think they can't, but they are always out of the sunlight. GD. Like the mythic vampires. RTC. Custom and usage, as they say. We have common interests, believe me. GD. Catholic group. RTC. Not anymore. GD. Well, I had an ancestor in the Teutonic Knights, and they really never went away. And the Knights of Malta still have some influence in papal matters. Interesting about the Templars, though. I thought Eco was just a good storyteller. Could be. Secret societies have always intrigued parts of the public. The Dread Masons, for example. Of course, before the French Revolution, they had a great deal of clandestine power in France, but now I think they're just a high-class fraternal organization. Mueller told me that the Nazis were obsessed with the Masons, but when the Gestapo got around to really investigating them, they found nothing sinister at all. Just a social organization and nothing more. RTC. You know quite a bit about so many interesting things. I can see why you got on with the crowd and why the Rat Pack here hates you. I must ask you please not to discuss this business with anyone. I would also ask you not to put it into anything you write concerning me. The Kennedy business is bad enough, but no one would believe a word of the other business. GD. I agree, Robert. But if I have to give up a really interesting story, can I get more information on Kennedy? RTC. Yes, I can send you more. I did give Bill a copy of the Russian report, but nothing more. He started bragging about this, so I basically shut him down. Of course, it doesn't really say anything, but once is enough when someone starts to leak out material they have sworn to keep silent about. GD. And have you tested me? RTC. I don't need to. You aren't trying to make points with the bosses like they are. I hate to say it because I am friendly with all of them, but they are just a bunch of useless ass-kissers. You certainly are not. GD. No, I am not. I don't trust anyone in the establishment. My God, you ought to listen to what the Landreth people were telling me. I want to wed myself, that they can put me on the cover of Time magazine. Of course I really believe them and I would like nothing better than to have my picture on the cover of Time magazine. It used to be a good news magazine but now it's worse than People magazine which sells very well in the supermarket checkout lines. And right next to the National Enquirer which is probably written by the same people. RTC. I think the day of the printed paper or magazine is dying. We still have our hand in on that game. We moved to television, but that is also losing out, so we are moving into the internet. But don't ask me about that, because I know nothing about it. We view the internet as very dangerous because we can't begin to control it. Set up a few people with money and push them. Hope for the best, you know, but doubtful. GD. The Templars story is interesting, mainly because I read Eco and know something about their early days. RTC. When the conspiracy idiots babble on about secret societies, they don't have any idea what they're talking about. They go on about the CFR and the Masons but they don't know the half of it. GD. Did you ever read Mill's The Power Elite? Came out in '55 and is a little out of date but very good. RTC. Can't say as I have. Didn't you mention this once? No matter. I might have but years ago. Speculative. GD. Concrete, realistic and so on. The reason why the American public is so wrapped up in conspiracy theories is because they have lost all faith in their government and most of our major institutions such as banks, the press, mainline religion and so on. I remember the so-called OPEC panic when the price of gas at the pump went up every 10 minutes. There was no OPEC crisis, but just the oil companies creating a panic so they could make huge profits. Ever notice, Robert, how the price of gas at the pump soars just at the beginning of summer when everyone drives on trips and then comes down in winter when no one drives? And how the price of fuel oil drops off in summer when no one needs it but then shoots up every winter when everyone does? Tell me, are these accidents? RTC. Of course not, Gregory, of course not. GD. I'm surprised that people don't pick up on this. RTC. They won't pick up on anything at all and what if they did? A little talk here and there and they pay the bills. GD. And the sheep get shorn again. RTC. Yes, if you want to put it that way. That's why they're there, isn't it? Conclusion at 12:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 64 Date. Monday, February 10, 1997 commenced. 11:02 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:35 a.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Robert. What's going on back there on a nice cold Monday? RTC. Not very much, Gregory, and after a lifetime of excitement, I rather like it that way. GD. Are you still in touch over there? RTC. Sometimes, Gregory, sometimes. A casual conversation here, a visit there. You know how it is. Gone and soon forgotten. GD. And no memoirs, either. RTC. No, the code of omerta is with all of us retirees. GD. But never having worked for your people, I have no such caveat, do I? RTC. No, you do not. GD. But Corson never worked for you, did he? RTC. No, not actually. He wanted to, but he never did. He has been involved in various things but only on the periphery. GD. People love to dream and eventually, they begin to fantasize, and after those take hold, begin to lie in public and later, in print. RTC. Cruel, Gregory, but close to the truth. GD. Do you know what really disturbs me, Robert? I mean the CIA people who do not like me, writing that the head of the Gestapo worked for them. What I find bad is their utter stupidity. I can appreciate intelligence, even if it is directed towards or against me, but when your people drag up dismal failures like Wolf, who calls himself doctor when he isn't, and Landreth, who calls himself a television producer when he isn't, and all the pathetic and utterly predictable kindergarten games they play, trying to lure me into some kind of a trap or to find out what documents I have from a man they claim did not exist. Pathetic, Robert, really pathetic. Wolf is a second-level librarian with delusions of literary grandeur, and Landreth claims to run a television company and actually runs a wino soup kitchen in Los Angeles. Can't Langley find someone with an IQ higher than their belt size? RTC. Now, Gregory, you are getting loquacious again. I don't think it's because these people are stupid, but that you are too intelligent for your own good. Certainly for theirs. You annoy Kimmel, whose middle-class morality is offended by your callous treatment of his station in life, and Bill is terrified of you. I don't mean he thinks you are going to lure him outside on garbage can night and split his skull with an axe, but Bill is like so many other creative liars, he's afraid someone like you will come on the scene and expose him. GD. I don't do this on purpose, you know. RTC. Oh, I think there is some malice in what you do, Gregory. I don't find you either stupid or unkind, but you have a very active streak of destruction in your nature. Why, Gregory, bother to shoot butterflies with a rifle? GD. Point, but then I don't put up with these morons gladly. Now, an intelligent and creative approach might get some positive reaction from me, but all of this transparent bleeding just annoys me. And after I have dispatched one with withering words, or, better, making a fool out of them, why here comes another one down the path, wearing the top half of a clown suit and waving a fan. Jesus wept. You know, their reaction time is marvelous, Robert. I did the first Mueller book in '95 and just now they are starting to leak negative stories about me. Do they sleep in refrigerators at night? Slow on the draw, Robert. In the Old West of blessed fiction, they would be full of holes. I wonder what sort of attack they will try next. There never was a Heinrich Mueller. I am really a practicing vampire. I misspelled a name once, so I can't be right about anything. Do you think some broken-down academic who teaches animal husbandry at an Arkansas community college will come forward and produce a book showing that Mueller was eaten by Stalin? They did a story like that once about Mueller living in Panama, but it turned out to be a huge joke. Then some senile Czech intelligence person's son claimed his father said Mueller was shot in Moscow. Of course, when the press tried to talk to the father, he was too far gone to do anything but wet himself. RTC. I don't think a book, Gregory. And after what you did to that Hungarian Jewess in London, I doubt if any reporter will dare to attack you again. GD. Fear is a wonderful deterrent, Robert. Pick the loudest of the pack, stick a knife in them and gut them in front of everybody, and the rest of the piebald apes run back to the security of the deep forest. RTC. Well, you don't fit the mold, Gregory. You were supposed to turn all of Mueller's highly incriminating material over to that jerk from Time magazine and then they would be done with you. I don't think the boobery understands that hiring General Mueller, bringing him over here and putting him to work was a very, very sensitive business. After all, FDR's propaganda machine depicted Mueller's Gestapo as pure evil. GD. Which they were not. RTC. No, just professionals. But necessary targets. And in light of the propaganda, how could we dare to hire the man who personally shoved millions of Jews into the enormous gas chambers that could have been seen from the moon? No, a very private matter indeed. That's why Jim Critchfield is terrified of you and wants to kill you. If it ever got into the Jewish and far-left community. GD. The same thing. RTC. Yes, and if it did, Jim would be toast. Therefore, you lie like a rug and no one should ever listen to you. Of course, given your volatile and creative personality, such jabber only gets you angrier and that results in more very ugly mischief. Not to be impudent, Gregory, but how much money have you skinned these people out of? GD. About 110,000, give or take a few cents. Book advance fees, television rights, outright bribes and so on. RTC. And what did they ever get for all the taxpayers' money? GD. A number 10 shoe in their scrotum, Robert. RTC. It seems that way. Well, I don't know what their next move will be, but I have seen this all before. The usual method of dealing with people like you, aside from the convenient heart attack or car accident, is to hire worthless but hungry scribblers to submit articles to obedient newspapers, marginalizing you, misspelling your name and, in general, treating you like someone on ticket of leave from a nut house. And then on to other, more important, matters. You know, we have an entire department that invents news stories to feed to our toadies in the press in order to disguise something very bad we just pulled off. We kill the head of the UN and then start a story going about the Yeti being seen in downtown Detroit. GD. That's a familiar pattern. How controlled is it? RTC. Gregory, the US government owns the press, the newspapers, the magazines and the television. They print what we tell them to and they ignore that which we wish them to ignore. We wanted to get rid of Nixon, who was becoming a loose cannon, so the press obliged by daily attacks. We kill Kennedy and suddenly, legions of conspiracy nuts emerge from under their damp rocks with tens of thousands of books filled with more shit than a Christmas turkey. GD. Are they on the payrolls? RTC. God no, Gregory. Most of these slime merchants are on their own and we would never dare to pay them, at least not directly. But what we do accomplish is to get their cloaking nuttiness published and distributed through our friends in the media. You know, big New York publishing house does a book that Kennedy was only shot by Oswald, #1 on the New York Times book list, even though they only sold 3 copies, talk show babbling on friendly TV networks and on and on. And the more the literary nut fringe sees and hears others braying like donkeys in public and, very important here, getting attention, they go at it again by proving some Secret Service agent was hiding in the trunk of Kennedy's car and shot him through the trunk lid. GD. Laughter. RTC. No, don't laugh. There are armies of the ignorant out there who believe such crap. You know that. GD. Yes, I do. And since we're on the topic, how much of all this insanity is planned? RTC. Oh, we start it, that's for certain, but there are many who carry on the good work quite for free. Actually for free. Most of them are pathetic losers and they lust after attention. For recognition. For something other than their bleak and unrewarding existence. They become keepers of great secrets, Gregory, and smug in their inner knowledge. GD. They delude themselves. RTC. Yes, but they also delude the public, which is often very important. GD. Why must the CIA, or the Pentagon, or the White House, use such garbage to advance their evil ends? RTC. I never said we didn't need rubber gloves and Lysol, dealing with our sources, Gregory. But these twits have produced so much silly garbage about the Kennedy business that our worries are over. GD. I recall a cartoon in Playboy. A bunch of ancient Hebrews were standing around at the base of a mountain and down the path came a man with a long beard and a little bottle in his hand. One of those below had his head turned to his neighbor and the caption said, as I recall it, our headaches are over. Here comes Moses with the tablets. It said aspirin on the little bottle. RTC. Laughter, naughty boy, Gregory. GD. Here, I never did see the cartoon. I'm just commenting on it. All of this reminds me of a scenario. A small child sees a stallion mounting a mare in a pasture and points to it. Mommy, what's the big horsey doing to the little one? Oh, said the shocked mother, just look over there, Jimmy. See the nice donkey. Why, said the entranced child, what's the donkey doing to Cousin Muriel? Ah well, Robert, in seeking to avoid Scylla, we fall upon Charybdis. RTC. Pardon. GD. A classical Greek nautical problem, Robert. Concluded at 11:35 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 65. Date. Tuesday, February 11, 1997. Commenced. 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 9:42 a.m. CST. RTC. Why, Gregory, so soon after our last conversation? We'll have to be careful or Emily might get jealous. Do you have something new for me to chew on? GD. No, I've been working on the latest Mueller book and I'm about worked out for the rest of the day. Writing is not hard, Robert, but the research is a killer. Still, if you don't want the rat-faced gits in your old agency or wolf's decaying Hebrews braying at you like a barn full of donkeys in a fire, you have to dot every I and cross every T. Not that these chinless wonders are capable of finding errors, but eventually someone might, and then the jackass course begins. No, Corson told me my strong suit was my research and my stronger one was taking the results of it and making it readable without being a pompous, opinionated university pedant. When I worked for Army intelligence years ago, I was well known for my research. Of course, the whole office hated me. RTC. And why so? GD. Actually, because I worked on my material until I had finished, even if I had to spend the night in the office. I was known to have slept on my desk and subsisted on coffee. But the work got done and, most important, it got done right. And I never tried to shove my own views down anyone's throat. I liked then, as I like now, to present both sides of an issue, clearly and without passion, letting the reader make up its own mind. RTC. Very, very rare talent, Gregory. Bill commented on this once and I would have to agree. Well, who do you work for now? This seems to be in your blood. GD. Myself. I am a wonderful boss, Robert, really inspired and so kind to myself. RTC. Do you treat yourself well at Christmas? GD. Oh yes, Christmas. I haven't had a Christmas card for years and not a present from anyone. It's just another day for me and quieter than most. RTC. I would invite you to have Christmas with us, but my son would be unhappy. GD. Well, thank you for the thought. RTC. And how is the Mueller book coming? GD. Fine, and the blowflies from your former agency are starting to buzz around again. Let's see how much I can clip them for this time. RTC. Well, I suppose if they can't be more creative, they have to pay the price. GD. No, they would never come right out and try to communicate with me. Why, the gods do not deign to descend to earth to speak with mere mortals. And they pay the price, too. After all, they don't care how much of the taxpayers' money ends up in my pocket. What about the fool returning to his own folly? Or the dog to his own vomit? At least they don't descend to the petty and sadistic harassments that we find in the local police. RTC. I would hope not. GD. That puts me in mind of a sordid but highly entertaining incident in my earlier life. Most people remember Thanksgivings with the grandparents or their first experience in the cramped backseat of the family car, but I recall more entertaining things. RTC. Are you planning to enlighten me? This has nothing to do with the company, has ITP? You're rather negative today, Gregory. GD. I'm negative all the time. No, nothing to do with your people. Just an example of how to deal with illegally intrusive agencies. I was living in a rural area once and in a nearby town was a friend of mine. He was a gun collector. He actually collected Swiss Lugers. RTC. German. GD. No, Swiss. Beautifully made pieces. RTC. I can well imagine. Go on. GD. Anyway, he collected these and people knew about this. I want to stress that they were quite legal. The local sheriff's people somehow got wind of this and began to harass him. I think they just wanted to frighten him and steal his collection. The police love to do things like that. When I was younger, I knew one cop who liked to take war relics like Japanese swords away from kids because he said they were illegal, which they were not. I fixed his wagon good, but this is not the forum for that one. So he had vague and sinister threats like, you could go to prison for years, and so on. He told me about this harassment. He had no money and it was a rural area where there are no real lawyers to intervene, so I gave the matter a lot of thought and finally hit on a plan to rid himself of the swine. Not nice, but it worked. RTC. Yes. What did you do? Shoot someone. GD. Oh God, no. Someone else did. RTC. This is beginning to sound rather ugly. GD. It does get that way. First off, I told him to hide the guns, the Lugers, away from his home, and I gave him some suggestions. He did, but he hated to lose physical control of them. Now you know, in the rural area in his county was a junkyard that was run by an old nut. He was convinced that the communists were taking over the local schools and kept getting up at local governmental meetings and bitching about this. And, of course, sent long misspelled letters to the local paper. I didn't know him personally, but I knew, or found out, a lot about him. He shot the neighborhood dogs and cats and was, in my estimation at least, a perfect foil. My friend now had no weapons, legal or otherwise, in his physical possession. So I got the name of the chief of detectives that was hoping to add some nice pieces to his personal gun collection, and I called him at home. They wouldn't have a trace on his line then. I told him a good deal of really accurate information to establish my bona fides, and then said that he also had 2 German machine pistols, which I went into some detail on, and that he had hidden them with the owner of the junkyard, who, I knew, was also a gun collector. This one was not very smart and he bought the whole cake. I waited a few days and then called the junk dealer. I told him I was on the local sheriff's staff and we knew a gang of armed communists were going to come out to his place and kill him. RTC. Oh, sweet Jesus, you didn't. No, you did. Go on, but I know the ending. GD. Naturally. One dark night, 2 cars full of deputies, all heavily armed with guns and shovels, drove down his lane, lights out. The junkyard dogs started barking and the old man was ready. The one I talked to kicked down his door and the old man let fly with a 12-gauge shotgun, full choke, point-blank range, both barrels, right in the face. Down went the greedy one with no head left. Reload, and the one behind got both barrels in the tum-tum. Another one got it in the leg and they later had to cut it off above the knee. Screaming, shouting, guns going off all over the place, screams from the junkyard as the vicious dogs munched on deputies. My God, Robert, the neighbors said it sounded like the Battle of Cold Harbor. Some deputy had a Truflight 37mm flare gun and he got winged and let fly up in the air. That's the sort of tear gas gun that is really designed to set fire to buildings. A little tear gas for effect and a lot of incendiary material. The feds used that in LA to nail the SLA. Oh, gosh, they say after they burned down a house with 15 people in it, someone must have knocked over a candle in there. So one of these shells went up and came down on a neighbor's house. Set it on fire, and by the time the rural fire boys managed to get out there, it had burned to the ground with a wheelchair-bound granny inside. Of course, they finally killed the old man and all of his dogs, and his place burnt down with 2 of the law roasted along with the old man. You could see the flames for miles. The next day, the remaining law breakers were out there, picking through the smoking rubble and digging in the junkyard in a frantic search for the guns. Of course, there weren't any guns. And as a precaution, I had told my friend to absent himself from the area and visit friends. Of course they came after him, but he was 500 miles away and had been there before, during and after the carnage. And now the really nice part. The old man's son was a prominent lawyer in another state and I called him up, telling him I was a horrified local policeman. He had no idea what had happened, so I said they had killed his father and burned his house down because he was making trouble for them. That lawyer went ballistic, as they say, and believed every word I said. And when he descended on the town, along with the FBI, I would like to have been in the civic offices. Of course I wasn't, because I am not stupid, but there were copious newspaper accounts and local gossip. I know there were several closed coffins at various funerals in the weeks to come. And huge lawsuits, federal charges and so on followed. The local law could give No reason why they raided the place other than to claim some informant had phoned in a tip. Who was this informant? No idea. The lawyer got big money in the end. People were arrested and many new faces were seen in the much subdued sheriff's office. And I had my friend contact the son and tell him a story and tell him he was terrified for his life. The lawyer used his testimony and, good for him, paid for my friend's exit from the area and his comfortable establishment under a new name elsewhere. RTC. Probably got him under witness protection. That's quite a story, Gregory, but I believe it. Your friend kept his guns. GD. That was the drill, Robert, he kept his guns. There never were any machine guns, of course. I moved away out of prudence about this time so I can't tell you any more. RTC. Take care of your friends, Gregory, don't you? GD. Always, Robert. And I take care of the bad people as well. Does this turn you off? RTC. Not really. I see a typical abuse of power there, Gregory, and I'm really so happy we seem to get on with each other. GD. Now he could just have moved away, but why should he have to do that? They were wrong and that's the end of the matter. RTC. I told Bill once that you should have worked for us. GD. No, I would not have. I am happy when I work by myself and I would not do well in a bureaucracy. They aren't overly bright and they love to tell you why you can't do this or that. The point is, Robert, that you win the real battle, not the paper one. Concluded at 9:42 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 66 Date. Wednesday, February 12, 1997 commenced. 11:15 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:45 a.m. CST RTC. That has to be you, Gregory. Such timing. Corson was speaking with me a few minutes ago about you. Are your ears still ringing? GD. No. RTC. Ah, you are so popular. Bill was warning me that we had both best cut you loose because the wrath of God might descend. Bill has a paper asshole. GD. Who is it this time? The Pope. RTC. No, the Kimmel people. He regularly turns his justice people loose on both of us. I think they need a new record. The current one gets stuck. Is it true you killed Abraham Lincoln, Gregory? I mean, it's pretty well set that you are the illegitimate son of Adolf Hitler, or is it Joseph Stalin? I can't seem to remember, it's all so mixed up. Anyway, you are pure evil and have to be kept away from. And let's keep the Pope out of this. I had enough trouble with that one. GD. Which Pope? RTC. John Paul I. We also went after John Paul II, but that one didn't work, and we didn't want to try it again. GD. Why, in God's name, did you want to kill the Pope? And out of curiosity, how did you pull it off? RFC. The first one was going to put a terrible crimp in our drug business out of Italy, and we tried to do the second one to blame the Russians. It was a sort of a game with us. Always try to do a bad bit and make it look like the Russians did it. GD. The drug business. What did the Pope have to do with drugs? RTC. He didn't. It was the bank there that did. He had nothing to do with it, but it was the Vatican Bank. GD. The Vatican Bank was involved with drugs. RTC. No, we used it to launder money. Who? I ask you, who would ever question the Vatican Bank? It was the mafia who had the inside bank contacts, and, believe me, there was a lot of money moving around. Let's see, the Pope was elected in, I think, August of degree 79. He replaced Montini, former Vatican Secretary of State. He was Paul VI. Anyway, we had a fine working arrangement with the Italian mafia about the movement of money, as I said. GD. I met Montini once, I think in 51. RTC. The new one had been in Venice. Lucchini. GD. There was another one from Venice. RTC. I know, but not the same one. That was back in the 60s. But the new Pope posed quite a problem. He had been told that there were certain irregularities in the IOR, that's the Vatican Bank. And the new Pope was inclined to be honest and was demanding a full review of the books and so on. If this had happened, a good deal would have been uncovered, so the Pope had to go. It was that simple, Gregory. Politics had nothing to do with it, nothing at all. GD. Couldn't someone have cooked the books? Was murder necessary? RTC. You don't understand the whole picture, Gregory. The mafia was involved in this up to their eyebrows, and if any of it had come out, someone would have talked and pointed to us. We couldn't have that. We had to get rid of Dag Hammarskjöld because he was interfering with the uranium people in the Congo. It was nothing personal at all. GD. How did you do it? RTC. Our station chief in Rome ran the show. Contacts in the Vatican and especially with Buzonetti, the Pope's doctor. My God, old Renata cost us plenty. On our payroll since God knows when. And our political psychological division worked on this to put the blame on the KGB. And the P2 Lodge was also involved and they were ours. GD. The what? RTC. The P2 Lodge was an Italian Masonic group and early in 1970, we got our hands on it. It was designed to attract right-wing Italian bankers and businessmen to combat the very active Italian Communist Party. No, if the Pope had started something, it would have wrecked years of hard work on our part and ruined some of our more important assets. In the end, it was money, not Renaissance-style politics, that did Luciani in. GD. Does the Vatican know now? RTC. Suspects, but would rather not know anything. After the Pope assumed room temperature, we consolidated and revamped the system. There was quite a bit of mopping up to do. We had to kill off a number of Italian players who had been pushed out of the picture and were longing to get back into the money. One hanged himself from a bridge in England. Obviously killed himself out of remorse. GD. Stalin said once that it was not difficult to execute a murder, but much more difficult to arrange a suicide. RTC. Joseph was a clever man. GD. And, he said, no man, no problem. RTC. That one I know. A friend and coworker had that up over his desk. I am not joking. GD. Oh, I believe it, Robert. It is lawful to be taught by your enemies. RTC. I detect a critical attitude here, Gregory. You have to realize that the amount of money we were, and are, making from our drug partnerships is nothing to walk away from. Vast sums of money, Gregory, and enormous political power therefrom. GD. I can see that, but one day they will go too far. RTC. The Kennedy business is a classic example why nothing will ever come of this sort of thing. If you publish the zipper material you already have and what I am going to give you, you will only excite the conspiracy buffs, all of whom will gather together and hiss at you and heap coals of fire on your head. Let us say that you write a newspaper article on what I just told you. It would never get published, and within minutes of your submitting it to an editor, we would be notified. GD. And then you'd shoot me. RTC. No, trash you. Laugh at you. Get our little broken down academics to piss on you. The press would ignore you completely and eventually, you would find something else to do. Now, on the other hand, if you had been one of us and had inside knowledge and worse, proof, you would perish very quickly. The faulty brakes while driving on dangerous mountain roads, an overdose of some kind of popular drug and dead in an overheated apartment. Things like that, but as an outsider, just laughter and silence. Of course, there are those who would believe you, and if you wrote about this business with the Pope and mentioned some Italian names, you might get different treatment. The bomb under the front seat of your car or something crude like that. But we wouldn't have done it, and I would recommend against stirring those people up. We would look into your tax records and turn the IRS loose on you, or let your wife know you were boffing a nice waitress at a cheap local motel. Or one of your nice children would be introduced to dangerous drugs. That's more effective than a bomb in the car or someone shooting you dead in a parking garage. The Italians tend to be very emotional, and we do not. GD. The Italians once said that he who went softly went safely and he who went safely went far. RTC. It would be less messy if they actually practiced that sentiment. GD. By the way, Robert, why did you go after the other pope? I assume that's the one that got shot by the Arab in front of the Vatican. RTC. Yes, but not an Arab, a Turk. They do not like to be equated with Arabs. That one. Actually, we thought that if we had him done in right in front of everybody, it would draw a lot of attention and we could really blame it on the KGB. It was a perfect setup. He was a Polak who was agitating the Solidarity people against Russia, so who would be the most logical suspect? And we had been financing the Turkish Grey Wolves for some time. They got the hit man for us. Of course, he didn't know anything, so no one shot him in the courtroom. GD. K. Bono. But for no other reason. RTC. Isn't that enough? Turn all the world's Catholics against the Russians in a hurry. GD. Let's see here. One pope for sure, another shot at, a dead UN chief, a dead American president, assorted deceased South American leaders, a Pakistani or two, at least one high-level Indian, and so on. I would hope not all for such trivial motives. RTC. Turning huge number of people against Russia is not a trivial motive at all. GD. The wheel does turn, Robert, it does. And what is now at the bottom comes to the top. Out of curiosity, have you killed any Israelis? RTC. No, they know just how far to go, and we work very closely with them. They do a lot of our dirty work for us. They blew up the Marine barracks in Lebanon and, of course, we blamed it on the Arabs. It goes on, Gregory, and if you had sat in my chair and walked in my shoes, you would be a bit more understanding. GD. This is not aimed at you, of course. RTC. If it were, I wouldn't be defending you to the monkeys when they jabber about you. They aren't worth much. I think your problem is that you never were in a position of command and at a high level. If you had been, you would be less judgmental. GD. I am just an amateur, Robert, just a dilettante. Thank God. Concluded at 11:45 Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 67 Date. Sunday, February 16, 1997 commenced. 10:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:15 a.m. CSTGD. I got your packet today, Robert, and thank you for it. I have a problem with the classification stamps on them. Would I have any problem putting these into a book with the stamps showing? RTC. I would suggest that you use them for reference, Gregory, and would appreciate it if you did not photocopy them. As you say, there could be serious trouble for both of us if you did. What did you think of them? GD. Amazing. I had no idea the blessed Republicans were so underhanded and vicious. RTC. The Democrats, and my father was an active one, are more interested in social issues, but the GOP wants unfettered economic power and to get and keep it, they have no scruples. Clinton may be left of center, but he's economically pretty sound. The Republicans, and I used to be the man for connections with really big business, don't forget, have two goals and two only. They want to establish an ideological police state that is anti-black, anti-Mexican, anti-intellectual and in this category, anti-Jew. Once they have this, their next goal would be to allow unfettered capitalism to rage unchecked throughout the land so that they and their friends can get rich quick on crooked businesses like the huge fraud now going on in the electronics stock. It goes up, Gregory, because it's rigged and I just know it will go higher and higher. GD. Yes, and what goes up, must come down. And if it goes up too fast, when it crashes, it takes legitimate businesses with it. My grandfather got out of the market in September of 29 because it was going up too fast and businesses were heavily overcapitalized. This electronic business is not genuine. RTC. No, it's rigged. How it works is this way. The stock fraud people grab some engineering student from MIT, set him up in a nice office in San Francisco and then incorporate him with some fancy, arty name. Next step is to get the stock listed on the New York board. After that, a ring of very reputable stockbrokers call up their friends with an offering. They tell them they are going to buy a certain stock at $10 for them and then sell it when it gets to, let's say, 20. The client goes along with this and when this is repeated across the country, the stock shoots up. The original investors get double their money back, minus brokerage fees, and then the brokers do it again and again. This forces almost all technology stock up into the heavens. Maybe some of the initial investors gripe when they see stock they bought at 10 and sold at 20 up at 200, but when all of it will come crashing down, they are satisfied that they have a safe return. GD. Well, gravity works on the market as well as fat women's tits. RTC. Laughter, there you go again, Gregory, illuminating a serious economic lecture with lewd remarks. GD. A little levity to offset crude capitalism. RTC. Oh, if the Republicans have their way, all the restrictions on Wall Street would be lifted and everything would shoot up. Some of it rigged and the rest just being copycats. GD. You're not a Republican. RTC. No, a relatively modest Democrat, but not a poor one. GD. It's none of my business, Robert, but what do you have your money in? RTC. Not communication stock, I can tell you that. Very conservative investments. And you? GD. I'm almost broke, Robert. I don't make that much money on the books, and now that the rodent brigades from the CIA are starting to squeal that I am a really terrible liar, the sales are slowing down some. But I have an idea that might pay off. I told you about the gold Jimmy Atwood and I dug up in '90. Well, I have some old gasbag down in Florida who wants me to go over with him to Austria in the future and dig up more. Only this one doesn't want to dig up gold. He wants to put a party together and get the money from them and come back with me later to get the money which we can split up. RTC. The concentration camp money. GD. Oh, yes, and lots of it. We had to quit in '90 because one was sick and the other a total asshole. And Atwood, being one of your people, tried all kinds of transparent tricks to cheat me. Didn't work. But this Florida phony wants to work with me. I could always go back with him, or stay there after his rich friends went home, and dig up more money. Of course, this time he could have a boating accident and fall into the lake. It's very deep and very cold. What goes down into it, Robert, does not come up. RTC. And how would you get the loot back? GD. I would keep it in Europe and invest it. RTC. Probably not a bad idea. How much did you get last time? GD. About 5 million, and there must be 5 times that still left. Yes, I think a boating accident. Sort of like Colby's assisted departure. If he has any family, I can tell them he ran off to Sofia with a Bulgarian whore instead of being refrigerated at the bottom of a deep lake in Austria. Well, we will see. I have a friend in the electronics business. How long before the stock boom busts? RTC. I have no idea, but eventually. 2 years. 3 years. Who knows? You don't have any electronics stock, do you? GD. God no. If I did have money, I would stay as far away as I can from the trendy stocks that the press loves to shill for. No, if I had a lot of money, I would put it in gold and property. RTC. Anything left from your late jaunt? GD. I invested it in long-term property and kept some of the gold. Of course I got the wedding rings and had to melt them all down and put them into bullet molds I bought in Klagenfurt. Poor Aunt Minnie's ring is gone forever. RTC. I wouldn't let the Jews find out about that, Gregory. They would be very angry with you. GD. Well, who is to prove that this ring or that gold coin came from such and such a person? The people who owned this are long dead and mostly forgotten. So what? RTC. For God's sake, Gregory, don't even hint at this in your books. Hell hath no fury like a Jew deprived of money. GD. Well, his own or someone else's. Jimmy and I got all kinds of gold crucifixes, wedding rings, coins and other material, and I melted most of it down. Used a portable acetylene torch and bullet molds working in an Italian hotel room. Cheap hotel, and no one complained about the smell of melting metal. Took 2 weeks to melt it all down. Just think. So many precious memories, gone forever, and all mine, Robert, all mine. RTC. Well, just be discreet. GD. I don't mind the concept of screeching and imploring Hebrews, so I invest elsewhere because I would mind the screeching and other problems of the IRS. RTC. Yes, that would be different, wouldn't it? GD. Oh, yes. Now Atwood could get away with it because he belongs to your agency, but I have no such cover. Jimmy got bagged for all kinds of thefts, but your people got him off the hook. I think it was in '62. Anyway, we make our own way in life, don't we? And remember, we have a pool on how long it will be before the company ices poor Jimmy for his loud mouth. RTC. Yes, I remember. GD. Ah, well, I am going to leave you, Robert, and go to church and see what sort of really awful pornography I can slip into the hymnals. RTC. Now that's not Christian, is it? GD. Disagree, Robert. Quintessentially Christian, absolutely. Concluded at 11:15 Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 68 Date. Wednesday, February 19, 1997 commenced. 8:46 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:30 a.m. CST. You called me, Robert. Role reversal here. Is something up back there? RTC. Yes, in a way. I've been keeping my eye on a growing negative situation here that directly affects you and indirectly affects me. This is going to be a little prolix, so I was wondering if you had a tape recorder handy and might hook it up so you can make some sense of all this later. You ought to listen to it, make notes at your convenience, and then we can talk about things after you do this. Is this possible? The recorder. GD. Yes, I have one over on the shelf. I'll just go and get it. RTC. Well, I'm not going anywhere. Pause. GD. I got it and put a tape in it. Let me hook the mic up to the phone here. Okay, now fire away. RTC. Very well, let's get started. I begin by telling you something we both know, and this is that you are most unpopular back here, at least in certain circles. For example, Wolf hates you and keeps telling me I ought not to talk to you. How odd that Kimmel tells me the same thing, and so does Joe Trento. Do you have any dealings with him, by the way? GD. No, I've heard the name. He wrote a book with you once if I recall. RTC. Yes, Joe and his wife. GD. Not very deep writers, are they? RTC. No, Trento is like Bill. So eager to be part of a larger picture, so desperate to be noticed, so unimportant. Wolf is only a government librarian, but he, too, had delusions of grandeur. And Tom. Poor Tom was once the golden boy, and now he is getting older and he is going to have to retire. GD. I talk to him quite often, Robert, and I've been of help to him and his family over the Pearl Harbor business. RTC. Yes, I know that, but you are not on his good side for several reasons. In the first place, he views you as subhuman and only puts up with you for the same reason the others do. They want something from you. What they want is to get any papers Mueller might have given you, and in the end, they want you to be quiet about him. Now Jim Critchfield wants you dead. GD. Why so? RTC. It's all about Mueller. Now let me go on for a time here. I know and you know that Mueller worked for the CIA. Critchfield's SS boys recruited him in '48 and he came here. We hired him, in spite of the fact he ran the evil Gestapo, because he was a genuine expert on Soviet intelligence and very effective. Russia, officially, is our convenient enemy. Convenient, because everyone makes money because they threaten to invade us or atom bomb New York. Of course, they were going to do no such thing, but a frightened public is generous with funds to its protectors. So we hired Mueller. That, in and of itself, is a major scandal. The left wing, the Jews and anyone the Gestapo arrested would howl the house down if they ever found out about this. The other little problem is that no one alive, aside from myself and you, knows the name Mueller was given when he came over to us. This was a large secret and only a few knew. Harry Truman knew, Beetle Smith knew, and so did Jim Critchfield and myself. And, of course, Mueller and his wife, who worked for us, too. So we have a situation that could prove to be very, very embarrassing for many people. Mueller is dead and his wife will. General Walter Bedell. Beetle Smith GBEKCB, October 5, 1895 to August 9, 1961, was Dwight D. Eisenhower's chief of staff during Eisenhower's tenure at SHAEF and director of the CIA from 1950 to 1953. He also served as U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union from 1946 to 1948. Say nothing, but then we have you in the equation. You met him in California and his wife knows you. Apparently, you two hit it off. His wife, who doesn't approve of you because she is afraid of you, tells us you two were thick as thieves. So much for that. You used your entree to write a book on him. My dear sweet Jesus, what a stink you made. Mueller was dead and forgotten, and along came you, a loose cannon, and tore off the scabs of time. It takes bureaucracies a long time to react. But to save their collective asses, they do react. Initially, Bill was all gung-ho about you because your book supported his widow's book, and he clearly identified Mueller's Swiss-based CIA interrogator. G.D. Kronthal. RTC. Absolutely, and when Bill talked with you about this after reading the book, you gave him some inside information on Kronthal you got from Mueller. This was private information and you could never have made it up. Bill was sold and got me involved in this. Of course, I didn't tell them that we had known each other previously, albeit rather casually. You know, the Costello business. G.D. I recall. RTC. And suddenly it began to dawn on certain elevated people in our organization that you might know far more than you should. And your book, which was interesting, but not too revealing about our methods and activities, got out. You became a person of real interest. A question here, Gregory. Did Mueller ever mention the Kennedy business to you? GD. Yes, I was having lunch with him when it happened. As I recall, we were having a late lunch at Stickney's Hickory House in Palo Alto when Mueller started staring at the restaurant television set which was behind and above me. He said, "I see they shot your president in Dallas." I turned around and watched the uproar for a minute and then the food came. At one point, a little later, Mueller called me and asked me if I had been watching television and I said I had. He asked me if I had noticed Oswald being walked through crowded corridors in the Dallas police station and I said I had. He said that Oswald was not guilty, and those who did it were trying to get him killed by exposing him to strangers. And he did get shot in the same surroundings the next day. Mueller said that the business was now over and that Ruby would also either hang himself in his cell or be knifed in jail by an inmate wanting fame and fortune. When I told him much later that Ruby died of cancer, Mueller only laughed and said that he preferred the heart attack and that cancer took too long to work. RTC. Astute. Anything else? GD. Nothing that I remember. RTC. You see, Gregory, Mueller was involved in the business. GD. I was having lunch with him when it happened and I had known him for some time before. Robert. Was he? RTC. Mueller was hired by us as probably the best expert on Soviet intelligence alive. When Jim Angleton learned that the most important secrets, the president's daily briefing material, was all over Moscow, he went over the edge. Only a very few people ever saw that paper. I suggested that he have these salted with different information prior to distribution. This bit of fiction in one report and that in another. That way, Jim found out that the leaks came from the White House. That's when we dragged Mueller out of retirement and he pinpointed Bolshakov, the top KGB operative in this country, as the conduit. And a little bit of snooping discovered that Bobby Kennedy was in regular touch with Bolshakov. Obviously, the material went from JFK to RFK to Bolshakov to Nikita in Moscow. That's when it was decided to remove Kennedy, in fact, both Kennedys. We got the president and Hoover got Bobby. The latter was more in the line of revenge, but the president had to be stopped. And of course, he was. Mueller knew this and we, or rather they, are terrified as to what else he might have told you. GD. He never told me any of this. RTC. But of course we don't know that, do we? So the plan has been to gain your confidence, promise you much, get even closer to you and then find out if you have any papers or tapes on any of this, but especially the Kennedy business. GD. And then they 1L shoot me. RTC. Oh no, not that. With Critchfield in play, I told him that if any harm came to you, he would suffer terribly, so I doubt if anyone would shoot you. They would lie to you, con you, trick you and maybe break into your house and steal anything that might make trouble. Did you get anything from Mueller? GD. Oh yes, much. RTC. And safe. And by safe, I don't mean cunningly hidden in the attic or cellar or, worse, in a local storage facility under your name. You know what I mean. GD. Oh, I do indeed. I did not fall off the turnip truck yesterday, Robert. Very safe. RTC. After Mueller died, we talked to his widow and went through all his papers, but they were very thin and there were a lot of things missing that she had remembered seeing. Most important were documents with Mueller's new name. I told you, they don't know that name. GD. But they know his wife, so they must know the name. RTC. Good chap here, but he had a number of names and his married name was not the same as our cover. Anyway, old papers were missing and then after we found out about you and your friend Legel, we became very concerned. Legel died in '66 and you had vanished into thin air. GD. I went to Europe under a false identity. I have dozens of them. RTC. Vanished and so on. And then the book. That got everyone's bowels in a ferment, Gregory, and that's why Bill got a hold of you. GD. But you got me earlier. RTC. That was on another matter entirely, but fortunate for both of us in the end. GD. All this over Kennedy. RTC. Kennedy's demise and our employment of the Gestapo head and some very sensitive things he knew and had been involved in. And what he might have told you and, most important, what he might have given to you such as papers, files or the like. You can understand why you began to hear from Tom Kimmel of the FBI and others, can't you? And weren't they so pleasant and jovial with you? GD. Certainly. RTC. Of course, they were. And invitations to come to Washington to talk at historical conferences where you met all kinds of interesting people. And how many of these nice, attentive people have asked you about what Mueller might have given to you, or told you about really interesting historical happenings? GD. Kimmel and Andrew Gray. RTC. Yes, one of ours. You obviously didn't oblige them, but then they got Bob Wolf into the act. A fellow historian with, very important for your future researches, because he had access to government files. GD. I always wondered why a professional Jew with strong ties to the Holocaust industry would be so smarmy with me. It figures. RTC. And were you overwhelmed by the attention? By the free hotel rooms? By the dinners for you? GD. I take what I can get, Robert. RTC. And give. GD. I give nothing, Robert, that I don't want to give. Oh, yes, many little questions about Mueller and who he might have been and did I have his address in California and so on. But they knew where he was living after all. RTC. They wanted to know what you knew. Kimmel told me, and Bill confirmed it and I learned myself firsthand, that you can get on the phone and talk for 3 hours. Very interesting, very much in the know, but you never, ever let anything slip. This drives them all crazy, Gregory. GD. Oh, yes, I am aware. For example, someone, whose name is not your business, would give me the name of a very sensitive government operation, and I mean very sensitive. But just the name and nothing else. I would casually drop it into a conversation with Wolf, Andrew or Tom, but just a drop, not a discussion. No response, of course. It was too new and too important for them to know about it. Then I would wait a few weeks and guess what? I would get a smarmy call from Wolf, Andrew or Tom, or sometimes all three, with a query. Say, one or all of them would say, last week you mentioned Operation Bunghole. That's really interesting because just yesterday someone was talking about it to me. What more do you know about it? I mean just between the two of us. RTC. How did you get out from under that one? GD. I would say, oh yes, Operation Bunghole. Yes, well, it's, oh, excuse me Robert, Andrew or Tom, but the UPS man is at the door with some packages and I have to get off. Let me get back to you on this. And of course I don't, and the next time they call on this, I say, oh the thing. Such cold coffee. Let me tell you about the giant eagles we have around here. They just grabbed some small kid out of the parking lot and flew off with him. Is that what I should have done, Robert? RTC. You are a very evil person, Gregory, causing so much trouble. I love it. GD. But they obviously didn't, did they? RTC. No, you drove them crazy. Your natural arrogance coupled with the confusion you sowed among them has not made you a popular person. GD. Good. Mueller would have loved it as much as we both do. RTC. Well, that's some background. You were beginning to get some of these people very annoyed. GD. The Wolf and Kimmel people. RTC. No, the people they work for. There will, I think, be some intense efforts to get their hands on you. Someone said getting anything from you was like trying to pick up some mercury from a tabletop. You slide this way and that and nothing can be done. They know you have something, but just what is a mystery. Keep it that way, Gregory. It's insurance. And on that subject, I have been going through all of my files and 1 a.m. going to ship you some really interesting material. Some of it, as I promised, has to do with the Kennedy business, but the rest covers sundry other matters. I'm going to have my son ship these to you, because I am long past dragging heavy boxes to the post office. Now when you get these papers, be very sure to put them in a very safe place and tell no one about them. And here is more information for you. Do not trust your son in any way. GD. Are you serious? My son. RTC. Yes, because of the name. They can use his name at one point. I have to tell you this and I realize it may have an adverse effect on you, but it's important. Bill told me that he has approached your son and offered him a job with the CIA. GD. You really must be joking. He has no academic background and would never pass a security clearance. RTC. It doesn't matter. He has been offered a consultant job at $40,000 a year and has more or less accepted. Bill said he was more than willing to work with him, and through him, the company. They want cooperation in the event you start to push them or they even suspect you are about to pull off their covers. He is not too friendly to you and, of course, the money matters. Once he served his purpose, naturally, the job would disconnect. Tell him nothing and never let him know that you got anything from me. If he quizzes you about your relationship with me or gets interested in specifics, be on your guard and do not trust him. I don't say you should walk away from him, but just watch yourself. GD. Not surprising. He's clever but a coward and would never come at me from the front. But he has had so much trouble with the law, such as having fake driver's licenses, huge bills and the like, that I doubt if any government agency would hire him if he used standard employment techniques. He never mentioned Bill or his offer, and I did not know he had talked with Corson. He talked with Kimmel and Wolf, but not Bill. Well, it's a disappointment, considering what it cost me to raise him and pay his bills, but not a surprise. His favorite game is to knock up his girlfriends, walk off and then expect me to pay for the abortion. Or the bill I knew nothing about. Or the car he ran into the week before. That sort of thing. He's very clever, but totally amoral, and I don't trust him to the corner, Robert, but I thank you for the input. Now, I can stuff him with disinformation which, as it comes from the inside, just has to be right. I should be able to squeeze a few dollars out of the swine, if I play it right, and I can always find ways to get them after people I don't like. I mean, I can tell my kid that so-and-so has the papers and plans to blackmail Langley with them. Then we can read the paper about a terrible gas explosion or a car wreck somewhere, and another enemy is crisped. RTC. Yes, well, you know the game. GD. Of course I do. What did they say during our glorious revolution? Trust in God but keep your powder dry. Trust in no one, not even God, and keep your knife sharp. I don't suppose you'd like to fill me in on your surprise. RTC. Not on the phone, Gregory. GD. They might be listening, but I doubt it. I'm using a special phone. But they might be listening to you. If they're, Wolf, Andrew or Tom, kiss my royal ass. RTC. Don't do that, Gregory. They might. Concluded at 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 69 date. Saturday, February 22, 1997. Commenced. 2:05 p.m. CST. Concluded. 2:40 p.m. CST. RTC. Good morning, Gregory, or rather good afternoon. GD. It's a bit later in the day. Am I interrupting anything? RTC. Oh, no, not at all. I finished lunch 2 hours ago. How is the day going with you? GD. It goes after a fashion. Did you, or have you, ever read C. Wright Mills' book, The Power Elite? Came out in '54. RTC. I have skimmed it before for certain. The groups that control. GD. Yes, it's a little dated as to specifics but quite good in the abstract. The abstract being that our society is controlled by certain groups of men with specific interests, mostly economic but often economic and political. RTC. Well, that's basically true, Gregory. I mean, the concept is obvious and it is certainly not a domestic product by any means. GD. No, I realize that. I mean that a town is not run by the city councils or selectmen but by, let's say, a small group consisting of, well, a local judge, a real estate developer, a retired military officer. That sort of combination, but there are other permutations, of course. RTC. But this is not a surprise to you, is it? GD. No, of course not, Robert, but let us say that Congress is like the local council. Only a front for the real power brokers. RTC. I have had a close connection with such groups here for years. Yes, they fluctuate and change, but in the end, small groups run everything. How does it go from my own experience? Well, let's say there is a cocktail party out on the Hamptons. Many rich people there, a small orchestra, drinks served and groups of the rich and powerful chatting about their children, their boats or their horses or the last trip to Paris or Rome. Florence if they are cultured. And then a few of the guests, all men, drift off to the library where the door is locked and they sit around in comfortable chairs, drinks in hand or perhaps a very expensive cigar or two. And then after some casual comments about life in general, they get down to specifics about how things are supposed to happen. You spoke of Guatemala to me once. You said your uncle was in the business, didn't you? GD. Yes, and my father's family was connected with Grace and United Fruit. Or Levi and Zentner. Yes. RTC. And when Guzman wanted to nationalize the banana plantations and spend the money on the stupid peasants, why the business interests got together over cigars and brandy and worked out a plan. Then one of them brought it to one of us. And then we discovered a terrible communist plot, directed from Moscow of course, to set up a Soviet republic in Central America. The president was solemnly informed of this vile business and gave his okay for countermeasures. In essence, we supplied the weapons and expertise and the unfriendly government was overthrown and replaced with a friendlier one. GD. And the new head of state realized that the Guzman plan was very good and tried to implement it. RTC. Yes, you're right, and so we shot him and put another and more pliable man in place there. And the United Fruit people gave money to the right people or perhaps hired a few company relatives and another blow for freedom was stuck. GD. And if the Russians did not exist, they would have to be invented. We had the evil Spanish in Cuba, the wicked Nazis who were going to invade this country and rape all the women in Peoria, and then the even more evil Stalin and his gangs of liberal Jewish spies in America who also wanted to invade this country but this time planning a mass rape in New Orleans. RTC. Cynical, Gregory, but true. Just think of how profitable such an undeclared war can be. Hundreds of millions for the CIA, unaccountable of course, and lots of very profitable contracts for military hardware that will never be used. GD. I knew Galen, don't forget, and he personally told me about his faked 1948 report about a pending Russian attack on Europe. RTC. The opening guns of the Cold War, Gregory. And we in the military could expand, and so could the economic sector. We could quietly shoot our enemies and blame it on national security while the money flowed in from patriotic taxpayers. GD. And Mills was right. RTC. He belabored such an obvious issue, Gregory. Of course there are power elites everywhere at all times. I'm sure there are such in every country and inside those countries, in all major businesses and domestic political machinery. Why this should surprise you astonishes me. GD. It actually doesn't, but I wanted to use the subject to ask you who runs the show now. It's not 1954 anymore. RTC. And we don't live in Kansas, either, thank God. Now, my God, it changes, is in a constant flux. At this moment, I couldn't tell you, but perhaps 15 years ago I could have. I mean, if you were to take an Uzi and snuff out a whole library of cigar-smoking plotters, they would be replaced by others within a few days. You'd run out of ammunition in the end. Besides, a few clever pragmatists are easier to deal with than a Congress full of idiots and thieves. Don't you agree? GD. I'd say you need both. RTC. Only at appropriations time do we need Congress to refill the empty treasure chests. The rest of the time, we depend on the power people to help out. I mean, Gregory, you could contain all the world's really important secrets in a notebook you kept in your pocket. But we have to justify acres of offices, safes, burn centers, a vast army of experts, analysts, agents in Tasmania, code machines and the like. To get the money, we need the excuse, and the excuse is secrecy. You know, Harry Truman set us up in business because he did not trust the intelligence input from the army. We were a small handful of experts to advise him, and now we run the country the way we feel it ought to be run. The president is a nuisance to be coddled and conned. We give him the information he needs for his purposes, regardless of how silly and utterly fake it might be. It's just a game played with spoiled children, Gregory, and nothing more. GD. Full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. RTC. Oh, no, Gregory, not nothing. Look at our budget and you won't say nothing. GD. And don't forget the profit from the drugs, either. RTC. Most uncalled for, Gregory. We are all American capitalists, and if there is a need, we fill it, even if, I must say, we have to create the need first. GD. Money talks. RTC. No, Gregory, in this country, as in most others, money rules, and you ought not to ever forget that. GD. I don't. One of my grandfathers was a banker, as I have told you. I can't imagine him talking the way we do, however. RTC. In what way is that? GD. Pragmatic cynicism. RTC. If the shoe fits, my friend, wear it. Concluded at 2:40 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 70 date. Thursday, February 27, 1997 commenced. 6:15 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 6:38 p.m. CST. RTC. Gregory. Have I interrupted your dinner? GD. Not at all. I eat later, if I think about it, that is. I thought you'd be in bed by now, Robert. A problem. RTC. Actually, yes, there is, or might be. Do you have some time there? GD. Sure, not a problem. RTC. It's about that Atwood person we spoke of earlier. Remember the one? GD. Oh, yes, I do remember Atwood. Did old Critchfield off him? RTC. No, not as I understand, but there is unhappiness about Atwood's proclivity to talk to the wrong people, and you are certainly considered the wrong people by Critchfield's crowd. Jim does not like me any more over that Ingolia business, but one of our mutual friends was in touch with me yesterday about this, and I thought I ought to discuss it with you. There are, or were, certain aspects to Atwood's activities, both on and off the board, that there is some anxiety about. It's known he had very dubious dealings with you 6 or 7 years ago, and you are considered to be a loose cannon. Atwood is considered to be a loose mouth, and in my calling, that is not considered to be either wise or conducive of a long and happy life. Might I ask you what, if anything, Atwood discussed with you concerning his activities with the company? Can you recall? GD. My memory is very good, Robert, as you might have noticed. RTC. I have. At times a great asset, Gregory, but at other times, a great liability. If you take my meaning. GD. Oh, I do. Atwood. I got to know him while I was living in Munich in '65. I was selling German militaria via the Shotgun News. RTC. And that was. GD. It's a trade paper for gun and military collectors. In Hastings, Nebraska. I was a guest of Franzi von Otting, and I used his name. Con premise, and he got a percentage of the take. Anyway, Jimmy saw the advert, and since he was in Germany, decided to look me up. He wrote and made an appointment, and I met him in the lobby of the Vierjahreszeiten. RTC. Pardon. GD. A posh Munich hotel. He was staying there with 2 tarts. Bargirl types, if you know what I mean. He was very polite and civil. Slight southern accent. Anyway, we had a long conversation about the collecting trade. Jimmy had written a book on Nazi daggers and was, as he admitted over a drink or two, having these made up in Solingen and selling them. He was making very good money and was highly ambitious. Made up Hermann Göring's wedding sword and shoved it off on some stupid collector and, as I recall, Hitler's suicide pistol. A Walther with ivory grips. Got it on the cover of Argosy magazine and sold it to another sucker in Canada. Anyway, we had a talk about creative selling, and, as I recall, he was interested in my expertise on the historical aspects. I pointed out to him that in the picture of the alleged Hitler gun, the maker was Walther, but their factory was in Ulm, not in what was now the Doctor. He laughed and said, as I remember, well, you caught me, and on we went. I don't drink very much, but he certainly could put it away. And we went out to a restaurant and continued the talking. I learned a lot about him, the more he drank, but he learned nothing about me. Considering everything, that was just as well. I know he had a good opinion of me because in '90 we went to Austria and dug up some buried Nazi concentration camp loot and SS general buried there in *45. RTC. And who might that have been? GD. A Slovene named Globochnik. Had been the Gauleiter of Vienna until Hitler sacked him for stealing. RTC. I was told about him. Not a nice person. GD. No, but you used him after his faked suicide. The Brits sold him to you and you sent him down to Syria to help the ragheads. RTC. Gregory, you are most interesting and informative. And I hope you are also discreet. GD. Oh, I can be. Why the interest in Jimmy? RTC. It has slowly dawned on certain exalted people that perhaps you might have gleaned some forbidden information about Brother Atwood in the course of your wild career. Do go on, GD. Well, I don't know what was, or is, forbidden, and what isn't. RTC. Why not just go on and let me be the judge of that? Please continue about Atwood. GD. I will. Atwood was one of your people and was not only involved in merchandising and otherwise making a profit selling fake German militaria. RTC. By German, you specifically mean Nazi, don't you? GD. Yes, of course. I'll tell you about the market in a few minutes. Right now, I am going to fill you in on what I learned from James. I give you some background here on the very off chance that you know nothing about it. Since at least 1981 and probably earlier, there exists a worldwide network of freestanding, or especially and specifically, no direct U.S. government ties companies, including airlines, aviation and military spare parts suppliers, and trading companies, set up that have been put to good use by the CIA and the U.S. government to illegally ship arms and military spare parts to Iran and to the Contras. And, of course, to smuggle people who can't go by commercial airlines and, let us not forget, drugs. RTC. I rather wish you would forget about drugs. I don't think Brother Atwood was involved with drugs. Do go on. GD. Yes, these companies were set up with the approval and knowledge of senior CIA officials and other senior U.S. government officials and staffed primarily by ex-CIA, ex-FBI and ex-military officers. I am correct here. RTC. Yes. Go on. GD. You will probably end up hating me if I do, Robert, but I note you asked me to continue. RTC. I think I am above that, Gregory. GD. Okay. Now let's look at the Iran-Contra business. I know all about at least a part of this so we can go into it a little. Secord's arms shipments, arranged through the CIA, transferred weapons destined for Central America to Merex. This was known officially as Merex International Arms and was, and is, based in Savannah. The Merex address was occupied by Combat Military Ordnances Limited, controlled by Jimmy Atwood. He had been in the Army in MI and then went to work for your people. James was involved in major arms trades with your sponsored international buyers, specifically Middle Eastern Arab states. Mansour al-Qasr utilized the Merex firm for some of his weapons transactions with the enterprise. Now Merex was originally set up, after the war, by old Skorzeny co-worker, one Gerhard Mertens. Gerhard had been a Hauptmann captain to you, Robert, in the German paratroopers and got the Knight's Cross in, I believe, 45. After the war, Mertens went to work in Bonn and the Merex arms business was considered a CIA proprietary firm. Mertex was close to and worked with the BND, the German intelligence service evolved from the CIA-controlled Gehlen organization. Atwood was involved with Interarmco, run by Samuel Cummings, an Englishman who ran the largest arms firm in the world. Cummings died in Monaco because he had looted his CIA employers and found that principality safer than Warrenton, Virginia. Also connected with Atwood's firm were Collector's Armory, run by one Thomas Nelson, whose nickname was Red Nelson, because of his hair color, not his politics, and a George Peterson of Springfield, Virginia, and one Manny Wiegenberg, a Canadian arms dealer. Jimmy was heavily involved in your support of Canadian separatists and I know something of his role in supplying weapons and explosives to the Quebec Libre movement. The head of your Canada desk was actively encouraging this group to split away from Canada. I know for a fact that your people do not want ever to mention this little historical aside. RTC. No, we do not. Go on. GD. Also, I know all about Atwood's connections with Skorzeny and the IRA Provo wing. I can give you chapter and verse on this one if you want it. One of Atwood's Irish connections is the man who blew up Lord Louis Mountbatten in 1979 and I have a file on this as well in some safe and private place. You might also be aware of the shipping of weapons into the southern Mexican provinces by Atwood and his Guatemala-based consortium. Atwood had a number of ex-Gestapo and SD people on board, some of whom were wanted. I recall a former SS officer, Frederick Schwend, who worked with your people and was down in Lima. Schwend had been trained by the OSS in the early 1940s after he had informed Alan Dulles that the German SS had hidden millions in gold, cash, and loot as the European war was winding down. Atwood knew about the Weissensee gold hoard that Mueller told me about. Jimmy knew about it but I had the overlay so he courted me and we ended up, shovels in hand, in the beautiful mountains in 90. RTC. There are conflicting stories about that business. You murdered 2 British people as I understand it. GD. No such thing, Robert. As I understand it, and I was there, they fell off the boat in the middle of the Caribbean. Such lies your people make up. RTC. Well, there are always two sides to every story, Gregory. You are better than 2 cups of coffee, I must say. I think I ought to get some Pepto-Bismol pretty soon. After the Treasure Island adventure, what happened next? GD. To Atwood. Well, as Jimmy told me, about 1992, he and your Jimmy Critchfield, along with a Russian Jew, formed a partnership in order to obtain a number of obsolete Soviet atomic artillery shells which they then sold to the Pakistanis. I think the two of them kept the money and no one ever saw the Jew again. If you don't know this, I can tell you that both Critchfield and the Interarmco people had supplied weapons to the rebels in Afghanistan during their long and vicious guerrilla activities against the Soviet Union. Critchfield also worked with the Dalai Lama of Tibet in a guerrilla war against Communist China and headed a CIA task force during the Cuban Missile Crisis. He ran regional agency operations when the US and the Soviets raced to secure satellites first in Eastern Europe, then in the Middle East. And note that in the early 1960s, Critchfield recommended to the CIA that the United States support the Ba'ath Party, which staged a 1963 coup against the Iraqi government that the CIA believed was falling under Soviet influence. Critchfield later boasted, during the Iran-Iraq War, that he and the CIA had created Saddam Hussein. RTC. Gregory, where in the sweet hell did you get all of this? GD. From Atwood when he was drunk. RTC. You've just guaranteed that he will pass to his reward very soon. Does that bother you? GD. I never liked him. He tried to rip me off once, but he was so crude about it that I have no respect for him. Shall I go on? RTC. I have approach avoidance conflicts here, Gregory. You might as well ruin the rest of my evening. Proceed. GD. Are you sure? You don't sound too happy. RTC. I am not, but do go on. GD. As you wish. When Arab oil became paramount, your Critchfield became your National Intelligence Officer for Energy and was also an energy policy planner at the White House. He also fronted a dummy CIA corporation in the Middle East known as Basic Resources, which was used to gather OPEC-related intelligence for the Nixon administration. Critchfield was the chief of the CIA's Near East and South Asia Division in the 1960s and a National Intelligence Officer for Energy as the oil shortage crisis began in the early 1970s. Of course your people, along with the oil barons, forced the price of oil up and up. My, I wonder how much money you all made. Oh well, not important here. Critchfield retired in the mid-70s and ended up as both a consultant and the CEO of Tetra Tech International, a Honeywell Inc. subsidiary in which managed oil, gas, and water projects in the strategic Masondam Peninsula. This, in case your geography is weak, is located on the Strait of Hormuz, through which much of the West's oil is transported. And at the same time, Critchfield was a primary advisor to the Sultan of Oman, focusing on Middle East energy resources, especially those in Oman. RTC. I should never have asked you about this. GD. The Bible says ask and ye shall receive. RTC. Yes. We can forget the Bible here. It has no part in the intelligence business. You mentioned Marex. Do you know of other friendly assets? GD. Surely. Try Aero Systems, Aero Air, Global, International, and how about Zenith? RTC. Did you get these names from Atwood? GD. Of course I did. I told you Jimmy was not discreet while he was drinking. I listened to his tales of self-importance and remembered it all. Oh, and I write it up as well. RTC. Gregory, for the Lord God's sake, if not mine, or more important, yours, do not discuss any of this with anyone else, your son or people like Willis Carto. If you aren't careful, Critchfield will have you eliminated. I shall have to warn him off on that topic, but, I mean, why would Atwood tell you such terrible things, and if he told you, who else could he have told? GD. One of his German whores, probably. Jimmy goes on and on. RTC. So I note. And we can ring the curtain down on that one ASAP. GD. From your reaction, Robert, I assume Jimmy was accurate. RTC. No comment, but Atwood is a dead man. GD. Well, I might have gotten my insights from the back of a Wheaties box, but Jimmy is a better candidate. Do you know why I dislike Jimmy and would frame his death notice? His wife stuck with him when he was arrested for tax evasion and smuggling in the 60s, and as a mark of his appreciation, he deserted her and his 2 daughters to run off with one of his bar girls. The rest of his activities are one thing, but I do not tolerate such domestic treachery. Do you think I'm being too critical? RTC. What a question. Who cares about his wife and children? This man has gone way beyond the bounds. Way beyond. Of course I believe you. You could never have made all that up, and I can assure you it was never in the New York Times. They might know some of it, but they wouldn't dare publish it. No, you got it from Atwood or someone connected with him. Ah, well, I did ask and I did receive. They hate you, Gregory. They hate you with a passion, but at the same time, they are scared shitless of you. They would have killed you some time ago, but others counseled them against it. Who knows what you put down on paper? If you were run over by a truck in the middle of a shopping mall or attacked and eaten by a leopard in your own living room, who knows what might find its way out of some hiding hole and into the public? The public is happy with its football games and beer, so we had best not disturb them with such stories. GD. They might make a good movie out of all this. RTC. Never, Gregory, I can promise you that. A studio that even considered this would be bankrupt within a few months. No, none of this will ever see the light of day, and if you want to continue walking around, remember that silence is golden. GD. I have no problem with gold. Just think of all that looted concentration camp gold Jimmy and I dug up. RTC. Yes, and I understand you cheated him out of his share. GD. When thieves fall out, Robert, honest men prosper. RTC. Meaning no disrespect, but do you consider yourself to be an honest man? GD. Selectively, Robert, selectively. And Jimmy. RTC. Don't make book on his seeing Christmas. Concluded at 6:38 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 71. Date. Friday, February 28, 1997. Commenced. 9:50 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 10:12 a.m. CST. RTC. Top of the morning to you, Gregory. How are you today? GD. Functioning, Robert. And with you. RTC. The usual. Listen, Gregory, I had a phone call yesterday from someone at the agency about you. I am afraid I became annoyed with this creature and said harsh things to them. GD. Anyone I know? RTC. I doubt it. Aside from a few broken down academics, a blank face. Someone named Hayden Peake. Have you ever heard of him? GD. No. Is he someone important? RTC. No, except in his own mind. He's one of our librarians. He whined to me that you were pure evil and I shouldn't talk to you. He's a friend of Critchfield who was frantically trying to shut off your comments about Mueller's survival and, worse, work for us after the war. I don't know whether Peake got put up to this by Jim or by Kimmel. Maybe both. At any rate, when he told me that he had proof that Mueller died in 45, I told him he was fuller of shit than a Christmas turkey and that I knew personally, and could prove, that Mueller not only worked for the Swiss after the war but for Jim after 48. I told him that I personally had met Mueller in the late 40s, here in D.C., and that whatever his so-called proof consisted of he could shove it up his ass. For a denizen of P Street here, he might have enjoyed that exercise. GD. P Street. RTC. That's a street much beloved by many of our leading lights here, Gregory. Leather bars, whipping salons, way stations for muscular young servicemen wanting to make a few dollars on the side, or on their backs. You know what I mean. I asked Bill about this asshole and he did some checking and mentioned an establishment called The Fireplace. You know, the company used to be an inspiring place to work when we got started. Hell, if the DC police ever raided the P Street places, half the senior people at Langley would be in custody, along, of course, with a number of top military people and not to mention certain key congressmen. The other half of our new leadership would be in synagogues. Jews and fairies, Gregory. It's sad. At any rate, I have had it up to here with these people. GD. What does this Peake person do? RTC. I said he was a librarian. GD. Wolf is a librarian. RTC. A pair of scumbags, Gregory. Peake thinks he's a great historical writer and Wolf has dreams of glory as a fake PhD. And they all loathe and despise you. Why? Because, Gregory, you are a much better writer, and certainly a researcher, then either of them, and for some unknown reason, they think their useless opinions impress me. I know you and they don't. Kimmel is probably behind some of this, and he does the same thing. You see, as I said once before, if the Jews get it into their slimy heads that the evil chief of the Gestapo worked for our CIA, they would leave shit all over the sidewalks in D.C. I know for a fact they are screeching, like the rest of the old faggots, to the army to keep Mueller's files closed from the likes of you. You see, you are not part of the game, Gregory. The game. They all run around in circles, bent over with their trousers down around their ankles and their noses stuck up the asshole of the one in front. A bunch of incompetent idiots. They can squeal like little pigs to each other, but by God, I won't have them squealing to me. And I told Peake, and I will call up Tom with the same message, which is to stop bothering me with their envy, or I will be forced to take some action against them. GD. A machine gun. RTC. No, worse. I know enough about these whiners to destroy them, and if they want some fun and games, they can just continue their feeble trashing attempts. And I am now determined to go through my files and send you a number of them. That way, if anything happens to me, you will have lots of ammunition for your gun. GD. Oh, I doubt if they'll shoot you. RTC. Shoot me. No, I mean if God calls me. That's what I mean. I am not as well as I could be, Gregory, and one day, I won't be around. I would like to think you are provided for. I know why they are yammering at me, and why odious little shits like Wolf and bombastic frauds like Kimmel and pub crawlers like old Peake keep whining at me. They know I am someone who knows too much, and they are terrified that I am getting senile and am talking to you. GD. Well, you're talking to me, but I doubt if you're senile, Robert. RTC. Well, thank you for the consideration, but I am getting a little forgetful at times, and it's harder to get around these days. No, I'm not gaga yet, but if I get any more calls from the Rat Brigade members, they'll find out how senile I am. If I chose to do so, there would be bodies heaped up chest high on the mall. Ah, well, Gregory, a bit of my Irish temper clears the air. GD. I heard from someone that you were a terrifying person, Robert, but I never saw it. RTC. You did once. That was when Bill wanted to get your son a job at the CIA to try to stop your publishing things they didn't like. You remember that, GD. Oh yes. You were not nasty to me, though. RTC. I said terrible things to Bill, and I thought he would cry when I was done. My God, all the weird stories floating around about you. 15 different names, robbing banks, selling nuns to Arabs, faking official documents on an old Remington, anti-Semitism, loving the Nazis, and on and on. No, Jim is absolutely livid. I put him in touch with you. Jim is a shit, and I understand he wrote you compromising letters that he wants back. Is that true? GD. Oh, yes, quite true. Ink signed. In the original envelopes as well. RTC. A word of advice here, Gregory. Put them in a very safe place. And not in a safe deposit box either. Our people can get into those with ease. No, some really safe place. Jim wants to lay his hands on these so bad he can taste them. They don't know what to do with you, Gregory. They can't con you because you are way smarter than they are, and, to be honest, they are all dumb as posts. GD. And how about Trento? RTC. Oh, God, another one. They won't attack you to your face because not only are they third-class assholes, but they are also cowards, and you have a reputation for ferocity equaled only by a very hungry lion. No, they sneak around, like that turd from Justice that Kimmel got to yammer at me about you. I gave you his number just after he called me. You did call him back, as I recall. GD. Oh yes, I did. He was shocked that you gave me his number, and I had a conversation with him. RTC. Now you mustn't threaten a Justice Department man, Gregory. What did you say to him? GD. Only that I would credit him with the writing of some awful article. I say that to many people, and since I have done this from time to time, they usually get the message. RTC. They all remind me of a bunch of old women. Just like old aunties chattering and gossiping about everyone else. Chatter, chatter and shit. People wear bulletproof vests on their backs here inside the Beltway because the standard game is to stab everyone in the back. Starting with your friends and moving outwards. GD. And upwards. RTC. I think the brass keeps some of these yammering turds around for the same reason that a whore keeps a pimp around. She wants someone she can look down on. Not like it used to be, Gregory. We were men then, not old gossiping queers. Oh yes, and bitter, treacherous old Jews like Wolf and his friends. I don't know what is worse, a treacherous and plotting Jew or a spiteful old queer. Ah well, let us go on to other things less annoying. How is the next Mueller book coming along? Did you get the file on Diem and his brother? GD. I did. I don't know where I can fit it in, but perhaps a footnote on officially sanctioned assassinations. RTC. And JFK has become a blessed saint in heaven. He ordered the Diems off just like Nixon and Kissinger ordered Allende done in. Pious frauds, one and all. Now that's what I mean by my being able to do terrible damage to them and their precious jobs. I was in the army during the war and I would like to think that I and my friends were able to help this country, even if just a little, but I found it was easier to cope with the professionals from the KGB rather than the rank amateurs we have now. Peake once wanted me to ghostwrite a paper on the KGB and I told him I would not. If I write something now, based on my experience and knowledge, I am not going to let some pseudo-academic try to take credit for it. GD. Oh, the academic world is just the same. More backstabbing, gossip, innuendo and pure malice than you could imagine. And these academic papers are worthless for anything but to use as toilet paper. Bad, stilted writing and full of official lies which most of them write to impress their grandchildren and odd middle-class morons with. Robert, in my research, I have learned to totally discount any of these academic papers. RTC. Oh yes, Peake told me breathlessly. GD. Some sailor giving him a run for his money. RTC. Laughter. No, but I have been told that the great David Irving says you are a fraud. My God, what a compliment. GD. Irving is the fraud and writes at a high school level. Historian. Gas bag. I had dealings with him once and I would never let something like that in my house other than to fix the plumbing. Or around my children, either. Peake actually used Irving as a prop. RTC. The blind leading the blind. I've never read any of Irving's material but they do tell me that he's a lightweight. GD. A legend in his own mind. It is said his ma was Jewish but I don't think that's been proven. Lower middle class oaf with delusions of grandeur and reference. RTC. Ah, my, what a wonderful morning, full of the milk of human kindness. GD. I think the milk has gone bad, Robert. RTC. It's too bad you weren't around in the early days, I mean actually old enough to work for me. We would have gotten along wonderfully well. I would have had to warn you to be a little restrained in some areas but I think we could have worked well together. GD. Well, I do respect you, Robert, which is more than I can say for the rest of the zoo creatures I've encountered since I started tilting at DC shithouses. Oh and yes, do you know how many fairies you can get on a bar stool? RTC. I assume this is a joke. GD. Why of course, Robert, always the jester. If you turn it upside down, you can seat 4 comfortably. RTC. Prolonged laughter. Well, now I'm back in a good mood. GD. Don't pass this on to your callers. You might hurt their feelings. Concluded at 10:12 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 72 date. Sunday, March 2nd, 1997 commenced. 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 2:05 p.m. CST. That's either a vacuum cleaner in the background or the Martians are attacking. RTC. I hate to disappoint you, Gregory. It's indeed a vacuum cleaner. GD. Well, we have spoken about flying saucers before so I thought you might have had a run-in with them. It's amazing, the stories people believe. RTC. Or they want to believe. GD. Well, crazy old L. Ron Hubbard tells us that his special people, the Thetans, were flown here from outer space in DC-3s. RTC. No, not that. In what? Piston-engined aircraft. From. There is no atmosphere up there. GD. Hubbard started Scientology in the early 50s and his writings are full of such silliness. RTC. A crock of shit, all of it. Still, we were watching him when he was gadding around the Med in an old tub. No one had any idea what the old nut was up to and we knew he had KGB contacts. Not that he was pro-commie, but he was one of those people who believe his own nonsense, and the Russians love to get their hands on such like. Stroke him like a cat and get him to work with them. They're smart and he's not. We knew his high command was full of foreign agents, but we had a hell of a time getting at him. Very well protected. The KGB and the Stasi for sure, and we think the Chinks had a hand in the game. The FBI had some snitches planted on him, but the whole thing was like playtime in a nut house. Still, the old fool made hundreds of millions of dollars of the sucker brigades, and it is very hard to argue with that kind of scratch. GD. Agreed. I am still trying to make up my mind whether Hubbard was a visionary or a self-deluded crook. Your people viewed him as a spy. RTC. No, we did not, but we felt he could do a lot of damage if we didn't keep an eye on him. GD. Did you? RTC. Yes, we planted people with him. Strange, Gregory. The company, the FBI, the KGB, the Stasi and others all used to work together, all playing roles. We mostly knew who the others were but just never mentioned. GD. Hubbard died under odd circumstances out in California. RTC. He was removed, Gregory. The old man was going around the bend and those just under him were afraid he would blow it and they would be kicked out, away from huge sums of money and with the money, growing political power. One injection of the wrong kind and off he went to flying saucer heaven in the sky. They cremated the old man and dumped him into the ocean off the back of a fishing boat. GD. Sic Gloria Transit Mundi. RTC. Oh yes indeed. GD. A friend of mine's grandmother was cubically rich but getting really soft, and the Scientologists got their hands on her. They wanted her to give all her money to them, so my friend, knowing what I really am, came to me for assistance. RTC. How much did you get out of it? GD. You assume I was successful in driving them off. RTC. That's a given. GD. I had a terrible time, especially with Linda. She was a vicious bitch and had her hooks into the old lady very deeply. I met her several times, passed off by my friend as a nephew. God, she hated me because she could see I didn't believe a word of her nonsense. I had my problems with that one, believe it. First off, I got the old lady to like and trust me. Believe me, I can do that when I want to. Anyway, I got a power of attorney from her, put all her money into an ironclad trust with the interest going to her and a percentage to her grandson. I mean, she was a very decent person but talking to dead relatives and losing bladder control. I got her into a really excellent nursing home that I inspected very carefully. I used to work for Catholic Charities and I know something about nursing homes. Anyway, I made sure the old girl was safe and then I dealt with Linda. She was livid with rage over my presence, so I had to neutralize her. It took a baggie of heroin under the front seat of her car, a silenced pistol in the trunk and 2 telephone calls, and Linda was trying to convert people in her cell block. RTC. I thought you might have dispatched her to be with Hubbard. GD. I thought about it but it wasn't worth it. The old lady was safe and sound and her grandson was set for life. Of course he was more than generous to me for my work, but I got quite a view of the working side of the Scientology game. Very effective, what with the e-meter and the gavel. A lot of pitiful dimwits running around, looking for answers from someone else. Linda bit a federal agent, so they added assault to her ticket. RTC. I take it you disapprove of the Scientologists. GD. No, actually I don't. I believe that everyone should find heaven in their own way. But not on my front porch and not pushing money into the pockets of thieving politicians. One have Mormon friends and I have the highest regard for their family life. Fine people with well-raised, first-class children. They have very strange beliefs but I pay more attention to what they practice rather than what they preach. RTC. Lots of LDS people in the Bureau. GD. High-minded and honest. I have no problem with that. The problem with cults like Scientology is that they want everyone to see what they see, or think they see, and they grab you by the lapels and shout in your face. And leave literature behind. I'm a practicing agnostic and a pragmatist, Robert, but from time to time, I have to deal with nasty people like Linda. I knew a fellow that was great company until I learned that he was sexually abusing his children. It took me 2 weeks of hard work, Robert, but he got caught and sent off. Rob an insurance company or a bank and you get no response from me but mess with little children, and you can believe me when I say that I will do everything in my power to stop it. Since I am ruthless and have no conscience whatsoever, I am usually successful. Oh yes, and going after crazy old ladies is another of my annoyances. Linda did 3 years, and although I have not encountered her after her fall from grace, I would imagine she goes a bit more quietly now. RTC. Given all of that, what would you do if she ran up on you now? GD. Kill her, Robert, very dead. Take the remains out to a big hog farm and toss them over the fence. Hogs will eat anything, even dead Scientologists. RTC. They tell me hogs are smart. GD. They are indeed, but they are a wonderful garbage disposal system. And their Linda would be. And their Linda would be. And over there, that's Linda too. What a fate, Robert. Steaming piles of hog turds in the mud. RTC. Gregory, you are indeed rather unique. Have you done the hog farm thing? GD. Only God and the hogs know that one. Ask and it shall not be answered, but sniff and you might find. Concluded at 2:05 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 73. Date. Wednesday, March 26, 1997. Commenced. 9:50 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 10:35 a.m. CST. RTC. Good morning, Gregory. Did you see the papers? GD. Oh, yes, quite a story. One must read between the lines on that one. RTC. That becomes second nature. Unless, of course, we planted the story in the first place. GD. So much for freedom of the press. RTC. They are all under tight control. GD. I'll wager that if the Israeli commandos broke into an Arab day care center in Lebanon and torched 50 babies, we wouldn't see a word of it in either the New York Times or the Washington Post. RTC. No, not a word. GD. They're all a closed shop. I once had a go around with the art market and it's the same thing. The Jews own all the big papers and they own the major art markets. Still, I destroyed a good part of it once. Cost them all millions. Have any of my supporters ever told you about that? RTC. No, never a word. What did you do? GD. Well, some time ago. This is going to take some time, Robert, so if you have something better to do, let me know and I won't bore you. RTC. You rarely bore me, Gregory. I'll let you know if we have a fire in the kitchen or the Swiss embassy explodes. Do go on. GD. A friend of mine up in Menlo Park, fellow by the name of George Shattle, was visiting his mother in Los Angeles and went to a garage sale. He bought, as I recall, 4 bronze statues in specially constructed wooden crates. Crates indicated the contents were looted by the Germans in Warsaw in 39 and subsequently got into the collection of Hermann Göring. The sellers told George that their relative was with the U.S. Army at the end of the war. Of course there was no discipline and our boys stole everything they could lay their hands on. Anyway, George knew I was an expert on German subjects and brought the 4 pieces, in their crates, over for me to look at. I knew nothing about the artist, Auguste Rodin, but I could authenticate the labels and seals. I told him to find an expert to authenticate the statues and busts. I knew nothing about Impressionist artists and could care less. I told him that there was a university professor out at Stanford, which was just down the road from Menlo Park where George lived. I remembered seeing some reference to a huge collection of Rodin pieces being donated to Stanford by some investment banker out of L.A. What was the name? Yes, B. Gerald Cantor. Anyway, George looked up the professor, one Albert Edward Elson, and made a phone call. Yes, Elson was interested and would look at the pieces. Next day, George rang me up, semi-hysterical. It seems Elson told him that the pieces were stolen by the evil Nazis and that he, Elson, wanted to take possession of the pieces to be able to return them to Poland. When George refused, and he said that Elson was a loud-mouthed bully, Elson then told him the pieces were fake. Now how could they be stolen from some Polish collection during the war and then be fake? RTC. Maybe this Elson fellow wanted to con your friend out of them for his own benefit. GD. I agree. But George told me that Elson subsequently called up everyone and proclaimed that, on the one hand, George was illegally in possession of wartime Nazi art loot and, on the other, trying to sell fake Rodins. RTC. Schizophrenic. GD. That was just the start. George showed Elson my written commentary on the boxes and seals and Albert Edward began to attack me. I had a post office box at Stanford and the postmaster said that Elson had come, actually barged, into his office, ordering the postmaster to give Elson my home address. Of course the postmaster refused and Elson started screaming that I was dealing with stolen art and that the FBI would be notified. RTC. Why was he so upset? GD. Well, I will get to that. I couldn't understand any of the noise so I dug up old chronicle stories about this Cantor Rodin gift. 80-odd statues presented to the University Museum by Cantor and, I noted with some interest, all authenticated by Elson. Valued at $3.5 million. So I drove up to Stanford with a notebook and looked the pieces on display over. I wrote down the name of the foundry, one Georges Roudier of Paris. Okay, so much for that. I personally felt that Rodin was crap but I wanted to know why the screaming. Made no sense. Then, I went to the Palace of the Legion of Honor in San Francisco that had a big collection of original Rodin pieces that Mrs. Alma Spreckles had bought from Rodin himself in 1916. Looked at them. I also wrote down the name of the foundry which was one Alexis Roudier of Paris. Not the same name. Also, the fresco pieces were different finish. I told George to take his 4 pieces to the director of the museum, one Thomas Carr Howe, for his opinion. George did this and Howe gave him a written authentication. When George told Howe about Elson, Howe told him off the record that Elson was a congenital asshole and that he, Howe, detested him. And when George mentioned the different foundry marks, Howe said that Alexis Roudier had cast up statues for Rodin and that Georges was his great-nephew. He also said that Georges didn't start casting until 1965. Since Rodin died in 1917, one thought this was strange. Note that all the 80-odd pieces given to Stanford were made after 1965. RTC. This is beginning to sound like something Sherlock Holmes would have done. Then what? GD. Well, George tried to sell the pieces and at once, Elson began calling around to all the local galleries, telling them the pieces were either stolen or fake. Loud bully. RTC. Elson is what? French. GD. Elson was Jewish. RTC. Ah, I see. And go on. What happened next? GD. Well, here we had $3 million worth of art that probably wasn't worth it. I have a friend in the judicial police in Paris and asked him to check on this Georges Roudier. About a month later, he sent me a thick catalog from the Rodin Museum in Paris. Mrs. Goldscheider there, the director, had custody of all of Rodin's pieces in a state museum setting and was making copies for people. The catalog showed the pieces, many of which were in the Cantor bequest. More interesting. I wrote to her and asked her about Georges and got back a signed letter stating that he had been doing all their castings, and only from 1965. RTC. Always better when you get it in writing. Was she pulling a scam? GD. No, she advertised these as official copies, whatever that might be, but as copies. She wasn't pulling anything but the others certainly were. Then I made up my mind to wreck their little game. Of course I pulled little string, which in turn led to a bigger string and then the whole rotten edifice came crashing down. RTC. That's how these things can go sometimes. Do continue. GD. Well, Elson was hard to attack because he was an important, published art historian and I was nothing. Still, where there is a will, there is a way. First off, I got a hold of Jerry Jensen, an anchor for the Channel 7 news people in San Francisco. My cousin knew him. I told him what I discovered and he started digging. My God, Robert, what a hurricane of rage erupted then. Al Frankenstein, who was a senior art critic at the Chronicle as well as a teacher at Stanford, began to raise hell with the management at Channel 7 and to threaten Jensen with legal action for slander. Jerry told me he must have hit a very raw nerve indeed. And then I got Elson to break cover. RTC. How? GD. Well, I went to a mail drop and telephone answering place in Santa Clara and set up an account for a basilisk press. A basilisk is a mythic creature, half rooster and half snake that could allegedly kill by looking at you. RTC. Dramatic, but how many people know that? GD. I did, and that's what mattered. Letterheads, and I made up a fake book publication notice. A book called Rodin, The Anatomy of a Fraud, and I listed a lot of very true information on that piece of paper. I mailed that out to hundreds of newspapers, to many major art dealers and certainly to Elson and Frankenstein. Sweet Jesus, what a reaction. The people at the answering service said that a few days after the brochure was delivered, Elson barged into their office, ordering them to tell him where the people who owned the press lived. They told him to get his loud ass out of the building and he threatened them with the Attorney General and the FBI. They called the police and had him physically removed from the building. Then, knowing that one of Elson's prize pupils was art critic on the staff of the Palo Alto Times, I rang her up, told her I was an official at the Basilisk Press and said that Mr. Jensen from Channel 7 was going to expose the art fraud at Stanford. Worked wonderfully. Within days, Elson wrote a vicious and very actionable letter to Jensen, calling George a criminal and fraud. Jensen sent me the letter and I, in turn, took the letter and George to a very good San Jose lawyer. Because Filthy Al wrote the letter on university stationery, the lawyer filed a suit naming Elson and Stanford as party defendants. RTC. As I recall, Stanford is a rich school. GD. Oh, yes they are. Wonderfully deep pockets, and much screaming and so on. Finally, I decided to up the ante and I went for an interview at the Chronicle with old Frankenstein. That was really something. He had a little office right off the city room and you could hear us 2 blocks away. I had done my homework on Alfred and when he accused me of being a liar, I said he was a crook. I mentioned a bust of Cosimo de' Medici that he has persuaded a rich Jewish benefactor to buy for the de Young. Big money because Alfred said it was by Cellini. It was a small copy of a bronze original I saw at the Bargello in Florence. Cellini never worked in marble but Alceo da Siena, a 19th-century art forger did. Alfred stopped yelling when I mentioned this unpleasant fact but I got my wind and they told Jerry Jensen later they could have heard me in Oakland with the windows closed. When I left, I noted that the entire city desk people were standing in a circle around the open door of Alfred's cubicle and one started applauding me. Such an honor. And Alfred, who looked rather peaked when I last saw him, had a sudden heart attack that night and passed away. RTC. You sent a wreath no doubt. GD. Piss on him. Another loudmouth. Still, I saw I was up against acknowledged art experts so I did some further digging and made a major discovery. So simple yet so deadly and with ripples still spreading. It's just this. You can make a mold of a bronze and duplicate it exactly but the result will, are you ready for this one, will always be 5% smaller. Why? You ask. Because, Robert, cooling metal shrinks and that is a fact. Oh, yes, and since known originals of Rodin's work were all over the place, taking measurements was not a problem. I got the people at the Legion of Honor to send me a full list of the exact measurements of all their original pieces. And Albert learned of this and threatened the staff at the museum. Wonderful man, making friends wherever he went. And then, Albert enlisted the aid of his co-conspirator, Cantor. You see, Cantor went to the Rodin Museum in Paris and ordered the 80 pieces. He paid $80,000 for them, brought them over to the States, got his co-religionist and crime partner, Elson, to claim they were original and worth over $3 million and guess what? RTC. Not a tax write-off. GD. You got it. A huge tax write-off. Still more fun on my part. I wrote and had typeset, a story from the so-called Ardith Times about a local bigwig that had been to California and bought 4 original Rodins that once had been the property of Hermann Goering. I printed this on newsprint, glued it onto a piece of paper and mailed it to Elson at his office. Jesus H. Christ, what a huge uproar. Albert, insane with rage, went to the local FBI, called the office of the Attorney General and about every other law enforcement agency he could find. The result, the FBI got interested and of course the AG wouldn't talk to him. An agent talked with me and I gave him copies of my papers. The result, the IRS got involved and flew out a specialist from DC to talk with me. He had never heard of the fatal shrinkage factor and we had a wonderful chat. The upshot was that the IRS said one could not take a tax write-off for more than was paid for the art. By the way, there was no town named Ardith anywhere in the United States. Big Al the Mouth, as empty a brains as a ladle, suffered from mental constipation and verbal diarrhea. RTC, that must have tied a few tails. GD. Oh, yes it did. The entire market in Rodin's, fake and original, collapsed. Cantor's gift was not allowed as a write-off, and I got about 10 letters from various law firms in Los Angeles threatening me with enormous lawsuits for making false statements about the wonderful B. Gerald. And George's lawsuit was successful, and both Stanford and Elson had to pay George a lot of money. RTC. What happened to the statues? GD. Are you sitting down? George got $9 million for them. But that's not the end of the story. I wrote the whole thing up, more or less along the lines I have been telling you, but in greater detail, and sent it to a friend on the staff of the Getty in Los Angeles. He loathed Elson and asked me if he could forward it. I said he certainly could. The man mailed it out on a February 1st, and Elson must have gotten it a few days later, because on the 5th, he had a massive heart attack in his office and died on the spot. RTC. I imagine that was the end of the matter. Did you make anything out of this? GD. Enormous satisfaction. RTC. You must have done months of work, Gregory. Not a penny. GD. When I read in the Examiner that old Albert had bought the farm, I was paid in full. RTC. What entertainment. And you are formidable indeed. GD. Oh, not so. Why, Mueller, who knew me better than you do, used to call me Mr. Sunshine. Isn't that touching? RTC. I suspect he was being cynical, Gregory, and you know it. But I would agree with him. Such a kind person. You bagged 2, count them, 2 nasty Jews, and, from your account, ruined a very profitable number of scams they were involved in. I take it most of the dealers were Jews. GD. Oh, they were. For a time, it sounded like a chorus of sick hyenas. RTC. Before or after the time the lion pounced on them? GD. Depended. I nailed more than Albert, believe me, but enough is enough. And then I got started on all the fake Frederick Remingtons, floating around, and did even more damage. I do like my fun, Robert, I do like it. RTC. Others obviously do not. Did you go after these creeps because they were Jewish, or in spite of it? Just curious. GD. Robert, I had no idea about all of this when I got started, and for quite some time, I thought Elson was French. I didn't wreak my havoc out of anti-Semitism, but because I initially started out to help a friend authenticate some old statues. There was nothing more. The squalling uproar spilled over very quickly into attacks on me by Elson and his vicious co-religionists. I merely obliged them by responding. I didn't shout and slander, but I dealt with facts and quite thoroughly ruined their very lucrative operations. I would have done the same if the perps were Episcopalians or Baptists. Of course, once I could see who, and what, I was dealing with, it was easy to ruin them. Shallow bombast coupled with criminal greed is a hallmark, and I can play on such creeps like a piano. Strike this key and an Elson howls to the press. Strike that one and a Frankenstein writes a hit piece in the Chronicle. Strike a strong chord and they all explode and die. No, Robert, I got into this only to help a friend and nothing else. I spent several years on this, not months, and learned both the business of bronze casting and the modern art world from one end to the other. The cabal lost hundreds of millions of dollars, much reputation painstakingly gained, and finally, bitter defeat and well-deserved, oh very well-deserved, death. Concluded at 10:35 Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 74. Date. Friday, July 26, 1996. Commenced. 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 11:45 a.m. CST. RTC. Did you call earlier, Gregory? The phone rang, but it stopped before I picked up. GD. No, this is the first time, Robert. Could it have been Clinton offering you the Medal of Freedom? RTC. I doubt it. I don't have enough money to bribe him. GD. Yes, those people are not above taking a bribe now and then. But you aren't Jewish, so Frau Clinton wouldn't be interested. I have a picture of her brother, wearing his beanie, stamping on a wine glass when he married Barbara Boxer's daughter. RF. A better kept secret here, Gregory. But you mustn't forget the unique suffering the Jews have experienced. GD. No, for at least 2,000 years, the poor Jews have been run out of every country they have moved to. Terrible. It must be a sort of international genetic plague that turns people against them. A list of nations and kingdoms that have kicked them out would fill a telephone book. I did some research on all of this once, and the incredible number of expellers astonished me. Have you any ideas on this? RTC. Not really. But I note that ever since they stole Palestine from the Arabs, whom they butchered in the process. We in Washington have become increasingly aware of how important it is to listen and obey. Personally, I think we should have tested our bombs there rather than in the Pacific, but I wouldn't dare make such a suggestion, humorous though it might be. I would have a pack of screeching Hebrews defecating on my doorstep and pelting my wife with rotting bagels on her way to the market. And of course my pension would be cut off at once. I told Jim not to mess with his dear Mossad friends long ago, but Jim never listened. They wormed their way into his good graces, stroked him mightily and got him entirely on their side. The Mafia did the same thing. I liked Jim, but in essence, he was a whore. GD. Did they pay him? RTC. No, just rubbed him until he purred and did what they wanted. GD. Actually, Robert, I would say he was a slut. A whore does it for money, but a slut does it because it feels good. RTC. A good analogy. Do you know, Gregory, if we suddenly declared neutrality in the Middle East, Israel would collapse overnight and peace would descend there. Of course we would never do that, because the moment we did, legions of screaming Jews would descend on the White House, the Senate, the House, and every newspaper and television station in the nation. You could hear the screaming in Montana in a blizzard. Old Joe Stalin had the right idea when he planned to uproot all the Jews in Russia and ship them to Siberia back in '53. Too damned bad he died before he completed his project. GD. There is a question about his death. RTC. Yes. We discussed this before, if remember. Beria was afraid Stalin would shoot him. The old man was senile and very dangerous, so LP got in touch with us and we, in turn, made a deal with him. We would help him off Stalin, and when he took over, he would liberate East Germany and establish the right of private property in Russia and normalize relations with us. We gave him the silent rat poison and it worked, but Beria was too smart by half and Nikita got him. That one we could not deal with, but he overreached himself in Cuba and his own people got rid of him. Last I heard, he's still alive somewhere. Times do change. GD. Joseph sank a barge full of inconvenient political prisoners early on and said, "No man, no problem." I always liked that one. RTC. Joseph was an inspired paranoiac. Smart as hell and just as crazy. One moment as charming a fellow as you would want to know, and 10 seconds later, giving an order to shoot someone's wife or grandmother. But not crazy enough to push a war on us. I'd like to read a really objective bio of Joseph, but it will be a century before that happens. GD. That's the usual way. And we will see objective biographies of Hitler start to appear. RTC. The Jews would never allow it. Why, Adolf personally gassed 20 million Jews, didn't you know? Between running the war from the German side, he flew back and forth to thousands of enormous death camps, personally shoving thousands of screaming Jews into gas chambers the size of telephone booths and gassing them. What a busy man. GD. Well, perhaps not objective books about Hitler or Stalin, but we can surely expect a new Holocaust book each and every year. The touching memoirs in 13 volumes of a ghetto resident, filled with touching memoirs and designed to make lots of money for the chosen people. An army colonel once asked me what God chose them for, and I told him to wait in line for the showers. He laughed for about 5 minutes. But we should back off in the Middle East. No good will come of sucking up to Israel unconditionally, and that's the only way they will allow us to suck up. Oh, they might throw a few Jaffa oranges at us from time to time, but obedience is required. RTC. Well, the Clintons toe the line, believe me, and so will their replacement, and on and on. GD. Oh, Robert, the wheel turns and what is at the top today will be at the bottom tomorrow, mark me, this always happens. RTC. It would be nice if it happened in my lifetime, Gregory, but I am afraid not. Maybe in yours. GD. There is always that hope. Concluded at 11:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 75. Date. Tuesday, April 1, 1997. Commenced. 2:05 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 2:25 p.m. CST. GD. I was having a nice talk with Bill yesterday evening. You know, his wife is a very nice person, but he's getting to be a bore. I mean, he has all kinds of lies he keeps trying to shove off on me, and it's all I can do to keep from tossing them back in his face. Carter was going to make him head of the CIA, for instance. Winning the French Legion of Honor for another fib. Didn't. But, I must say he is a sharp person. But Bill makes a very important statement today and tomorrow, forgets about it. How much does he know about the Kennedy business? RTC. Not as much as he would like to. I've told you more than I ever told him. Why? Because Bill would take that football and try to make a goal with it. You know how to keep your mouth shut. GD. A compliment. Everyone else says I can't keep quiet. RTC. Oh, that's true too, but I have noticed that you seem to know just what you're saying even though it sounds like chatter. GD. You think I might be devious? RTC. Christ, yes. I know you're devious, Gregory. And I am happy I am your friend. I seem to have heard rumors that your enemies have terrible problems. GD. Nonsense. I am a true Christian, Robert. I do unto others before they do unto me. RTC. Your friend Atwood hates you. GD. I know. He tried to blindside me but I beat him to the punch. People like Jimmy think they can walk on water until they try it and then they drown. Well, I got the gold and he didn't. RTC. And his friends. GD. Probably swimming around the Caribbean fornicating with mermaids. RTC. More likely as crab bait. GD. Such pessimism. Mueller was a pessimist, Robert. He was the same way. Always misinterpreting my pure Christian motivations. RTC. I recall the loaded soup. GD. Well, they had it coming. RTC. Oh, I agree with that. Why didn't you put something a little stronger into the pot? GD. Like roach or rat poison. RTC. Well, something like that. GD. Mueller asked me the same thing. I have an answer for you, Robert. The same one I gave to Mueller. I only found the detergent. If there were other additives, I never found any. Would I have stuck them into the pot? Well, probably, but then we'll never know, will we? If I had, and if I got away with it, the conspiracy loonies would still be writing books about how the Illuminati were behind it. RTC. Oh my God, don't knock those idiots. They put up such a smokescreen over the Kennedy hit that the truth will never be seen, let alone published. Everyone has their uses, Gregory. GD. What about mongoloids? RTC. Entertainment. GD. Why not? Hire the handicapped because they're so much fun to watch. RTC. We used to hire the most stupid people in the company because we could always set them up. GD. Sounds like Oswald. RTC. Yes, doesn't it? GD. Except Oswald worked for the FBI and ONI instead of you. RTC. Notice how quickly they abandoned him. GD. Certainly. RTC. And then there was Jack Rubenstein. GD. Comic relief. I wonder what happened to his dog. RTC. The Dallas cops ate her at a barbecue. GD. And they killed her afterwards. RTC. We are veering into the lewd, Gregory. GD. Sheba, a dachshund. They don't make good eating. RTC. You speak from experience. GD. Ah, but with a really good sauce and a first-class burgundy, even a dog tastes pretty good. RTC. Have you? GD. No, I remember one time, I had a friend who worked in the city morgue in San Francisco and someone stuck a dead baby in a box and left it there. It was winter so it was pretty fresh. He was on the night shift and was drunk so he called me up and said he had a present. Not a nice person. RTC. He gave you the poor baby. What did you do with it? GD. Put on the back seat of someone's car and called the police. Such excitement. RTC. Who was the fortunate recipient? GD. I don't know. It was an expensive car parked near a fancy restaurant. Stirred things up a bit. The dead baby probably went back to the morgue, a bit shop-worn, and the car owner and the police had a stimulating and unforgettable evening. RTC. A monster. GD. Oh, I know, and I sleep upside down like a big bat. I wonder, speaking of dead babies, how much longer Jimmy Atwood will last. We do have a bet. RTC. As I recall. Jim called me a week or so ago but he never said a word. Remind me to send you a thick stack of his reports from Pullick. He and the Galen people. My God, they hired half the Gestapo there. GD. I knew a number of them. I would love to stick him with that. Papers might help a bit. RTC. Now Jim is furious so perhaps it might not be a good idea for you to poke sticks at him. He has wiped out a number of people in his life so watch him. GD. He'd better watch me, Robert. I'll bet he told others to do the dirty deeds. I take care of my own problems. Sure he didn't talk about me. RTC. Positive. He's working on a book that will sell all of 10 copies. He read your books and I know from his reports that he can't hold a candle to you as far as literary style is concerned. I did needle him a bit when I said how well you wrote. GD. Did you mean it? RTC. Yes. His book will be an exercise in mendacity and self-adulation. GD. You took the words right out of my mouth. I've been eating some Limburger cheese, Robert, so don't inhale. Concluded at 2:25 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 76 date. Friday, April 11, 1997 commenced. 7:15 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 7:50 p.m. CSTGD. Good evening, Robert. Too late for you. RTC. No, finished eating a bit ago and was just about to start a book on the Afghanistan business the Russians had. Not a problem. GD. Your people armed the natives there. RTC. Oh, yes, and the Russian helicopters fell from the heavens like leaves from trees in the fall. GD. You created a Frankenstein's monster there, Robert. Those tribesmen are deadly guerrilla fighters, and when they're not fighting invaders like Alexander the Great and the British, who knows who they might go after next? Well, history counts for nothing with those who do not understand it. I had some utterly mindless twit talking to me the other day and somehow they got off on out-of-body experiences. They were telling me about this remote viewing business and said the CIA had invented it. RTC. My God, not that crap again, Gregory. Yes, we started it. You see, we got news that the Russians were working on psychic phenomena called psychotronics. The theory, and it was never more than that in my mind, was that an agent who was trained could give information about something hidden from physical observation while the so-called viewer was at a distance from the sought-after object. This was on my watch and was gathering steam about 69 and into the 70s. Let me see if I can. Gregory, give me a minute or so and let me get into my files. GD. Of course. Pause. RTC. Here we are. The first program was named SCANATE, which, according to this, means scanning by coordinates, and we started funding this utter idiocy in 70. We got a hold of SRI. GD. Stanford Research Institute. It's in Menlo Park, right up the road from me. It was built on Dibble Hospital of the Army. I remember Dibble from the wartime. We used to call it Dribble because they let the nuts out to walk around Menlo Park and piss on parked cars. Dribble. Charlie Burdick used to live in one of the reclaimed Army barracks when he was going to Stanford back in 52. Sorry to digress, Robert. Please go on. RTC. No problem, Gregory. We also used the services of Science Applications International Corporation in the same town. What do you know about SRI? As a local, GD. I met some of their people when I worked at Stanford in the hospital. A bunch of drooling nuts if you ask me. 2 of their top people ended up in the hospital's psych ward. One kept hiding in the toilet, claiming someone was trying to get into his mind, and the other just sat around talking to himself and wetting his pants. I remember the CIA's taking over the hospital basement with that Filipino sailor with the plague. RTC. Jesus Christ, Gregory, how did you find out about that? That's a cosmic situation right there. GD. Everyone on the pathology staff knew it. When the guy died, they came for the body in a special ambulance and there were armed guards all over the cellar and the loading ramp. RTC. You ought not to talk about that. GD. What were they doing? Developing something nasty for the Russians. RTC. No, in this case, for the Red Chinese. GD. Lovely. Never mind that. Go on about the nut fringe. RTC. Gregory, I consider myself to be an intelligence agent with an army background. I consider myself to be innovative enough but not interested in crazy stories about psychic powers. There are no psychic powers, Gregory, only psychos babbling away to themselves. Jesus, some of our people believed all of this. It started out costing about $50,000 and went upwards from there. A number of us spent some time trying to persuade people like Dulles and Helms to abandon this nonsense, as well as the completely useless MK Ultra programs that were draining our available funds and spending valuable time on things that did not work and could not work because they were based either on wishful thinking or downright fraud. They had all kinds of con men running around claiming that they were psychic and could see into KGB headquarters. Shri and the morons in the upper levels actually hired the American Institutes for Research crooks to work on some Stargate project in conjunction with the Army, and in spite of a total absence of any kind of proof, they only discontinued their crap as late as '95. I have boxes of gibberish on this. By God, Gregory, we spent $20 million on this fantasy crap before it stopped. McMahon was fascinated with this. He became deputy director before he fouled up and got the sack in '82. GD. What happened to him? RTC. Went to work for Lockheed Martin as a lobbyist. Poor John was another strange one. And Drs. Gottlieb and Cameron were two more crazies we paid millions to for the purpose of creating controlled agents, mind-controlled that is, that we could use as assassins. GD. Like the movie. RTC. Exactly. They killed people by microwaving them, tossing them out of windows, giving them heart attacks and killing off all kind of failed experiments. Gottlieb poisoned them and Cameron lured them out into the Canadian wilds and shot them in the head. My God, what raging idiots, and not even the slightest successes. Millions wasted. Joe Trento lusts after these files, which I slipped out when I left, but I really don't think Joe is capable of doing anything with them. If you want them, I'll get my son to box them up and ship them to you. Could you use this? GD. Love it. RTC. Same address in Freeport. GD. Absolutely. Many thanks in advance, Robert. I might have some trouble getting a publisher, but I can work on it. RTC. Well, we control most of the major publishers, or if we don't, they would never dare to put out anything that would get us upset. Hell, we have our man right there in the New York Times and they jump through the hoops, believe me. The Times is in our pocket, absolutely. Of course, for silence, we give them inside stories. Sometimes, Gregory, the stories are actually true. Can you believe that? GD. Why not? I never believe anything I see in the press anyway. But what if the pinheads at Langley, no offense since you've left, if the pinheads get wind of this? Don't tell Trento. RTC. No. He's like the rest of them. If he finds out I gave these to you, he'll run to Langley and squeal like a pig. And do not, I repeat, do not tell either Kimmel or Bill. Kimmel would run to his bosses and Bill would hire a sound truck. Kimmel doesn't like you at all, but Bill has mixed feelings. No man can serve two masters, let alone 9 or 10, and poor Bill runs around, filled with self-importance and looking for a pat on the head. GD. Leaf he tries anything on me, I'll give him something very hard on the head. Or through it. RTC. Now, Gregory, violence is not the solution. If you want to get at either of them, feed them some disinformation, and then when they run around chattering about it, in the end, they will make fools of themselves. Then, no one will believe them and you will have made your point. GD. Poor Irving is hysterical about the Mueller book. Such a bad writer and a worse ideologue. That one has about run his course, and one of these days, the loud-mouthed Jew will go too far and get nailed. RTC. Is Irving a Jew? GD. His mother was, so according to Jewish practice, David must be one as well. Well, I know some rabid Nazis, Robert, and at least 2 of them are self-hating Jews. Well, they're making money with it, so God bless them. Yes, I can use anything you send me. That file on Critchfield is pure gold. If I ever published it, he would probably shoot at me, but in Washington, people would point at him in the streets and laugh. RTC. I wouldn't weep over that, but be careful with him. He has friends. GD. Amazing. I take your point. Maybe he can catch a heart attack or get cancer. Look at what happened to Ruby. Got cancer right in the jail. That can be done, you know, by an injection. The heart attack we both know about. No trace at the post and off to the maggot buffet in a tin box. Better than shooting them at a play or tossing out the window like they did in the 40s, right? RTC. Yes, a little subtlety is not a bad idea at times. Well, it will mean more room here for other things, so I'll see what else I have on these idiot games and see you get it. GD. Oh, psychics are wonderful, Robert. If you pay them enough, they'll see all kinds of brilliance in you. People are such idiots. But still, when I want to really laugh, I read some of the material on the Kennedy business. Umbrellas, men in sewers and everything else. How much of that garbage did your people make up? RTC. We have people still cranking it out, but there are so many nuts out there that we really needn't bother. GD. Well, from what I read about the fantasy world of Dallas in '63, most of the brilliant ones could get their haircuts in a pencil sharpener. Concluded at 7:50 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 77. Date: Tuesday, March 4, 1997. Commenced 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. GD. It's a little late in the day. Robert. Am I okay on my timing? RTC. Not a problem, Gregory. Lunch is over long ago. I did hear from Bill last night about that material on Hillary. GD. What about it? RTC. Oh, it's all true, but it will never get into the papers. Those things never do. GD. Some of it, the stuff about Bob Truhaft in Oakland, did. In the Chronicle. RTC. A fluke. What was your source? GD. Military collector who was also in the California State Police office in Sacramento. He copied the file and sent it to me. RTC. Well, they aren't up for re-election, so there's no point in beating a dead horse. But not a surprise. GD. I suppose with her background, when they get out of office, the pair of them, she can become the mayor of Skokie, or if we have another Democrat president, the ambassador to Israel. RTC. Sad to say, but they're everywhere you look these days. Back in the reign of Franklin I, they filled the ranks of state and stood right next to the Oval Office. Of course, they pilfered all our secrets and sent them off to Russia. That was their new homeland, after all, and Stalin loved them. Or so they thought. When Bill and I were working on our KGB book, I discovered that Joe hated them, and when they managed to kill him with rat poison, was planning a super pogrom in Moscow. No, the regular Russians loathe and fear them, and now that Putin is coming up, they are fleeing to Israel like fleas leaving a dead dog. The problem with this, as we know, is that the ranks of Israeli intelligence are now full of fresh blood, what with the refuseniks pouring into the country, and believe me, Gregory, any scrap of secret information, every secret code, that we mistakenly give to the Israeli government will end up in Moscow about 10 seconds after they get it. Multiply Pollard about 100 times and you'll see the real picture. I told Jim dozens of times to keep away from the Hebrews, but Jim never listened. He was hip deep with the mob, but they weren't trying to sell the dreaded white man down the river like the Jews do. My God, I wouldn't let them into my department because I know what they're like, but they've gotten in the door elsewhere. Poland was only the tip of a huge iceberg. GD. None of that comes as a great surprise. They managed to start the Second World War, and I agree that they pumped Stalin full of state secrets, and you know my connection with the Pollard business. In any other country, they would have taken the little shit out for a very long walk on a very short pier. Well, maybe some patriotic con will get an early parole by sticking a file into his liver. RTC. One hopes. But in a way, I feel sorry for Russia. That was quite a game after Yeltsin got in, let me tell you. Old Boris the drunk was ours, bought and paid for. The drill was for Boris to privatize the Russian natural resources and let our people, our oil people really, get their hands on everything. How did we do it? We located a bunch of street thugs, drug dealers, whoremongers, porn merchants, and especially extortionists, set them up as businessmen, get them funded, let them buy up all the oil, steel and aluminum former Soviet corporations, and then sell the stock off to our companies. The thing is, all of these thugs and murderers, because that's what they are Jewish street bandits, all of them. And they got their co-religionists in the IMF and the World Bank to help them with capital, both from us and from Israel. And they did buy up everything at rigged auctions, and they did make deals with the big US oil people. You fancy yourself a newspaperman, Gregory. I'll give you an inside story, but I beg you not to use me as a source. GD. Never. RTC. An Israeli owns the Bank of New York, and they are using it to launder billions in stolen Jewish mafia money. I mean money from Russia. Billions. And our people have been helping the Hebrews set up Swiss bank accounts. Before that, they used to keep the money under the bed in bags, but now they can buy expensive suits, that the tasteless shits wear with tennis shoes, and strut their stuff in international society. I can give you some inside information on this and you could expose some of it. It needs to be done, but you'll never see a word of it in the New York Times or the Post. Why not? Because these organs of truth and light are owned by Jews and Jews never go after their own kind. GD. I could go to Cardo. He would love this. RTC. Any old port in a story, Gregory. I have names. One of my friends down there gave them to me. GD. I have good connections with the Swiss. If I could get the names, perhaps I could get the account information. The Bank of New York. RTC. Yes. One of the oldest banks in this country. Hamilton founded it. The Jews have it now and more money goes in and out of it than the U.S. Treasury. Kimmel knows about this, so do not ever tell him about this conversation or that you are working on this. I can send you my entire file on all of this and you can take it from there. And if you have friends in Switzerland, be sure to look for the black accounts, not the white ones. These grease balls always have a white account with a few thousand in it and a black one with billions. That way, if an official request is made, Sabius, the Swiss can put up a show of resistance and then break down and give us the smaller one. The black accounts. GD. Sounds good. RTC. And I can give you the name of at least 2 Russian intelligence people here who are disguised as newspaper men and you can contact either or both and pass on the information. They would love you, Gregory, and it might lead you to make more friends. You certainly wouldn't have any in the Jewish camp. That moron Bronfman, the booze king, has delusions of grandeur, and thinks he is going to push the Swiss around so you can kick him in his flabby ass for me. My God, I hate to deal with these swine, believe me. The biggest pack of thieves, murderers and backstabbers I have ever run into, and believe me, I have seen them all. And there are a lot more bits and pieces I can pull together for you, but again, mention none of this to Kimmel, and if he ever starts to talk about this, say nothing. Understood. GD. Is the FBI involved? RTC. Not that I know, but they all suck on the same tits, so be careful. GD. What do you see as the end result of outing them? RTC. Hopefully, enough publicity to slow them down in this country. They own the press and the banks and dig in like maggots in a side of beef, so if the public gets wind of the enormity of their thefts, they can watch them. Ah, but in Russia, the Putin people will love you. Putin, as I understand it, wants to stop this drain on Russian oil and kick the Jews out of power. And, of course, like a good KGB officer that he is, kick the US in the nuts. But, I think uprooting the Hebrews and outing them outweighs a boot in the testes. GD. Collateral damage. RTC. How astute, Gregory. Let me tell you, my boy, the whole world would be far better off if some raghead set off an atomic bomb in downtown Tel Aviv during Passover. I know that sounds terrible, but from my years of experience, that game would well be worth the candle. I tell you, if we don't put a stop to their burrowing, treachery and high treason, those filthy yids will drag us into a nasty war with the Arabs. I mean it. None of them care a fig about this country. Everything for that miserable habitat of warped trolls and nothing for anyone else. No wonder they have been hated and persecuted for thousands of years. The Romans had a wonderful chance to advance civilization by killing them all off, but they missed their opportunity. GD. The Tsars should have chased them all into Siberia and we would have been spared Bolshevism. RTC. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And now they want to kill off all the Arabs in the Near East and move into their homes. And they would expect us to help them. I tell you that if we don't get our nose out of Israel's hairy ass, the Arabs will come after us as well. America has no business over there and Israel is not our friend. America is full of white Christians and Jews hate all Christians and do their best to rape, loot and pillage us, all in the name of Greater Israel. Well, not in my lifetime, but maybe in yours, Gregory, in yours. GD. If you send me the papers, I will do my best. RTC. Expose and derail. They have already looted England and Poland and now they're raping Russia and we're next on the menu. And their creepy Mossad agents are crawling all over this country as well. The FBI knows about this, so that's one of the reasons to keep quiet. Around Kimmel, you tell him anything hot and juicy and Tom will burn the line to the headquarters. Once they have it, The Jews will have their hands on it in seconds, and they can either put a few pounds of cocaine in your car or shoot your crippled mother as a warning. Say nothing and publish. GD. Good advice. I recall a conversation I once had with a Pole. He said they Poles hated the Germans, but one good thing was that Hitler cleaned the Jews out of Poland. Did you know that after the war, when the Jewish refugees went back to Poland, the locals used to chase them into barns, lock them in and barbecue them? Last major pogrom in Europe was in Poland in 46. In fact, in 39, when Hitler went into Poland, about 300,000 Polish Jews fled eastwards to find security in the friendly bosom of Mother Russia. Stalin did not want any more Jews, so he ordered the border guards, the NKVD, to shoot anyone trying to cross the border. They wiped out the lot of them. And now, of course, the Germans get the blame. RTC. The older ones still love Stalin. Well, isn't truth relative, Gregory? GD. Depends on who wins, doesn't it? RTC. Well, I'll dig out some of the papers on this business and send them off to you. Probably after the next weekend. I can't get to the post office, but I can get my son to do it. I hate to drag him into this, but I have no choice here. GD. Well, if it's too much trouble to. RTC. No, not a problem. There is not a damn thing I can do about these assholes, but perhaps you can. GD. I might get it in Carto's paper, but I doubt if anyone else will touch it. RTC. You will shake up the FBI if you publish, but does this bother you? GD. Why should it? RTC. DC is so incestuous, Gregory, so involved. Everyone is so self-important. GD. My impression has been that they want to be important but never will be anything but pointy-headed hacks and wannabes. I am sure there are smart people in DC, but I have yet to encounter one. RTC. I know a few, but you have a point. Here, we have spent this entire conversation trashing the Jews. God help both of us if someone is tapping our phones. GD. You're retired and I am no one, so don't worry about myself. I suppose what with the collapse of the Soviet Union, all your people are happy. RTC. Well, James Joyce said that, in moments of happiness, don't despair, tragedy lurks around the next corner. GD. Always. Tragedy would be the Jews tricking or forcing us into a war somewhere to help them out. A lot of dead young men, slaughtered Arabs, and Tel Aviv rubbing its hands in glee. Or they can do it on their own and invade some place without soldiers around to shoot back and kill 50 children in a Syrian school. Of course, these dead toddlers would be proclaimed in the New York Times as a training camp for Arab militants. Of course, out public wouldn't really care about this. I wonder what would happen if the Arabs blew up one of our daycare centers. My God, what a howl that would bring out. Of course, we both know that they did it to teach us a lesson for our support of a rogue state. Ah, the Skokie crowd cheers us onwards, over the edge. If that happens, they will all run to Toronto, which a friend tells me is crawling with them. They even have special lamp posts there. RTC. The better to hang them on, Gregory. GD. It might come to that yet, Robert. But enough amusing talk. When you were talking about the takeover of Russian gas and oil and so on, were they successful? I mean your people. RTC. Oh, yes, they achieved their initial goal. But then the Jews got too greedy and too public with their wealth, and I think now, Putin will pull them all down, one by one. And I also think there will eventually be serious problems with America's banking system. It's totally corrupt, Gregory, and, like the oil barons of Russia, getting too arrogant. If we were to try to restructure America, we would have to start by reforming the banks and then re-establish the press as independent entities. But to accomplish this, we have to take into consideration that the banks, the media and, to a lesser degree, our intelligence agencies, are firmly in the hands of Jewish interests. These people are not operating for the good of the public but for their own little cliques, and more seriously, solely for the interests of Israel. Mark you, Gregory, that miserable dwarf country will drag this powerful country into ruin unless someone puts a stop to it. But, I suppose, it's the old question of who will bell the cat. GD. Why not let nature, or time, take its course, Robert? None of what you talk about is new, at least not from a historical point of view. Happened before and will happen again. Watch and wait is what I say. Concluded at 3:10 Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 78 date. Monday, March 31, 1997 commenced. 9:12 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:28 a.m. CSTGD. I have been trying to work up an article on the BCCI and thought, Robert, you might have some knowledge of it, seeing as Corson told me you knew about them. RTC. Bill has a motor mouth, but yes, I know about them. What are you looking for? GD. There has been quite a bit of comment on and off in the press about this, and, as I said, Bill commented on this. RTC. Well, BCCI is, a Paki bank, set up by a high-rolling con man and fraud expert named Abedi. We had connections with him and some of his people, and he was willing to help us fund the anti-Russian rebels in Afghanistan, but off the books. Critchfield had a hand in all of this gun business, as you know. These people were a farce, setting up all kinds of offshore banks, and basically, it was nothing but a Ponzi scheme, but one that we got into and were able to shut up a number of troublemakers along the way. And the Abedi people had connections with the Paki ISI. GD. Pardon. RTC. Called the Directorate for Inter-Services Intelligence. Alimi set it up at the time the Pakis broke off from India in the late 40s. They basically were the power behind the throne in Pakistan. Ran everything, took huge bribes from us on one hand and the Russians on the other. Typical bunch of worthless raghead scum. Never turn you back on any of them, ever. Gregory, or you get a knife in it. My, what a game that turned out to be. We had such a stake in all of that mess that we had to make sure it was kept quiet, at least until we managed to get Ivan out of Afghanistan. Oh yes, there were complaints because the BCCI people were not only outright frauds but very obvious to the legitimate bankers here. Oh, a nice conversation there and someone falling off a cliff there, but these greedy crooks just got too much hubris and finally it began to unravel. You must have read about this. Lee Bailey was a front for them, and God knows how many thoroughly rotten congressmen, regulatory people and so on were on the take. I mean, there was so much bribe money flowing out of those people you couldn't wonder how high it went. They dragged old Clark Clifford into it and others. Of course Clark has a great opinion of himself and had no problem taking money for his services. GD. And your people. RTC. I have pounds of filched files on this. Poor Trento thinks he's going to get them and write a Pulitzer Prize winner out of it. I ought to send them to you. Would you like that? GD. And have Paki assassins lurking on my front porch, cunningly disguised as piles of dog droppings? Probably not. Although, RTC. Well, Trento is far too stupid to know what to do with them, so if I don't send them to you, I might burn them. Emily shouldn't have to deal with it when I'm gone, and Greg, my son, not you, wouldn't have a clue. Yes, I can send them to you and you can do what you want with them. My God, Gregory, billions of dollars in taxpayers' funds lining pockets from here to Karachi. GD. Critchfield. RTC. Among others. But not me. Jim made so much money from the ragheads that I'm surprised he didn't buy the Capitol as a barn for his stupid horses. GD. And Atwood. RTC. Small potatoes. The roster of the anointed reads like the Washington social calendar. Senator this and director that. GD. Kimmel. RTC. Oh, God, no, not Dudley Dorite. And don't mention any of this to him. He wouldn't have the faintest idea what to do with it, and if he tried, he would join Brother Colby in the boneyard. I tell you, Gregory, when we started the company in '48, believe it or not, we were a bunch of idealists. Of course the Cold War was a fake, but we were really interested in fucking up old Joe Stalin and also thwarting the liberal kikes inside the Beltway. Still, idealists at heart. The thievery started later. Gregory, put a poorish man in a room full of gold coins and a few will stick to his feet. Sometimes more than a few. Or on the CIA's business section, and believe me, it was a wonderful relationship with the latter-day robber barons. The slide rule Shylocks. I rather like you, Gregory, and if I gave you some of the papers I collected, you would either die or become very, very rich. I think they call it blackmail. GD. One has to be careful what that, Robert. For instance, you tell me Angleton was in with the mob. RTC. And the kikes too, don't forget that. I really liked and admired Jim, but GD. Yes, that's like having a best friend from colleagues who pimps autistic children to fat old men. RTC. Yes, more or less, but Jim had terrible friends. They got more out of him than he ever got out of them, let me advise you. GD. I got the better of a Jew once and I thought the bugger would explode. On the other hand, I would never try to get the better of a mafioso. I've known a few and I get on fine with them, but try to screw them. I think not. Well, most of them have a really well-developed sense of honor and the Jews do not. And they hate the Jews. RTC. But Lansky. GD. An exception. There is always an exception. Well, I might take some of your background material on the BCCI people if you have it to hand and it isn't too much trouble. I always thought Clark Clifford was a triple-plated phony anyway. Him and Alan Cranston. RTC. Agreed, but why stop there? GD. I'd be on this call for 3 days straight, just reading off the names. Isn't America blessed to have too many thieves that get away with it? RTC. Well, if you steal $1, you are a thief, but if you steal 10 million, you are a financier. RTC. Or a Republican. Concluded at 9:28 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 79 date. Tuesday, April 8, 1997 commenced. 9:08 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9355 a.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Robert, all week there. RTC. Very tired today, Gregory. GD. If I'm calling at a wrong time, maybe I can call back later on tomorrow. RTC. No, just very tires. I slept well but I feel like I haven't been to bed for several days. GD. Seen a doctor recently. RTC. My God, yes. A number of them. General checkups, and Emily is under the impression that because I smoke, she says too much, I might have some kind of lung problems. I am not going to give up smoking now, Gregory. I've gotten used to it. Terribly addictive. Tobacco. GD. Yes, I read a recent study on tobacco. Very, very addictive. Causes all kinds of respiratory diseases and cancer as well. RTC. Ah well, Gregory, if one thing doesn't get you, something else will. GD. How about being hanged for rape at 95? RTC. Laughter. What do they say about a consummation? GD. A consummation devoutly to be wished. Shakespeare. We could make it less. Final and mention being sued for child support at the same age. RTC. They say that if you father children after a certain age, they have mental problems. GD. Could be. You see a lot of weird yard monsters being carried around these days, Robert. Flat faces, drooling, mongoloids. Of course, we don't call them that anymore. I think they say differently abled. But a mongoloid idiot is still a mongoloid idiot, no matter how you slice it. So correct now. Bloody twits. Don't say this, can't say that. Oh my, that is so demeaning. That's what someone told me the other day when I called a fat woman a blodo. I apologized and called her a piggy instead. That didn't go over very well, either. So many mongoloids and so many jiggling fatties waddling around. If they kept their mouths shut, Robert, it would serve two valuable purposes. On the one hand, we wouldn't have to listen to their babblings, and on the other, they wouldn't be feeding their enormous guts every waking hour. Well, the potato chip industry would suffer, but then, on another negative side, they might live longer. Robert, as you were on board at the CIA during the formative years, could you address some points I am trying to research? RTC. I'll try, if I can, Gregory. GD. Okay. The CIA was originally started up by Truman in about 48. RTC. Yes. Harry was not happy with the slanted intelligence the Army was providing, so he set us up to counter the BS. GD. Yes. Galen told me about the fake Russian invasion plot of 48. That's when his organization of former Gestapo people was run by the Army. Faked up the story of a pending Russian invasion to terrify Congress and the public so as to keep business going along on a wartime footing and the Army from being disbanded. RTC. Basically true, Gregory. We had nothing to do with that. GD. The CIA took Galen over just after that fraud, correct? RTC. Yes, after that. We had nothing to do with that. GD. Mueller said that fake report was the real starting gun for the Cold War. Would you agree? RTC. I would go along with that. GD. Russia had been bled dry during the war and much of her relatively primitive infrastructure had been ruined. Heavy loss in troops and so on. In other words, in 1948, Stalin not only was in no shape to confront the Western powers on a military level nor really compete in the marketplace. Right. RTC. Right. GD. Now I agree that Stalin was engaged in extensive spying here and elsewhere during and after the war. But everyone spies on everyone else. Spying is not a military threat, but wasn't this domestic spying used to terrify the public into supporting a very expensive Cold War? You were on the inside then, Robert. Between us and the phone taps, was Russia going to nuke us or start a land war in 49 or even 50? RTC. No, they were not. GD. So if that were the case, the CIA grew to such a powerful entity solely on the mistaken, deliberately mistaken, premise that Russia, and later China, were going to attack us. Right. RTC. This is a rather sensitive area, Gregory, but I'm retired and old and overall, you are probably right. But they were spying on us. Bunch of traitorous Jews under Roosevelt were running rampant here. You must know that White and even Wallace were helping Uncle Joe with all of our secrets. GD. Yes, but annoying as this was, it was not a military threat. And with the great increase in domestic income as a result of the war, communism had long ago lost its attraction for the poor and the various left-wing politicians here. Right. RTC. Yes, but we are talking about a huge army of spies here then. GD. Ideological people. Poor. Give a man some money and a new television, and dreams of communism vanish as the waistline spreads. RTC. Yes, but then don't forget the very real threats to the West by Stalin and his successors. GD. But these were struggles for markets and natural resources, weren't they? I mean, not a real military threat. It had always been the dream in Moscow to capture the very technical and industrious Germany. Was when Lenin took off the fright wig. Always get Germany. I know about this because when Mueller took over the tiny Gestapo in 1935, he said there were about 20,000 active communist Russian spies loose all over Germany. When he got through with them, there were about 5 left. Anyway, wasn't the struggle then just an economic struggle like the one that started the First World War? Odd. Russia and the United States were engaged in a purely capitalist struggle for economic power. Not military power. Do you concur? RTC. Yes, it boiled down to that. I mean, we had our friends. People we knew as schoolmates, friends or neighbors. Business friends. Old Bill ran some aluminum company and he wanted us to secure bauxite sites in some country that Russia was also interested in. Of course we couldn't use this as an excuse to topple some government and set up a US-friendly one, so we tarted it up to say the existing government there was being run by Moscow and a communist seizure was just a matter of time. GD. Like Nicaragua. RTC. Exactly so. GD. Levi and Zentner has friends in Langley. RTC. Well, more like the Grace people, but I follow. But why should Russia get its hands on valuable resources when we wanted them? Let's face it, Gregory, the struggle for natural resources is the struggle for life. GD. But why not seek less damaging goals? Isn't there enough to go around? RTC. Well, that's the question. Planet is getting very small these days. Too many people need more products, and whoever has the natural resources, at least as long as they hold out, has the upper hand. Now, thanks to us, we have the upper hand. We damned near got all the Russia oil and gas under Yeltsin, but you can't win them all. GD. But Reagan was the last gasp of all that, wasn't he? RTC. When business sees itself as losing something they want, it will never be over. GD. But when the Cold War was on, we struggled with Russia over the natural resources of Africa. Each of us took over this or that country and set up this or that tin horn dictator answerable to us, or them. And now that the Cold War is over, thanks to Reagan, why Africa is no longer of any interest to either side. I predict that in 20 years, Africa, at least sub-Saharan Africa, will be a wasteland. There's a lot of AIDS there now, and once all the natives are dead, we can just walk in and take over the resources. No need for a war, Robert, just let nature take its course. RTC. Very ruthless, Gregory. GD. I study history, Robert. Use facts, not emotions. RTC. I hate to say this, but Marx was right when he talked about the role of economics in history. GD. I've read Marx. Fine theories but stupid practices. From each according to his ability to each according to his need. Right. Sounds almost Christian, doesn't it? Of course both systems, Jesus and Marx, sound so noble and self-sacrificing on paper, but they are utopian and never work. And the raging idealists are the first to be shot when the pragmatists come into power. Night following day. And Robert, in the end, who cares? Concluded at 9:55 Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 80 Date. Thursday, April 17, 1997 commenced. 2:21 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 2:52 p.m. CST/RTC. Good afternoon, Gregory. Did you get your car back from the shop in one piece? GD. Yes, and it actually runs better now that they got the stroller out from under the engine compartment. RTC. Now, Gregory, somehow I can't believe that. How could a stroller get under your car? GD. I like to run red lights, Robert, how else? And last night, I got a ticket for going 20 miles an hour. RTC. Normally, that's not so fast. GD. But it was in the local mall. RTC. Gregory, you must have been at the coffee again. GD. What else? Glue is just too expensive. And when I used it in the past, my face kept sticking to the sheets. Oh, well, enough ribaldry so late in the day. And getting stuck to the sheets is a forbidden topic, I guess. Last week I dreamed I was eating an angel food cake, and when I woke up, my pillow was gone. Enough. How is life treating you? RTC. Good days and bad days, Gregory. GD. How is Emily? RTC. Very good. Thank you for asking. GD. Not at all. I had a privileged childhood. We were taught to be polite. I have no idea what good that does, but I have been conditioned. RTC. Bill Corson is thinking of running for Congress, by the way. Did he mention this to you? GD. No. Is he serious? RTC. Sometimes, it's difficult to tell what is serious about Bill. GD. Kimmel should run. The ladies would flock to his standard. RTC. I think he'd spend most of his time on the platform discussing his grandfather and Pearl Harbor. GD. Yes, he is a little limited in his scope. I was involved with politics one time and it was a hysterical romp in the sheep pen. RTC. You ran for something. GD. A speeding bus. No, I ran for nothing, but I helped out a friend of mine who wanted to unseat a local judge. Interesting sort of thing. Do you want to hear about it? RTC. Does this involve drag racing in the mall? GD. No, actually it doesn't, but it had its roots in my friend, Marvin, and his Ferrari. He was going too fast in it and had a few drinks under his belt, so the local cops grabbed him. The judge in his case, a local power, was nasty with him and Marvin loathed the man. Also, I note, Marvin had a lot of money. We knew each other, and he was aware that I could get things done in, let's say, unorthodox ways. We had the same lawyer. Anyway, the judge, who was part of our local power elite, had been on the bench for centuries and was a permanent fixture. He was up for the standard re-election and Marvin wanted him booted off the bench. We made a deal, did Marvin and I. I would get rid of the judge and Marvin would pay my out-of-pocket expenses plus whatever he thought proper if I was successful. Now, we had some young attorney running for the job. He had no money and the sitting judge had all the local money behind him. How to unseat him? RTC. You had one of your nasty friends shoot him. GD. Now, you're trying to use CIA tactics here, Robert. No, I was not going to shoot him or even run over him with someone else's car on a rainy night. First, I went to see the young candidate. I asked him, in private, that if I got him elected at no expense to himself, would he throw out Marvin's conviction for drunk driving, and he laughed and agreed. RTC. Did he? GD. We'll get to that in good time. Well, the first thing I did was to design a bumper sticker telling voters to vote for the judge. All perfectly straightforward. Took it to Frisco to a professional printer along with a phony purchase order I had drawn up using a letterhead from the judge's re-election campaign. They printed 20,000 stickers and billed it to the judge. Next, I went to some of my Teamster friends for whom I had done a recent and significant favor, and in return, We took all of these stickers and had the boys put them on the back of every car they could find in parking lots and other public places. Now note, I did not say on the rear bumper. They put them on the back trunk lids of the cars. Ever try to get a bumper sticker off, Robert? They stick like shit to a blanket. Many very angry citizens, Robert, many. Now, that was the first thing I did. The second was to write up a letter to every citizen in the town, telling them the reasons to vote for the judge. I ran off. Thousands at a girlfriend's church mimeograph service. For free, of course. Then we stuffed many thousand envelopes, sealed them and stuck labels on the front. I had the judge's campaign office stamp with a rubber stamp on the front top, and I had bought gummed labels for every registered voter in town. That I also billed to the judge. The stamps I had to buy. Now the overall theme of this mailing sounded as if it were written by a participant in the Special Olympics, and the terrible sketches accompanying it were equally awful. We marked them as third-class postage but sealed the envelopes, Robert, making them first-class mailings. We, Marvin and I, dropped thousands of these into the main post office late at night, and then a day later, we had so much fun. You see, the letters had postage due because they were not third class, and notices were left for residents absent at work. The day after this, we drove past the local post office and I would have sworn that it had been snowing. There were vast snowbanks of ripped-up letters all over the front lawn and sidewalk in front of the building as thousands of citizens flocked down there to pay their 2 cents only to discover really awful campaign trash. RTC. Laughter, GD. Marvin did enjoy it too. And the next thing we did was to hire a sound truck to drive all over town early Sunday morning with a loud appeal for anyone hearing to vote for Judge so-and-so the next week. My, so many irate late sleepers, wrenched from the arms of Morpheus, or their idiot sister, and having to listen to the message. Oh yes, we charged that to the judge as well. Let's see now. Yes, and then we got a couple of ladies I know to do a number. See, they would stand at bus stops in town around 4 in the afternoon, a block apart. One would get on the crowded commute bus and at the next stop, the other would. They would recognize each other and start a nice dialogue that could be heard from one end of the bus to the other. They discussed the coming election, and one said she would never vote for the incumbent judge because her cousin in the sheriff's office had told her that the distinguished jurist had a 15-year-old black girl out in La Honda for weekends of endless fun. And they would then get off the bus, one stop at a time, and repeat the act again. RTC. Now that's really evil, Gregory. GD. Oh, I thought so at the time. But creative and very, very deadly. See, when people hear something like that, they repeat it, Robert, but they don't want to say it was gossip heard on a bus till they tell their co-workers or family members that an unnamed high-level police official told them. And so the good work prospers. And I rather like what I did on the day before the election. You see, in that town, you could get a permit from the city and bag the parking meters, paying for the daily take in return for free advertising. RTC. Jesus GD. So I bought some bread bags in Frisco and had another printer up there indicate that there was free parking that day, courtesy of the re-election campaign for the judge. Naturally, people parked and felt they could stay there all day, thanks to the judge and his friends. I got my Teamster friends and we bagged every meter in town. Along came the parking cops who looked at the bags and then called in to check. When they found the bags were fake, they tore them off and ticketed the cars. RTC. Oh lovely, Gregory. I always said we should have put you on the payroll. GD. I don't take blood money. Interesting election results. The challenger spent about $200 on silly ads, but a whopping 90% of the electorate turned out and about the same amount voted him into office in a stunning landslide. They voted their annoyance. I understand the judge's people had some terrible bills they challenged. Anyway, Marvin got his conviction overturned. RTC. Did he make it good to you? GD. Well, I gave him my out-of-pocket expenses, mostly stamps, and told him as for anything additional, I would leave it up to his generosity. He gave me a check for the stamps in another sealed envelope. Of course I didn't open it because that would be in bad taste, and after he took me out to a wonderful, and very, very expensive French dinner, I went home and opened the second envelope. 5 hefty figures, Robert, 5 figures. I call that sowing seeds of kindness. RTC. You missed your calling, Gregory. GD. A ward healer or a parson, Robert. RTC. Not much difference in the end. GD. Yes, and that's where the judge got it. Concluded at 2:52 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 81 date. Sunday, April 20, 1997 commenced. 9:10 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:27 a.m. CSTGD. Just to let you know, Robert, I was able to sell the 2 drawings I got from Mueller. RTC. Very good, Gregory. Did you get your price for them? GD. Yes. Fine choggle trash. I can understand why Hitler burned a lot of this, but it does sell. Mueller must have had a warehouse full of this. Much of it came from Jewish collections in Paris and Amsterdam, and to my mind, just artistic trash. Same school as the idea that Myron and Estelle bought the Picasso because it matched their rug. Taste up the anus. A friend of mine was in Paris and visited the Rothschild Palace there. The building was a beautiful place, but the gaudy garbage inside looked like the Parlor Ofa Tijuana whorehouse. RTC. Laughter. Well, there's no disputing tastes, is there? GD. No, but art is art and junk is junk. Stolen junk, but junk the same. RTC. What about the Polish piece? GD. That Raphael. It's safe now. When Haney died, his wife begged me to get it out of the house before someone saw it, so I was of assistance. Portrait of a Gentleman. Looked more like a Hollywood makeup artist if you ask me, but a beautiful piece. Well, Frank looted it and the Leonardo from the Poles in 39, and they got the Lady with the Ermine back, but the Gestapo had bagged the Raphael and Mueller took it at the end week of the war. The Germans were looking for portable treasures, you know, and after the war into the hands of its liberators for precisely the same reason. Many paintings, sculptures, rare books, manuscripts and other valuables have never surfaced in public since the war ended in 1945. The Raphael belonged to the wealthy Polish Czartoryski family. Hans Frank, the governor of the former Polish territory. Frank brought the painting back to Germany since he had to evacuate his post as the Soviets advanced into Poland. The Raphael was taken from Frank by the Gestapo, and the Americans seized the Da Vinci and later returned it to the Poles. The Raphael painting, Portrait of a Gentleman, is still listed as missing. RTC. I understand we got our hands on boatloads of stolen art. Wasn't Mueller selling it as I recall? GD. Yes, he got the Rothschild coins, which consisted of a collection of over 2,000 rare gold coins taken from the Vienna branch of the Rothschild family and kept at the Hohenfurth Monastery in Czechoslovakia for safekeeping. These coins were taken from the Linz collection in the last month of the war by Dr. von Hummel, Bormann's secretary, and Dr. Ruprecht, curator of Hitler's armor collection and an acquaintance of Mueller. The collection was transported by car to Berchtesgaden and vanished from sight. RTC. Did Mueller get these too, are you sure? GD. I have seen some of them. Yes, of course the Raphael would be impossible to sell in public auction, but the coins are a different matter. Some for the wife and his second family, some for my dealer friends and some for me. A good, constructive business, Robert. RTC. All that income was most welcome. GD. Oh yes, and I wonder how many top CIA people have a Raphael or Fra Filippi print on their walls. I have a few of my own. Who can prove where they came from? Who cares? On the other hand, if the Polacks discovered where the Raphael was now, there would be many loud questions asked. RTC. I would imagine that we kept most of that noise-making down. Amazing what a few private threats will do. GD. Well, if I had it, I would just hang it on my wall and avoid eating Polish sausage. My God, Haney made millions with the stuff. And I'll bet he even gave you people a few dollars out of the kindness of his heart. RTC. We take it where we get it. Swiss gold, Nazi looted art, drugs, name it and rejoice. GD. Name it. You adulterated the gold reserves of a number of our blessed allies during the war, or rather after it. They think they have pure gold bars, but what they do have are low-grade gold heavily plated. Well, they put the stuff in their vaults and never use it. And how much of the other country's stuff did you keep? I mean, just to protect it from the Russians. Of course they stole too, but we beat them to most of it. I have a tea service that belonged to Catherine the Great, but someone want to buy it, so I may part with it. I don't give tea parties these days and silver is so hard to keep clean. RTC. If you have a nice porcelain teapot, Emily would love it. GD. I have about 8 in storage. 18th century French do. RTC. Original. GD. Of course. Who knows where it came from, so enjoy it. I have a nice gold cigarette case that belonged to Nicholas II. Faberge work. Don't smoke, but it looks nice on the table right under a nice oil of the last Tsar. They smoked long cigarettes with attached cardboard holders. Has Nicky's initials set with stones on the front lower right. You smoke. RTC. Well, I'm not supposed to. Were you going to give me the gold case? GD. I thought a box of Camels might do. RTC. A very kind person. But you don't smoke. RRRGD. Ah, but you're not supposed to. How about a nice 18th century silver Torah? The Gestapo bagged it in some synagogue in Stuttgart in November of '38. Tag and all. Fine work, but it looks weird in the hull, and like the silver service, it's a bitch to keep clean. RTC. No thanks. Concluded at 9:27 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 82 date. Friday, May 2, 1997 commenced. 9:45 a.m. CST concluded. 10:11 a.m. CST RTC. Gregory, I was going to ask you if you could recommend a good coin dealer. I want to buy a few small gold coins for the younger relatives. GD. In your area? I don't. But let me look around. American gold. RTC. Preferably. GD. How about some small $2.50 Indian heads? You could get a few of these that are not a numismatic item and have them mounted in a bezel and worn around the neck. Any good jeweler could do this. RTC. Numismatic. GD. Yes. American coins are sold by date, condition and mint mark. You could have 2 identical coins of the same date, but one would be selling for hundreds more because it was a Denver mark instead of a Philadelphia. I can check for you. Attractive coins, but I can shop around for you. RTC. Many thanks, Gregory. Are you into coins? GD. No, but I had many friends who were, and I understand the market. RTC. I remember 10 or so years ago, maybe more, when gold was going up and up. GD. Yes, and it came down and down. That was a rigged market, Robert. An artificial one pushed up by some for their own profit and then allowed to fall after they took the profit out. I remember getting some of my rich friends to buy Krugeranzo around $300 or so. A bunch of them got together and I bought quite a few and even dipped into my own savings to get some for myself. Kept them in a dresser drawer until the weight collapsed it. What a mess. Anyway, gold kept going up and it got to be a South Seas bubble type of rise. Feeding on itself and aided by the manipulators, of course. Oh, it went to $500 and my buying friends were wetting themselves. And it went to $600 and all the real experts, who are dumb as posts, said it would go to $1,000 at least. More frantic buyers and up went the prices every day. It got to $700, but I began to feel very badly about the whole thing. My grandfather was a banker who felt that the frenzied stock market was out of control in '29 and sold out in September, just a month before the huge crash. He said it was an unrealistic frenzy, like the tulip craze in Holland, and such overcapitalization could not last. He was right, and when the bottom fell out, grandfather was holding all his profits in cash. The banks crashed too, so he was better off than almost everyone else. During the war, he bought up commercial property at 10 cents on the dollar, and the war boom sent his holdings up into the stratosphere. But he taught me a good deal, and you have to use common sense in dealing with these bubbles and get in early and get out the same way. Remember, catch a rising market and sell out before it peaks, but just before the peak. RTC. And the gold. GD. Oh, yes. When it got to $8,101, decided to sell, but my dealer told me I was a damned fool and to hang on until it reached 1,000. I went home and thought about it, and the next day, I hauled a big suitcase of coins, got a neighbor to help me because it was so heavy, and went to the coin store. It was noontime and it was packed with all kinds of professional types buying. Let me tell you that when I sold the contents of the case at $811, before I left the place, every coin was sold. And did they laugh at me? But a few days later, when gold plunged to $200 or so, I was the one who was laughing. And my investing friends, who were not aware of my sellout, told me that at least on paper they did very well. I informed them that I had sold out before the break and to come over and pick up their cash. I took out a modest commission plus the cost of repairing of the broken drawer bottom, and we all did quite well. RTC. Of course you might have not told them. GD. Never happen. Never fuck your friends, Robert, but keep that list small. RTC. This South Sea thing. GD. I was just reading about this in McKay's book on the madness of crowds. It was a stock scam and ruined a huge number of people. Early 18th century England. Supposedly the King of Spain granted a London company the trading rights in the Pacific, and since the possibilities were enormous, the subscribers to the stock program were enthusiastic and many. Stock prices soared and many very influential Brits got involved. Of course it was a fraud. The King of Spain allowed one ship a year to call at his South American ports, but the public was not informed of this. The whole thing got to be a frenzy like the tulip craze, but like all of these things, it collapsed and took a lot of people and money with it. The gullible front men, mostly members of the nobility and the clergy, got the law onto them, but the real crooks escaped across the channel with their loot. RTC. The book available. GD. Yes, it was originally printed in England in the 1840s and reprinted again and again. Do you want the full title? RTC. Why not? Always interested in new stories. GD. Let me get the book. Pause. GD. Here it is. Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds by Charles Mackay. My reprint is from '63, so you should be able to find a copy. RTC. I'll ask Bill to dig me up a copy. GD. They call these bubbles. Start out as con jobs with a grain of truth, and sometimes the public gets frantic and the rigged stock, or the gold coins, soar in value. That happened with the gold recently, and it happened in '29 with the market. RTC. But the Roosevelt people put on so many controls over the market that I doubt if it could happen that way again. GD. Yes, as long as the controls remain. But if some evil person or gang of persons manage to remove them, the thing will surely happen again. That's the true nature of the capitalist system. Boom or bust, or rather boom and bust. Just look at the cycles at the end of the 19th century right here. If the market wasn't under tight control, we would have it again. A few would get very rich and a lot, mostly middle-class hopefuls, would buy into the dream and get poor quickly. RTC. Attacking our beloved system, are you? GD. Marx was right once in a while, but his basic premise was flawed. Like Christianity, communism won't work. Why? What do they say about this? From each according to his ability to each according to his need. Wonderful thinking, but flawed. People are greedy and rapacious, and others bleat like sheep. Let him take who is able and let him keep who can. Christianity is the same way. Much talk about brotherhood, noble words and thoughts in church on Sundays, and fuck them all the rest of the week. Well, our stock market is safe for now, but surely the speculators will strike again whenever and wherever they can. God help the country if these types ever get into power. RTC. Well, the Democrats are in now, so we are not likely to have high-rolling stock swindlers running things. GD. Yes, but the pendulum swings and it always makes a full swing, Robert. Always. It's like a wheel in that what is at the bottom today will be at the top today. And remember, shit always floats to the top of the septic tank. RTC. So disrespectful, Gregory. No wonder Kimmel views you as the Antichrist. GD. In older times, if you told the truth about sacred matters, the church would barbecue you, but now they just ignore you and laugh. Concluded at 10:11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 83. Date. Tuesday, May 6, 1997. Commenced. 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 8:55 a.m. CST. GD. What's up, Robert? RTC. At my age, Gregory, not a great deal. Yourself. GD. My sheep are happy, Robert. Listen, I got a leaflet in the mail about the POWs and MIAs in Vietnam, and your agency was purported to have proof that there were hundreds of poor Americans still locked up in hidden Vietnam camps. True or not? RTC. Not. The Cong did have captives, and they either died in captivity or we did get them back. After we pulled out and they said they won, relations got back to relative normalcy. No, the stories are basically just that, stories. But in this case, there are organizations interested, and when organizations are interested, there are charity drives, requests for money and so on. If there were any number, say over 10, Americans still captive, we would know about it. Most of this is just self-serving hype and I would not believe any of it. GD. Well, we know the Soviets had some American airmen under lock and key during the Stalin time. RTC. Stalin was a crazy old man later in life. Mind you, very intelligent, ruthless and very clever but mad as a hatter. While he was slowly dying of hardening of the arteries, he got crazier and crazier. He was paranoid and fearful. Assassins were everywhere and once Joe got it into his head that some group, like the Soviet Jews, were plotting against him, he schemed and planned to kill them all off. Never in public but out in the camps, although quite a few were shot in the head in various basements and dumped into pits along with quicklime. Stalin was in some sense, a great man, but typically Russian, or Georgian as you wish. Peter the Great was at one time, a great visionary and at the same time, a paranoid creep. It must have something to do with the water. GD. But you can say authoritatively that to your first-hand knowledge there are no large numbers of Americans still held in prison in Vietnam. RTC. You don't quote me, of course, but yes, that is true. And what about the voluntary stay-behinds? There were a few in Korea and a few in Vietnam. And as to the missing in action, most of these are men killed when a chopper full of troops crashed into a quagmire of a rice paddy complex and the bits and pieces scattered all over the place and soon covered with mud. No, leave the dead alone, Gregory. Maybe in the future, some bones or a dog tag will show up and another missing man will be at least partially found. GD. I felt that this was just another professional money machine. RTC. Yes, just like the Jews howling about everyone giving them money because they suffered as no one else ever had. Entire families wiped out in some camp, including the pet cat, but then where did the survivors come from? Some ash heap somewhere. No, that business is for political gain and money, pure and simple. It never got started until well after the war because it wasn't true and got invented about 748. Now, it's a huge money machine and they use it as an excuse for butchering Arabs, and a reason for attacking their perceived enemies by calling them Nazis and moaning about new holocausts being planned in some underground Nazi bunker in Des Moines. Only problem is that Americans don't really care about such things and they get pushed aside by other, more interesting, schemes of enrichment. Oh, even the Irish have their weeping machines but nowhere as huge and sophisticated, and politically powerful as our Hebrew friends. And when one of them starts moaning about our eternal debt to them, I remind them of the liberty. I suppose I brand myself as a Jew hater but no one likes the truth. No, as far as I know, there are very few Americans missing that possibly could still be imprisoned by the Vietnamese or Koreans. GD. How about the Japanese still holding enormous compounds of prisoners deep in the jungles of Borneo? RTC. Gregory. We both know that is pure crap but please do not say such things, even in jest because some clever person will take it up and have a freedom for American prisoners of Imperial Japan Foundation with retired Marine Corps General as honorary chairman. GD. The truth at last from the mouth of the Great One. RTC. And the Red Cross is the worst of all, Gregory. GD. Oh tell me. We had a small flood in our town when a clogged creek backed up and poured water in one part of town. The Red Cross came into town, got the schools to open their gyms and local restaurants to donate free meals, all to people with 6-figure incomes and 7-figure houses. But after the victims went back to their damp living rooms a day later, they were sent huge bills by the Red Cross. Know about this firsthand. But the United Crusade is worse. I worked for Catholic Charities once and I can tell you that they do a great job. The Salvation Army, too, is good. Anyway, thanks for the input on the Mia business. I probably won't write about it anyway because the people who run the business will view me as an interloper who might be after some of their money so they would trash me. They'll get some Medal of Honor winner to point at me and call me a crook when actually, he is the tool of crooks. Actually, Robert, most people are overweight mentally deficient twits who haven't seen their dicks or even their feet for 10 years and will soon die of heart attacks. They cremated one really huge fatty recently and he melted and the river of fat caught on fire and destroyed the building. Well, if Malthus was right and we overgraze our ranges, we can put the fatties into pens and use them to feed our people, our skinny people that is. RTC. I don't think eating all that greasy fat is good for people. GD. Well, we could flens them and use the blubber to make a kind of whale oil for our lamps. The flame of the Statue of Liberty run on human fat. RTC. Now, be careful of that, Gregory, or the Jews will start to howl. They are sensitive about rending people. GD. I once went to a military show and commented to a Jewish attendee who was pointing at some military badge with an evil swastika on it and moaning about the great suffering. I had seen a pile of soap bars on a table and I pointed it out to him. I told him he should check it out and that he might find a relative there. RTC. Laughter, bad boy. GD. Oh, I thought you said bad boy. When I come to see you, Robert, I will give you a lampshade made of human skin with a tattoo of a ship on it. Concluded 8:55 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 84 Date. Tuesday, May 27, 1997 Commenced. 10:07 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 10:32 a.m. CSTGD. Good morning to you, Robert. How goes it with you today? RTC. Quite well, thank you. And yourself? GD. I can always complain, but then there's the alternative. I've been going over this Kennedy business and I was very curious to know why it is that the role of certain people never became public. Or why such silly stories about Oswald's non-visit to Mexico and his certainly non-visits to the Russian or Cuban embassies were never challenged. RTC. Well, we have such a lock on the media here that no paper would ever publish anything about this if we asked them not to. And, of course, we did. And when the Warren Commission report came out, terribly flawed as it was, the New York Times raved about it and turned it into a bestseller. GD. They put it in the fiction section, naturally. RTC. No, they treated it like what it was. A precious revelation of the truth, cutting through a jungle of lies. Actually, we also created the jungle of lies. GD. Ah yes, one hand washing the other. RTC. Precisely. I mean, Gregory, one could not cover up such an action unless one had complete control over the media and the major publishing houses. And some of the really nut books were done first just to create literary smoke screens. And besides, the further away we get from the actual happening, and this was way back in '63, don't forget, the safer we all are. The circles of fanatics and nuts will always remain, but the chance of their uncovering anything of importance is growing more impossible. The public has other things to think about, Gregory. More silly stories about whether this bimbo actress is in love with some pretty boy actor who actually is a cocksucker. No, that business is buried in a jungle of vines and palm trees and no explorer wants to go there. Hell, they can talk about Clinton's latest muncher instead. And don't forget the most important fact of all, Gregory. Kennedy is still dead, and so is his pest of a brother, although Hoover did him, not us. GD. I have a friend who was a cook at the Ambassador Hotel on the night Bobby was off and he saw the whole thing. Down in the kitchen, sudden eruption of people, loud voices, television lights, jostling, pushing and so on. And this man jumps out and shoots at Kennedy. Screaming, stampeding masses of idiots. He said the main chef, some Swiss, jumped over the steam tables and tackled Saran. The autopsy said the fatal shot was fired from about 2 inches away from the back of Bobby's head, but my friend said Saran was shooting at Kennedy with, as he called it, some little popgun and was never closer to Bobby than 4 to 5 feet. He was right there and saw the whole thing. Knew nothing about the autopsy, and when I told him, he said flat out that the shooter was never, ever, that close to Bobby. RTC. I told you Hoover had it done. One of the bodyguards did it. Latrine. Rumor, but then they did Sullivan in because he was threatening to talk. Mistaken for a deer, poor Sullivan was. Some kid shot him right through the head using a telescope rifle. I suppose the telescope didn't show the red jacket very well. That's the way it goes. No, your friend was right, but that's another story that will never see the light of day. Good riddance to both of them. And God took care of old Joe the bootlegger. Sat around in a wheelchair in his dignity pants until God decided he needed another janitor up in heaven, and off Joe went. I hope he suffered, the vicious old fuck. GD. Such violence, Robert. RTC. Gregory, you have no idea what a bad person Joe was. I put some of his background into that box I sent you. You read it. GD. Read everything. None of that surprised me. I mean none of it. Very Renaissance Italy in nature. Machiavelli said that it was fine for the leader to be hated only so long as he was feared. RTC. I'm told you are feared. GD. Me. Why, I'm a mixture of the Easter Bunny and some of the holier saints in the calendar. Never hurt a man in my life. RTC. I said nothing about hurting people. Injured people can identify you. GD. Yes, Robert, they can. But I've never had that problem. RTC. No, I would think not. But you understand why Kennedy had to die, don't you? GD. I can see why you and your friends thought so. RTC. Treasonable swine. And Kennedy, I mean Jack, disgraced the office. GD. What about Clinton? RTC. Seedy, very seedy. Back seat of an old Chevy type. GD. He should have kept sheep. Then the Christian right nut fringe wouldn't get so hysterical over a blowjob or two. Their idea of sex is face-to-face in bed with your wife, once a year, fully clothed and followed by a good bath and long prayers. God, I would hate to have such freaks as parents. I would either spike their elderberry wine with rat poison or run off and become a shill in a carnival. Which I did, by the way, when I was 14. RTC. Did your family, Gregory? GD. No, ran off and worked in a carnival. Much fun and very instructive. RTC. You are always a source of entertainment and surprise. The Kimmel people would have us believe you were suckled by a werewolf, but I always defended you. I said it was a vampire. GD. Oh, the horror of it all. What we have now is a situation wherein the lunatics are running the asylum. And Monica saved her stained dress. Concluded at 10:32 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 85 date. Friday, May 30, 1997 commenced. 11 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 1:35 p.m. CST RTC. Gregory, I'm glad you called. I wanted to warn you about some picture you were supposed to have with Mueller and Harry in it. Does this ring a bell with you? GD. Yes, it does. AUS. Signal Corps photo of Harry, Mueller, Beetle Smith and some other type in the Oval Office. Came out of the Truman Library in Missouri some time ago and landed in my mailbox. Very clear shot of Mueller, standing on the left of Harry's desk, Harry in the middle smiling up to the right while he's looking right at Smith. No question it's Mueller. Picture is identified, with names, on the reverse and has the Signal Corp stamps, dates and all that. RTC. Ah, yes, that explains everything. Do not even admit having this, Gregory, or you will have burglars visiting you the next time you go to the movies. They do not know what name Mueller used when he came to this country, and until they do, they cannot cleanse the files of any reference to him. GD. I beat them to that one, Robert. I had Zachary write off to the Army Records Center at Springfield and get copies, stamped copies, of the records of 4 general officers. One of these was Mueller. The 3 I tossed, but I kept Heine's file. Picture and all. That's what the violators of deceased prostitutes are after. You told me that they didn't know the name. What assholes. They run around bleating that I am a liar while undercover. They try to remove any proof that the head of the German Gestapo not only survived the war but lived, and worked, in Washington and even entertained the President of the United States at dinner once. RTC. Oh, be very careful with things like that. If the left-wingers or the loony Hebrews find out about that, they will wail and raise a terrible fuss. Our press people will have a good deal of extra work with that one. Naturally, they will all lie and Jim will call me up and rant for 2 hours. If Mr. Bender puts it into one of his books, believe me, his warehouse full of the books will have a tragic fire. GD. I should put out the word that some vicious paranoid keeps the pictures in their home and then tip him off that bad people are going to break into his house, murder him and kill his children, or his cat, whichever. RTC. You've done that sort of thing before, as I recall. GD. I have indeed and enjoyed every minute of it. My God, Robert, these people are so stupid they couldn't find either end of themselves in a dark room. If I had $1 for every telephone call I got from some obscure professor of history at an academy for the chronically incontinent, telling me how much he enjoyed the Mueller book, asking me if I had any of the documents I mentioned and wondering if he and his friend Bruce can visit me and show me all of their newly discovered Mueller documents. I mean, they must think I'm some kind of an idiot. Oh no, I would never let Professor Crotchrot into my house or his friend Bruce either. When you act all pleased and start grilling the fake professor about Mueller, you find out he knows nothing at all about him. Can't they even brief him properly? I could do a better job dead drunk. I seriously wonder what these pinheads did before they went into government service. I imagine deodorizing dead dogs or changing loaded diapers at a nursing home across the street from the tenement house they reside in, sharing a soaked mattress with 2 winos and a dead fat woman. RTC. Laughter. Gregory, you are not at all a nice person. GD. Oh, I've known that for years, but oddly enough, people with real character and brains like Mueller and others all seem to like me a good deal. We all have a community of interest, I guess. There stand the sheep, huddled in one corner of the pens, and there we stand, wondering which one of us jumps the fence first and starts munching. Leg of lamb, throat of lamb, whatever. I guess that's why I love wolves so much. We have so much in common. I recall once when I wrote an intelligence report that took me an entire weekend to do upright. Some fucking brigadier read it and threw it into the trash because it didn't support his feeble-minded theories. I was right, of course, and there was terrible trouble when my thesis was proven right. I was told to keep my mouth shut, but I didn't, and eventually he got transferred to Manila where he could watch the natives there eat stewed monkey. Of course we know in their case it's a clear-cut case of cannibalism, but what the hell? RTC. My God, Gregory, do not speak to me of Filipinos. I had to deal with some of them once and you were dead on. I think monkeys are smarter. I know they are better looking. GD. And their females do not have green eyeshadow and purple lipstick on their flat pans. Well, enough rude racial remarks for the day. I also have Mueller's pilot's license, his Virginia driver's license, his CIA pass, all expired but all with pictures. RTC. But do not tell Kimmel about these, or for a certainty, you would have a black bag job or someone would invite you to lecture in Washington and you would never be heard from again. GD. Ah, they would take me out on a small boat. Tie an old cash register to my legs, shoot me in the head and toss me into the backwaters of the Potomac. And the alert and highly intelligent local police would call it a certain suicide. RTC. You are making cruel references to Paisley. GD. Actually, I am. Very perceptive. Most suicides do shoot themselves in the back of the head, Robert. I understand he was a bloated rotting mess when they found him. We used to get floaters when I was doing pathology work. They stank so badly and parts kept falling off onto the floor that we would freeze them before cutting them up. Well, my name is not Smith and I will not go to Washington. They can come to see me sometime. RTC. Would you welcome them with open arms, Gregory? GD. No, loaded ones, Robert. Concluded at 1:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 86 date. Monday, June 2, 1997 commenced. 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 8:50 a.m. CST. RTC. Hello, Gregory. Up and at 'em today. GD. I wish. I should have stayed in bed today. Some days I get up at 6 and work through 14 hours almost without stopping, and the next day, I have a hard time reading the paper. Well, you play the hand you get dealt. Some bonehead called me last night with the thrilling news that Vulva Press was interested in the Mueller story and wanted to do a book on me. Isn't that thrilling? Another asshole emerges from the sewer. RTC. Oh, yes, I know about some of this. The company is terrified about this Mueller business. If he is linked with us, we will have the wrath of Judea down upon us. You know, Gregory, I am filled up to the top with the Jews wailing and gnashing their teeth over matters that no one else gives a fuck about. Of course we used the Gestapo and other nasty people after the war. They didn't object then, but now they do. After all, we are not sensitive to their needs. GD. Oh, Jesus, spare me. Every cunt I have ever lived with starts moaning about her needs. Like I care about her needs. The only thing I care about is what she has between her legs, and one gets tired of the same old stories. Give me this, give me that. You don't love me because if you did, you'd let my 800-pound brother come and stay with us when he gets out of the home. RTC. Laughter. Well, I thank God I don't have to put up with that. GD. No, and neither do I. When I get tired of the increasing looser love canal, I get a hold of them like a bowling ball and escort them out of my apartment, along with the sleazy clothes, the pictures of spastic relatives and all the little pieces of lower middle class crap they carry around with them like hermit crabs. They make latex devices that you can fill with warm water that pass very well, and you don't have to put up with some dumb slut putting your expensive shaving cream all over her legs and then trying to shave with your once functioning electric razor. And don't laugh, one did this. And one time, I came home from work, tired as hell, and my little Miss Weiner asked me, when I was in the head, if I wanted beans for dinner. Yes, I told her, beans would be fine. 10 minutes later a large explosion from the other side of the door, followed by screaming. Outside with my pants around my ankles. What? Rubber Thighs had put a can of beans on the gas, but, brilliant as she was, she never bothered to open it first and dump the contents into a pan. The beans were now all over the kitchen walls and ceilings. I made her clean the kitchen with her toothbrush and sat there watching her. Jesus, what a stupid troll. We went to the store and she bought about 10 TV dinners. Back home she started screaming that she had been ripped off. It seems that the picture on the top of the box showed a plate and knife and fork. She could not find them inside the box. I pointed out to her that it said, serving suggestion, under the picture, but she didn't get that either. Oh no, that isn't the end of that one, Robert. About 10 minutes later, the apartment filled with smoke. What had she done? Why, she put the TV dinner into the oven at 350 degrees without bothering to take it out of the box. RTC. Gregory, wherever did you find her? GD. Down at the city garbage dump fighting with the rats over chicken parts. RTC. Laughter. GD. Well, that one went her way, in tears. I swore I would buy a sheep, but of course I found another one. This one loved to get into the bathroom about 5 minutes before I took my shower to go to work. On the weekend when I didn't work, the lazy cunt never got up before noon, but when I absolutely had to shower and shave, she always got there first and whined when I told her to get out. Robert, it is by the grace of God that I never killed one of them. I know the perfect revenge on these rampant whiners, Robert, but civility makes me hesitate to mention it to you. RTC. Try me. GD. That's what the chubby one said one night out by the pool when I was taking out my trash. Take trash out one trip and bring it back on the return. Anyway, for the perfect revenge, Robert, always make them sleep on the wet spot. RTC. Laughter. You can be exceedingly crude sometimes, Gregory, and yet 10 minutes later, very civil and correct. You've been married twice. GD. God, won't you let me forget. Fine-looking women, Robert, but always the whining demands. I like to visit a library every Saturday. Whine because they want me to take them to see their obese mother or their Uncle Ina in the nursing home. Fine. I take them and suffer the smells of urine and body odor. I change my library visits to Sunday. Oh, then the whining starts about why they now want to visit Uncle Ina and listen to him talk with long-dead relatives on Sunday, not Saturday. What do? I tell them to bend over and I will drive them home. God, more weeping and so on. What most women need is not a huge zucchini but a leather belt applied to the buttocks 5 times a day. And 10 times a day on Sunday because God wants it. Jesus, all I really want is peace and quiet and some reasonable order without having to listen to non-stop bitching, whining, demanding and terrible atrocities in the kitchen, bathroom and dining room. And I can do without the soap operas on television that go on until I have thought about tossing the set out of the window. Along, of course, with my tender and loving roommate. Ah, but why make you jealous by hearing of my tender moments? RTC. Well, you don't have to invite them in, do you? GD. Point taken. No, I do not. But one does like company, but Jesus, the price I have had to pay for it. Believe me, dogs are much better friends. I would rather deal with the occasional mess on the floor than 5 pounds of hair jammed into the bathtub drain or a nice sanitary napkin in the sink. I mean a used one. For dead babies in the toilet, I call the police. And the idiot cousins or brothers who just got out of quad because of some incident in a gay bar with a 700-pound transvestite and their pimp. Peace and quiet, Robert, peace and quiet. I can well understand why some people commit murder, but it really isn't worth it. Out the door. Holding them like a bowling ball, out with the clothes and everything else, wash the hands carefully with Lysol, turn off the fucking soap operas and get a good night's sleep. Oh well, a consummation devoutly to be wished, Robert. This has been such an elevated conversation. Next time, I ought to regale you about my bowel habits. On the other hand, I can discuss my friend Eric Hoffer's writings with you. RTC. That might be much more interesting, but I take no offense with your letting off steam, Gregory. At least you don't run amok in the streets. With an Uzi. GD. No, I prefer a white man's gun, Robert, not an Uzi. Concluded at 8:50 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 87 Date. Sunday, June 15, 1997 commenced. 11:20 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:45 a.m. CSTGD. Well, and a happy Father's Day to you, Robert, although you aren't my father. RTC. Yes, Greg and his people will be coming by later, but we have time for a little chat. If they come, I'll have to get off, but people are always about an hour late these days. GD. You must be lucky. People tell me they will call me back in a few minutes, but it takes about a week. Of course, the usual apologies about dinosaurs trampling around in their petunia beds or the sad fact that Grandmama was attacked by a rabid lemur while in church. Otherwise, they would have gotten back to me sooner. I always tell them that this or that important person wanted to talk with them and I am so sorry they missed them, or that I had found a buyer for their house but he got another place in the meantime. People are so rude these days. If you promise them something, you'd better come through, but if they promise you something, forget about it. Unless, of course, it suits them to do something. And I get swamped by wrong numbers and often by bill collectors. I love to mess with their tiny minds. If some old lady calls at 2 in the morning, looking for Maudie May, I tell them, in sadness, that Maudie passed last night and the viewing will be tomorrow. Or other such like. When bill collectors call for me, I put on a Slavic accent and tell them that this is a new phone number and I don't know who they are talking about. RTC. Laughter. You are such a creative troublemaker, Gregory. GD. Well, they have it coming. Or telling some man who calls for Alice that she is up with a customer and he'll have her call him back when she's done. RTC. Laughter. Nasty. GD. Oh, yes, but I do enjoy my fun. I don't initiate bothering people, but they had best not bother me. RTC. Your antics must amuse the people who listen in on you. GD. Yes, that's no surprise. Do they listen to you, Robert? RTC. No, they wouldn't dare. GD. But if they listen to me and I am talking to you, what then? RTC. They shut down their system. At least until we stop talking. Of course they are concerned about my talking to you. I know that because I have been repeatedly warned against talking to you. You, Gregory, are a loose cannon and someone who not only does not respect our system but actively works against some of it. You gave Kimmel some very valuable documents that would materially assist his family in their quest to rehabilitate the reputation of Admiral Kimmel, but Tom is not going to ever use them or allow them to be used by his family, because if it ever became public that these came from you and that you got them from our friend Mueller, the head of the Gestapo and a later Georgetown resident, all hell would break loose. Loyalty to his job takes precedence over loyalty to his family. No, Gregory, take it for granted that a close eye is kept on you at all times. They want to know what you have, where it is and what you plan to do with it. GD. Yes, none of this surprises me, but what is astonishing to me is how utterly stupid and predictable all of their approaches are. I mean, we pay their salaries and for the money they get, they are a bunch of stupid sheep. RTC. Unkind but no doubt true. But still, I caution you against saying anything on the phone about documents from Mueller or myself, about what they might contain or, and most important, where you have them. We all know what you will eventually do with them, but the first concepts are the most important. If they find out what you have, the next step is to either con you out of them or simply do a black bag job on them by breaking in and removing them. And if you leave home for any period of time, if you have incriminating or dangerous material on your computer hard drive, take it with you or remove it from your home computer and hide it in a safe place. GD. Now we have good advice. I assume they'll get to my publisher and convince him to find other subjects and authors to deal with. RTC. Oh yes, and perhaps they will assist him with sales by making his books prominent in various government-owned bookshops. You know how it goes. We all think, Gregory, that there are three basic branches of government here. The executive, the legislative and the judicial. Correct. GD. Yes, we all learned that in school, along with reams of useless propaganda. RTC. But there is a fourth branch of our government, Gregory, one I am personally well acquainted with. I would call it the power elite after the Mills book. And they, not the first three, run this country. This elite is comprised of big business like the automotive companies, the big banks and other private financial institutions like the Federal Reserve and, of course, the insurance business. Yes, the insurance business. The biggest casino in the world. Everything with them is betting. They bet you'll live past a certain age and further enrich them with premium payments. They bet you won't drive your car into the back of a school bus and further enrich them with premium payments. Now, some people think the media is part and parcel of this, but I assure you, our media works for the power elite. Cross them and the vital advertising is cut off and the paper collapses. Cross them and the unions suddenly strike the paper or the price of their paper goes way up. Oh yes, the media are servants of the middle level. GD. I have always had trouble with the insurance people. I made the mistake of using Allstate. RTC. Jesus, you poor fellow. GD. Oh yes, I know. Did they pay out? No. They use every excuse to avoid any payment. Your family was staying in a motel until the renovators had finished rewiring their insured house. The house caught fire. Too bad, dudes, Allstate said, you weren't living in the house when it caught fire, so we don't pay. A real case, in Wisconsin as I recall. The courts didn't see it Allstate's way, so after long and expensive litigation, Allstate had to pay. My lawyer hates them and has compiled a thick file of such crap. I assume the others are just as bad. RTC. Not all of them so blatant, but if you have health insurance and get cancer, they call it a pre-existing condition and cancel you right in the middle of chemotherapy and you die. Too bad, but they take comfort in all the money they saved. GD. But how do these crooks, these bribe merchants, stay in power? RTC. They have people like the CIA on their side, of course. And the NSA and the FBI. These people, and I know this from the inside, help the power elite stay in power by spying on their enemies, actual and possible, to warn them of danger and to avert it by destroying or neutralizing it. And there are benefits. Say that Company A is one of our boys. We, or the NSA or whatever, spies on companies B and C, the big rivals of A, and when we learn secrets that could benefit A, we quickly pass it back to them. They, in turn, write checks that can be so comforting on cold nights. And all of this applies to the stock market, often rigged by boom and bust cycles, who also pay like slot machines. No, Gregory, the conspiracy people like to take the crumbs we throw out and worry the bone of the Kennedy assassination or the sinking of the Maine while other, more serious, matters go ignored. I was the liaison between the company and big business, and I know very well whereof I speak. The murder of Allende is nothing compared with the enormity of the greed and corruption that saddles everyone in the country but congressmen and preachers, and the burden gets heavier by the day. They spy on all of you, to keep order, to prevent disorder, to discredit enemies, to steal money, to punish people like you. Yes, all of this. The NSA watches everyone in this country. If you make a phone call to your cousin in England, the NSA listens in. If you get a money transfer from a Swiss bank, they know about it before your bank does. If you take a trip to France to take in the sights, they know the flight numbers, the hotels and the car rentals. Go to Switzerland, and they know what you put into a bank account. Go to the local library and check out a book they don't like and they know about it. Buy a car, rent a car, buy a house, rent a house, and they can find out about it in seconds if they want to. They have direct contact and full cooperation with all the major credit agencies. They all swap information of all of you, so every credit card purchase, every deposit or withdrawal, every overdue card payment, all of this they can find out in seconds. And they want, and will eventually get, more and more power until the public is sucked dry like a school child attending a convocation of vampires. They are very powerful, Gregory, but so huge and so all-encompassing that no one without inside information on them would ever believe any of it. GD. Robert, since you were in with these people, do you have any supportive documents on this? RTC. A footlocker full. Trento is far more interested in this than he is in the trivia like the revolution in Iran or our part in the killing of the Diem brothers. I am safe but you are not. Joe is safe because if he ever got his hands on any of this, believe that Langley would have the originals, uncopied, on the day he got them. GD. And the pat on the pointy head. RTC. And the pat on the pointy head and, don't forget, the presentation pen set. They love those pen sets. GD. With such baubles men are led. Napoleon said that about the Legion of Honor. RTC. I think the pen sets cost about $20 each, but what they can buy, Gregory. Such loyalty and, more important, such service. GD. But such systems fall of their own hubris and their own weight. They fall, Robert, and great will be the fall thereof. RT. Not on my watch, Gregory, not on mine. I served and got my rewards, and now I am awaiting a not unexpected but hopefully natural death. I have my memories. GD. And you also have your documents, Robert. RTC. Yes, I do. Well, if Trento gets the really important ones, they will be accompanied by the divine Plato on a one-way trip to Langley and the burned bags. Plato gets jobs but Joe gets the pen set. GD. Rather than go on about Mueller, I think I would rather nut the power elite. Mueller is dead, but all of the rest of them ought to be either dead, or serving life sentences in a Mojave Desert work camp. RTC. And if they went, they would be replaced by a legion of others just waiting in the wings, wetting their panties in anticipation. GD. Of the spoils of peace. RTC. No, of war against everyone else. Concluded at 11:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 88. Date. Thursday, June 19, 1997. Commenced. 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 3:01 p.m. CST. Are you in the mood for several fairly sensitive questions, Robert? RTC. Why, Gregory, I am always ready for sensitive questions. Of course, I might not answer them, but I will if I can. GD. I have been reading about Gottlieb and Cameron and some stuff on your development of LSD and using it on unsuspecting people. RTC. Like Olson. GD. Yes, interesting to note that the rapidly descending Olson worked up at Detrick. Question. If you want to get rid of an inconvenient person, how is it done? RTC. Of course there is just taking them out into the woods and shooting them in the head. That is one method. Fake suicides are another. You know about those. And getting someone else to nail your person is another. Say we leak to a terrorist or criminal group we have infiltrated that the mark is a stool pigeon. They do it for us. And there are more technical means as well. GD. Such as killing Hunt's wife by crashing a commercial plane she was on. RTC. Yes. Regretful collateral damage there. And sometimes, if we have access to a person who, let us say, is not dangerous now but could become dangerous later on, or who has to be removed to make room for someone else, more friendly to us, to move into his place. We got rid of a British Prime Minister that way. Wilson. Too left-leaning for a lot of us, so he suddenly got dementia and vanished from the scene. GD. However did you accomplish that bit? Harold Wilson. Of course. How? RTC. Well, the people up at Detrick are very good at such things, so, as I recall, they got up a solution that had a lot of mercury and aluminum in it, and we got one of doctors on MI6 a payroll to inject him. Can't have him just drop in his tracks, so the injections come over a period of time as he gets dottier and dottier. It works, so don't knock it. That's the long, slow but very safe way. They tell me that an autopsy won't show it. They just figure the poor fool went around the bend and bought the farm, and if the mark is too well protected and we don't have anyone close enough to him to put a nice additive in his food or drink, we just shoot him in the head when he takes an open car trip through Dallas. GD. Yes, I have that one down. How about slow poison? RTC. No, that might have worked back in the Borgia's day but not now. We don't want anything detected at the post, so it has to appear natural. Regretful, saddening but natural. GD. You could have tried that on Nixon, couldn't you? RTC. Oh, God no. Dick was batty enough without additives. And off the record, Henry Kissinger, his evil genius, is only a step behind him. A little push is all it takes, sometimes. Now our beloved president just calls up his friends and inconvenient people get shot in public lavatories by unknown gunmen, have ugly, disfiguring car accidents or whatnot. Brother Clinton is direct and not too subtle. GD. The Foster business. RTC. Their old Vince was, by the way, Vince was getting religion and the imperial couple was starting to worry about him developing a conscience. An old Vince, lying on another grassy knoll in one of our lovely parks, shot through the head, gun in hand, but the dried blood trail on his poor head was running up while his feet were down. Of course Vince was shot elsewhere and dumped. They should have taken the elevation into account, but of no matter. All we do then, or what they do, is to have the storytellers come up with complex, stunning theories, stuff them into the drooling idiot brigades just waiting for some new weird story, and off they go. GD. Camouflage. RTC. I think distraction is a better word. The media is under tight control these days and we plant whatever sensational story we want and kill any story that might prove to be embarrassing to us. That used to be one of my jobs. Cord had it once, but he is such an arrogant, threatening asshole that we had to replace him with someone like myself who is more political. GD. And the Cameron torture palaces. RTC. Oh, please, leave the poor doctor in peace. Completely nuts and starting to show it's he passed away, very quickly, while on a hiking trip. Once the local wildlife gets at them, there really isn't much left over for a good autopsy. GD. Well, I suppose you could analyze a pile of bear shit, but I doubt if anyone would be that through. One would have to find the bear first, and waiting around, well, you get my drift. RTC. Well, our Mark really just can't vanish forever into the foundation of a stadium like Hoffa, but then the people we send to heaven are usually known. They have jobs, families and so on, and if one of them just vanishes, there are annoying questions asked by wives and relatives. Actually, since most marriages go flat after a time, we are doing the wife a favor by doing her mate so the body can be found and wills can be probated. And new husbands located. And it's nice for the children too. Tell me, Gregory, how many people have you sent off to play pool with Jesus? GD. Now, Robert, what a leading question. Not at all nice. I would like to think that Jesus was happy with my pool playing friends, but I don't have the resources your people do. I usually get someone else to do the job. Like you, get the bad people to find a motive and then go to the movies and watch a religious picture. But be sure to go with friends. Now that's of course if your bad people let you know just when they are going to effect the transfer from the mundane life here to the rapturous one there. RTC. We all sleep better, knowing we have helped a fellow to better himself. GD. Yes, and think of the bears, the foxes, the various insects and flies, or perhaps the fish as in the case of the Paisley fellow. RTC. He fed quite a few marine creatures before they found him. GD. Yes, heartwarming how considerate the CIA can be of our wild creatures. RTC. Colby. GD. The cheese. No, the DCI. RTC. Yes, but the former DCI. GD. No, Robert, the late DCI. He might he been late to his own dinner but not to the bottom feeders. RTC. Memories. GD. Yes, I don't like to have flu shots, Robert, and now I have an excellent reason to stop getting them. RTC. Oh, Gregory, as much as I like you, I must tell you that you are only a nuisance, not a menace. GD. Well, better to be a live dog than a dead lion. As they say, fellow in England used to insure his new wife, lure her into a bathtub and then grab her ankles and pull the legs straight up. Drowned her almost instantly. Brides in the bath Smith they called him. RTC. Got caught. GD. Yes, and hanged. Interesting technique, however. We learn from the mistakes of others, Robert. RTC. Yes, I suppose we do. GD. Whatever happened to Dr. Gottlieb? GTC. The goat boy. His real name is Scheider. Grandfather was a rabbi. That one is as vicious as they come and crazy. He believes in out-of-body intelligence work. The what? The remote viewing crazies. Yes, I am sorry to say we put good taxpayers' funds into the strangest things. GD. Ah, for a moment there, Robert, I thought you were going to say your pockets, but strange things are more interesting. You know, what with all this equal opportunity crap the lefties are preaching, I suppose the next target will be the telephone company operators. They'll have to start hiring hair lips next. RTC. Laughter or epileptic brain surgeons. GD. Oh, those flashing lights, Robert. I've heard of epileptic whores before. RTC. Catch 22. GD. I see you are a well-read person. Yes, I do recall that charming book. The next Grand Mall is just for you, sweetie, and hang on for the ride. RTC. I'm glad Emily went out to shop, Gregory. It would distress her to overhear me. GD. She seems very conventional. RTC. Most of the CIA wives are. If we talked shop with them, they would tell everyone at the beauty parlor and then our wet teams would be awfully busy. What brought this up, by the way? GD. Oh, I was reading a tell-all book about Cameron and Gottlieb. RTC. Both of them were worse, ever, than the mythical Mengele. You should walk around this one, Gregory. No one cares anymore, but the goat boy is still alive and he could send you a virus-laden box of candy. GD. Just give it to the church for the poor. There are too many of them, anyway. Concluded at 3:01 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 89. Date. Tuesday, June 24, 1997. Commenced. 11:03 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 11:15 a.m. CST. RTC. Gregory. How are you? I thought it might be my son, but we can talk for a little while. I have a doctor appointment this afternoon, but I'm okay for a brief chat. Anything new with you? GD. Never ask that question in an antique shop, Robert. It might offend. RTC. You've had some experience there, as you've told me. GD. Oh, yes, the upper levels of the art market, both here and in England, are crooked as hell. IK exposed the fake Rodin market as well as the Frederick Remington copies. God, they hate me. It's a closed shop, Robert, and when I got started, just helping a friend, I brought the wrath of God down on my head. I had no idea Elson was Jewish, but I found out quickly enough. An army of dealers, lawyers, reporters and so on descended on me, screaming that I was a psychopathic liar and that no one should believe me. Of course I was right and they knew it, and their united front collapsed when I goaded Frankenstein into having a heart attack by attacking him in public, and so Jerry Jensen from Channel 7 started investigating this, and the dealers got to ABC Corporate and Jerry was told to drop the project. I advertised a phony book and sent illustrated brochures out to the art critics of all the major papers. Jesus, what a response. More threats. I could paper my lavatory with letters from the lawyers of major auction houses and especially the minions of Cantor. RTC. Who was? GD. Yes. B. Gerald Cantor of the private banking house of Cantor and Fitzgerald. Cantor was going to Paris, buying new copies, getting Elson, the expert, to overvalue them and then presenting them to Stanford as a wonderful gift from a cultural man. In fact, old Cantor was taking a huge tax write-off. I put a stop to that and the schmuck lost $3 million over it. RTC. No wonder they hated you. GD. They hated me even more when the IRS ruled that you couldn't take a write-off for more than you paid for the piece. Cantor would go to the Musée Rodin, pick out a piece, let us say, from their catalog. They would make it up for him. He would pay, let's say, $200 for it. Elson would certify it was an old piece worth say $100,000 and Cantor, armed with this, would nick the IRS. That got stopped, and they called me a Nazi and a Jew hater because, it turns out, almost everyone involved in this, the auction houses, the big dealers, the press, the Elson academic types were all Jewish. I never knew that when I got started, but I learned very quickly. No, Robert, most of the expensive art is either faked, enhanced or a modern copy. They've been faking everything for years, especially bronzes. They do Warhol and anything else that brings in money. Now, they're doing Dallas by the bale full. I mean that if you know what you are buying, do so, but if you think you know, put the money in pig futures or opening a peg house for congressman. RTC. L. Otter, very ugly. If you start that one, let me know and I will invest in it. A sure money maker. GD. You know, Jensen knew I did Monet paintings, just for my own amusement, of course, but I did get a period painting that was very bad, but had a nice frame. Took off the original painting and then painted the entire canvas black. And when that had dried, I signed it in red at the bottom. And then a nice little gold museum title on the bottom, and I gave it to Jensen over a bottle of very good wine. He looked at it and said, in bewilderment, that it appeared to be all black. His boyfriend, who was highly cultured and a great fellow, read the little title and roared with laughter. When Jerry asked him what was so funny, he said that the title, in French said, "Two Negroes Fighting in a Tunnel." Then Jerry laughed. I pointed out that the signature was a wonderful copy and the brushstrokes were pure Monet of the period. He hung it in his living room and got quite a few laughs from his guests. RTC. You spend all your time playing jokes. GD. No, just some of the time. I like a laugh once in a while and note that Jerry never paid me for this. It was a present in exchange for the wine. Yes, the spirit of Jesse James is alive and well in the rarefied world of very fine art. I was in the basement of the Met once and they had a huge room jammed full of fake art. Rich collectors with no taste bought these pieces of crap for huge money and when they died, their heirs lovingly presented them to the Met. Perhaps a gallery naked after Uncle Sid and Aunt Leah. Not likely. Out of 20 rare Renaissance works, 2 were original and 1 misattributed. It's a huge joke among some of us, but believe me, fine art is not an investment other than for the workshops that crank them out like chocolate Easter bunnies. I did a really wonderful and sensitive oil of 2 dykes going at it in a barn and signed Renoir to it. Of course, you couldn't put it in a catalog, but I did sell it finally. Some peanut butter titan bought it for his office. Oh, well, munch away, dears. Concluded at 11:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 90 date. Tuesday, July 1, 1997 commenced. 9:10 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:22 a.m. CST/RTC. Good day to you, Gregory. I'm happy the package arrived safely. GD. Well, I had you send it to the alternative address so no one intercepted it, and considering its contents, it is just as well that they did not, or I would be calling you from jail. Jesus, what a horrible thing that is. 1 a.m. Very cynical, Robert, but I have a really hard time accepting all of that. Murdering a pope and a president is one thing, but killing the children of a head of state and sending him the bits and pieces in a box is really outrageous. I take it your people did not do this. RTC. Actually, they did, but I am sad to say they got the wrong children. GD. That's even worse. RTC. I agree, but then it was after my time. Things have gone downhill since my time, Gregory. The new breed of people in the field are scarcely human, but then I am out of it entirely. Are you planning to include any of that in the Mueller book? GD. No one would believe it, Robert. And when you told me that your people decided not to blow up Kennedy when he was sailing because of the children, I can see that your new breed, as you call them, ought to be exterminated. Still, who will bell the cat? There was that smallish file on the Allende business as well. As I read it, Nixon told Kissinger to get rid of the man, and Henry got your people to blow him away during a convenient civic outbreak. Can I publish the letter? RTC. I would rather you didn't. Henry is still around and he might get nasty. Allende was a nuisance and Allende is dead. Why not leave it at that? I thought you might enjoy seeing the activities of the mighty. I mean, the hit order came from Nixon, not some adventurous person at Langley. I admit we stirred up terrible trouble down there, what with the unions, whom we bribed, and the strikes, but the kill order came right from the top. Of course Tricky Dick would deny it, and so would Henry, and aside from the letter, where is the proof? That's how it's done, but mostly a private conversation somewhere. A very important person says to RDCI that the president would like, you know the drill. If it happens, why so much the better, and the president has plausible deniability, as Reagan loved to say. Most of the dirty work is done that way, and then when the president retires, he hires someone to write a book that a few people read. It's filled with lies and self-justifications, and the New York Times raves about it. I mean, my God, we got the Times to rave and drool over the Posner book on Kennedy. It should have been called, Why I Love the Warren Report, and Look What the CIA Paid Me. Ah well, not on my watch, Gregory. GD. One of these days, Robert, the string will run out. RTC. Surely will, lad, but by that time, I will be comfortably dead. Why, I'm forgotten even before I am dead. Ah, when I think about the special limousines, the bowing and scraping, the ass-kissing while I was in harness, and now, the utter silence. GD. Yes, how soon they all forget. RTC. Well, I always have you. GD. Ah, I recall the old song about that subject. A sheepherder heard it once and hanged himself. RTC. And it was. GD. There'll never be another you. Of course if you spell the last word, RTC. Now, Gregory. Don't beat a subject. I can spell, after all. And yes, I would imagine he would much rather hear a song of my time, my sweet embraceable you. GD. God, these puns will be the death of us all, Robert. I'll cut up my overweight niece and send the parts to you by UPS. RTC. What will I tell Emily? GD. A little loving from your friends at the company. Concluded 9:22 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 91 Date. Monday, July 21, 1997 commenced. 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 8:50 a.m. CST RTC. I decided to let the phone ring for a while, Gregory. I'm glad I got you. You appear to have won some money from me. GD. Pardon. RTC. Oh yes, I thought you might like to know that your friend James Atwood is dead. GD. Ah, start the week with good news, Robert. How did this totally unexpected thing happen? Shot to death in a Savannah mall by a drug-crazed dwarf. Dead elephant fell out of a passing cargo plane and landed on him while he was walking his dog. RTC. Laughter. No, nothing so noticeable. One of our people took James out for Sunday brunch and he had a sudden embolism and fell face down into his salad. GD. An embolism. Into the salad. Laughter. My, such a tragic but somehow expected death. An autopsy. RTC. I doubt it. He was getting old. 67 by my information. I'll send you a check. GD. I will honor it. Will they bury him in Arlington with full military honors? RTC. Probably not. GD. Well, at least he didn't shoot himself in the back of the head and fall off his boat. RTC. Yes. The Paisley syndrome. Well, they both had mouth problems. GD. And just think, if I hadn't filled Critchfield in about James that time, Jimmy might still be operating down there, spreading joy wherever he went. RTC. Do I know her? GD. Know who? RTC. Joy. GD. Laughter. Oh yes, that must be Joy Kobinsky. We call her the mattress queen. Do you know what Jimmy said when Joy had a runny nose? RTC. Please tell me, Gregory. GD. Why, she was full. RTC. Laughter. My God, have you no compassion? GD. Very little. I save it for my dogs, Robert. Why waste compassion on those who do not deserve ITP? Jimmy tried to use me and to rip me off once. Perhaps he even planned a salad drop for me, who knows? And don't pity the dead, Robert, they are at peace. You know, in retrospect, I can comfort myself by considering the number of people I have brought peace to. RTC. I share your sentiments. GD. That's why we talk to each other, Robert. Wonderful shared memories of those departed for a better land. Still, unless their silence is beneficial to me, I prefer to keep them alive so I can poke them up once in a while. Small pleasures to contemplate when one is depressed. RTC. Have you always been so brutal, Gregory? Subtle and creative but brutal, I must say. GD. No, not always. Why would you believe it, Robert? When I was young, I was loving and kind. RTC. When you were 3. GD. No, up until high school. I was essentially a private person, disliked by most of the teachers and some of the student body. Because I always said what I thought, but only if asked. And I knew a good deal about people, their sins of commission and omission. People are afraid of this sort of thing, so I was generally avoided. So when a very attractive and intelligent girl in one of my classes became very friendly with me, I was, to be sure, very pleasantly surprised. No, my hormones were not raging, Robert, and it was what I believed was a very warm and friendly relationship. In fact, this began to occupy my thoughts more and more, and each time I talked with her, I became more and more interested and, I might add, very happy. RTC. These things happen. GD. Oh, they do, but not very often to me, I assure you. So, I began to explore the means to widen the relationship outside of school. She had what we would call very correct parents, but that did not bother me because my own family was the same way. Then, as the Christmas season was approaching, I thought in my innocence we might go to San Francisco and attend a performance of Handel's Messiah. I love the work, and in fact, when my grandfather died, I inherited an autograph copy of the conductor's text for this back when King George II attended a London performance and stood for the Hallelujah chorus. When the king stood, so also did the entire house, and that's why today everyone stands. Well, so much for that. Anyway, I prepared my scenario and got up the nerve to ask her. A couple of days later, I came to school late after a dentist's appointment, and when I was walking down the empty halls to my classroom, I ran into her, so I very politely chatted with her for a few minutes and then invited her. She looked right at me, over my shoulder, and then walked towards me and passed me away down the hall. At first, I thought she had seen someone, but when I turned, there was no one. RTC. What was the reason for that? Did you ask her? GD. No, I watched her walk away and then just stood there. I was so stunned that I told the school nurse I had just had a tooth extraction and was having some pain, so she sent me home. There was no one there, so I just went to my apartment and sat in the armchair for a long time. I wondered what it was that I had said to cause her to just walk away. I went over my very short conversation a dozen times, 100 times is more like it, but could find nothing. RTC. I assume from this that you were of an unsettled mind. GD. Yes, very. And no, I did not call her or try to visit her. She did what she did and there was no point in bothering with it any further. This was on a Friday, and Monday, I went to school early and had my class changed so I didn't have to see her anymore. I did see her from time to time in the halls, but we never made eye contact at all. Devastation, Robert, total devastation, but I would not chase after anyone, believe me. Anyway, about 6 months or later, give or take, I was talking with a girl and she mentioned that everyone knew I was very friendly with this girl but didn't appear to be around her anymore. Before I could concoct some story, she told me that my friend was a member of a very aggressive young Christian group that met every week at the school, and that this girl was what my communicant told me was a seeker. That is, she was chosen by the group to single out what were essentially social misfits, befriend them and bring them into the group. Once they did this, the mark would be passed off to another handler. And, she added, they were not permitted to get too close to their victims and had to break off contact if the relationship heated up. I personally don't think going to see a sacred oratorio at Christmas is particularly intimate, but who knows what evil lurks in the minds of women. I later came to the conclusion that the evil lay in their pants. Robert, I was polite with her but got away as fast as I could because I got very, very angry. I was nothing but some poor sucker to be lured into some Jesus freak group, and I was so mad I started to shake. RTC. Well, I don't blame you. GD. Yes, well, I walked around the football field for about an hour until I calmed down. Then, of course, I did remember her little comments about her circle of worthy friends and so on. And I noticed that she was now walking and talking with some other social misfit and learned that she had a very serious boyfriend in the Jesus group. This did not go over too well with me, Robert, not at all. So I decided to teach all of them a lesson in manners. RTC. Not with a gun, I assume. GD. No, if you kill a person, they are immune from ongoing payback. I thought about it for some time and then I made up a letter from her to a fictional Miguel Ramirez. As I created him, Miguel was an illegal who worked in the local animal shelter, euthanizing unwanted cats. He got tired of giving them fatal shots because they would fight and scratch him, so he took them by the tails and slammed them into the wall of his work area. Sometimes, Miguel had to slam them several times. RTC. Jesus. GD. No, cats. And no one who worked there wanted to go into the room, so the walls were a smeared mess. Anyway, this girl was enamored, very enamored, of Miguel, and her letter to him was full of grossly explicit discussions of their sexual writhings amidst the cat remains. Oh yes, very graphic indeed. So I had her letterhead copied in a San Francisco print shop, envelopes too, and wrote, or rather typed, this grossly pornographic and sadistic letter out. I took one of the envelopes with her name printed on the back flap, just like the original, and wrote my name as pencil on the front. Into the mail, and when it came, erased my address and typed in Miguel's at the local Humane Society. So, I put the terrible letter into the envelope, and later, I was sitting next to a school gossip in the library and slipped it into her bulging notebook. You thought I was going to say something else, didn't you, Robert? And then I waited, and waited. About a week later, She found it and proclaimed its contents throughout the land and unto all the inhabitants thereof. Oh, my God, what an uproar! We didn't have the Xerox then, but we did have Thermofax, and within a week, that evil missive was all over the school and the town. My gossip-mongering sister had 2 copies, and someone in my mother's bridge club had give her a copy. Of course I got a ragging for having the bad taste to associate with such a vile monster, but I took my ass chewing peacefully. RTC. And the result? GD. Well, her Christian parents were horrified, but not at her. No, they believed she did not write it, and they found out there was no Miguel at the cat-killing emporium, but no one would listen to them, and the letter was copied and recopied for months afterwards. My former friend, her family sent her off to a Christian academy in Southern California. Its location was supposed to be a secret, but a friend who worked after school filing in the principal's office found out where her school transcripts had been forwarded, so I sent them copies of the Miguel screed along with a fictional letter from an outraged local parent, warning them of the foul beast they had taken unto themselves. I understand that she left the place a month later, and I never heard about her again. Of course her truly Christian real boyfriend had dumped her very quickly. The image of her nude writhings amid the decaying cats must have sickened him. But then I dealt with the religious freaks. They had a student office in the school, and I broke into it one night and planted a number of bad things around. First off, I had bought a box of rubbers from a friend, filled the ends with liquid starch and draped and threw them all over the little room. There was a picture of an Aryan Jesus on the wall, and I tossed one on top of the frame. And several large uncooked and shelled prawns under the couch, and I scattered a few truly awful porn pictures here and there. The shrimp started to rot, and I dropped a note in the school snitch box about the wild sex orgies going on right under the nose of Jesus. The smell got very bad very quickly, and when the assistant principal and a janitor went into the room, one of them threw up. Of course the group was at once banned from the campus, and many students expressed outrage, and the Miguel letter was dragged into the situation as a typical example of these sick people. RTC. My oh my, Gregory. You really must have been angry to do all that. GD. Oh, very angry, Robert, very, but also eventually very satisfied. RTC. You know, what she did may have seemed to be terrible to you, but that is standard recruitment procedure with most intelligence agencies. We do the same thing. Pick out targets, befriend them, and when we have gained their friendship and confidence, pass them along to their new handlers. I can understand why this upset you, but she was obviously doing what she thought was right. GD. Well, she might have thought it was right, but I certainly didn't. Did I? PRTC. No, you obviously did not. You wreaked absolute havoc, Gregory, and took no prisoners. GD. I do not ask for quarter, Robert, and I never give it. And I recognize that all societies must have a moral core or they collapse. The Christians have their examples, and the Muslims and other have theirs. All well and good. Frederick the Great said once that all men in his kingdom were free to find heaven in their own way. And I agree, but by God, I will not tolerate any religious group stepping outside their church, mosque or synagogue and taking their particular nonsense out aggressively to the public. The Muslims and the Jews don't do this, but the lunatic Christians are a worse pest than an invasion of mice. First of all, from a purely historical point of view, I personally doubt if Jesus ever existed. Jesus was a very common name in Roman Judea. I do not accept the nonsense about the manger, the wise men, the star, or other myths and legends. There is no contemporary mention of Jesus or his gang anywhere other than a patently forged reference in Flavius Josephus. The Gospels are full of misinformation and were written long after the event and then rewritten to suit various current political themes. No, if Jesus did exist, Jesus was an Essene. Most theological scholars agree with this, by the way. But I go a little further. There exists a considerable body of information on the Essenes of the period. They were put out of business after this, by the way. No, the Essenes were an all-male agricultural community who practiced a communistic way of life and hated women. In short, like the Spartans or Zulus, they were a homosexual community. RTC. Not nice, Gregory. GD. I can easily prove this. Oh yes, let the little children come unto me, but only the boys. Anyway, I want nothing to do with such Easter Bunny type myths and legends, and as long as these people keep to themselves, all well and good, but of course they think they have the only game in town and act accordingly. In earlier times, I would have been burnt at the stake. Say, do you know what street? Dismas the thief said to Jesus while both of them were up on their crosses. RTC. I'm afraid to ask you, Gregory. GD. Dismas said, say, Jesus, I can see your house from up here. RTC. Laughter. Well, assuming you were right. GD. And I am. RTC. Well, I rather pity this poor girl who was only trying to get you to share her joy in Jesus. GD. Well, she was sharing her pudenda with Miguel the cat basher as well. RTC. Laughter. Perhaps she went into other work after you finished with her. By the way, did anyone ever suspect you? GD. No, I never said a word to anyone. I just sat back and savored my revenge. Revenge is a tasty dish, Robert, but always far better if eaten cold. Concluded at 8:50 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 92. Date. Wednesday, July 23, 1997. Commenced. 10:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 10:38 a.m. CSTGD. Hello, Robert. How were the tests? RTC. Exhausting and inconclusive. I told them that if I had cancer of the lungs, I must have had it for years and I would be dead by now. No one listens to you. GD. Oh, the doctors do love to get huge fees from their victims or from the victims' insurance companies. Oh my, they tell you, these ingrown toenails could turn to gangrene at any time, so I am going to schedule you for a toenail correction operation. And they bill you enough to make the down payment on their gay son's new porch. I have some experience with such things, and squeeze the lemon until it's dry. The next thing will be exploratory surgery, which you really don't want at your age. Too invasive and too dangerous. Well, if you aren't dead now, you would be when they finish with you. Montaigne said that. What did? Oh yes, the ceaseless labor of your life is to build the house of death. It happens, but don't let the doctors hasten it along. RTC. No, I will try. Emily is convinced I should have more tests, but I am getting tired of them. When you are gone along good, you never think of being sick. I am getting weaker and my balance is not what it used to be. My hip is not working properly and I fall down sometime if I don't watch where I put my feet. I used to get outside more, but better safe than sorry. GD. Did you ever talk to Critchfield about Jimmy Atwood? RTC. Oh, I mentioned it, but he just laughed and said, shit happens. Of course it might happen to him one of these days. GD. If he ever threatens to shoot me again, it certainly will. GD. Be careful about that. You might get caught and he isn't worth it. GD. Jesus, no. I use other methods. For example, I would go to a bar with a bad clientele. I would act like a twit, get a little drunk and offer to buy drinks for the house. If I were lucky, I could pick out someone who was right and then, drunkenly of course, tell him I am a bookkeeper and one of my clients, Jim Critchfield, is such a fool. Why, did you know, that stupid man keeps $500,000 worth of Krugerrands in his house? Why, time after time I have warned him to put them into a bank or some burglar might get them. But would Jim listen? Not him. And after another drink, my new friend would slyly ask me where Jim lived because he might be a long-lost cousin. Of course I would give him the address and then wait for the news that they found Jim, very dead, and someone had used a steam iron on his feet. And the house had been torn up and they found his wife stuffed into the dryer, very dead. RTC. I like Lois. RTC. Well, we can't control these things, Robert, and the good perish with the bad. Life is not always fair. Well, enough humor for the day. Otherwise, how are you doing? RTC. Oh, as usual. GD. Thank you, by the way, for the papers on Clinton. I doubt that I could use them, but one never knows about these things. I knew all about his wife, but he is really something, isn't he? RTC. Yes, he is. Wouldn't you like to be married to that? GD. Oh, God no. Being married to a Jewish dyke would not be my idea of fun. I keep as far away as possible from lesbies, Robert. The bull dykes are the worst. Tattoos, weightlifter arms, short hair, motorcycle boots and all. They don't look anything like men, but we never tell them. Might get punched out. RTC. Laughter. Well, who are we to judge, Gregory? GD. I am. I love to pass judgments, Robert. I have a limerick for you on this subject. A gay young man from Khartoum took a lesbian up to his room, and they argued all night, as to who had the right due to what, and with which, and to whom. RTC. Laughter. Well, I wouldn't tell that one at Langley. Step on too many toes. GD. Oh, please don't disillusion me, Robert. The secret defenders of our republic wearing mesh stockings under their Brooks Brothers suits. RTC. It happens. GD. Do they have daily inspections of the men's lavatories to see if someone has drilled holes in the toilet stall walls? RTC. It's not quite that bad. GD. If you opened a male whorehouse inside the Beltway, Congress would recess and stampede towards it. RTC. Gregory, I hate to disillusion you, but there are a number of male whorehouses in the district. And some for women as well. I mean with women, not for women. I don't think things have gotten that bad. Not many women in Congress anyway. GD. Well, I could come there and get rich. I could open up a clinic to treat tennis elbow problems for congressmen. They develop this problem from dragging around barracks bags stuffed full of bribe money. RTC. I can't argue with that, having been involved on the other end. GD. Well, the other end is usually best. My God, if they did away with $100 bills and substituted them for heavy, silver coins, congressmen would have to have leather inserts in their pockets to keep them from ripping out at the bottoms. RTC. You are forgetting the Jewish congressmen, Gregory. They spend all their time investing their bribes at 10% interest and wailing endlessly about sacred Israel and the evil Nazis. GD. Israel is an artificial country, stolen by Polish non-Jews from the Arabs, whom they murdered for their homes and gardens and then begged their co-religionists here to send money and guns. The Arabs outnumber them 30-1, and at some future date, the Arabs will get wise to their power and Israel will be a smoking hole in the ground. And then there will be people dancing in the streets for pure joy. RTC. Roosevelt should never have let them into the government. GD. Yes, that's a bit like a farmer inviting a deputation of hungry hogs into his truck garden. RTC. Yes, well put. What scares a lot of us is that Israel will drag us into a war to suit their plans. You know, attack some hostile Arab neighbor because they have enough power here to get it done. GD. I can see this. RTC. And they once sent tens of thousands of illegal Polish Jews into Florida from the Caribbean. Their Mossad sent them in and we couldn't stop them. And they get fake papers, settle in Miami, send their sons to law school and from there, into the government. God help us all. GD. Well, Hitler will be appreciated in a few years hence. He will be seen as a great visionary, even as the Army engineers are setting up detention camps in the deserts of Arizona. Sort of like the ones you ran in Vietnam. RTC. Please do not get started on that, Gregory. GD. I won't, but we both know about the torture palaces. Electric drills, acid baths, poked our eyes, crushed testicles. Just a chance for some of your boys to explore the better sides of their nature. And get their loafers soaked in blood at the same time. Oh, precious treasures, the blood-soaked shoes. A real token of personal heroism in the unspoken battle for empire. RTC. You are being literate today, Gregory. GD. Elegant realism, Robert. A little sugar coating on the bitter pill someone is going to have to swallow someday. RTC. I'm out of it, anyways. GD. Remember, Robert, that the sins of the fathers are paid for by the children. Concluded at 10:38 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 93. Date. Saturday. July 26, 1997. Commenced. 9:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 10:03 a.m. CST. GD. Hello, Robert. Feeling a bit better today? If not, I could call later. RTC. No, I'm fine today. Got around a bit today and later, Greg is going to take us shopping. GD. I take it you don't do driving. RTC. God no. Bad hip and I get dizzy sometimes. Not good at all. You drive still. GD. Oh yes. I used to drive quite a bit more, but my son managed to move here and we had to leave my car in the shop. Of course I never got it because it's several thousand miles away. He swore I could use his car, but he changed his mind, even though he has talked me into making the monthly payments. RTC. Your son sounds like a most ungrateful young man. GD. How kind. I can think of other things to say but I won't. RTC. Are you a good driver? GD. Oh, I am. When I was younger I had some interesting adventures in a car. RTC. Not in the back seat. GD. Ah, advanced muff diving for the mentally impaired. No, not like that. Going down on a mongoloid is not my style. Running over one or using one for bait for an alligator hunt is more like it. RTC. Laughter. Are you accident prone? GD. No, I'm not. Oh, I am just thinking about an incident once. If D had any sense, I would have been scared to death. I was living in a certain West Coast city where I own a nice row home. Nice and anonymous. I can walk to the beach in 10 minutes although no one in their right mind would dare go into the water. RTC. In Alaska. GD. No, the lower 48. Not cold but very dangerous undertows. Oh grandpa, why not go for a little swim? And after he's written out a will, another beach tragedy strikes again. But the car business. I was driving back to the city from up north and I had something I felt rather uncomfortable having in the car, so I stopped on a bridge, got out and tossed it into the ocean. Down it went and I saw the splash. Anyway, there was quite a bit of traffic leaving the city but almost none coming in, so they were using one of the southbound lanes. I had only one lane. There was no one coming when I got back in the car and started up, but when I turned on the turn indicator I saw the headlights of an oncoming truck. Now there was only one lane, as I said, so I gunned it and drove along, but this penis head came right up behind me, really moving, and hit the air horn and flashed his lights at me. About 10 feet behind me. Where was I to go? He couldn't pass me on the left because that lane was now marked off for northbound traffic and had a lot of vehicles in it. His breath kept on my tail, so I jammed on my brakes and then punched it. He hit his own brakes and almost went into oncoming traffic. About the time I was exiting the bridge, here he comes again, like a bat out of hell. I guess he must have been mad. Anyway, I took the next off-ramp and drove down into the city, but the turd kept right behind me. I went down a parkway with cross streets and lights, but it never slowed him down, air horn and all. I ran one red and almost got creamed by a car and he kept right on coming. At this point I was rather alarmed, especially as I had something in the trunk I wanted to keep private. My mother-in-law. No, just joking. Anyway, I got into my neighborhood, which I knew very well, and got off the parkway, but there he was, behind me. Some car turned out between us and he rode their bumper, blaring his fucking horn at them until the old cow driving got loose bowels and pulled off. Ah, but by then, I was driving on residential streets and Jesus H. Christ, here he came again, roaring along at least 50, flashing his lights and doing the horn thing. There were alleys behind the houses, the row houses, so I turned down one, thinking the evil fuck would back off, but no, he was right on my tail. He had to slow down to go around a dumpster and I had an idea how to get rid of him. Came to the street, slowed down a little, crossed the sidewalk and the street, and he picked up speed, roaring along like a freight train. He pulled out into the street and a car almost hit him. Roaring of brakes and horns. I started down another alley with him right after me. Ah, but ahead was a pickup on my right, parked against a garage, and just ahead of it, on the left, was a car, also parked. I shot left, then right and missed the second car by inches, but by God, sir, he didn't. A huge ripping crash, and when I looked back, there was a big cloud of smoke in the alley and some flame. Slowed down, turned right and drove 2 blocks, turned right again and then up into my driveway. Garage door opened and inside in a jiffy. And door shut tight behind me. Anyway, I unloaded my cargo, which, to satisfy you, were 4 wooden boxes of gold coins, and took them into my locked work area in the back. Then I went upstairs and poured myself a drink. Oh my, such a noise in the neighborhood. Fire trucks, sirens and all kinds of banging and popping noises. I finally went up on the roof, a flat roof. And sure enough, great clouds of smoke, flame and fire trucks hooting and so on. Went back down and made myself a nice dinner and relaxed. RTC. What was the outcome? GD. Oh, some chink was running an illegal fireworks factory in his garage and got pretty well fried when the whole thing went off. I didn't really feel like walking over there and letting anyone see me. RTC. And the truck driver. Was he charcoaled as well? GD. No. He got out and ran away. Too bad for him that a neighbor spotted him, called the cops. I understood from the tube that a cop got the message and spotted him running along the sidewalk. Stopped and so on, and the driver pulled one of those knives the flips carry and went at the cop. That was all she wrote for the driver because the cop emptied his gun into him at point-blank range. RTC. They call those balisong knives. GD. Well, the driver was a Filipino. RTC. They are very nasty, unstable people. Go off like a rocket for no reason, and you really do have to shoot them dead to stop them. Now I can see why he came after you. Makes sense. Good thinking on your part, though. I mean, luring him into a crowded alley. GD. I didn't actually lure him, Robert. He was chasing me going 50 or more in a crowded residential area. But I lost him and the police found him. Sorry about the burned up garages and cars, but you know how it is. RTC. Are you a coin collector? GD. Gold is the safest place for money, Robert. The paper is designed to wipe your ass with. RTC. It was safe. GD. Oh yes, very safe. A satisfactory dinner, as I recall. Took a nice, long shower, listened to some Telemann for a few hours and went to sleep. The next day I walked over to the crime scene, but there was too much yellow tape around. They had hauled away the ruined vehicles and you could smell burnt wood for blocks. Such a mess. Well, sic transit gloria mundi. Conversation no. 94 date. Wednesday, July 30th, 1997 commenced. 11:05 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:15 a.m. CSTGD. Good morning, Robert. Anything new to report? RTC. Quiet here. Pleasant to have quiet after the constant uproar at the office, but there are times when I really miss it. GD. Noise and uproar never bothered me at all. Bad food does, however. I had a chicken paprikash last night and it did not sit well. RTC. Paprikash. GD. Hungarian chicken with paprika. Cook it in a pan with butter, onions and paprika. I developed a liking for it when I was living in Munich, but this one was not good. Stringy chicken. Could have been cad, but I won't eat there again. RTC. That's right. You lived in Munich, didn't you? GD. Yes, for a long time, there or nearby. RTC. We had a large base there. Dealt with the Czechs. GD. I know about your operations there. Christ, you people were about as subtle as a fart in a space suit. You had Radio Free Liberty or whatever out at Holzkirchen and by the English Garden. And at Stahus, sorry, Karlsplatz, you had a export office that everyone from the whores to the cab drivers knew was the CIA office. Once paid a wino to crap on their doorstep. Oh, and the Hungarian fellow. I should tell you about that one. I knew this very nice, very old family lady. I mean a real lady, old family. Anyway, she met this Hungarian who was selling gold coins and whatnot, and the long and the short of it was the asshole stiffed her for a lot of money for fake gold coins and jewelry. She went to the police but they did nothing. I knew one or two very senior police people, so I spoke very seriously with one of them. Told me they knew all about the swine but couldn't touch him because he was a top CIA person. Maybe they couldn't touch him, but I certainly could. Critchlow. I think it was that one. Anyway, I set out to get back the money. I met this slimy crud in a coin shop, not by accident, and struck up a nice conversation with him. I should tell you that I know more about gold than he ever could, but I let him think I was a dumb, rich American. He was incorrect on 2 of the 3 impressions. Oh my, he did get interested in me. I also went to his apartment to deal with him, and then, armed with my information, I went to see some Turkish friends. Turks, Robert, can be very mean, and my friends were no exception. Details are not necessary here, but I told the Turks this jerk was onto their smuggling operations and was going to have them arrested, so they went after him. As I recall, though I was having dinner with my police official at the time, he was walking across the bridge down by the German Museum when some bad person came up behind him, cut his throat and chunked him over the parapet and down into the Isar. I should have added that it was winter and the river was frozen on the surface, but the Budapest kid went right through the ice. They found him in the spring, down by the dam. I must confess that after dining with the police gentleman, I spoke briefly with one of my really keen Turkish friends and we broke into the hunky's pad and stripped it. I got a lot of gold, some folders with interesting papers, a small radio, 2 silenced pistols and other things we really don't need to discuss. The Turk got quite a bit of gold and some awful Japanese pornography. I don't think 10-year-old Asian girls being banged by well-hung Negroes is really nice, but the others thought so, and who can dispute tastes after all? He and his cousin came back later with a truck and took all the furniture and even the toilet and a washbasin. I know about this because later, my police friend asked me about the terrible vanishing of the CIA man and the rape of his apartment. Of course I knew nothing, but I did give the lady all of her money back with a warning to her son, who was in their foreign office, to keep a good watch on his mother in future. I told him what happened and he and I had a good laugh. I knew him for years and we used to go shooting together and I had no problem telling him about it. Such a fuss from your people. They thought the Russians had kidnapped him. But in the spring, they found him stuck in the damn grill, all mixed up with a few equally rotting dead pets and an aborted fetus or two. Closed coffin and a nice ceremony. RTC. You mentioned finding some papers. I don't care about the silenced pistols, but the fate of the papers interests me. From a purely abstract but professional point of view, you understand. GD. Oh, I understand your abstract interest. As an abstract answer, I sold them to interested parties. Kept me in rent and food money for a number of months, I must say. My lady friend was happy and so were my pleasant Turkish friends. The Hungarian was not happy, but the Hungarian was a lying, thieving sack of shit and much better off dead and bobbing around deep in the cold river. The Turks found his bed very comfortable, but I never inquired about the fate of the toilet. There are some things best left strictly alone. And so much for my Hungarian adventures. Concluded at 11:15 a.m. CST. Conversation No. 95. Date. Friday, August 1, 1997. Commenced. 9:35 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 9:50 a.m. CST. GD. Some unknown person with the name of Vitter called me early today and offered me what he called very secret and important CIA documents. He said they would be important for my Mueller books or perhaps something to be published in the Spotlight or some such paper. Now, in the first place, Robert, I have an unlisted phone number under another name. The obvious question is how this jerk got the number. Not ever published nor in the phone book. One of yours, RTC, could be. Did he give you a callback number? GD. No, I asked for one and he waffled on me. RTC. Well, what can I say? GD. Well, I pretended to be interested but said, very clearly, that if these were classified documents, I would not be interested in them. Seemed to lose steam after that. RTC. They never seem to think these things out fully. I get calls about you and how evil you are and why I should never, ever talk to you. They come from concerned friends like Kimmel, Corson and Trento plus Bruce Lee and others. I thank them for their concern and hang up. GD. Oh, some person with a tiny brain went to the place where I get my mail and tried to find out where I lived but never got to first base. The owner called me up and told me all about it. He went outside and got their license number so I can find out where they live. RTC. Not an outraged husband, Gregory. GD. I never mess with married women, Robert. No, some official pinhead. My house and utilities are in my son's name and the phone is on under the name of Buster Minge, so I imagine these twits must have a merry time. RTC. Minge. GD. A woman's private parts in Cockney, Robert. Shame on me corrupting you at your age. I love it when the boobery get me with a wrong number. They want to know if Lucinda is home. I don't tell them they have the wrong number. I say that Lucinda is up with a customer now and I can have her call back when she's finished. RTC. Laughter. GD. Or if some creep wants to talk to Maudie May at 1 in the morning, I act very sad and tell them Maudie passed early this morning and the visitation will be tomorrow. When they get all upset, I tell them that it was for the best, what with the police after her and all. Or that her doctor said we was a real venereal typhoid Mary. RTC. Laughter. I'll just bet you do this, Gregory. GD. Oh, with glee. Or if it's a free-thinking type, and they ask for Clyde, I tell them with a lowered voice that I can't talk now because the police are there. One jerk shouted to someone that they had found the stash. Always keep them off guard, Robert, and try to keep their bowels open. Or if someone calls up and asks for Annie, and it's a man, I tell them that I've moved in now and Annie doesn't want to talk to them anymore. Not for nothing Heinrich Mueller called me Mr. Sunshine. A. Robert. RTC. You missed your calling, Gregory. GD. What is my calling, Robert? A werewolf. RTC. A disturber of the peace. GD. A disturber of the peace is someone who shines a spotlight on cars parked at a drive-in movie. RTC. How do you spell that? Peace, I mean. GD. Well, you can spell it two ways, Robert. Pay your money and take your choice. I worked the desk at an upscale hotel in Canada once and my coworker was even more warped than I was. Put a small speaker into one of the booths in the ladies' toilet and used to get on the mic and ask some squatting tubbo to please move over to the next stall because they were painting back behind her. We could hear the screaming in the lobby sometimes. Of course, once he put a very lifelike rubber baby down into one of the heads along with the contents of a bottle of red ink. Tiny pink feet in a sea of Fred and Moses not in sight. That got the cops out there and the day manager was not amused. RTC. You would never last with us, Gregory. GD. No, your people have no sense of humor but a very inflated sense of your importance. Remember, Robert, that man proposes but God disposes. RTC. I hope you don't expose poor Tom to your little adventures. GD. I haven't like Queen Victoria, Tom is not amused. RTC. Well, I am used to you but I doubt if he ever could be. GD. Tom takes himself too seriously. And imagine the fun I could have in your office down at Langley. I would take an official note form, address it to one of the bigwigs and scribble a note on it that you could only read a few words of. Jesus H. Christ, can you imagine the frenzy when the words are, missile launch at noon, sorry to tell you about your wife, or left the whole secret file on the bus. RTC. Laughter, yes, as I said, you wouldn't last very long. GD. No, but I would have some fun while I lasted. Concluded at 9:50 a.m. Central Standard Time, conversation no. 96 date. Monday, August 4, 1997 commenced. 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 9:02 a.m. CST. Ah, good morning, Robert. RTC. You said something on the answering machine about the Swiss. GD. Yes, I was talking with their press secretary several days ago and learned that they had been working on their transmitter because they have been having ongoing problems with it. Seems that a number of employees have been complaining of headaches and the suffering of a general malaise. Given what was said to me, it could only be your oscillator. I guess you keep it on. RTC. Oh, I do indeed. In fact, I left it on once for a whole week. Actually, I forgot about it. It does work, then. GD. I have used this many times and, yes, it does work. A friend of mine and I wanted to buy a house for investment, so we put an oscillator in a van and parked it across the street. First, the dog went mad and ran off and soon the cat vanished. One of the kids kept crapping on the floor and everyone inside felt terrible. We just showed up at their door and said my aunt had lived there years before and one thing and another. We made an offer and the wife screamed, take it, to her husband, and so we got the place cheap. A little paint, some landscaping, and we turned around and sold it 2 months later and made a huge profit. Of course you can't do the same thing with the Swiss. RTC. We should do it to the Russians. GD. Why not leave the poor Russians alone? My God, you people down there have done terrible things to them and to their economy. RTC. Well, the idea is to smash them so badly they can never be a rival again. GD. I don't mean to be critical, Robert, but your people never think down the road. Nature abhors a vacuum, so why not get together with the Russians? Well, you got the Poles to revolt and break away, but what can we do with them? Nothing. Germany and Russia ought to get together, buy off the Polish government, and then Germany takes their side and the Russians take theirs. RTC. What about the Poles? GD. Perhaps we can ship them all to Chicago. Then the Poles can have Chicago and the Jews can have Miami and the rest of us can get on about our business. No, actually, I am serious about Russia. I know you set up Yeltsin and I know your people have been looting the country and systematically destroying her industry. But it can't last. A new administration and a new change of policy and then a rebuilding Russia could be an enemy again. After all, we turned her into a bogey man in the 40s and just look how much money your friends made with the Cold War. Don't forget, I knew Galen and he told me, and showed me the papers, that our army, for whom he then worked, wanted him to draw up a report showing Russia was going to attack Europe. Yes, and say hello to the Easter Bunny. Stalin would never have launched a military attack against anyone but sea turtles in 1948. The war virtually destroyed the Russian infrastructure and a huge military attack would have been impossible for anyone. Well, it paid off, so now that communism is gone and Russia is starting to act normal again, why not support her? Who needs enemies? RTC. Gregory, I'm sorry to say you simply do not realize that communism is not dead and we want it stop it from ever coming back. GD. Well, Nazism is dead in Germany and the greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere is dead in Japan, so why not bury the Cold War, start trading with Cuba and get on with our business? I guess everyone is stuck in the past. RTC. And where do you see yourself in this? GD. Being positive, Robert. Russia is a huge potential market and Russia has a great collection of natural resources. Instead of getting tin horn rip-off artists to screw them, why not help them develop? A stable and advancing country is not about to engage in a struggle for world domination. We did that and believe me, it will take all we have just to keep the status quo. We can only expand so far, and using Russia as an excuse for grabbing control over every puissant country in Africa can only go so far. RTC. Gregory, I am concerned for your soul. Whoever put this bee into your bonnet? GD. Tom Kimmel. RTC. Oh, bullshit. Tom has a little book of rules and he wouldn't do anything not in the book, and what you have been talking about is not in his book. GD. Well, so much for the little books. That sounds like Mary Baker Eddy. By the way, did you know she was buried with a hooked-up telephone in her casket? I'd like to get the number and see how she's doing down there, but I'll bet she forgot to pay the bills for the last 50 years and they disconnected it. Jesus, suppose she answered. There goes yesterday's dinner. RTC. Gregory, so soon after breakfast concluded 9:02 a.m. Central Standard Time, conversation no. 97 date. Wednesday, August 20, 1997 commenced. 10:20 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 10:30 a.m. CSTGD, and another day rushes upon us, filled with candy and goat shit. How are you today, Robert? RTC. Tolerable. Did you get my papers? GD. Oh yes. Thank you very, very much for the originals of the Roosevelt conversation. Kimmel would give his left nut for these. RTC. As I understand it, he already has done this. I thought you would be the best person for these and the other papers. When, not if, I go, the vultures and sewer rats will pour into this place, gabbling to Emily and making every effort to grab anything incriminating they can find. No point in trying to educate her because she really has no grasp of these things. I imagine Trento and Kimmel having a fist fight on the stairs here, so Lamb removing temptation from their paths. I have been culling my papers and putting all the ones I think you might be able to use in one stack and leaving the luncheon invitations in another. Give Joe and his Frau something to warm themselves with on a cold night in Front Royal. Did you like the Dulles reports from Switzerland? GD. I know more about things going on inside the Third Reich than Dulles ever could have, in his OSS reports read like Alice in Wonderland. Mueller told me that every agent Dulles parachuted into Germany got caught. Mueller turned the more intelligent ones and shot the others. He said he was in Switzerland during the war and met Dulles. Not as head of the Gestapo, of course, but as someone else. Told me Dulles couldn't keep his pants buttoned up and was as gullible as a 3-year-old. Why, I ask, do we hire such idiots? Never mind. Yes, these Dulles reports are hysterically funny and I can see why your people snatched them from the files and stamped, top secret, on every page. Their beloved leader was such a dimwit. RTC. Well, Alan thought very well of himself. GD. Another Critchfield. Anyway, it's interesting to read the actual words of our beloved leaders. My such propaganda about both of them. Roosevelt was part Jewish and Churchill and his father were both pansies. While the court historians are wielding the whitewash brush, I am using the scalpel. There are more of them than there are of me, but I figure that one of me beats 20 of them. Such literate, or at least semi-literate, whores. RTC, the cruelty from you can be so refreshing. GD. No, the word whore is wrong. A whore fucks for money only, but a slut does it because it feels good. Most of these court historians do it to get a pat on the head from people like you. Tell me, Robert, did you wash your hands with Lysol after contact? RTC. We gave them gift pen sets. GD. Awesome, Robert. A real pen set. Did your DCI send them a machine-signed Christmas card? RTC. Laughter. Yes, often something to impress the dog with, I suppose. GD. The image of a dog pissing on the DCI's card is priceless. It would be more entertaining to see the dog piss on the DCI himself. RTC. Now, Gregory. GD. Oh, I know. Loyalty dies hard, but if you loved them so much, you would have never sent me so many dangerous documents that exposed them as drug runners and murderers. Not to mention being total morons in action. I can just visualize a large van full of chimpanzees pulling into the Langley parking lot every morning and a horde of chimps scrambling out and running inside to their desks. Well, if they ever get wind of your generosity with the papers, they might send you a box of doctored chocolates. Or give you an embolism like they gave Jimmy Atwood. RTC. Well, if I get chocolates, I can pass them across the street to the Swiss. GD. How about giving it to Trento? RTC. He wouldn't be worth it, believe me. Critchfield would be more to the point. Such a cow's anus. GD. Have mercy on cows, why not? I don't think Jesus would like either one of us, Robert. RTC. If a fraction of the horror stories about you I am flooded with were true, you would be a wonder. The devil himself would flee in terror before you. GD. Oh, I'm not that bad, Robert. I seem to get on with you. RTC. Well, yes, we do get on. Kimmel loathes you and Bill is afraid you might expose him for a champion BS artists. I take all their input with salt. My God, that idiot Irving hates you, though. GD. Oh yes, I know. He makes more negative noise about me than a donkey that's had a hot sweet potato shoved up his ass. RTC. Laughter. Did you do that? I mean with the donkey. GD. No, not ever, and I don't like sweet potatoes either. A friend of mine did a donkey once and told me about it. The donkey was hitched to a little cart, and when the business with the hot potato came down, he let out an awful bray and took off running. They found the cart about a mile away, smashed to bits up against a bridge abutment, but the donkey vanished forever from the sight of man. RTC. Probably didn't trust people anymore. GD. Sad. Concluded at 10:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 98 date. Friday, August 22, 1997 commenced. 3:177 p.m. CST concluded. 3:35 p.m. CST GD. Robert, we have talked about Clinton and I have been reading about his alleged tie-ins with your people and the smuggling of drugs. Anything to it? RTC. Oh. Yes, much true there. Drugs are brought up from South America, for cocaine and heroin, in Mexico for marijuana. They just fly it in over the border and land at a safe small airfield, unload and go back from whence them came. Arizona is popular and some ranchers there are very rich from taking in landing fees. GD. Clinton's involvement. RTC. His brother is hophead and Bill does like under-the-counter money. So does his wife. It's a wink and a nod type of thing. GD. Money corrupts and big money corrupts big people. GD. Yes, anyone is for sale. GD. I recall the story of the man in the bar who saw a beautiful woman come in. She sat next to him and he asked her if she would spend the night with him for $1,000. She said she certainly would. Then he asked her if she would drop the price to $50. When she said, in some anger, "What do you think I am?" he replied, "We already know that. I'm just trying to establish the price." RTC. Sad face. Laughter. I haven't heard that one, but it does fit. And don't be fooled by Clinton. He is a large man, very smooth, a great talker and very jovial. Have you oft a second and think nothing about it? Well, he's done his duty and will retire, a rich man. And he will write a book and the New York Times will rave about it. GD. Yes, they praised Posner's totally idiotic book on the Kennedy killing. RTC. Oh, that piece of shit. One mean both the book and the author. What an odious ass kisser that one is. Bought and paid for. And so is the Times. They print just what we tell them to print, where our operations are concerned, and kill whatever we tell them to. I have had to deal with them in the past. We toss them a few nice bones from time to time, but they do as they are told, believe me. GD. So much for freedom of the press. RTC. Laughter, what a joker you are, Gregory. The Jews own all the major papers in this country, and we work with them. They won't print a negative word about Israel, and on the domestic scene, they do as we ask them. In point of fact, the Jews here think they are going to own everything, but in fact, they are here on sufferance. They've been kicked out of every country they have lived in throughout history. Mostly a bunch of swindlers, con men and the like. On sufferance. If things get bad here, the men in power, and they are not Jews, will use them as scapegoats and force them out. We don't need concentration camps here as long as El Al can take them back to their Mediterranean paradise. Personally, the sooner the better before they ruin the stock market with their backdoor scheming and we have another depression. GD. They had little to do with the 29-1, however. RTC. Just you wait, Gregory, they'll do it again, mark my words. Yes, Hitler was right about them. Parasites. Never create anything and attach themselves to the system like leeches. GD. As far as Clinton is concerned, he doesn't have to worry about the Jews because of his wife, but the born-again morons hate him. Old Ken Starr is from Chicago and is as crazy as they come. As a matter of fact, all of these raging twits should be shoved into the El Al baggage compartments and shipped off with the Jews. By the way, did you know that the precious Wailing Wall in Jerusalem is not the foundation of Solomon's temple but was built by the Arabs about 600 AD? How ironic it is to see devout Jews licking the stones that some Arab mason pissed on hundreds of years before. And there are enough pieces of the true cross floating around to build a 6-room house. RTC. The relic business was booming once. GD. Well, now they sell other things, don't they? I rarely read the mainstream press because I don't trust Israel, and the press knocks themselves out to kiss their ass. I predict that if the US doesn't disengage over there, the frustrated Arabs will start attacking us next. Washington said it best. No entangling alliances. Of course no one will follow such a course, but the time will come when they wish they had. RTC. I'm afraid so. This is beginning to sound like a Nazi party meeting, but the truth will out, won't it? GD. Not in the New York Times, it won't. RTC. Isn't the truth what people want to believe? GD. Or are told to believe. If you lie to people long enough, they will either come to believe the lies or will recognize them for what they are and turn on the liars. I predict both of these concepts because one always follows the other. Concluded at 3:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 99. Date. Sunday, August 24, 1997. Commenced. 10:22 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 10:35 a.m. CSTGD. Hello, Robert. What is new with you back there? RTC. The usual make work projects. I wish I were younger sometimes. GD. Well, if youth knew an age could, we would all be better off. By the way, I was reading an article about Aldrich Ames yesterday. I suppose that is a no-no with you. RTC. I knew him slightly. An utterly useless fraud who had a nasty, demanding wife and who was kept on the rolls because his father had been with us. GD. Well, the FBI got one up on you, didn't it? RTC. Does Kimmel brag about this to you? GD. He was involved in the business. Why not let me be diplomatic? RTC. How kind of you, Gregory. GD. Would you like to get even with them? RTC. How could I do that, pray tell? GD. Well, a Russian friend told me about one of their top counterintelligence people who is working for them. RTC. No. Are you sure about that? HD. Well, my source was certain. They don't know who it is and he said he was a pain in the ass to deal with. RTC. Gregory, perhaps we could discuss this a little further. You won't mention your source to me, but what do you really know about this fellow? Do you have a name? GD. Yes, I do, Robert. Now, if you pass this on to someone, for the Lord God's sake, do not put my name into it. Okay. RTC. A given. The name. GD. Yes. Ramon Garcia. RTC. GARCLAPGD. Yes, correct. I thought the FBI was a hotbed of racism, but apparently not. I wrote it down later but I am sure. What will you do with it? RTC. What do you think? RTC. Pass it on. Revenge for Ames I suppose. RTC. Did your source say how long this Garcia had been working for them? GD. For about 15 years. RTC. Jesus. And his position? Mean if you have any idea. GD. A big wig in counterintelligence. RTC. Why would someone tell you? GD. He knows I know Kimmel, whose name he is familiar with. I think his people are not happy with this Garcia and think he might be a double agent. I think he wanted me to pass this to Kimmel. RTC. Will you? GD. No, I don't plan to. I know what would happen if did. The first thing would be that they would open a case on me and start asking all my neighbors about me. They do that, so I strongly recommend against ever telling anyone in law enforcement anything. RTC. Not all law enforcement would start out investigating you. GD. I've had it happen, so say nothing. Let the FBI find out about their own mole. It's none of my business, Robert. I suppose it's in your hands now. Oh, and by the way, you might be interested in knowing, as I have been told, that someone from the NSG, a SIGINT specialist, has been giving reams of material to the PRC. RTC. That also of interest. Who are they and where are they located? At Meade. GD. No, at Hansa in Japan. RTC. Name. GD. If you really want it, I will try to get it from my source. RTC. Who is? GD. A former high-level fellow who was pushed out of the Navy and is not overly stable. He was involved in the murder of Trujillo. Do you know of a Marine Colonel Cass? RTC. Jesus Christ, yes, I do. Did this person tell you about that operation? GD. In detail. RTC. We can discuss this later. Would you be prepared to out your source? GD. To you but not to Kimmel. RTC. Screw Kimmel, but to me. GD. Certainly, but with the usual caveats. RTC. Don't worry. Could you get the name of the mole from your contact? GD. If I could get him drunk it would be a piece of cake. RTC. We may have to do that. Where is he now? I mean, what part of the country from you? GD. Norfolk. RTC. Is he actually retired? GD. Oh, yes, and he has a lot of money as well. I didn't think naval officers had a lot of money. RTC. He might have been peddling material too. Jesus. If he blabs about Cass or Trujillo, he's going to have to hire a local high school kid to start his car in the morning. Unless he has an insured wife. GD. No, he's single. RTC. What about outing him to me? GD. All right, considering all the wonderful material you keep sending me, I owe you. I'll send you a letter, mailed from some other place, with a name, address, former rank and current phone number. Soonest. RTC. Thanks. And we won't mention this to Kimmel either. GD. No, I won't. Not a word. Concluded at 10:35 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 100 date. Monday, September 1, 1997 commenced. 1:45 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 1:55 p.m. CST. Good afternoon to you, Robert. All well there. RTC. Could always be better, but we consider the alternative. With you. GD. One of my dogs ate the neighbor's cat, but other than that, no problems. RTC. Really? GD. Yes. The dog is a husky and he was sleeping in the yard when this rather fat Angora jumped over the top of the fence right in front of him. It was all over in a few seconds, but I did have to pry what was left of Kitty out of his mouth and stick her deep, deep into the garbage can. Saw the neighbor lady looking for the dear one and I helped her look for a while. I told her cats ran off sometimes, but they usually came back when they got hungry. Not this one, believe me. If it ever came back, the old lady would have a coronary on the spot. Huskies are born hunters and they are the closest to the wolf. I don't think that mattered much to the cat. Well, enough animal stories for now. Have you heard from Bill? How is his wife doing? RTC. They think the melanoma has spread. Nice woman. GD. Yes, the nice ones seem to go early. Well, we can worry more about the ones left behind. RTC. What are you doing today, Gregory? GD. Actually putting the final touches on my Russian Akula. RTC. What? GD. That means, shark, in English. That's their huge sub. 175 meters long and 25 wide. Enormous. Carries RSM-52 long-range missiles. Have a range of over 8,000 kilometers. Nuclear warheads. They go out and sit on the ocean bed about 400 meters down. That's mostly under the polar ice cap. Just sit there and wait for the signal to surface and launch. Wonderful deterrent. RTC. A bit long in the tooth, but I've heard about them. How many do they have? GD. I don't know. 4 to 6 is my educated guess. Stay out a specified time, maintain strict radio silence, and if they aren't needed to blow our east coast into glowing coals, rotate with the next one. Very comfortable with swimming pools, saunas and private cabins. And there they sit, waiting. And we sewed a field of detection devices all over the supposed routes from Russia so your people in Scotland can monitor the movements. Of course they are under the ice and we can't spot them from above. RTC. I had no idea you were into this area, Gregory. GD. I constantly amaze people, Robert. Anyway, the Russians know about these detectors and have a really interesting way of avoiding them. RTC. How do you know that, by the way? GD. I have an old friend who retired from the NSG and he has a few drinks and he's often running with nice information. We know, but we didn't for a long time. The Navy never told. The CIA, so your people are sitting around in Scotland freezing their asses off and eating haggis. RTC. I don't suppose. GD. No, I forgot his name. Anyway, I build ship models to relax. With some people it's drugs, but I prefer ship models. Cheaper and more satisfying. I have a huge model of the Yamato I put together. Took 20 months, that one did. RTC. But back to the Russian sub. Perhaps we could speak about this. GD. Delighted to, Robert, but not on the phone. When we get together, we can have a lovely chat about such things. RTC. Yes, I suppose so. By the way, a man named Kittrick is going to get in touch with you. I won't tell you for whom he works, but stiff him. GD. Thanks for the tip, but these jerks never get past the first 10 minutes of bleeding on the phone. Well, I guess when they parole them from the loony bin, someone has to give them a make-work job. Hire the handicapped, Robert, because they're fun to watch. How about starting a business called Rent a Mongoloid? I mean, you can get some of these really frightening kids and have them pass out candy at your front door on Halloween. They don't have to wear masks and they'll scare the shit out of the young ones. Stains and puddles all the way out to the sidewalk. RTC. Very cruel, Gregory. GD. I thought so. Don't forget, I used to pour water on drowning people. But Jesus loves me too, so I guess I'm all right there. I'm finishing up a paper on the computer system Mueller used for the Gestapo. Hollerith system. I mean early computer but effective. A bit technical, but I'll mail it off and you might find it interesting. The system has been improved, but the use of it has great potential in the event some leader here wants to grab power. More insensitivity, I guess. Concluded at 1:55 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 101. Date. Tuesday, September 2, 1997. Commenced. 12:56 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 1:20 p.m. CSTGD. Hello. What's up today? RTC. Good morning, Gregory. Another doctor's visit scheduled for this p.m. A damned nuisance, but Emily insists. I am not feeling all that well, what with my bad hip and a tendency to misjudge my feet and then falling. I should use a cane in the house, but I don't feel I am ready for a walker yet. Other than those small things, I'm fine. And yourself? GD. I am also fine. However, dealing with your feeble-minded scumbag friends is getting to be quite a bore. Jesus, what a pack of morons, and they have many allies. People like Kimmel, who is outraged that a terrible person like myself is interacting with you. He thinks you're getting gaga and might spill terrible things to me. And, of course, I'm a terrible, disrespectful person who, God knows, might blow the gaff on something horrible. And poor Bill wants to run with the hares and hunt with the hounds. When he gets going, it sounds like a Kirby vacuum cleaner, what with all the suction. RTC. Well, the company people do not like you, and yes, They dragged the FBI into it for the reason they are not supposed to operate inside this country. Of course we did, and do, but that is not important. You see, you are considered, as Kimmel says, a loose cannon. No one questions your intelligence, although they publicly question your sanity and character, but they can't control you. The drill is that these people have gotten to believe that they, and they alone, have the control and the ability to control, and that the rest of the peonage are stupid sheep who pay their salaries. And then you come along and rattle their cages. And they try to intimidate you and then realize that doing this only stimulates you to more noise making, so they back off and think of other ways to get at you and shut you up. They also believe that you are in possession or at least control of certain dangerous documents that could cause havoc in certain circles. If you ever even hinted at them, so they have to make sure you don't commit unsocial acts. And by unsocial acts I mean shake their trees. Of course they would never just sit down and talk to you like the army did. We used to do this in the early days, but now that we basically control the media and our foreign policy, we have decided that we are far too omniscient and important to descend to actually communicating with our social inferiors. So they turn their pimps and whores loose on you and try to besmirch you to the point where no one will believe you. GD. They could have one of these sycophants sue me, couldn't they? Tie me up in endless and devastatingly expensive court litigation. Shut me up that way. RTC. No, Gregory, because that would codify their fears and might, horrible to contemplate, draw public attention to you. No, you have carte blanche to do as you like and they won't interfere for fear of the publicity. But, of course, by getting into the Kennedy killing, you will be taking on a whole hog pen of functioning idiots and fanatics. The company or Phoebe won't have to do a thing. Hell, we control some of them. The feral woman is ours. And if they attack you, why, our hands are clean. I mean, you will have far more trouble from these creeps than you ever would have with us. Some self-important twit has a pet theory and supporters thereof, and if you dare to publish a word that questions their invented idiot shit, why, they will come down upon you, screaming like a drag queen and swinging their purses. Hell, Gregory, if I were you, I would be more concerned about the Jews and the Kennedy nuts than us. GD. The Jews. RTC. Oh yes, the vulgar Hebrews again. See, if it gets out and accepted that our government hired all the Nazis they did, why, the Jews will have to start wailing and screeching about how dare we do this to them. To them is the operative word here. I mean, how dare you contradict the needs of a Jew? Why, these are God's very own people, aren't they? God's chosen ones. GD. Well, if you believe the silly Holocaust stories, one would have to believe that God chose the Jews to stand in line for the showers. RTC. Laughter. Ah yes, the famous showers. But you see, the fact that Jews will come after you. Some because only they can moan about their fates, and many more to suck up to officialdom, an officialdom that for now at least is dominated by white Christians. It just gets worse. GD. Well, when Kennedy was running, the Protestants swore that if he got elected, the Pope would move into the White House, or at least Cardinal Cushing. Of course this did not happen, but what does the Jew hope for? Their beach blanket flag flying over the Capitol. RTC. Certainly. They work their way into the system and rise up quickly, gaining influence as they go because they are very clever and our stupid ones get to rely on their intelligence. GD. Poisoned intelligence. Onwards and upwards. Jesus, if the Jewish community and the art world, actually the same, ever found out what I got from Mueller before they died, and especially what I am doing with it, they would get Congress to pass a law against me. RTC. What's that? Something new here. GD. Yes, actually so. See, I don't know if you are aware of it, but during the war, the Germans looted billions of dollars of art from all over Europe. Hitler wanted to set up a huge museum complex in his hometown of Linz, and all the Nazi brass fall all over each other to gain the Führer's interest by stealing from museums, private collections, churches and so on. Billions. And after the war, people like Tommy Howe and others went around to the vast, underground caves and brought out tons of loot. The more important pieces, or the best known, were returned. At least most of them were. I know of a certain Raphael that old Frank brought back from Poland that the Gestapo bagged and Mueller had hanging up in his elegant pad in Piedmont. That's in a safe place and the Polacks will never get it back, believe me. Anyway, Mueller started selling some of this loot that your people took away from the army after '48. Did you know about this supplementary income? RTC. Yes. Go on, please do. GD. Well, Haney set up a little organization and began to peddle some of this, as I said, for cash for your off-the-books activities. Naturally, he kept his share in front. He had a large garage in Piedmont stuffed full of it. I mentioned the Jews because most of the post-impressionist pieces came from Jewish collectors. Of course, some of the older pieces too. I saw the Rothschild collection of gold coins before Haney sold it off, and I must say it was delightful to look at. And some Russian treasures looted from Tsarskoye Selo, mean the old Imperial Russian complex south of St. Petersburg. RTC. In Florida. GD. Now, Robert, not in Florida, in Russia. The communists changed it to Pushkin. Let me go on. And items from monasteries all over Europe, especially from Italy after Mussolini fell from power in '43 and the Germans occupied the country. Von Senger did rescue the very valuable, priceless, library from Monte Cassino before Roosevelt ordered it bombed to powder. But a lot of other art loot went to Germany indeed. Anyway, Haney found out I was an art restorer at one time and knew a good deal about the subject, so we got along just fine, although I must admit when he took me to his storage facility and turned on the lights, I very nearly had an involuntary bowel movement on the spot. If the Russians, the Italians, the French or the Poles ever saw what was there, there would be a sound like an approaching freight train. Jesus, the uproar, the demands, and on the part of the Jews, wails of possessive anguish. Everyone else would fade away before their wrath. And their demands. No, when Haney died, I made sure the storage warehouse was cleared out and secured elsewhere. You see, his second wife knew nothing about any of this because he didn't burden her with the knowledge. And if she found it, naturally, she would try to sell it, and then these people would come down, howling with rage and armed with legal papers. We couldn't have that, so I executed Haney's very firm request. Do you know how Mexicans keep the flies out of their bedrooms, Robert? RTC. Not offhanded, but I am certain you will enlighten me. GD. Oh, always, Robert. Simple. They shit in the hall. RTC. Laughter, so very incorrect. GD. Ah, but so accurate, Robert. In the hall. In huge, festering heaps. Fly nurseries. So we removed what attracts flies and other vermin. Anyway, the post-impressionist junk started getting sold off, discreetly here and there. Of course the easily recognizable pieces are a different matter, although a great amount of things from Catherine the Great's palace were relatively easy to peddle. I wouldn't want to be too public about things from Warsaw or Rome, or even Florence. And art is entirely subjective. The picture I spoke of earlier by Raphael is a portrait of someone who looks like a raging faggot dressed in a loose blouse and looking for all the world as if he just left a Castro Street bathhouse after an evening of bumbusting. But effeminate men were the ideal when Raphael worked. Now, we have Jackson Pollock, who used to spread art canvas on his garage floor, climb up a ladder and toss the contents of various cans of paint he scrounged from the neighbors at yard sales or from the public dump, toss them here and there while giggling to himself. Then, when the enamels dried, he would cut the canvas into sections, mount the sections of stretchers, stick idiot names on each and sell them to the pea-brained who considered them art. Now that Pollock is dead, the prices are rising beyond all belief. I personally think Claude Monet and Singer Sargent were the last really good artists of our time. Nowadays, some orange-haired pimp splatters paint all over a canvas and the tasteless rich rush to buy it. It's better for the dealers if the artist is dead, probably if he died of an overdose of heroin in a male bathhouse. It takes about a century to winnow the wheat from the chaff, and then the trashy art and equally trashy writing falls away and a few beautiful works emerge. Of course, by that time, the idiots are all mooning after someone who plops his hairy ass down on a pallet and then sits on a canvas. Moon over Miami, which, along with Skokie and most of Westchester County, is where all the trash ends up. Ah, one must be careful, Robert. For example, I know about a certain cartouche from the Amber Room. Yes, the Prussian State Eagle in amber. Haney liked it and so do I. RTC. Do. GD. We don't need to go into semantics. We've been going into Semitics all morning here. RTC. Laughter. Yes, absolutely. And if they get it into their heads that sacred Jewish treasures are in the hands of the unbelieving, and worse, these treasures are actually worth money, my God, you will have mobs of livid Hebrews chanting in front of your house. GD. That's what fire hoses are for, Robert. To put out fires and also to clean off trash from the sidewalks. Anyway, I suppose you don't know it, but I have bank accounts all over Europe and very nice properties in Germany, France and Italy, and all filled with lovely pieces. Oh, if I had to depend on selling books, none of that would have happened. And I do enjoy occasional forays into the world of fine art. I really ought to say successful forays, because I always return from the hunt with a full game bag, or, in my case, more money to enjoy in my retirement years. RTC. But supposing they are listening to this. Couldn't someone go to banks and ask about your accounts? GD. Robert, I had 10 different passports and more passable identities than you could guess at. The foggy bottom freaks tried for years to find out whatever negative they could about me so they could nail me, and they had to give up. As an aside, one of their investigators started in on me with all the smarmy subtlety of a fart in a spacesuit, and I lured him to a site loaded with illegal products, and the local authorities, whom I tipped off, nailed him as he was carrying what he thought was devastating evidence against me in sealed boxes, but actually was something entirely different, out to his car. He screamed for help, but it didn't do him any good. Lost his job, his house, and got 4 years in the can for it. Oh my, did I laugh at that one. RTC. Gregory, naughty boy. Ah, the state people are such mindless assholes anyway. GD. I sent him sympathy cards from time to time. Remember now thy creator in the days of thy youth. What? Fuck them all, Robert. And I would burn the paintings before I gave any of them back, believe it. RTC. I would tend to believe that, Gregory. I should imagine you are entirely capable of such an act. What they don't know, they can do nothing about, right? GD. Oh yes, right. And you can visit me any time at my nice villa in Italy. Partially paid for, one might guess, with the profits from selling looted Italian art. Oh, and Russian and Polish as well. And Haney kept meticulous records, which I have, and if your people, or anyone else, ever tried to push me, records I would gleefully publish. My, oh my, the American museums, the private collections, the major art auction houses, and so on, would be so wonderfully compromised. I love it. RTC. Yes, but they don't. GD. No, Robert, they really don't. Most of them are so stupid they couldn't find either end of themselves in a dark room. You doubt me? Look at some of their children. Either end, Robert, either end. These punks always have to buy new pants because they keep wearing out the knees, crawling around on the floor like mongoloids, while in pursuit of the contents of the cat's latrine. RTC. Now, you might be speaking about my people. GD. The ones who harassed you. The ones who harassed Angleton. Those friends. The ones who come to see you and support you now that you have retired. Those friends, Robert. RTC. Ah, well, you have a point there, Gregory. And to use one of your crude expressions, fuck them all. And if they ever find out that I have had my Greg ship off sizzling papers to you, they would certainly renew old friendships. GD. Wouldn't you enjoy having so many old friends crowding into your house, Robert? They would shit on the floors and steal anything of value, and after molesting your wife and the cat. No, you should follow in my footsteps and leave sleeping dogs, or pigs, lie, right? GD. Yes, I reluctantly have to agree with you. Could I have a nice Rembrandt for my living room, Gregory? If and when I die, Emily could have a useful farewell gift. GD. There were 3 of his and they have all been sold. How about a Picasso? There are dozens of those. I hate to have to look at Picasso. Or Clay. Or Miro. Oh, Myron. Buy the Picasso. It matches the drapes. RTC. Laughter. Where is the taste with these people? GD. Up the ass, Robert, up the ass. Along with that wondrous zucchini Aunt Bella shoplifted from the supermarket last month. And always remember, Robert, that Malthus was right, and when we run out of food and water, we can start eating each other. I believe the French perfected this technique some time ago, but then both parties lived to tell about it. Given some of the fatties have seen waddling around town here, if famine ever strikes, they had best barricade themselves in the root cellar with a shotgun, because some of these jiggling lovelies would feed a family of 6 for a month. Well, it will be back to the caves for the survivors, and what will a Picasso be worth then? Opening parenthesis. Concluded at 1:20 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 102. Date. Saturday, September 6, 1997 commenced. 8:05 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 8:22 a.m. CST/RTC. Gregory, I'm glad you called because I mislaid your number. I need to ask you a question about some documents you were supposed to have snatched away from the people at Justice. Do you know what I'm talking about? I have had a visitor here yesterday afternoon. Who told me that their OSI people were hot on the trail of some very important papers for whatever purpose and you somehow got involved and got them instead. Is there anything to this? By the way, I told my visitor I knew nothing about it but would ask you the next time you called. Naturally, having told him this, I got the standard bottled lecture about how truly evil you were and so on. We don't need to worry about that silly shit, but as to the documents. GD. Oh yes, the Hudel papers. Bishop Hudel was an Austrian Catholic bishop and a good friend of the Pope Pius XII. After the war, the bishop was very active in getting certain Germans out of the country into safe havens in South America. Of course these were not the Gestapo and SD men your people hired in carload lots. Anyway, yes, the story is true. A military document collector rang me up and said he had some Nazi documents that the government people demanded he give them or face severe penalties. Boiling in oil was not mentioned but hinted at. Anyway, he paid money for these and wanted at the least to get his money back. Oh no, not to happen. He had to give them free of charge to their people pronto. RTC. The OSI is GD. Office of Special Investigations, under Justice. A bunch of rabid Jews looking for 90-year-old SS men so they can send them back to Germany to be tried for some non-existent crime like throwing fat old Jewesses into raging fires or whatever. Anyway, it's a sort of make-work project for the Viper Brigade. I've encountered them before, so he was in a state. He can't read a word of German, which is why he collects German-language documents. Typical. The long and short of this is that I had him fax me several pages. They were all dated after the war and I could see at once what the OSI was after. That drooling twit Bronfman has been trying to blackmail the Vatican, and these papers, showing chapter and verse of their earlier travel service, would do wonders to make him richer. I asked the collector what he wanted for the collection of about 50 pages or so and he said 1,500, so I sent him a check and warned him that if he made any copies, I would personally remove him from the face of the earth. He thought I was joking. So off went the check and the papers came right away. Pure dynamite from the OSI's point of view. RTC. And might I ask if you still have them? My visitor was on the verge of a stroke. GD. No, I do not have them. What I did was to read them through and then I took them, put them into an envelope, sealed it, got into my car and drove to the office of the Archdiocese. You see, I worked for the church at that time, Robert. RTC. You're Catholic. GD. No, but I worked for Catholic Charities and I had met the bishop twice when he was making his occasional inspection tours. I had to put up with his office manager who was very nosy and wanted to see the papers. I couldn't tell him to fuck off, but I made it very clear that what I had was very important and that I could only give them to the bishop in person. It took about an hour, but eventually I got in and that was that. I was pleasant to him and gave him the papers, suggesting he send them to the nunciate in Washington and let them decide what to do with them. I also suggested, as firmly as I thought polite, that he not read them. It took all of about 5 minutes, not to mention the hour drive. RTC. They vanished. GD. Oh, they did. About 3 months later, I got a very nice letter from the Vatican, from some official, thanking me in very general terms for sending on my interesting historical documents and assuring me that they were now reposing in the security of the Vatican archives. He was most polite and considerate. Of course nothing was specific. RTC. It never is. GD. As sort of as an afterthought, when the collector called me about the OSI people again, he was having a lot of worry with them. I told him to tell their agents that he had sold these documents to me. I said he should give them my name and phone number plus my address. RTC. Laughter. Futile. I'll bet you no one ever contacted you. GD. You'd win the bet. RTC. Did the church ever give you back the 1,500? GD. I never mentioned it and would have never taken it. I had my satisfaction in another way. RTC. I can see why they really hate you, Gregory. GD. Well, the Pope doesn't. RTC. No, but the rabbis do. GD. I have all the luck. And that's where the press hysteria about pedophilic priests got started. The Vatican refused to let the filthy Brahmin creeps paw through their archives, so the obedient American press started yapping about the priests. The Baltimore Sun started it and it went from there. RTC. The Sun is owned by the New York Times. GD. And who owns the New York Times? RTC. Yes, Gregory. The same people who own our Washington Post and the Jerusalem Post. GD. Well, at least they offed that fat pig Maxwell. RTC. Yes. Knocked him in the head and into the ocean off his yacht. GD. Jimmy Atwood. Said I knocked two of his Brit friends ditto and tossed them into the Caribbean. But Jimmy was such a liar. RTC. Look where it got him. GD. Face down in his soup. Of course it could have been the main course, but you get the drift. Another tragic embolism before dessert. Well, does that answer your question about the documents? RTC. Oh yes. You did the right thing, of course, Gregory. Always pick the winning side. GD. Edgar makes such putrid booze. Concluded at 8:22 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 102 date. Wednesday, September 10, 1997 commenced. 11:14 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:30 a.m. CST RTC. Gregory, I have just finished reading over the latest Mueller material. I think you have done a wonderful job with this, I really do. Bill wanted to see it, but I said you wanted it right back. If he got his hands on it, off to the Xerox machines and it would be all over the district. But what I wanted to discuss with you is the very strong probability, based on what I have been hearing, that you will never expand your readership beyond its present level. GD. Bender does well. RTC. How big a customer list does he have? GD. About 3,500. RTC. And does he do any national advertising? GD. No, just within his own circles. RTC. In other words, not in any of the major bookstores, right? GD. Oh, I suppose if a customer came in and made a special order, they could get it for him but not to carry it. RTC. Ah, you see there. So is informative and very readable though it might be, no major publishing house would ever dare to print the Mueller material nor, most especially, advertise it nationally. And believe it, Gregory, that even if some big house printed it, it would never see the light of day. Why? Because our people would block it. It's that simple. They would ruin you as they have ruined many other authors who have gone before you for daring to speak ill of them. Can you imagine the New York Times reviewing it? I think not. I think not ever. One phone call from us and into the wastebasket with any kind of commentary, good or bad. Gregory, the blanket of silence would descend upon you, believe me. Silly idealists somehow believe we have a free press here, but it is as tightly controlled as it is in Russia or it was in Hitler's Germany. Oh yes, the paper out in Podunk, Kansas is not controlled, but all it talks about are whose cow won a prize at the state fair and how the local football team is doing. No, those papers are not controlled because no one but a bunch of hicks read them. But the AP, all the major papers, magazines, publishing houses and television people are under tight control. The rumor about the Jews owning all the papers is only partially correct. The media is owned by corporations. Yes, Jews have a strong say in both corporations and the industry, but they do not control it. Corporations control the media. If some article injures any one of them, or has the potential to do so, the article ends up in the trash along with the reporter. I know the New York Times does just what we wish them to do, print what we wish them to print and kill off any story we tell them to. Besides, we control the AP and all across the country. Many of the national and international news stories come direct from the AP. GD. I know. I was a newspaperman once. Boilerplate. Smaller papers can't afford to have reporters in Moscow or Washington, so they depend entirely on the AP for such news. RTC. Yes, it's a very effective choke point. The public are fed pap and contrived stories and nothing, not a word, gets out that we don't want out. And I am afraid that this will apply to your books. Sell them door to door or to a few military historians via your friend Mr. Bender, but no matter how well written they are and no matter how many uncomfortable truths they may reveal, I am afraid you will never, ever, get rich as a writer. Whispering campaigns will start about you, and even though I know that your Mueller Gestapo boss worked for us. Christ, I had lunch with him at the Jockey Club once and the Metropolitan Club twice. No one in Washington will ever mention this. And I have heard that they are now frantically trying to find out if you have any papers on this. They can make snide dismissal comments, but they are really frightened that you might have something to prove that the head of Hitler's secret police not only worked for the company but lived in luxury in Georgetown. Jesus, the Hebrews would scream so loud the Capitol dome would collapse. And not to mention the entire left wing of both coasts. No, enjoy yourself while you can, because the blanket is about to come down. They won't shoot you because if no one outside a small group of people ever hears about your activities with a typewriter, why should they care? And don't talk to Kimmel or Bill about any of this because neither of them are your friend. Anything you say goes right out the other door. Have you read over the Kennedy assassination material yet? GD. Working on it. RTC. Well, it's a forlorn hope, Gregory, forlorn. GD. Well, I don't think a hack like Stephen Ambrose would dare to tread outside the fixed boundaries of official history. Of course, I recommend Ambrose books to my friends because if you buy any Stephen Ambrose book, you get at least 5 other books at the same time. RTC. Laughter. Well, Hitler and Stalin had their state historians and we have ours. GD. And old Winnie Churchill wrote all about how wonderful he was and called it history. RTC. But just a little word here about not elevating your expectations. They are watching you, Gregory, and you might consider another line of work. GD. Oh, I can be very creative, Robert, and believe me, I am vicious as hell when I choose to be. I have enough on some of these people to have them hanged in public, and they can push and I will shove. It will all come out in the wash, I think. And do you think some fat pinhead with a ski mask will shoot me in a shopping mall? Maybe 20 years ago, but the CIA people I have run into over the past few years are a bunch of gutless faggots who might gang up on me and hit me with their purses, but nothing more serious than that. True, they have made trouble for me, but believe me, I have also made trouble for them. If I ever meet you somewhere, I can tell you some wonderful stories. Sometime we can talk about the story of the pinheaded seal in Berlin and how he came to be tossed out of the country. I have lots of nice stories like that. Well, I am still working up the Mueller things, and I agree with you, although my tattered idealism still gives me some hope that justice will prevail. If it doesn't, why I might become very annoyed. Well, we shall see. And no, I never tell Kimmel or Corson a thing, and no, I do not trust either of them, and yes, I know they run bleeding to higher authority when I tell them some secret. Actually, I rather enjoy the little game, but it is a bit like playing chess with a blind man as an opponent, a little unfair, but then so is life. Concluded 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 103. Date: Monday, September 15, 1997. Commenced 1:38 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded 1:55 p.m. CST. RTC. Good morning, Gregory. Did you, by any chance, get the packet I sent you? GD. The one on weird conspiracy crap. RTC. Yes, the same. GD. I did, and I am still laughing. My God, when Reagan closed the nut houses in California, these things really took off. Actually, to be fair, that sort of lunacy has been around for years. But how the CIA could get tied up with some of them boggles the imagination. RTC. Well, there were indeed very strange people in our ranks. I'll grant you that. We had Gottlieb, Cameron, and other odd ones. The Swan person was another one. You know, the remote viewing insanity. GD. Oh yes, indeed. I lived near Shri in Menlo Park, and I heard hysterically funny stories about this at the time. Leaving the astral body to float around in space and then down to old Mother Russia to slip into the KGB headquarters to spy on the workings. Or float off to China to see what Mao was doing. The thought that taxpayers' money went into such things is really not very funny. Tell me, although I only saw a brief mention of it, were you tied up with the Scientology nutties? The planet Xenu. The bringing of the Thetan Master Race to Montana by DC-3s. Jesus, I know Hubbard spent some time in a Frisco nut house, but how, or I mean why, do sane people believe such shit? RTC. From a poor, very bad science fiction writer to cult leader is quite a step, but L. Ron made it. GD. My God, I know about him and I met some of his drooling acolytes once. And had to listen to hours of psycho-babble about being clear of their fake emitters. All they do is rope in rich fools and skin them to the bone. But please tell me the CIA wasn't tied up with these nutties. RTC. No, Hubbard hated us. We were asked by DOS to investigate him when he was running all over the Med, getting the police of various countries after him. We concluded that all of them were crazy as hell and that Hubbard was either an inspired paranoid idiot or a total fraud. I rather suspect he was both. I hear he got so crazy out in California that his people killed him. GD. I have heard the same. And cremated him and dumped the ashes into the ocean off the stern of an old sardine boat. Well, now Lafayette is up on Xenu, running the pay toilets in the Imperial Palace there. God, I thought that once we got rid of the Christian Scientists, the fake churches were done for. RTC. Well, Gottlieb was crazy and Cameron was crazier what with their experiments, but at least Hubbard had a run for everyone's money and enjoyed lots of teen-aged pussy before they offed him. Gottlieb fucked goats and we had to off Cameron for everyone's welfare. No, we had nothing to do with the Hubbard business. GD. Ah, but you did get into the remote viewing business. Did you do crystals too? RTC. What? GD. No, just some new age nonsense. I know if I had an out-of-body experience, I would want to visit the girls' gym shower room at a local high school. Not too young and before the bodies turn to rubber and the tits topple. High school girls were okay for Hubbard to play stink finger with, but they really aren't too smart. Some of them are nice to look at, though. Go to any beach, Robert, and look at the flab and sag. Oh, and men too. Must be democratic here. Guys get sagging tits and jelly bellies as well. But in the old days, young people kept their shapes longer, but now, they bag, sag and drag at 10 or 11. RTC. Laughter, we all get there, Gregory. GD. Yes, we do, but I would rather look at the cat box than the blubber guts strutting their stuff. Ah, well, so much for remote viewing. RTC. Mr. Swan conned some of our less intelligent people out of millions. GD. Maybe they can start their own church, Robert. Like Hubbard, the E-Box King. Former Xenu Imperial Chancellor. Oh, and don't forget the Illuminati. Robert, they rule the world now. Tens of thousands of them wearing soiled underwear, sitting in their own dung at their underground headquarters in Des Moines and controlling the world. And the New World Order. Robert, we are both getting old, so maybe the order will give birth after we are gone. Isn't it amazing, the hysterically funny fictions that bipeds actually believe? The Easter Bunny now has become legend. I look for a book of the bunny any day now and frantic. Worshippers holding bunny meets on high school football fields, buck naked and jumping up and down. My God, what a disgusting image. And the remote viewing people can all gather in the stands and soil themselves in sexual frenzies while caressing their crystals and smoking pot. Malthus had the right idea, but why do we have to wait? How about starting a plague somewhere and getting rid of the nutties in the process? RTC. Utterly futile, Gregory. When the human race regenerated, the types would emerge again. GD. Yes, along with piles and chronic skin diseases. I had to listen to more unadulterated crap back in the 70s that you can imagine, and the remote viewing and Scientology shit fits right in with bong dreams. RTC. Bong. GD. A water pipe for smoking hash. But most of these lunatics don't need drugs to hallucinate. Imagine Thetans are superior people, and by that, I mean those who have read the really terrible Hubbard sci-fi stories. Thetans are flown to this planet on DC-3S. Of course space is a vacuum, so no plane could fly between here and Xenu. And where, pray tell, is Xenu? Somewhere in the Cornflakes galaxy, right near the planet Vulva. And if you pay the Scientologists enough money, they'll suddenly discover you are a Thetan and get to the head of the contributing class. Oh well, just because the CIA went for the out-of-body nonsense is no reason to link it with the Hubbard freaks. I shouldn't have even brought it up. Dealing with fatties and space cases are so debilitating. And then we can contemplate getting it on with an epileptic whore. Just as enlightening and thrilling. RTC. Well, I sent you what I had on all of that. GD. And I thank you, but if I tried to get any of it published, they'd lock me up in a rubber room. You know it's true and I believe it's true, but I doubt if normal people would believe a word of it. Listen, Let's send Corson to Xenu. Great. He could tell them he was an American field marshal and take over the Xenuvian army and invade Mars next month. Bill would have a wonderful time out at the L. Ron Hubbard theme park where all the Thetans love to visit. Enough. Enough. I ought to get back to throwing roofing nails out on the freeway and watching the accidents. Concluded 1:55 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 104 Date. Saturday, October 4, 1997 commenced. 1:55 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 2:10 p.m. CST/RTC. Hello to you, Gregory. How is it going with you? GD. I'm making it. Listen, you've read the first Mueller book, haven't you? RTC. Yes, and enjoyed it very much. Why? GD. I got this letter from Bender. It was sent to him from Spain and he forwarded it on to me with a note suggesting the writer might be an interesting person. I wrote to him. I think he was in Madrid, and he had sent me 2 letters since. He said he was a top-level Spanish intelligence agent but also worked for the German Abwehr and the Japanese. Was telling me that he was in Berlin in '45 and in Hitler's bunker. Said he helped Hitler and Bormann escape to South America. I asked him some technical questions about bunker security and it was pretty obvious he knew nothing about Berlin, Hitler, Bormann or even Mueller. He told me that he helped Mueller and Bormann escape to South America and that Hitler went with them. This was a crock of shit because both of us knew Mueller and he was never in South America. Also, Bormann's body was found back in 1972, as I recall, December, in Berlin and there is no doubt it was his. I got a copy of the German forensic report and believe me, they spent a long time on this one. So, count this or that insisted that I include some information about his great findings. As I said, I wrote him with questions about technical details and he was further off factual base than old Gitta Sereny in her fake interviews. Well, we know, Bormann was positively dead and you and I know that Mueller lived in Georgetown after the war and we both know that Georgetown is not in South America. RTC. Who was your correspondent, out of curiosity? GD. If you wait a moment, I'll dig his idiot letters out of the file. Pause. Fine. His name is Senor Don Angel Alcazar de Velasco. RTC at laughter. Oh, that one. I wouldn't pay too much attention to him, Gregory. He's about as real as Santa Claus. GD. How do you know that, pray tell? RTC. That's one of our cover names for disinformation. Don Angel doesn't exist. GD. I can't say that surprises me, what with the leadership of the Third Reich packed into submarines and shipped off to a secret base in Argentina. And why would you bother with such idiotic fairy stories? RTC. We had certain reasons for that, Gregory. Are you going to follow up on this? GD. Why not? I love to kick the shit out of liars. And what a liar. And stupid as a post. Why don't you hire intelligent people? RTC. Well, the Argentina underground Nazi base has its uses. Oh, and have you heard about the bases in the Antarctic? GD. Oh, yes, that too. SS troops disguised as penguins and a big flying saucer base down there. But why are your people interested in that ancient history? RTC. Question here. Did Mueller ever discuss this Hitler business with you? GD. Yes, indeed, he did. RT. And what did he tell you? GD. That Hitler got out and just where he went. RTC. And that was? GD. Well, it wasn't South America, that's for sure. RTC. Would you tell me what Mueller said? GD. Surely, if you explain all of this mysterious business to me. RTC. It's far too sensitive, Gregory. GD. What? That Hitler got away. You people had nothing to do with it. The CIA wasn't even in existence in 1945. RTC. I don't. Are you going to poke fun at Don Angel? And I really would like to know what Mueller told you. As a personal favor. GD. Central America. RTC. Could you be more specific? GD. Yes, I could. And could you help me out here a bit? RTC. Tell me what Mueller said and we can get to your request. GD. Costa Rica. RTC. Shit. Pardon me. Yes, shit. Did he tell you where in Costa Rica? GD. Yes, he was very exact. Now please enlighten me, if you can. RTC. Gregory, This is a very sensitive issue, you understand. If I fill you in a little, will you promise me, in advance, that you will not write about it while I am still alive? GD. Promise. RTC. We found out about this later. You were right in that we had nothing to do with it. We did, and do, have a significant base in Costa Rica, and if the word got out that Hitler had gone there, all the whining Jews like Wiesenthal and Ellie the Weasel will go down there, after begging for bags full of money from their suckers, and make life miserable for our people. I would really not want to see hordes of screeching Hebrews pouring into San Jose and sounding like parrots on a hot stove. The Jews are such pests, and I think the bubonic plague would be more welcome. And besides, the Germans run that country, and I doubt if they would want a plane full of bagel snappers down there. That's why we encourage our fronts to stress South America, preferably Argentina. Of course Hitler didn't go there, but we stress Argentina because we do have, or have had, some high-level SS and police people in Paraguay and Chile, and it is better that the twits all go to another country. We also took under consideration. But this was back in the 40s. Don't forget that if Joe Stalin actually did try to invade Europe, as we know he wanted to, we could bring Hitler back from retirement to lead the German people in a new crusade, but this time with American support and, don't forget, atomic weapons. Old Adolf is probably dead by now, but at the time, we had to touch all bases. But if you publish any of this and if you put down that country, the Hebrews will make trouble. Let them go to Argentina. And please keep away from that Don Angel person, because if you jerk his covers off, it could cause the company endless problems. Hitler and Mueller are dead now, as dead as Bormann, so why not use some of the really interesting material I sent you, and please, I really ask you, stay away from Hitler in Costa Rica. It's bad enough that you are publishing that Mueller survived the war and worked for our people, and even worse that he lived in Georgetown. If that ever gets really going, every Jew in the lower 48 will rise up and howl with rage, and then to put Hitler into it would be the end. I'm sure you can grasp this, can't you? GD. I did promise. RTC. So you did, but I am just reminding you. And now you have the reason. Does it satisfy you? GD. It would be much more fun if Hitler lived in Miami. There are thousands of illegal Jewish immigrants there. RTC. You can be rather annoying at times, Gregory. Tell me, did you ever tell the Mueller story about Hitler to anyone? GD. Yes, I told Jack Meenan, an old friend. RTC. Meenan. GD. Yes, a militaria dealer in New Hampshire. Used to work for your people. RTC. Whereabouts in New Hampshire? GD. Keene. RTC. Thank you. Well, I will see to it that Don Jose de Cabeza de Vaca won't write to you again. GD. Laughter. That's not nice, Robert. Still, it fits. One was expecting him to tell me how he and the Pope used to play tennis with Joe Stalin. You should really pick your snitches with a bit more care. Vet them better. That one is the worst liar I ever encountered. RTC. We run with what we can sometimes, Gregory. GD. And why are your people in Costa Rica? RTC. As a base against the communists and to protect the Panama Canal. GD. I can see some of that, but the canal. RTC. The company uses it for big-time deals and black operations, if you must know. GD. Drugs from Colombia, no doubt. RTC. A very bad person, Gregory, and my request for your silence extends to this subject as well. GD. I keep my word, Robert. I take some pride in this. RTC. Well, I knew Mueller, and if you and he got along as well as you did, I assume you can keep quiet when it suits you. I would just like to live out whatever time is left to me in peace. I have enough problems with the justice people calling me up and telling me how evil you are. I plan to ask Kimmel to stop this crap, and I really don't want to hear howls of anger from Langley because of some new nastiness you have launched. Well, enough of that nonsense. Anything else new? GD. I should tell the world about Hitler's presence so close to the United States and take tours down there. I can point out the buildings over the secret underground caves with the gold bars and the UFO parts, and for a few dollars, sell them a piece from the special U-boat that brought Hitler, his wife and dog over. I do know that there were some SS and SD people with him, but not that many. His cook and a few others. Mueller was very informative. Just think that instead of being burnt in the Chancellery Garden, Hitler was living out his life in comfort just south of the border. That would put the fox in the hen house, wouldn't it? RTC. I don't even want to think about that one. I do assure you, Gregory, that we never brought him over or dealt with him. Some of his people, of course, that we did. GD. Well, Ralph was not one of his top people, and I am somewhat taken aback that the CIA worked with Mengele. RTC. Well, we did fund the remote viewing nonsense, so why not genetic engineering? GD. Wiesenthal would crap his drawers if he ever heard about that. RTC. From what I hear, old Simon wears diapers and talks to dead relatives. GD. That might be an interesting subject. RTC. I tell you what, send me a copy of what Mueller told you about Costa Rica and I will be in your debt. GD. My pleasure, Robert. You have sent me boxes of historical explosive material, so I do own you. No problem at all. Concluded at 2:10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation no. 105 Date. Tuesday, October 7, 1997 commenced. 11:23 a.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 11:38 a.m. CSTGD. What's up, Robert? RTC. Emily is pestering me to have some tests made to see if I have lung cancer. Surgery is indicated. I smoke a lot and sometimes I get short of breath, but I do not want to go under the knife. At my age, that's a virtual death sentence. I'll just keep on stalling as long as I can. GD. Well, good luck to you. RTC. Thanks. And what are you up to these days? GD. Being of some assistance to the KLA people. RTC. Those are very dangerous terrorists, Gregory. Do you know any? GD. Oh my yes, I do. By accident, but I had no idea who these people were when I gave them some good advice on certain matters and got a lawyer for them. I don't care what our government thinks of them. I don't like Serbs and neither do they, so that makes us on the same side. RTC. What kind of advice did you give them, if I might ask? GD. You may indeed. We discussed the nickel mines. The Ferronkoli mines. RTC. A rather sensitive subject, Gregory. What do you know about that? GD. I told them to grab the mines, get rid of the management and stuff the shafts or whatever with charges. Set them off if and when. I think I know some people who might be interested in making a deal on the output if and when. I am sure that guerrilla warfare against Belgrade will be successful in the end. RTC. The mines are of interest to a number of people, you know. GD. I've heard. I told my friends to get the mines and then they could pick and choose. RTC. I think there are people right now who have a reasonable expectation of getting their hands on that. GD. Your people. RTC. A mutual interest. I suggest you do not interfere in this, if you take my advice. GD. I usually do, Robert, but this time, I launched a project without mentioning it to you mainly because you are not involved anymore and it did not occur to me that the CIA might have business friends. I know your people are stirring things up over there, so I just tried to be of friendly use to people I rather like. RTC. Bigger minds than Petsamo. GD. Yes, and I think the locals should have control over them, not the friends of anyone here. More wars, insurrections and protracted death are due to business interests who have friends at Langley. Besides, they rather like me because I help my friends without bothering to ask for money. RTC. What do you expect to get out of this? GD. Goodwill. I think if the Serbs attack, they will have the shit kicked out of them and the Albanians will come out ahead. I like Albanians anyway. I mean, they are very good friends and terrible enemies. I prefer people like that as opposed to the sissified cunts that are on the other side. No offense to you, of course, but I have run into some of our spies overseas and I have no respect for the purse swingers. RTC. I have gathered that, and not only from you. You have so many friends, Gregory. GD. Judge a man by his enemies, Robert. And as Otto said, many enemies, much honor. If the KLA keeps on the way it has been going, they will start the ball rolling and it could be the breakup of the Tito Empire. Terrible thought. I am sure the Croats, the Albanians and the Slovenes will be overjoyed. The Balkans have always been a hotbed of turmoil and disasters. The Serbs started the First World War and have been making trouble for decades. Maybe the KLA can start a bonfire and others can achieve militarily which they cannot. We can only wait and see, and in the meantime, I love to get together with my Albanian friends and enjoy a pleasant interlude discussing politics and military projects. RTC. But the KLA are terrorists, Gregory. GD. I'm sure, but Robert, your terrorist is another's freedom fighter. RTC. And they're not Christians. GD. I would hope not. The Christians have been responsible for more bloodshed over the years than Genghis Khan and the Mongols. I can cite chapter and verse to you. My connections are Muslims anyway, and that group is coming up to the top now. Another Mideast problem hatching from the egg. Of course, any Muslim nationalism will be a direct counteraction to perceived Western meddling and, even more important, our slavish devotion to Israel. Hell, 95% of the Jews in Israel are Khazars and don't have a drop of Jewish blood in them. The Ashkenazi are a bunch of bloody bastards, and they simply barged into Palestine, claiming that was their ancestral home, which it was not. Ah well, far be it from me to try to enlighten our thoroughly corrupt legislators. Maybe a bomb up their collective asses will get them to be a bit less devoted and a bit more neutral. RTC. I doubt that will ever happen, Gregory, but you have a point there. GD. Of course, but it is obvious. Israel would never help us, but they demand we help them to the tune of billions of dollars down our drain. We don't get value for money from that one, believe me. Concluded at 11:38 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 106. Date. Saturday, October 11, 1997. Commenced. 8:50 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 9:02 a.m. CST. Good morning, Robert. Did you get the book? RTC. I did. Interesting. I knew your friend Mueller was hip deep in the art business, but I really was unaware of how enormous a business it really was. Or is. GD. Well, when Haney died, it died with him. And HIW wife made me haul off most of his stock. She wanted nothing to do with it. One mean, she didn't know it was all stolen, but she must have wondered how Haney could get so much of it. She kept a few pieces, a few small Renaissance bronzes as I recall, but I got the rest. Jesus, I had to rent a U-Haul to take it away. RTC. I won't ask you what happened to it. Are you rich? GD. It varies. Money comes in but money goes out. No, I have the art stashed with your boxes of documents. If the authorities ever found either one of these, I would have huge lawyer fees. On the other hand, they might run over me with a truck while I am in a local mall. And just think, the governments of a dozen countries would coo with joy to be able to recover their lost treasures. Fuck them, Robert, without grease. The stuff is mine and I will do with it as I wish. Goering looted dozens of Jewish collections in Paris in 40, and Mueller had the Rothschild Renaissance gold coin collection. Sell off one small piece here and there, but never bank the money in Switzerland. I buy gold with my money and then put the gold away. RTC. Not, I hope, in a safe deposit box. GD. Christ no. That's the second place they look after your garage or local storage place in a space rented under your name. No. Safe where they can't get at it. I collect things relating to Hitler. I have his will, notes from Eva Braun, Gestapo files on his close associates, note paper, book plates, lecture notes, and so on. Poor Irving would shit himself dry if he ever saw any of it. Of course he won't, and someday, I will find a publisher people don't control and put out a nice coffee table book to rival one I just saw on the Shroud of Turin. The difference will be that my book will have authentic items. Shroud is a dismal fake. Oh, and I don't have any diaries. I ought to include a chapter on these as well, since I was in on the making of them. My God, people are such fools. RTC. People believe what they want to, Gregory. GD. Yes, a man will never believe his wife is boffing a back jazz drummer, even if he walks in on them. Amazing how blind some become. Anyway, the thought of the dread chief of the Gestapo, broiler of fat Jewish babies, visiting with Harry in the White House and selling off stolen art and living very high on the American hog as a howler. No wonder your people are dampening their chairs over the Mueller books. What revelations will be next? I think that in the end, when all the dust settles and Tel Aviv is a radioactive ruin, Hitler will emerge as a far more sympathetic person that the trained academics like to rant about. And conversely, old fat Churchill will suffer very badly. A gay, fat egotist who destroyed his country. And I can talk about the ditzy Mountbatten who attacked Dieppe on his own and took terrible losses. A typical product of the British royal family. Mueller said they were mostly inbred idiots who married their own cousins and produced children with the intellect of chickens. RTC. Laughter. As an Irishman, I find that refreshing. How perceptive of your friend. GD. My friend and your employee. Just think, there is Henny, the barbecue king, employer of Eichmann, having lunch with your DCI at the Cosmos Club. Not to mention your financial support of Ralph and Mengele in South America. My God, if any of this ever really gets out, the ADL will stand in front of the CIA headquarters and pelt exiting employees with rotten bagels. RTC. Laughter. Why rotten? GD. You can get them much cheaper. RTC. Laughter. So true. But back to the stolen art. How can you sell any of this without getting caught? GD. Most of the original owners are either dead or cakes of hand soap. Your people never stole anything famous in 748. Common but very valuable stuff. Sell it to a posh gallery who think you are a well-dressed twit who has no idea what grandmother's old piece is worth. If it is a nice icon, worth or say 20,000, they will be kind enough to offer you 500 as a starter and come all the way up to 4,000. Just take it and have a nice lunch with a really good wine after it's all over. And on it goes. And someday, a horrified person sees their late Aunt Reba's Monet for sale by a Swiss gallery and calls their lawyer, screaming with rage. So much fun. And remember, Napoleon looted all of Europe for the Louvre, but now he is considered a real patron of the arts. What they will say about me I dare not begin to voice. It might shock you so close to lunch, or on the other hand, so soon after breakfast. If Kimmel had any idea how the land really lay, I would be visited by his gentlemen in flak vests. They would haul off locked trunks with labels saying, "Stolen art," and when they broke them open down at the office, they would find nothing but the contents of the cat litter box and some very ripe chicken parts. Anyway, when you finish with the book, send it back by the usual route and I will send you something even more interesting. RTC. How kind of you to entertain an old man in his declining years. GD. I'll be there soon enough, Robert. Concluded at 9:02 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 107. Date. Sunday, October 19, 1997. Commenced. 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 3:50 p.m. CST. RTC. How are you this fine day, Gregory? Up and at 'em. GD. Trying to catch up on some of your documents. This Afghan business is interesting. One of the most consistently volatile areas on Earth. Full of savage, very competent guerrilla warriors. RTC. Oh yes, I give you that. When we decided to enter the lists there in '79, we were well aware of the makeup of the country. Utter, backward savages but very, very effective guerrilla warriors. We felt at the time that if we could lock the Soviets into a drawn-out war, they would lose it, take terrible personnel losses and hemorrhage money the way we did in Nam. It worked like a charm. We got the Saudis in this with us and they did a wonderful job. They trained the locals, armed them with weapons we sent them and did everything they could to help us field a good response to Ivan. GD. Well, I was reading about the Russian copters and how you gave the ragheads the small missiles to knock them down. Up to that point, those choppers were a deadly weapon for the Russians. RTC. Well, we did our best and we won there and they lost. We avenged Nam if you want to look at it that way. GD. But they did the fighting. RTC. So much better for us, don't you think? GD. But the Russians must have known what they were getting into. They had a long history with the ragheads down there. Why invade a totally hostile area? RTC. Well, something to do but also because of the opium down there. Outside of our dear friends the Turks, Afghanistan is the world's largest grower of opium. Immense money to be made there, my boy. GD. I can imagine. And do we? RTC. Of course we do. Started out in the Golden Triangle under my direction and just spread out. We set them up there, gave them pep talks, money and guns. No, they're on our side, or were. GD. Were, is a good word. You can't trust tribal people like that. Give them guns to kill you enemy and when he's dead, they'll turn on you. RTC. Much too pessimistic, Gregory, much too pessimistic. Although I haven't been in harness for some time, I keep in touch. No, Those people love us, make book on it. GD. I don't trust the Saudis, either. They hate us, Robert. I went to college with one of their royal family and he gave me quiet and insight. The royal family came from generations of camel thieves and I wouldn't trust one of them to the corner for a pound of butter. We buy their oil and they smile and give us gold pen sets, just like you do to the boobies who help you for free. Thee is a large body of well-trained terrorists or freedom fighters as you will, looking for more exciting work. And the Saudis do not want them looking at their country. RTC. Well, the Saudis do hate us, quietly, but they own the Afghans and their people run them there. Most of the leaders of the so-called activist movements in Afghanistan are Saudis. Of course, to a stupid American, all Arabs look the same. Agreed, they dislike the infidels in the West but they sell their oil for American dollars, don't they? GD. Oh subtle one, oh serpent, as the line went. As I said, the Saudi leadership, their royal family, descend directly from brigands and camel thieves, so don't be astounded if they sick the other ones onto us. What would they gain? Getting us out of the Middle East for one thing. I mean getting our military people out of there. And because they hate Israel with a passion, our ass-kissing of those Mongol assholes will get us into real trouble. RTC. And what do you propose, Gregory? GD. Me, I know nothing, but if it were up to me, I would get my pink ass out of that area and deal with everyone equally. When the Jews saw we were no longer their bigger brother, believe me, they would settle up with the Arabs in jig time. Oh, do excuse the awful racial remark there. Anyway, I think your people opened a Pandora box giving weapons to those people. And they did terrible things to captured Russians. Tortured and killed them. RTC. Yes, one of the more enjoyable aspects of the whole business. A dead Russian whose head is being used as a soccer ball can't fight us, can he? GD. As ye sow, Robert, so shall ye reap. RTC. My God, don't drag the Bible into this. We did terrible damage to the Soviets, who, by the way, were our enemies at the time. They supported North Korea, didn't they? Yes, I can tell you they did. So, what's wrong with our supporting the Afghanistanis? GD. Well, it isn't something I would have done. But then I am not the shield and buckler of the nation. RTC. Ah, well now there you go. Right on the old nail head, Gregory. If it weren't for the CIA, where would we be? Probably an occupied country. GD. Can we forget the little question of the opium? On the one hand, this has become a nation of drug addicts and most of the drug, other than the glue sniffers, get their drugs from the Mexicans, who get it from the Colombians, who, in turn, get the raw opium from Afghanistan courtesy of Air America. Crime rates soar, jails are packed, billions are spent on this, but I suppose someone in Washington, or Langley, lives in a nice place, has a boat, a summer house on Long Island and another one in Bermuda. Well, so much for pragmatic sanctions. RTC. What? GD. An historical joke, Robert. Anyway, knowing you, I doubt if you made a dime from the drug business. RTC. Of course not. We got the political benefit in my department and at my level, and others lower down, got the money. You can't make an omelet, Gregory, without breaking a few eggs. GD. A favorite phrase of Ulanov. RTC. Lenin, of course. At certain elevated levels, it's all just a game. GD. Unless your grandson overdoses, Robert. Concluded at 3:50 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 108. Date. Thursday, October 23, 1997. Commenced. 11:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 12:15 p.m. CST. RTC. Gregory, good day to you. GD. And to you. Rare that you call me, Robert. RTC. Well, you usually call me so I can save a dime. You know, some time ago, we were talking about Hitler and his disposition at the end of the war. I think we both know he got clean away, along with his mistress and a few trusted people. GD. Bormann not included. RTC. No, Bormann not included. The point is, I think it would be greatly appreciated here if you kept strictly away from this theme. GD. Well, first off, why? RTC. First off, even hinting at this is going to make more trouble for everyone than you can imagine. Oh yes, Hitler would be dead by now, but there are tremendous implications. Everyone wants Hitler to be dead, a suicide in the ruins of Berlin. He will have expiated all of his sins in this way. GD. What sins? Rebuilding his country. Breaking the communist cells in Germany. RTC. No, we are looking at the Jewish problem mainly, but do not forget the immense wave of propaganda unleashed during the war about the evil Hitler was doing. The residues of this are still with us, coupled with Jewish rage. GD. Of course Jews would hate Hitler, but actually, Hitler did not hate the Jews but used them as a unifying factor in his drive for political control. Hitler was not talking about the German Jews, who were well integrated into Germany's society in the ranks of the professionals, doctors, lawyers, judges and university people. Imperial Germany was very tolerant of Jews. No, Hitler had the flood of really nasty Polish Jews that descended on his country after the Poles chased them out after the First War. I mean, these were grasping, nasty, dirty and very vulgar people who were easily identified as aliens, others, and so a wonderful target for Hitler to blame everything on. And besides, most of the leaders of the communist grabs for power in Germany after the war were all Russian Jews. No, the Polish Jews were a perfect patsy for Hitler. And he never, ever, spoke of gassing or killing them off. Force them all out of the country. Mueller often talked about this with me, and he was in charge of the expulsion program. The gassing stories were invented after the war when our people found delousing rooms in the camps and could not read the signs that explained the delousing schedules. And this was for clothes, not people. Most Americans have a problem reading anything but basic English, so the German escaped them completely. I have the complete records, or at least microfilms of them, of the German camp systems, and gassing inmates was not done. A number were shot or hanged for various crimes, such as murder of other inmates, sodomy, escape attempts, assaults on German guards and so on. The Hungarian Jews that were deported to Auschwitz in 44 mostly were transferred from the camp before it was evacuated in 45. Interesting to note that about 10,000 were left behind because they were too sick or weak to make the march to the west, so the guards, who were conscripted local Poles, went in and shot most of them to death before the Russians got there. I think Ivan killed off the rest. Understand that both the Poles and the Russians hate Jews with a passion and do love to kill them. Well, I guess the Jews of the present era have discovered how to make gold out of blood. RTC. Not that I disagree with your unacceptable views, no matter how accurate they may be. The Jews are a political power in this country now, and as I said a minute ago, the thought that Hitler was not burned up in his garden is not acceptable. Yes, for financial reasons, but also because they don't want to blame themselves for being a hated minority and want to blame the evil Nazis for throwing fat, screaming babies into huge fires. No, and we don't want it put around that Mueller and his friends all came to work for us. Jesus, Gregory, can you imagine the wailing and the threats of vengeance against the company? I think you have done enough damage here. Didn't the army make a deal with you over this? As I recall, they gave you secret documents about Mueller as long as you dumped him onto us and not them. Am I not right here? GD. Yes, but I should point out that your people always have social misfits contact me with grotesque efforts to buy me out. My God, Robert, where do you find such bottom feeders? Under the boardwalks at Atlantic City. New York's drunk tanks on a Sunday morning. Jesus H. Christ, you send me broken down soup kitchen executives or whining, insignificant retired librarians instead of real men who talk like same. RTC. You are very unkind, but I think you're talking about Wolf and you know my views on him. I've even cut down my visits to the National Archives to avoid his constant picking and whining. And I don't know about the soup kitchen person, but I'm sure you knew how to deal with him. GD. I did. I sandbagged him and he had to part with many thousands of your tax-free dollars trying to buy me off. Such perambulating cunts, Robert. Anyway, we both know that Hitler did not die in Berlin, and both you and Mueller have basically confirmed Central America as the final resting place. Probably later, like Napoleon, there will be a triumphal return to Berlin and a state burial amidst much pomp and splendor. Then, I suppose, your people will strut around taking credit for helping to save the dead great leader. The Jews here will eventually go too far, as they always do, and the public will go after them as the various peoples of the world have done for thousands of years. Yes, a triumphal return, Robert. But you will be dead by then and I will be a good deal older. Unless, Of course, one of the notorious CIA hit teams corners me in a public lavatory and beats me to death with their purses. But I personally think that the reason the Jews howl about Hitler, or the Gestapo or whatever, is because they have been busy making horrible legends to sell to the Goyim and to convince the world that the world owes them a living. Also, Hitler is Saul because he lost. Personally, if I were Hitler and my country and my citizens were being bombed and strafed to death, and I had tons of nerve gas, believe it that I would have used it without any qualms. They had the ability to deliver at least one load to either Washington or New York, let alone London or Moscow during the May Day parade. The world can rest easy that I wasn't in Hitler's seat because he was basically decent, but I am not. RTC. I have gathered that, Gregory. And I am certain you would have done just what you said. Well, Harry was not a bad man, but he dropped the bombs on civilian Japan, didn't he? GD. Yes, and back in the 1850s, one of my ancestors married into the Truman family. Could these things be passed down? Who knows? Actually, who cares? Concluded at 12:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 109. Date: Monday, October 27, 1997. Commenced 2:29 p.m. CST. Concluded 2:45 p.m. CST. GD. Good morning, Robert. I have just about finished your manuscript on the Vietnam War and I was wondering about what could be done. RTC. Well, for one thing, Gregory, it can't be printed as long as I am alive. I had to sign the obligatory document years ago stating that I would write nothing about my work with the company unless and until I had them vet it first. No exceptions. Wait until I am dead and gone and then publish. What do you think about it? GD. Explosive. The poor sheep-like public only know what the press and the paid court historians tell them. The Pearl Harbor business is typical. Now all the paid hacks claim that Roosevelt knew nothing at all. Of course he knew. He pushed the Japanese until they attacked us and we broke their diplomatic codes, so we knew what was coming. Now, all is denied by the likes of Stephen Ambrose and Bruce Lee and so on. Of course by now, no one cares anymore. I mean other than the Kimmel family. Now, the idiots are just beginning to forget about Kennedy. My God, what a bunch of airheads have been feasting on that one for years. And your people, Mrs. Farrell as I recall, are all pushing the twits off on blind alleys. And in the end, we both your people did it, but there is so much garbage afloat on the seas of indifference that it really does not matter. And if the public ever got wind of the butcheries and torture chambers in Vietnam, probably they would not be too interested because our media would be telling them about a cat up in a tree somewhere. Charlie Burdick was there and he told me he still had nightmares over the screaming and the smell of burning flesh, and that was in the interrogation centers. He said that thousands of perfectly innocent Vietnamese women and children were rounded up and machine-gunned. Is that true? RTC. Yes, it is, but the army did it. We wouldn't. Nixon told the army to get rid of the civilian population in certain areas where the Kong was known to be operating, and they did it. Calley was the only one who got caught and Nixon in essence pardoned him. Don't worry about this, Gregory. No one will never find out, and if they do, they won't care. GD. You don't murder civilians. They hanged Germans for doing that. RTC. Ah, but the Germans lost their war, didn't they? GD. They did, but we established a precedent at Nuremberg, don't forget, and we lost in Vietnam, didn't we? RTC. There are various ways of looking at that one. Yes, we lost. GD. And we lost 60,000 dead and God knows how many wounded and permanently crippled. Oh, and let us not forget the dead Vietnamese. Johnson was such an asshole. RTC. Nixon was far worse. Nixon was intelligent and knew better, and Johnson was a thug with a southern accent. Nixon got run out of Washington, partly because of things like his orders to kill civilians. Of course, he never put it in writing, but he did order it. These things shouldn't bother you, Gregory. GD. I think that the time is coming when the whole structure your people, and the others, have built up with the media will collapse. If the public realizes how badly they have been tricked over the years, there will be some kind of an explosion. I know the public are stupid, but if you poke, prod and lie to stupid people long enough, they have the tendency to get mad and look for farm implements and matches, not to mention rope and ammunition. RTC. Now, Gregory, too much coffee in the morning. GD. No, just astonished at all that goes on. So obvious. RTC. To you, perhaps, but not to others. We like to keep the public happy and quiet. Lost of news stories about your cat up in a tree. What difference does it make in the long run? You eat, sleep, piss regularly, hopefully when awake, and on we go to the end of the road. Why should you care about such things? We 1L both be dead when the deluge comes. GD. I suppose so, probably you're right, but there are times when any kind of idealism is dangerous. Concluded at 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 110. Date. Saturday, November 1, 1997. Commenced. 8:45 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 9:14 a.m. CST. Good morning, Robert. Am I too early for you there? RTC. No, you're fine for now, Gregory, but Emily wants to visit friends in an hour or so and I am obliged to tag along. I would much rather stay at home, but wives have some authority, so I go. How are you today? GD. Functioning. I got up with the sun, which is not usual, hence the early call. I was going to extract some material from Malthus but decided to go to bed early. Even though Malthus is very, very important what is coming up, I realize that even if I published his work, no one would read it or care. It's true that population is increasing geometrically and food supplies arithmetically, but no one would care about this, even though it is going to impact terribly on them very soon. And the internet, such as it is so full of nut crap that the real issues are virtually swamped. Well, your people at the CIA can certainly control most of our media, but they really can't get at the internet because it is far too diffuse. I predict that once the newer generations, who are freaking out over the internet and the chance to be recognized by other pimple factories, will stop reading the print media and read the very abbreviated but easy to digest news on the internet. And you can't control that, can you? RTC. I've never given the subject any real thought. I'm out of service these many years and the future is not for me to worry about. GD. Well then, consider the past and why we are heading over the cliff down into the quarry. America was a self-contained country before the First World War, isolationist in the interwar years and activist during and after the Second. We had destroyed Japan and Germany because Roosevelt hated them. He hated the Japanese because his maternal grandfather was a smuggler of Chinese into this country and he also smuggled opium. The Japanese were in China and were very brutal, so Roosevelt had family reasons for hating them. And back some years, Roosevelt's family were German Jews and he hated Hitler for his persecution of his ancestors' people. Hence his instigation of the war. After he was dead and rotting in his rose garden, Truman rebuilt the industry of both Germany and Japan and kept both countries as fiefdoms of this country. The new enemy, Russia. Why? As a unifying factor. Once beloved by the Roosevelt liberals, the Stalin people were now evil and were going to invade us. Naturally, we had to keep up a huge army and start a weapons race to protect the virgins of Topeka from brutal Slavic rapes. I knew Galen and I know the origins of the Cold War. Faked, of course, but then so much of what we do is faked. Your agency started out as a private information collector for Truman and now, like the army, you are a state within a state. Semi-autonomous, you set policies, lie to presidents, commingle and cooperate with major business and banking interests, control most of our news and so on. Admit it, why not? RTC. I consider that to be a very one-sided and very unfair analysis, Gregory. It sounds like something in Pravda. GD. Well, Pravda means truth in English, so we can go from there. Yes, two sides to every issue and often more. But in turning this country into England of the 19th century, you have been empire building all over the world. Yes, of course, we must defend ourselves against the evil communists who are going to invade Alaska and rape moose. Your agency and the army can get huge sums of money from a frightened Congress, money you never have to account for. If some populist like Mossadegh or Castro comes to power in an area where major American industry is threatened, the CIA rushed to the president with breathless, and entirely fictional, stories of communist expansion, and the army and your people managed to foment rebellion in the country involved and save your friends huge investments. I give you United Fruit in Guatemala and certain oil in Sumatra, not to mention the deals you cut with the French Michelin Rubber Company to send our troops to protect their enormously valuable rubber plantations in Vietnam. 50,000 dead Americans are not worth the price, believe me. But the end of all this is that we are now the brutal policemen of the world, beating up people our bosses don't like, despoiling their countries, killing their leaders. And the price of all this? Universal enmity and envy. If we stumble, as we did in Vietnam, others are watching to see if we fall from power. We have not, at least so far, but like England at the end of the 19th century, the price of keeping up the empire got to be too great and they fell until now they are of less importance than Iceland. That's the price of empire, Robert, eternal vigilance, but a fat citizenry grows too fond of their manifest pleasures, so eventually, coalitions are formed and God knows how many revolts, massacres, terrorism and so on will be loosed on the land. The Bible says that he who sows the wind will reap the whirlwind, and I have a strong feeling that this whirlwind will be coming. And we are ruled by arrogance, not common sense. Having outbid Russia and causing an internal collapse, we should have rushed to embrace the newly freed Russians instead of installing your man, the drunken and obedient Yeltsin, and trying to rape the country with great glee. That failed and left a terrible legacy of hatred. Make friends, Robert, not enemies. No one needs enemies. Study Bismarck, who was brilliant in keeping his country safe from enemy plots and coalitions. Form a group here, another there, keep the enemies from uniting. But men like Bismarck are very rare, and most of our leaders are very stupid people with no idea of history. History repeats itself, Robert, with slight variations, but most people, and their leaders as well, don't read history, and if they did, it would be some pap by Barbara Tuchman. Now we have a huge empire, kept going by the thread of force, just as the British had. Not a broad-based empire but a narrow-based one. If you allow world opinion to feed on itself, you will have a legion of petty enemies, all waiting for us to stumble, and if we do, God help us all. RTC. Gregory, you have just shown very clearly why our agency is so vital to the protection of American interests. Why, if it weren't for the CIA, enemies would all gang up on us. Right. GD. Yes, right, but can you keep it up? The Christian ninnies are after Clinton because they want to replace him with Pat Robertson and close all the businesses down on Sunday so the sheep can go to church and stuff the collection plates. They want a permanent Republican, very right-wing religious dictatorship here, but it won't work. No one on their side is smart enough to pull it off on a permanent basis. They have to get full public cooperation, and they are far too stupid to do this. Yapping about moral majorities or the imminent arrival of Jesus won't make it, believe me. Yes, I know you people view these nuts as useful tools, and they are, but only up to a point. Eventually the public will tire of looking for Jesus and turn to Saturday football games and cocaine. And sometimes beer. No wonder Americans are getting to be masses of jiggling blubber. Sitting on their couches, watching the trash on the idiot box and stuffing their faces with salted fat. Diabetes, heart attacks and what all, right along with lung cancer and heart attacks from their cigarettes. And consider that while our population is booming, education has collapsed here. Teachers dare not instill curiosity in their pupils and just keep promoting them upwards and outwards to get rid of them. The idiots of the country breed, and their worthless calves are so dumb most of them can barely read or write, and are so dumb they couldn't pour piss out of a boot if the directions were on the heel. And corporations are sending all the cheap jobs to Manila and Bombay because the greedy unions have forced wages up to the point where profits topple. Pretty soon, the enormous mass of semi-literate graduates who used to get jobs in industry will have no prospects and turn to rampant drug use and its attendant petty crime. No, we need someone with balls, and so far, I haven't seen anything on the political scene that have any. And of course, they have no brains either. We always get what we pay for, Robert, every time. And recall Genesis. And slime had they for mortar. Concluded at 9:14 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 111. Date. Saturday, November 22, 1997. Commenced. 1:55 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 2:38 p.m. CSTGD. Good afternoon, Robert. A fateful date today, isn't it? RTC. What date? One tends to lost time when one gets old. GD. You aren't talking to dead relatives, are you? RTC. Not yet, but maybe next week. Oh my, yes, the Kennedy business. Why, who could forget that date? GD. Not in our lifetime, Robert. What a classic example of control of public opinion and such a commentary on the secret government. RTC. There has always been a secret government, Gregory, even in the reign of George Washington. GD. Well, you seem to have convinced the masses that Kennedy was offed by a lone lunatic or the mafia. The masses are made up of twits who either are too stupid to grasp anything or who are obsessed with their own self-important observations. Yes, the lone nut did it or the mafia. Don't forget the Jew Meyer Lansky either. Let's hear it for the anti-Semites while we're at it. And all along, Robert, I have been talking to the CIA's main man. RTC. There were others, Gregory, a number of others. Well, there was the DSI for one. And Lyndon Johnson, for another, although he only knew what he needed to know. And Hoover and some his sweethearts. Who else? Well, the Pentagon people, or at least some of them. And Naval Intelligence, the NSG people, Colonel Cass, a few of our inner circle. All of these to be certain and many, many more in the game guessed but didn't actually know. GD. But if so many knew, why haven't any of them blabbed? Maybe to a wife, a friend, a shrink, a priest or someone else. RTC. If they did, they would join the long list of those who died as a result of either knowing too much and possibly talking or making the wrong guesses. It goes back to the invasion of Cuba we planned back just before Kennedy got into office. Eisenhower approved this and a few other nasty pieces of business. You see, the Army was planning to do an operation in which their people mocked attacks on the United States, allegedly from Cuban sources, thus giving Ike a casus belli. But this never came to pass, and we all thought Kennedy was the sex-obsessed son of a rich bootlegger who was put into office with his father's money and mob connections. GD. You mean the Bay of Pigs? I always thought that was when a congregation of fat women went swimming off Monterey, raised the sea levels in the neighborhood and got a pod of male whales sexually aroused. RTC. Laughter unkind. Yes, that plan. A handful of our Cuban refugee trainees invaded, established a beachhead and then called for eagerly waiting U.S. airstrikes and a naval blockade in aid of the heroic rebels. It would have worked, but Kennedy deliberately wrecked it. He was told and we did not know, he did not approve. The usual practice was just to slip these actions into the PDBs and slide right over them. Other presidents just nodded and paid no attention to any of it. There is an art to such presentations, believe me. Fast talk, papers shown, charts displayed, more smooth talk, and the befuddled president nods and tries to look serious. You see, we have wonderful connections with the mob, who wanted Castro out because he had tossed them out, away from the huge money they made in the crooked casinos in Havana. That was their main gripe. And they got Kennedy elected, don't forget, and they expected payback for giving him Chicago, where the dead voted early and often, as my father used to say. That was the mafia. And when Ike talked about the military-industrial complex, we can think about Alcoa, whose Cuban plant was shut down by Castro, and the military, mostly the army I must say, who was on a growth program and loved the thought of a close and safe little war. More troops, more bases, more money from Congress, more power. Yes, the military, business interests and the mob. Our people knew them all and we were all friendly with them. We all had common interests. GD. The FBI. RTC. Hoover was a self-important little dictator, given his proclivities, a real bitch in men's clothes. He was also over the line. GD. Pardon. RTC. The color line. Hoover was part black. Onward here. Many very powerful groups were not happy with Kennedy. We felt he could be manipulated by shoving a few pretty cunts in his face and leave the governing to us. After all, we had been running the country since Franklin I bought the farm. But Kennedy turned out to be a lot tougher than we reckoned on. He backed off on the pigs' plan and they were either killed by Castro or put in nasty jails. Very angry people, and the Cubans in this country were the worst of all, so we took note of their fury and used them. GD. And the military. RTC. Well, in '61, they wanted to send troops to Laos and eventually to French Indochina. The frogs wanted us to protect their interests there, mostly the rubber plantations and the possibility of rich offshore oil deposits. We agreed to assist and then they became great friends with us in Europe. No, Kennedy refused to go along with this, at least in the beginning, and nixed sending troops to Laos. He was convinced to send some token forces to Vietnam but later balked at increasing their number as the locals rebelled. We stood to lose a good deal in that country. Both money and face. We put the Diems into power and they were making trouble at one end and Kennedy, by his stupid idealism, was making trouble on the other. I was in charge of most of the NOM business at work and I came to the unspoken conclusion that we could not win a guerrilla war there, especially when the Russians were arming the Kong. It was obvious that even 10 million troops could not keep the lid on there for long, but who was going to bell that cat? Not Johnson, who might have been a great power broker with Congress but who was useless as tits on a boar pig when it came to military ventures. Those of us who could see into the future, based on the present, knew it was an unwinnable situation, but no one dared to make a move towards disengagement. GD. Not to change the subject, but your people put Castro in, didn't you? RTC. How clever, Gregory. Of course this happened. You see, the company is so heavily compartmentized that the right hand never knows what the left hand doth. Yes, one of our sub-groups put him in, thinking he would clean up the really bad corruption, drugs and so on. And we could control that situation. Bad judgment there, Gregory, but we close ranks and silence is golden. But the unforgivable sin as far as Kennedy was concerned was his going around us and establishing a personal contact with Nikita Khrushchev. Not done. All presidents had to use us as firewalls or contacts. Presidents had to rely on us for their information and what would come of it if they dealt directly with some hostile head of state. This would erode our power and essentially relegate the CIA to being mere messengers. The power. As keepers of the flame, others had to bow to our power, but if we lost that power, all of us would be back on the chicken farm. That was the final straw, believe me. And before that, don't forget, Kennedy was not going to do the Army's bidding and escalate the local anti-guerrilla campaign in Vietnam. The Army was planning on a massive expansion. There would be contracts with the private sectors that would enrich the men with stars on their shoulders and more jobs for their friends and more bases and so on. No, they wanted a controlled war there, way away from the continental United States. They, through us, could control the incoming news and so on, but by not performing as he was expected, Kennedy drew the black spot. Either death or some other kind of removal. And I can recall that when Hoover learned of our house cleaning project, he jumped on board with the caveat that we also get rid of Bobby. John hated Bobby. GD. John. RTC. Yes, Colonel John Edgar. Franklin made him a colonel, but Hoover was pissed off that he wasn't made a general, at least, so he never used the title, but it was there. Anyway, we had no problem with Hoover because Bobby was telling his staff that Hoover was a fairy and John Edgar didn't like that, and when Bobby dug into Hoover's past and discovered relatives as black as the ace of spades, he got livid with rage. The Kennedy family were living in a dream world their father had convinced them was real. Power can come from money, Gregory, but power has to include working with others who also have power. Dictators cannot function with powerful barons too close. Either kill them or replace them with ciphers. No other choice. So in a sense, Kennedy was going from bad to worse and plots were being hatched all over the place during the last year of his reign. We were certainly determined to stop him from breaking the CIA up, and the Army was determined to have its profitable war, and then there were the business people and the mafia in the wings. Killing a sitting president is never easy, and one has to move with great care in such matters. Too much talking at the wrong time and in the wrong place can wreck even the most ambitious plans. We knew what had to be done, and the opening gambits were to secure the agreement of other power brokers. We got Johnson on board through the good offices of Abe Fortas, who would have sold the rotting corpse of his dead mother to the dog food people if they paid him enough. LBJ was a pill in the box in that he had some knowledge and lusted for the Oval Office. And again, Bobby was an irritant by calling him Uncle Cornpone all over the Beltway. Johnson was used to power and did not like being ignored and marginalized, so he smiled and kept quiet. And we certainly had Hoover and some of the top people in the Pentagon, the full support of the mob and a few other necessary organizations. The mafia could get their gambling hells back again, and a promise of a dead Bobby who was having his fun persecuting the very people who put his brother in the Oval Office. GD. Ungrateful. RTC. Yes, indeed, very. We all need friends, Gregory, and deliberately harassing the mafia in Chicago was very, very unwise. I point out that Jack Ruby was one of their enforcers there. Dare I say more? GD. No, I don't think so at this point. RTC. Not at any point. And then having such wonderful people as the goat-loving doctor. Gottlieb on the staff made it easy to give Ruby fatal cancer. Injecting active cancer cells during a routine jailhouse medical examination is the best way. A natural and unsuspicious death. Of course we could have easily given Jack a heart attack, but cancer is more believable, especially in the hothouse atmosphere of post-assassination madness. GD. How many of the loonies were yours? RTC. God, without number. The feral woman is our best. She controls the library and she belongs totally to us. Oh yes, we started all kinds of confusing and idiotic stories and kept most people away. You read. Case closed, didn't you? My, Herr Posner just loved and really believed the Warren Report, didn't he? And the New York Times couldn't wait to praise the hell out of that piece of crap and make Gerald rich. That's how it's done in a nutshell, Gregory, in a nutshell. I talked with the Times people myself and they were panting and eager to praise this to the skies. Just an example of how we work, but we have gone over most of this before. GD. If I felt pity for anyone in all of this, it was for Oswald. RTC. In a larger sense, yes. A loyal intelligence operator set up as patsy and then iced before he could tell what he knew. And then we got rid of Ruby and that was that. Howard Hunt was involved in some of this and we had to kill his wife to keep him from shooting off his mouth when he got in trouble. An endless circle of betrayal and death, Gregory, but that's how the game goes. Concluded at 2:38 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 112 date. Wednesday, November 26, 1997 commenced. 1:02 p.m. Central Standard Time concluded. 1:38 p.m. CSTGD. Hello, Robert. Bought your tree yet? RTC. Good day to you, Gregory. A bit early. GD. Perhaps. Those plastic trees are so much better than the real ones. Why murder a perfectly innocent tree just to encourage reckless spending in the shops? Do trees, which are part of the great system, come into our homes, cut our children off at the feet and stick them up in the woods, covered with squirrel shit? RTC. Now, Gregory, don't mar the joys of the season. Trees are traditional, after all. GD. Well, so we're burning witches at the stake, but that finally died away. After that, our southern friends just burnt blacks up in the trees for entertainment. GGRT. Gregory, where is your Christmas spirit? GD. In my liquor cabinet, that's where. You know, Robert, I like fine art and really decent music. I love classical music and I have hundreds of recordings. Most of them are Baroque and of those, the majority are religious in nature. I have masses, motets, requiems, te deums and so on. I greatly enjoy the music, but I am not a fan of the Gospels, most of which is pure propaganda, written decades after the fact by people who could never have been period witnesses to any ministry that Jesus might have promulgated. The music stands on its own feet, not on the strength, or weakness, of dogma. And when I am in Florence, I love to walk through the galleries of the Uffizi and admire the grand art. Most of it is religious in nature because in those days, artists were not allowed to portray the nude human figure except in a religious connotation. Aside, it's downright funny, looking at the Shroud of Turin fake because that particular Jesus has a nice scarf wrapped around his genitals. RTC. Yes, well, it kept people happy for a long time, Gregory. GD. Yes, and then we had the French Revolution, didn't we? Yes, I suppose I ought to get a tree, which is pagan in origin by the way, and hang up wax figures on it of my enemies, with knitting needles thrust up their fundaments. RTC. My, I feel sorry for the poor tree with all that weight on it. GD. Now, Robert, not everyone hates me. I mean, you don't hate me, do you? RTC. No, I don't, but I know quite a few people who wish you would take a long walk on a short pier. GD. Dare I guess the names, Robert? RTC. Do we have the time? GD. Had we but world enough, and time. Just a quote remembered dimly from my wonderfully rich days spent in my local high school. Yes, one of the bright spots in my life, Robert. RTC. I take it you had problems there with them. GD. No, Robert, they had problems there with me. Robert, you know, I am a peaceful person by nature. I am reflective. I love animals, but of course not sheep in the carnal sense, and good music, and better wine and my own cooking. I always minded my business as a child and was very courteous and civilized to my elders and even to most of my peers. Ah, but that was when I was a child. As I grew older and realized what vileness covered the earth, I grew increasingly disenchanted. But I never instigated anything against anyone, never. But I never permitted anyone to attack or, worse, dishonor me, Robert. Never. And I had trouble in school because I did not socialize and I had a really vicious, but educated, tongue. If I was mocked, my retorts drove people to weeping and distraction. I played no favorites, Robert. I was democratic there. Teachers, parents, siblings, peers, whatever. They started it and I finished it. And if they were too big and too strong to attack directly, there was always the indirect attack. They might never know that it was I who ruined some pathetic aspect of their sheep-like lives, but I always knew and I liked to treasure such moments. Our friend Heinrich Mueller found no fault with this and in fact used to tell me I was one of the most entertaining scoundrels he ever met. And Heinrich was quite decent too, head of the Gestapo as he had been, but even he was not as creative as I was in interrogations issues. I could beat him hands down and Heinrich was very, very good. RT. That he was. The few times I dealt personally with him I was very favorably impressed with not only his abilities, his forensic abilities, but also his character. GD. I don't think I am going to ask you about my character, Robert. RTC. No, don't worry about that, Gregory. You have plenty of character, but our friend Heinrich was right. You are very medieval in your approach to the problems of life. You know, that's why you could never have really worked for us. I mean, if we told you to blow someone up, you would cheerfully do it if you agreed with our motives, but if you didn't, you would balk. No, we can't have that. You have distinct abilities, but no one but yourself can do anything with them, can they? GD. Of course not. On the other hand, if I like you, I will certainly blow things up on your behalf. Or in your case, build a death ray for you to use on your Swiss neighbors. Take the meaning, I am sure. RTC. I have not complained, have I? GD. I would hope not. I rarely have blown anything up, Robert, but there was one exception. It was quite awful if you stopped to think about it, but no one ever did. RTC. Have I heard this one? GD. No, I don't talk about it. RTC. Anyone killed or maimed for life? GD. No, but there was some damage done. Mostly to property and, as King Ronald I said, there was collateral damage. RTC. Yes, Reagan's pet phrase when one of our assaults on an unfriendly person was successful. What was your collateral damage? GD. Yes, we all have our memories, Robert, thoughts to warm us on cold winter nights like a fat woman in the sack. Lots of warm blubber to comfort you. Nothing else to comfort me, believe me. RTC. Laughter. What do you have against fat people? GD. Fortunately, nothing attached to my body, Robert. RTC. Your explosive venture. GD. Just trying to set me up, Robert. Tape recorder whirring. No, not you. That's why I open my heart to you. Explosives. In my senior year of high school, I was considered quite a negative person by almost everyone. I had my little games, like the soap in the stockpot story, but no one ever suspected me because, believe it or not, I was a sweet-faced child who looked 10 years younger than I was and who was very, very considerate and polite to people. At least generally. Anyway, some of the teachers, who had gotten very tired of my comments directed to them in class, decided that while I had earned my diploma, I ought not to be given it in public. Why? Because of my satires and sallies. They would poke at me in class with what they pathetically thought was sarcasm, and I would riposte with a thrust into their livers. No, they despised me, so while I could get my diploma, they did not want me to get it at a graduation ceremony. RTC. Very nasty, Gregory. Are you sure you hadn't committed some atrocity unmentioned here? GD. No, 1 a.m. a private assassin, not a public one. I never got caught and was never suspected. On the other hand, I can cheerfully report that I was often accused of things I had never done, and when I was discovered to be totally innocent of the charges, never apologized to. I used to get even for such things. RTC. And the graduation? You spoke of explosives. Did you blow up the school? GD. No, just a part of it. There was a patio off of the main corridor of the school. It was called the honor court and could only be entered by janitors and honor students. The rest of us were forbidden to go into it. It was a Spanish-style patio with 4 walls but open to the sky. There were bamboo plants around the place and a really ugly fountain in the center. A ceramic cherub holding a dolphin that shot a stream of water up out of his mouth. The anus would have been much more interesting in exit, but they chose the mouth. Anyway, this ugly statue that would only excite a myopic pedophile had a basin below it, a basin filled with ugly, piebald carp which the honor students were permitted to feed. And on the surrounding walls of it were small bronze plates with the year of a graduating class on it, 37, or degree 42 feet and so on. A solemn ceremony year, graduating year, as the class valedictorian and others of the sainthood of the perfect of God entered the patio, and the plate for that year was solemnly tapped into place with the handle of an even more sacred trowel, one that had been used to tamp for 20 years. I think they kept it locked in a safe in the main office until it was needed. Anyway, one of the walls of this sacred grove was blank, another had the glass windows of the chemistry laboratory in it, and yet another one had glass windows looking onto the corridor. The main corridors through which passed hundreds of students, all of whom were forbidden to enter the sacred grove. When I was told I could get my diploma but was not wanted at the graduation ceremonies because I was a very negative person and reflected badly on everybody except the janitors, I got rather angry. Now I had no use for most of the students and certainly none of the teachers, but I felt that I had as much right to walk up the aisle and get my diploma as anyone else. I really did, and in this case, my family was upset with the school, not with me. I didn't do any good, so I was told that my father would take me out to a very nice French restaurant in lieu of my attending graduation ceremonies. Dishonor. Robert, dishonor. That I never tolerated, so I prepared a nice surprise. On the other side of that corridor was the outside auditorium where the graduation ceremonies would take place. I went to an establishment that, in those days things were much freer than they are today, that sold dynamite, and I bought a case of 75% sticks, a box of caps, a crimper, and the longest roll of 5 seconds per inch fuse I could get. I took the stuff home and made the dynamite into a sort of a long shawl by tying the sticks together at the tops and bottoms. Each stick is formatted to take an explosive cap, so I rigged the whole thing up, wrapped it in a blanket and smuggled it into the school on the eve of graduation. It was safe enough because all the janitors and teachers were out in the rapidly filling auditorium, so I had no trouble wrapping the fat punk with a long blanket of destruction. I shoved the fused cap into one of the sticks and lit the other end. No one saw me come and no one saw me go. And I was home about 2 minutes or so, talking with my family who were getting ready to take me out to my consolation dinner, when we all heard a massive explosion. It rattled the windows, but my father, who knew everything, assured it that it was a sonic boom. Of course he was wrong, but who was I to correct him? Not I, certainly. Anyway, we left for the restaurant and we had to pass near the school. My, roads blocked off, police cars, fire trucks with lights blazing and so on. A detour and curiosity on my father's part. I would love to have enlightened him, but there are times, Robert, times when silence is golden. We had a lovely consolation dinner, and on the way back, we had to pass down the highway past the school, except we couldn't. It seems the buildings were on fire, so we went home and I took a nice shower and put some Bach on the record player. RTC. Anyone killed? GD. No one killed, but a great deal of damage. Some of my classmates who were present called me the next morning and, being a curious person, I drove over to the school. Of course a janitor told me the main hall was a mess and I couldn't go down it, but I convinced him I had a family Bible in my locker and I needed to get it. I'm a pretty good con man and he led me through and off I went. Merciful Jesus, Robert, what a mess I saw that day. The high school orchestra had been playing, endlessly and always out of tune, Elgar's Pimp and Circumcision March, while respectful students trekked up the aisles past adoring parents to get their diplomas. And just then, there was a great flash and a roar somewhere off to the left, followed by the rapid descent of many Spanish roof tiles into the outdoor auditorium. Window glass burst out upon them and there was a rain of tile upon their heads. Panic. Screaming parents running around. Toppled metal chairs. Fleeing school officials. The local Methodist minister who was blessing people, the school choir and orchestra. By the way, high school orchestras ought to be banned on principle. They are a standing affront to music lovers. So Pompeii with Vesuvius erupting is what it was. I was establishing my alibi at the time and enjoying the food when the disaster came upon them, but from the havoc and wreckage I was able to observe, coupled with the hysterical and disjointed reports of my peers, I pieced the whole thing together. Tipped over metal chairs, abandoned mortar boards, sheet music fluttering in the wind, blood stains, shattered tiles, and on the stage, a tipped-over lectern, the school flag hanging by one corner, more scattered chairs, and I have always remembered this poignant touch, a bass viola lying abandoned where its terrified wielder had abandoned it. Oh, the sacred patio. Oh my, what a shambles. The statue was blasted into dust, and all that remained was a corroded copper pipe squirting water into an empty basin that had been breached almost totally. Sacred, dated sections were scattered all over the patio along with the ruptured remains of the carp, bamboo, roof tiles, and a broken bench once occupied by the elite. The fires had been caused when the wall of the chemistry lab had blown in, knocking all the chemicals onto the floor. Some combination of their contents had started a raging fire that had burnt up into the attic and roared through it like crap through a goose. My, what a finale to my distress and grief-laden school years. No one was seriously injured, but there were plenty of scalp cuts that tended to bleed a bit, trampled musical instruments, and, of course, major damage to the school in general and the sacred precincts of the elite in specific. Dead carp, smashed altar, and ruined bushes all laid out for me to view with awe and great joy. Now there is my explosive adventure. Robert, have you anything to say? RTC. Lucky no one was killed. GD. That's a matter of opinion, Robert. I can quickly think of at least 2 or 3 dozen people I could have wished visiting the sacred carp for the last time and wondering what all those little road flares were doing strapped around the fat-assed Cupid. Just before the cap went off. I wasn't planning on such an occurrence, but sometimes life gives you little bonuses. RTC. Laughter, and all of this so soon before Christmas, Gregory. And you got away with it, I assume. GD. I did indeed. One could say that I went out with a bang. A very large one, Robert, very large. Another precious memory to treasure in moments of distress and grief. Haven't you any such moments? RTC. No, thank God. GD. Just revolutions, assassinations, and exploding airliners instead. Well, whatever pleases you, Robert. Concluded 1:38 p.m. Central Standard Time, to his coy mistress Andrew Marvell. 1621-1678. Had we but world enough, and time this coyness, lady, were no crime, we would sit down and think which way to walk and pass our long love's day. Thou by the Indian Ganges side shouldst rubies find, I by the tide of Humber would complain. I would love you 10 years before the flood, and you should, if you please, refuse till the conversion of the Jews. My vegetable love should grow vaster than empires, and more slow, and 100 years should go to praise thine eyes and on thy forehead gaze, 200 to adore each breast, but 30,000 to the rest, an age at least to every part, and the last age should show your heart, for, lady, you deserve this state, nor would I love at lower rate. But at my back I always hear time's winged chariot hurrying near, and yonder all before us lie deserts of vast eternity. Thy beauty shall no more be found, nor, in thy marble vault, shall sound my echoing song. Then worms shall try that long-preserved virginity, and your quaint honor turn to dust, and into ashes all my lust. The grave, a fine and private place, but none, I think, do there embrace. Now therefore, while the youthful hue sits on thy skin like morning dew, and while thy willing soul transpires at every pore with instant fires, now let us sport us while we may, and now, like amorous birds of prey, rather at once our time devour than languish in his slow-chapped power. Let us roll all our strength and all our sweetness up into one ball, and tear our pleasures with rough strife thorough the iron gates of life. Thus, though we cannot make our sun stand still, yet we will make him run. Conversation No. 113. Date: Wednesday, December 1st, 1997. Commenced 11:22 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded 11:55 a.m. PST/RTC. Good morning to you, Gregory. I wanted to have a little talk with you about your books and other matters. Do you have some time now? GD. Oh, certainly. RTC. Some people I know of are getting very unhappy with you and your books. The books about Mueller and us. I don't tell you about some of this, but over the past 6-8 months I have been contacted, both in person and on the phone, concerning you and your activities. First of all, Your detractors have advised me that you are a criminal, a crook, a convict, a dope addict, a mental case, a spy for some foreign country and many other sins of commission. Naturally, I have taken notes and, even more important, I have taken down names and such other information as telephone numbers and, when I can find them, home addresses. And poor Emily has been spoken to about my contacts with you. She has no idea what we talk about and, as is usual with CIA wives, she knows very little about my activities when I was with the company. Oh yes, a female FBI agent, so sympathetic, came and talked with her about what a thoroughly evil and crazy person you were and warning her to try and keep me away from you. Of course Emily told me all about it and gave me the woman's card. And 2 days ago, another wonderful person got in touch with my son, Greg, and told him the same things. The new theme is that old Crowley is getting nuts and perhaps he might be institutionalized for his own good. Greg was horrified because he has mailed boxes of sensitive documents to you in Wisconsin and Greg tends to be somewhat conventional. I think they want to find some nice, discreet way to shut me up. They have given up on you, of course. Kimmel told Bill that you were arrogant, self-important and very dangerous and has warned him to keep away from you. GD. Yes, well Bill told me my son could get a job with the CIA as you know. RTC. Of course. And that would be to have him fill in a 10-page questionnaire that would let them all know more about you. According to Kimmel, you have used more aliases than the Manhattan phone book. You have at least a dozen passports and have lived in Europe where, they darkly hint, you have somehow fallen into the clutches of the KGB. GD. Actually, the SVR. Same organization but a different name. Arose by any other name Robert. RTC. Yes. A thoroughly sinister person. They are so concerned about me that they constantly warn my son and my wife about your evil ways and beg both of them to not only report anything they hear to the really sympathetic agents or former co-workers or their wives. And if that fails, perhaps I will fall down the back stairs or on my rare appearances outside this place, be run over by a drunken cab driver while walking in a large shopping mall. GD. Laughter, or how about a dead elephant falling on your head after accidentally being chucked out of an Air America cargo plane on its way to deliver 3 tons of raw opium to Manhattan drug refiners? That might happen. I would keep away from doctors, Robert, unless you were really sick and then try to get them to make house calls. RTC. Yes, I am aware of all of that. Used to do it. GD. I think something ought to be done about all of this. What about doing the book on Kennedy? RTC. I've thought about that, Gregory, and I ought to warn you about some of the pitfalls. They told you before that we have a wonderful and very effective disinformation branch and they are even now gearing up to try to convince people not to listen to you or read your books. Of course they have to be careful because you have the reputation for savage personal attacks on people who get in your way, so right now, they are after the Mueller material, but if you get into Kennedy, then you will have a hornet's nest come down around your ears. Why? Because in order to keep the sheep from getting curious about the wrong things, we set up a wonderful disinformation machine, complete with retired local policemen, librarians of all kinds, professors of philosophy from jerkwater community colleges and former Marine Corps master sergeants who were in the quartermaster section and never heard a shot fired in anger. GD. And don't forget Wolf RTC, do spare me, Gregory. I just had lunch and reptiles so soon after feeding make me ill. Yes, Wolf, typical, a nobody in a nothing position but he can say he is an employee of the National Archives. Sounds impressive but he has nothing to say and can't access any records you couldn't get by just going there. He and hundreds of his kind are right in our pocket. That one gets a pat on the head and a pen set but a few others, key information peddlers, get a check on some unknown charity from time to time and perhaps a job for their airhead daughter or son. That's how it works. We really don't have to lay out much money on these fools because they come, panting, to us, begging for that pat on the pointy head and the nice pen set. The CIA buys them by the gross and I think they're made in China in a slave labor factory. GD. Laughter. Napoleon once said, concerning the Legion of Honor, with such baubles, men are led. RTC. It seems to work. Believe me, we have armies of these people on tap and most of them are pathetic creeps, desperate to be recognized for the brilliant thinkers they are not and never could be. But anyway, Gregory, they are now after you and your writing, but I have the feeling I ought to have pity on them. As I said, If and when you get into the Kennedy business, you will kick over a hornet's nest of vicious, stupid and fanatical idiots. And while some of them are ours and part of our disinformation program, the rest are crazies, entirely on their own. But if you, or anyone else, dare to express opinions different from their very own precious ones, they will screech like banshees and gang up on you. One fat old crazy up in Minnesota who teaches philosophy has decided that some powerful organization used sabot shells on Kennedy. They had real used bullets, but them into a case and shot Jack in the melon and the case fell off. GD. The Germans had sabot artillery shells, but I doubt if anyone used these on a 6.5 piece. Did you put him up to such shit? RTC. No. His uncle is a retired company man and he is looking for instant fame and fortune. GD. The uncle. I thought you people were supposed to keep quiet. RTC. Sorry, the nephew. Whatever. At any rate, beware the questioned cultist, and believe me, the Kennedy business has turned into a cult. My God, reading over their psychotic trash gives me acid stomach. Still, they serve a purpose. They sprouted so much underbrush that the real facts will probably never come out. And if you publish even a portion of what I sent you, the howling will begin. GD. I know how to deal with them, Robert. Make fun of them. Most of them are laughable, pathetic creeps, and if you take them seriously, you empower them, so the best course is to hold them up to public ridicule. You know, I have a really neat method of dealing with the official creeps and the unofficial ones. RTC. And GD. Oh yes. And you publish something really awful and then, in the foreword, you praise the slob for all his help with your work. Or, even better, publish something deadly and say they wrote it. I'll bet this does real wonders for their careers, not to mention their small but vicious circle of friends or family. Imagine some assistant ag writing a piece for some gay newspaper claiming he has come out of the closet and is so proud of it. Or something in defense of pedophilia. Or one fellow I dealt a deadly blow to was supposed to have some awful pictures of Lyndon LaRouche in a nut house and was writing a book about it. I got his letterhead, copied it on the notice of the new book and also printed up an envelope. Looked so real, Robert, and when I wrote up the advert, I personally addressed it to about 1,000 people, including major newspapers and so on, and actually flew to his hometown and mailed the things. For the correct postmark, of course. RTC. Laughter. And what happened? GD. Actually, his car was set on fire. Someone broke all the big windows in his store. Someone sent him boxes of decaying and smelly animal insides. His business collapsed. His wife left him and he eventually checked into a cheap motel and offed himself with a bottle of sleeping pills. Now the shit is up with Jesus, playing gin rummy with the angels. RTC. Do you really believe that? GD. Oh, I know he's dead, but about the angels, no, I don't believe there are such entities. Once the lights go out, I don't think there is an upwards path you take, bathed in glorious light, and at the top stand your entire long dead family, waving and smiling at you. I wonder how they might look, Robert. Clothed in shining glory, rotting flesh dripping from grinning skulls. Looking like they never did alive, with bigger tits, a smaller nose, really clear skin, instead of looking like someone put out a fire on their face with an ice pick, and not walking on their hands and knees. RTC. Have you ever discussed such negative sentiments with a priest? GD. Robert, of course not. I'm hedging my bets. No. I know about the congregation of Kennedy nuts, and it might be fun to plant my number 10 shoe in their number 1 size scrotum. But the women are worse than the men, that is if there is much of a gender difference. You people have so many nutless wonders working for you. The women have hairy bowed legs, bad teeth, sagging breasts, and hate everyone but their pet budgie, Mr. Tweety. They get rabid over the stupidest things and shriek with rage if you make fun of their sacred and supportive icons. And the men are mostly prissy busybodies who are laboring under the total misapprehension that are really somebody in particular. Which, of course, they aren't. Probably a lot of vegetarians represented there, with a few dozen Scientologists, Christian Scientists and Jesus freaks thrown in the mix to offset the thick of neck and tiny of brain. And in the men, the brain isn't the only tiny thing. Jesus, if it weren't for the common turkey baster, half these shrimp dicks could never father pinhead children. And don't knock pinhead children, either. You can give them haircuts in a pencil sharpener and save so much money. And when they get older and housebroken, why, your people can recruit them. put them in charge of the Havana office. Or was that the Sterling Chemical people? I think so. RTC. Now, it isn't that bad, Gregory. You know that. GD. I don't. Actually, it's worse. I started out in life, Robert, trusting people and believing everyone was a gentleman or a lady. Of course I had the opportunity of growing up in the second richest community in the country. The children of senators, heads of business empires and the like were my school friends. I was taught manners as a child and always used them. But then, as I got out into the world, I discovered, to my horror, that Jonathan Swift was right and the Yahoos ruled. Oh yes, read Gulliver's Travels and discover the world. You take care of the weak and persecuted and destroy the vicious and predatory. Physically or by other means. I detest pedophiles because they ruin the lives of relatively innocent little children, and creeps who do that should be publicly castrated with those dull scissors we got in kindergarten and then burned alive. No, you would have never recognized me as a child. I was a very well-behaved, educated person and nice to know, at least reading over my childhood school reports. Ah, but now, I am known as Lord Satan by the boobery, the idiots and the syphilitic cretins that infest this otherwise pleasant planet. And mark this, Robert. Too many people, too little food. And the water will run out and the ice of the world will melt, the oceans rise and Boston will be nothing but a wet dream. I really do hope, Robert, that these catastrophes happen in my life so I can have something to enjoy besides my books and music. There are intelligent, decent people here, but they are lost in the jungle of knuckle-draggers. RTC. Something awful must have happened to you at some point in your life to have given you such a really ugly view of the world. GD. I think that goes without saying. I told Heinrich Mueller once that I always pay back my enemies, and the flip side of that is that if people leave me alone, why let them go their shambling way to the knackers without any assistance or encouragement from me. Mueller was a good man, Robert, and you knew him. Not many people like that around and probably never were. You see, they outnumber us by a ratio of about 1,000 to 1. Is that why you like to talk to me, Lord Satan, chief evildoer and disrespecter of vested authority? RTC. Yes, there aren't too many like you around, Gregory. Some would say thank God, like Kimmel, but I enjoy your attitudes and I must say I agree with them, at least mostly. GD. And I have a perverse sense of humor, Robert. Very perverse. A live-in girlfriend used to pilfer my shampoo and put the empty bottle back on the shelf. I then, angry because when I wanted shampoo, there was only an empty bottle, I filled it with hair remover and she later used it and had to wear a wig for months, and when she wasn't, her short hair made her look like a bull dyke. RTC. Laughter, an object of terror. GD. An object of shame and derision, Robert. Did I ever tell you about the great fake fingerprint game? RTC. Perhaps you might have, Gregory, but my memory is not what it used to be. GD. I was at a gun show once and someone had a sheaf of old FBI fingerprint cards from the 30s. Bank robbers, car thieves and the rest. I bought about 20 of them for $1 a piece. Then I had zincs made for me by my print shop. RTC. Zincs. GD. Well, a reverse negative that is etched in zinc and you use it for rubber stamps. Anyway, I had a number of zincs of the fingerprints of terrible antisocial people, so I went to a shop that dealt in theatrical things and bought a bottle of liquid latex and some spirit gum. I painted the latex into the zinc and hey, presto, I had a perfect copy of the felonious fingerprint. Take a pair of rubber surgeon's gloves, cut out the new print, use the spirit gum to put it down onto the glove in the right place, and then you have the makings of a huge joke. Imagine, if you will, doing something very antisocial and even downright evil and wearing these gloves. Touch every surface in sight. Ah, later the prints are lifted and sent off to the FBI for identification. Wonderful. Some technician screams, a 15-pointer. RTC. A what? GD. 15 points or 15 points of identification, Robert. Can't go any higher unless the perp's severed hand was found in the woman's snatch. Anyway, they run these wonderfully clear prints through the system. Amazement, 2 weeks later, to discover they belong to Ronald Mung, convicted bank robber and serial flasher. No question at all. One problem. Herr Mung has been dead since the second Roosevelt administration. Confusion rampant. I never hear about this, but I have a good imagination. Are they going out to Holy Cross Boneyard and dig Mung up and charge him with aggravated mopery, serial bicycle seat sniffing? What? Issue a warrant for a very dead man? RTC. Of course not. The Bureau would never talk about it and tell the local cops that they could not make any kind of identification, but they would keep the prints on record. Phoebe never makes mistakes. Tell me, Gregory, did you ever tell Kimmel about this? GD. Of course. I like my fun. RTC. I can imagine his response. GD. Yes, it doesn't take a Republican to figure that one out. Just another example of my antisocial and mentally disturbed behavior. These people have absolutely no sense of humor, and when they get an idea in their heads, that is if, they cling to it like a mama monkey with a dead baby. No imagination, Robert, no sense of humor. And if it isn't in the little book, it can't have happened. RTC. Laughter. I can just hear the stink when the prints of a long-dead car thief show up in some unexpected place. They would never know what to do. GD. No, if it isn't in your book, the little book they all carry for guidance and instruction, it can't exist, and if it can't exist, it doesn't. RTC. Did you really do that business with the fingerprints? GD. Oh, a number of times, Robert, but we don't need to burden you with useless details. Concluded at 11:55 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Conversation No. 114. Date. Saturday, December 6, 1997. Commenced. 2:11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 2:35 p.m. CSTGD. Well, I had a call from Bill late yesterday saying he never wanted to talk to me again, and I knew the reason why. Of course, I did not, and he just hung up on me. Do you know about this? RTC. Actually, I do not. I suspect it's because they know I sent you the more important papers for safekeeping. I think it was all set up that if and when I went off, all of them would come down at the request of the Langley bosses and take away anything of importance that I had. It was, I think, a sure thing. All set up. But then we started talking and this got everyone there angry. You are uncontrollable, you know, and they detest you. I'm not trying to be mean, but that seems to be the way things are going here. They are now ignoring me and concentrating on you. I don't think it's the Mueller business that gets them in an uproar, but the fact that certain material about the Kennedy business has gone west, as it were. I would counsel you to be rather careful with all that stuff, Gregory. Don't tell anyone what you have, and believe me, they will try everything they can think of to try and find out what I sent you. They've already been poking around here, and if they'll do it to me, considering what I know about them, I can imagine you'll get the business. Now by that, I don't imply someone will shoot you, but there will be attempts to break if and when they know you're out of the house. Your son is living with you now. GD. Yes, he is. RTC. This is not a nice question, Gregory, but do you trust him? GD. Sadly, not at all. Very charming and intelligent, but lies like a rug, and if someone approached him with money, he would try to sell me out in a second. Sorry to say that, but it's true. RFC. Well, then, I know they are aware of him, and the CIA offer to hire him will be the indicator. They will either turn him and get him to let them look over my papers when you've been lured off to some conference in D.C. No, put these things away somewhere and never tell him where they are, and certainly, don't let him get a look at anything. GD. Don't worry. I have looked over the Kennedy business and have read through your manuscript on the CIA in Vietnam, and I realize what I have. No, I put these in a very safe place, and even if the entire FBI was on the case, they would never find a thing. RTC. And they will certainly try, Gregory, so be specially careful. I haven't been well lately, and actually, I'm afraid to tell anyone about it, because once they get you into a hospital, they can easily kill you or claim you're senile and keep you away from the world until you die. Yes, they do that, and with me, they would have to be careful because of what I know. I know it all, from the beginning, as I have told you, and if they crossed me and I was, let's say, living here, I could talk, and if I did, there would be very serious problems for not only them but businesses and so on. GD. Would you go public with the media? The Washington Post. RTC. God no. The CIA has a powerful hold on the American media, and, no, they would take down everything I said and send it post-haste to Langley. Print it. Never. You see, we got our hands on the Associated Press, and every major and minor paper subscribes to their service. They send out news every 15 minutes to all the major papers and the television and radio people. The news is funneled through them, so we just got our hands on them, so, in essence, we control the news in this country. And, of course, we have many friends at the New York Times and the Post, to mention only a few outlets. No, unless a plane crashed into the White House during the Easter egg roll with thousands of people present, we can cover up almost anything and also destroy any enemy or potential enemy. They can't do anything to you because, to be blunt, you aren't anybody. But if you had a business, or worked for a company, had relatives in business or the government, they would squeeze them and you would shut up. If we can get rid of a president, we could deal with you if you got too dangerous. Not to shoot you but start rumors and disinformation about you. We have a barrel of weasels, rats who do what they're told. Praise this CIA friend and badmouth that CIA enemy. A congressman gets too curious, we have a talk with him in private. If that doesn't do any good, we uncover a terrible scandal about him and the Times or the Post has it on the front page before the next sun rises. In essence, at least when I was on board, we basically control most of this country. How? By controlling the media, in that we can use it to put out cover stories, to get public support for, say, the invasion of Mexico, or to put one of our bought and paid for people in Congress and then have him put onto committees where he can further our plans or sabotage any attempt to block us. That in the press is quite enough, but they also put me in charge of relations with the major business factors. Ike was right when he complained about the military and industrial complex. In truth, the three of us run this country and will into the foreseeable future. If you attack any one of the Trinity, they will discover a dead baby in your glove box or a box of cocaine in your desk at work. GD. I prefer the hint of child abuse. I've had some of these creeps nosing around, and in one case, I nailed one of these assholes by circulating a fake newspaper clipping that accused him of child molestation. I totally destroyed him and his family, and I would do it again if and when. I think they are aware of this, so they never some in person but send a cutout. RTC. Absolutely. If you nail that one, they can raise their hands in horror like an old maid at a smoker and pretend ignorance. Why, poor Mr. Wheatley, they would say, who could have done such evil things to him? Know him? Sorry, never heard of him. GD. I know. I have a friend in the GRU who told me that the Russians always protected their agents, but the CIA dumped them when they got found out and left them to rot in some Romanian jail. Yes, who, they would say, just like you did. Why, what a pity. And then back to the tennis match. I asked a CIC man once why your people didn't have a nice sit down like the army did, and he winked at his partner and told me the CIA would never talk to me because I hadn't gone to Harvard. Actually, fuck Harvard and Yale. There is an old saying that you can always tell a Yale man but you can't tell him very much. I've run into these establishment snobs and I have nothing but contempt for them. Clubby types. RTC. Yes, we were overrun with them. Smoked pipes and played tennis. I know what you mean. No, they'll never talk to you because you are beneath them. They'll attack your back without a problem but never your face. Most of them are gutless old faggots, sorry to say, but I suspect you agree with me. Well, just remember that when some grinning ape stops by and tells you he wants to be your friend, put your dogs on him. GD. I think too much of my dogs to turn them loose on those people. If they bit one, they would have to have rabies boosters. Concluded at 2:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 115. Date. Wednesday, December 10, 1997. Commenced. 3:05 p.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 3:30 p.m. CST. RTC. How are you today, Gregory? Getting ready for Christmas. GD. Just another day, Robert. A bit quieter. I'm sure the business people regret that they have to shut up on Christmas because they might make a few more dollars. Just a commercial venture these days. Did you ever hear Green Christmas? The song. RTC. I can't say that I have. GD. A pointed satire in the manifest and bald-faced greed of the season, Robert. Thanksgiving is nothing but the massacre of the turkeys, but Christmas is highlighted by the figurative ringing of the cash register bells and the crisp crackle of greenbacks. And many lovely and totally innocent trees are sacrificed for what was always a Roman pagan holiday. RTC. Indeed. GD. The Saturnalia. End of the year celebration to take up the extra days. Evergreens in abundance. Presents given and received. RTC. No star in the sky. GD. None that I have read about. And no 3 wise men from some unspecified place bearing gifts. The whole scene was lifted from the Romans and the ascension of Christ taken directly from the cult of Isis, which was very popular in Rome at the time. RTC. Then you reject the historical accuracy of the New Testament. GD. Entirely. After the fact fiction almost entirely and historically totally inaccurate. The Gospels came from a source document written about 45 to 50 AD and were constantly being cleaned up to reflect the changes of the day. None of them written closer to the events chronicled than about 100 years. And the Revelations book was written by a lunatic confined on the island of Patmos, which was a Roman nut house colony, in about 96 AD. John was supposed to be living there with the Virgin Mary, so you figure it out. RTC. Aren't there historical references to Jesus? GD. None. The writings of Flavius Josephus, a renegade Jew of the time, had an inserted reference to Jesus, but it has long been known as a gross ex post facto insertion by pious Christians in the 2nd century. All fake, Robert, like the so-called Shroud of Turin. That dates to 1300. RTC. How did the image get on it? GD. Painted a naked model with egg tempera paint and pushed the cloth down over the body. That's simple. Of course, the Vatican knows it's a fake, but they don't discuss it because it is a big drawer for the pious of soul and incredulous of belief. In Vienna, in the Cathedral of St. Stephen, we find the skull of that saint, but at St. Pulton, the skull of St. Stephen is a 15-year-old boy. RTC. You're putting me on. GD. Laughter. No, I'm not. And the sacred bones of St. Agnes turned out to be part of the spine of a goat. I wonder how Michelangelo would have depicted that one. With lots of muscle and a small penis. A wonderful artist, but gay as a goose. And that brings me to yet another interesting aspect of the whole business. If you really look into the Gospels and try to discern the teachings of Jesus, you will realize that Jesus was an Essene. Now our modern theologians can discuss Jesus in detail and the Essenes in equal detail, but never, ever at the same time. That would not be correct. RTC. And why is that, pray tell? GD. Well, because the Essenes were an all-male organization. They were communistic in their community activities with shared purses and so on, and hated women. They bred with them, and if the babies were male, all well and good, but if female, both mother and child were expelled. They boys they kept. RTC. There seem to be sinister overtones here, Gregory. Are you saying? GD. Yes, I am saying. Like the Spartans and Zulus, the Essenes were homosexuals. RTC. Now, Jesus H. Christ, Gregory, by implication, by what you are saying and assuming you are accurate, was Jesus a fairy? GD. It's gay, now, but yes, that's the way it appears. Don't forget James, the beloved of Christ. RTC. Are you certain about the facts? Never mind your warped conclusions. The facts. GD. Always. Yes, look it all up. None of it is connected, but study the Essene cult. They were eventually shut down, but it's all there for you to find. But there never has been made a connection between Jesus and that group. Yet study the preachings of Jesus, or at least what the Gospels claim are the preachings, and then study the Essene dogmas, and you at once see very clear and unmistakable parallels. RTC. I could look all of this up, but you seem to know your history. Of course you can't say such things because you can never get it public. You do like to get involved in useless quests. GD. No, but I like facts, not fictions. And I find it very, very entertaining that our evangelical Christians loathe and want to kill off any homosexual they can find. I doubt if any of them would even bother to do the research on the subject, because a closed mind is a wonderful thing to behold. And as another interesting fact, the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls are Essene writings. Consider that the scholars have been poring over these for years, and yet only a few garbled passages have been released to the public. Why? Because the writings bear out what I just told you, and our Jewish chums have agreed to shut up about it. I suppose they get more cluster bombs and nerve gas from Washington with which to civilize the Palestinians in return for said silence. I'm not joking about this, Robert. RTC. Sadly, probably not. Jim was so determined to serve Telephone Avis's interests that I'm afraid he has set this country up for future decades of Muslim hatred. Well, I doubt if I'll see the results of this pandering in my lifetime. GD. Yes, you're no doubt right, but the wheel always turns, Robert. And the sins of the fathers shall be visited upon their children. RTC. More biblical exhortations, Gregory. GD. The devil can cite scripture, Robert, and your chums down in the gerbil palace consider me to be, at the least, a minor devil. Know the truth, Robert, and the truth shall set you free. More likely get you 10 to 20 for having a kilo of smack in your glove compartment. Of course you never put it there, but the alternative would be a dead baby suddenly being found in your suitcase at the airport. Societies or their control groups have a way with such things. The prisons are full of dissenters and more than a few have been gassed, electrocuted or hanged. Justice is depicted with a blindfold, but I think she would be more appropriate wearing a gas mask to avoid the stench of the rotting bodies of the innocent dead sacrificed in her name. Concluded at 3:30 p.m. CST. Conversation No. 116. Date. Sunday, December 14, 1997. Commenced. 11:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 11:38 a.m. CST. I think Mueller's real strength lay in his professional detachment and his organizing ability. You rarely, if ever, saw his picture anywhere. He rarely attended official functions, and when he was in his office, he wore civilian clothes and wished to be called Herr Mueller instead of General. Most of the party officials loved to strut around in fancy uniforms, but not Haney. They strutted and he worked. At the end, he had enormous power which he rarely showed off. He would issue orders to Himmler and, earlier, Heydrich, and no one ever contradicted him. He set up an early computer system to keep card files on as many citizens as he could locate and so on. But he said his worst problem was not the systems he devised but the people who worked in these systems. You ran the clandestine services branch, and just out of interest, did you have problems with your underlings? RTC. Oh, yes, always. We were so compartmentized that our right hand did not know what the left hand was doing. Official policy concerning a country was one thing, but no one seemed to realize that the top level depended on those below them for input. And therein lay a real problem. Curious to know how your friend handled it. GD. Name the problem and I will search for an answer. RTC. Rigid bureaucracy works, but only barely. For instance, let's take Egypt. We have an Egypt desk. It has nothing to do with, and certainly no connection with, the South American desk. I'm sitting in my office and have no real idea what the hell is going on downstairs or down the hall either. A field agent in Cairo uncovers very important information about some official policy. Fine. He sends us a full report. Do I see it? No, I do not. The agent sends this to Langley, where it goes, oddly enough, to the Egypt desk. Ah, but in this area, there is a blood feud going on between two top people, so this vital report gets into the hands of one party who deliberately hides it from the other out of spite. Why? Because the two of them are at odds over some matter, so one hides material that could support the theories of the other. And, of course, we never see something that is actually very important. GD. And what happens later if some disaster occurs in RTC? I'll just tell you that the vital information goes into a shredder and later, a burn bag. And no one knows about it, even if they did. Backstabbing and finger pointing are rampant and no one can do anything about it. In the beginning, we were much smaller and more of us cooperated, but cooperation is a thing of the past. A larger office, a more important parking space take the place of cooperation. But I cannot exculpate the top brass, either. Say the ruling party in the White House wants this or that to be the case in aid of their foreign policy. Do our senior people forward real and important information to them over there that would make that case not only wrong but a disaster? No, let's protect our jobs and send a report over by an unproven and dead wrong source that supports whatever the ruling claque is looking for. A disaster follows, imperial fingers are pointed and some minor official is let go because he wants to spend more time with his family. How did Mueller handle this? GD. By hiring genuine professionals and watching everything. Copies of all important reports were sent to him, personally, so he spent much of his time looking at incoming general. But Mueller was quite the exception, I believe. That's why the Swiss government hired him after the war, and this in spite of the frantic searchings for him. Here we have the head of the Gestapo, a top wanted man, living in great comfort just down the line, and all of this well known to some Americans. Hell, Critchfield and Galen both knew where Haney was, and, shit, Critchfield actually hired him to work for your people. I can understand why the Langley people hate me. If the self-important Jews who think they run the government ever came to grips with this, there would be pure hell to pay. I can just see the editorial page of the New York Times on this. RTC. Actually, you would never see a reference to Mueller or other top Gestapo people we hired anywhere in the American media. They would not print this because we would tell them not to. And they would do as they were told, believe me. You know, I met Mueller once. Why, I had dinner with him over at the Metropolitan once, and I was somewhat in awe of him. A very pleasant man, but you could tell he was looking around inside you while he was enjoying the lunch. How did you cope with this? GD. I know what you mean, but it never bothered me. I liked him and I respected him. The two are not always the same, you know, so if he wanted to poke around in my psyche, let him do it. We got on well and I used to poke around inside him once in a while. Fouché was very effective, but he was very cold and very cruel, and Mueller was detached but quite decent. Joseph changed sides, betrayed one set of associates to facilitate his acceptance by more successful ones, and became the richest man in Europe. Haney got quite rich selling off the CIA's looted Nazi art. He kept most of the money, and when you realize that a Monet sells for 10 million and he had 20 of them, you can see what I mean. I saw paintings in Piedmont which he could never sell. A Signorelli that was supposed to have been burnt at the end of the war, and a Raphael picture of some fag in a white shirt that the Polacks are still screaming about. Ah, well, such is the way of the world. RTC. Yes, so it is. But I do miss it, Gregory. Life is too peaceful and I am finding myself forgetting so many odd bits and pieces of my life. Well, I don't know about where it will all end, but it will end. GD. Yes, we can all be sure that. But the play is not over yet, Robert. RTC. When it ends, it'll be dead and forgotten. You can enjoy the final scenes. GD. I only hope so, Robert. Concluded at 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 117. Date. Friday, December 19, 1997. Commenced. 11:09 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded. 11:24 a.m. CST. Well, another damned Christmas season is upon all of us. The gap-jawed ninnies waddling around the malls, the latest electronic noise-makers clutched in sweaty hands, while the owners jabber endlessly to their equally moronic friends on the other end. Jesus H. Christ, you ought to listen to them, Robert, babble, chatter, simper and squeal. Well, this electronic new age is upon us, and I have it from a friend at NASDAQ that a new and major con is about to be born. Are you interested? RTC. Of course I am. Don't forget that I was the man with the business connections for the company. GD. You ought to write a book on it. RTC. Don't tempt me. GD. Well, they could augment your pension, believe me. Anyway, a circle of crooked stockbrokers, who ought to be in Congress, have concocted a scheme based on the public's fascination with the flashing lights and novelty of the electronic age. What they are going to do is this. They get some computer specialist, fresh out of MIT, to set up a company called, let's say, Batdung.com, which postulates that they raise bats and collect their crap for sale to people raising Venus flycatchers. Or another system called Pelco.com, that delivers goose livers to blind orphans. Anyway, they get this front to set up a legit corporation, say in Delaware, and then they get it up onto the board. The NYSE, I mean. RTC. Understood. And then, GD. And then, they ring up a dozen or so of their rich clients and tell them that they want them to buy Batdung.com at 10 and they will sell out at 20. And when huge purchases are recorded on the board, why? The gap-jawed twits rush out to buy Batdung.com or Pelco.com, and the stock shoots up into the heavens. Meanwhile, the new teenaged wonder who owns the name and an empty office, buys 5 new cars, a huge slate-topped desk and some huge and ugly new house with round windows somewhere. The stock goes up and up, slows down, and then when it is obvious that there is nothing behind it, takes a dive. What do the crooks care? They took their fees from the rich enablers who got in and got out. Say they sold out at 20 and the stock went up to 200. One day at 200, the next at 1.90 and the following day at 50 cents. Ah well, the wise ones have gotten out, more or less like the early arrivals at a Reno brothel. Someone else has to take sloppy seconds and at the end, they all have the clap and the gleat. But the whorehouse owner makes all the money and the stockbrokers and their rich friends do very well. The patsy ends up losing his cars, his desk and his home and has to go back living with mother in a basement apartment he shares with the rats and cockroaches. RTC. Serious. GD. Oh, yes, very. This will take some time to ripen, but it will take place and no one will be able to do anything about it. You know, the Republicans are waiting for Clinton to finish his term and they will do everything in their power to take the White House. Who will run? Probably Gore, but who knows who else? The Republican right is yammering and yearning to get into power after the liberal Clinton, and if they get in, look for some attempt to establish a permanent majority. I know a number of these people and they love to rub their hands and talk about the coming days of wrath and mourning for the left-wing Jews and fellow travelers on both coasts. The religious freaks will crawl out from under the dead cows or up out of the cesspits all across this land and add their squawkings to the cacophony. I think this country is heading into an abyss, Robert. We will eventually see a reprise of 1929 if the Republicans get into power or get both houses. They will screw up the stock markets, the banks and the money markets, and then down all will crash and these scumbags will crawl out of the rubble, clutching bags of money and headed for Aruba or Tel Aviv. Yes, and there are now tens of thousands of young kids that get out of high school with no prospect of a job because the blue-collar jobs are all going to slave labor camps in Southeast Asia. Of course, this kind of poverty and denial of what we all see as the American dream can lead to all kinds of domestic problems. RTC. Oh, you're right on there, my boy. Reagan set up a virtual concentration camp system and special army units so that if he had any problems domestically like Johnson had during the Vietnam War, they could sweep up all the protesters, their mothers and wives, and jam them all into the new Dachau's. GD. Do you have chapter and verse on this, Robert? RTC. Could get it, but why bother with it? If you put that in every newspaper in America, no one would believe you. Sure, I'll look it up. Oh yes, they have plans waiting for another Vietnam rebellion, believe me. Reagan said, like the Jews, never again, and if the public get their tit in the ringer, off they go with no problem and they can see their family through the barbed wire. GD. Oh my. And then we can take a leaf from the Holocaust nutties and start talking about mythic gas chambers and lampshades. RT. Oh God, let's do not go there. I am so tired of hearing about that shit. GD. Americans are far crueler than the Germans or Russians, so I imagine that future historians, not like the decayed creeps you people use, historians will write about the neo-fascism riding the GOP elephant. And over the cliff. Couple this with economic meddling and I will really think about permanently moving away. RTC. There are many who would love to see you go, Gregory. GD. And I would love to see them take long walks on short piers, Robert, and carrying heavy weights. Feed the sharks, why not? RTC. Do sharks eat crap? GD. No, but the bottom feeders like the crabs would stuff themselves. No, you can see this coming. Maybe not right away, but all the bits and pieces are there, Robert. Maybe not in your time, but in mine. That is, unless Wolf comes up behind me and slugs me with his purse. RTC. Laughter. Do you also foresee pogroms? GD. Of course. If the economy is artificially inflated and collapses, why scapegoats have to be found? The Mexicans, the Jews, and, no, the fewer the better. I would say the blacks, but there are too many of them. Probably the illegals. Yes. Mass imprisonment and deportations. Who will cut our lawns then? RTC. Reagan foresaw closing the universities as hotbeds of anti-government actions there. GD. Why not? The students can't learn anything because the intellectual levels of our professors would shame a baboon. My God, I have encountered a few in my life and I swear my dogs are smarter. They say a little learning is a dangerous thing, don't they? RTC. So I've heard. GD. Well then, let's let our young and unemployed live dangerously. They can go to school and then to the camps. RTC. Does this blessed season of giving always motivate you to be so bloody negative? GD. Oh yes, the mythic Jesus is about to be born in the cow barn and save us all. I love these preachers who get up in front of the TV cameras and squeal about the fictional Jesus. Why not the celestial Easter Bunny? Concluded at 11:24 a.m. Central Standard Time. Conversation No. 118. Date: Wednesday, December 24, 1997. Commenced 11:05 a.m. Central Standard Time. Concluded 11:20 a.m. CSTEC. Hello. GD. Mrs. Crowley. This is Gregory. Is Robert available? EC. Yes, dear, he's in the bathroom and he'll be here in just a minute or so. Gregory. I do hate to burden you with family matters, but I am getting worried sick about Robert. GD. Is a sick? EC. Yes, dear, I'm afraid he is. He keeps getting. Robert keeps forgetting things. He has a hard time remembering things, and I think it must have something to do with his lungs. He had pneumonia and we suspect he might have cancer or something. GD. Well, cancer has nothing to do with remembering things. I forget things all the time and I am getting a little old. Well, not to worry, my dear. EC. No, I am worried. Why, this morning, when he woke up, I asked him about breakfast and he asked me who I was. That really scared me, dear. GD. I would imagine it would, but sometimes, if I sleep deeply enough, I don't know what day it is. EC. You're dear to try and make me feel better, but maybe you could talk with him a little and let me know what you think. Robert does like you, you know. Would you try to do this for me? I would really appreciate it if you would. GD. Of course I will, but I wouldn't worry too much. EC. Well, oh, why, Robert, here's Gregory for you. No, not our Greg, your friend. Yes. RTC. Hello. Who's this now? GD. Gregory Douglas, RTC. Oh yes, yes, yes. I know, no. It's quite all right, Emily. Yes. Gregory. You and my son have the same names, you know. Well, what can we do for you? I'm not going to the job today, you know, so I would love to talk with you. How are things with you? GD. Just fine, Robert, and with you? RTC. Well, you know how it is. Today is Sunday, right? Church day. GD. No, actually, it's Wednesday, Robert. RTC. Ah well, I must have overslept. Do you ever oversleep, Gregory? We all do. I thought it was Sunday, but then the church bells weren't ringing. How are you doing? GD. Oh, very well, Robert. And you? RTC. I think I'm getting old. I know I am. It's so difficult to remember just the small things. Why, I can remember my childhood in Chicago as if it were yesterday, but yesterday sometimes is a problem. GD. Well, it worries Emily. RTC. What does? GD. You not remembering. RTC. What's that all about? GD. Emily, your wife, is worried about you. RTC. Yes, she does. How are you coming along then? GD. Oh, just fine. Have you heard from Bill? RTC. Yes. What? Bill who? GD. Corson. RTC. Ah yes, I know a Bill Corson. We co-authored a book, you know. GD. Oh yes. What was the title again? RTC. What? GD. The title. RTC. Well, let me think about that. How are you today? GD. Very good for Wednesday morning. RTC. Now there you go. I thought today was Sunday. Well, you are writing a new book. GD. Yes, I am. Tell me, have you heard from Corson? RTC. Yes. I mean who? Corson. Oh yes, we wrote a book together. I think his wife is sick, but that might be Jim's. GD. Angleton. RTC. Why yes. He was telling me Cecily was doing poorly. GD. Bob, Jim has been dead for some years now. RTC. No, I don't believe you there. Why? I talked with him last night. He's perfectly fine. Don't worry about that, my boy. And how are you today? GD. Robert, I am fine, just fine. One was working on the Kennedy business. RTC. I think so too. It was terrible, but it had to happen. You know that. Jim said the same thing to me. GD. Yesterday. RTC. Yes, he called me and we talked about it. So good to hear from him. Jim is a great guy, Bill, and we owe him a great debt. GD. This is Gregory. RTC. Ah, of course it is. Are you coming over today after church? GD. Robert, is Emily around there? RTC. I think so, Emily. Emily, the other Gregory wants to talk to you. We must get together again pretty soon. Here she is. EC. Yes, dear. GD. Mrs. Crowley. You're right about Bob. He is very confused. Would you be offended if I made a personal suggestion? EC. Why no, dear. GD. I would get together with your son and get Bob to a doctor as soon as you can. I mean not today but as soon as you can. Can you do that? EC. Why we can. Greg and I were talking about this yesterday. What do you think? He is a little mixed up. GD. Yes, dear, he is more than that. And don't let him go outside right now. EC. Oh my, what do you think? Is this about cancer? You know, Bob smokes like a chimney, and if I told him once, I told him a dozen times, to please stop smoking. GD. No, dear, I do not think it is the smoking. Bob is having some little memory problems, so you would be doing all of you a favor by taking him to the doctor. Just, you know, to have a little checkup. Be sure to tell him about these little memory problems. Maybe he can prescribe something for this, but do go to the doctor right away. I mean, he might fall down the steps or something. You can do this. EC. Oh, I can. Thank you, Gregory. Have you talked with Bob about this? GD. Oh, yes, and you and your son can both take him down for a general exam. Always best to have two people he loves and trusts when he goes in. EC. Thank you. Yes. Oh, of course, Robert. Gregory. Robert wants to talk to you. And thank you again. RTC. Well, and how are you today, Gregory? I thought you might be Bill a few minutes ago, but I was mistaken. I have to remember so much I get a little confused. You know how it is. And how are you today? GD. Robert, do you know what day is coming up tomorrow? On Thursday. RTC. Pause. What day? GD. Tomorrow, Robert. Tomorrow is Christmas, Robert. Now you go along with Emily and be a good fellow. I think I will miss talking with you. Are you going to have a really nice Christmas, Robert? Family coming? RTC. Well, they come over here regularly. Aren't you planning to call me again? You're not angry for some reason, are you? GD. No, Robert, I am not angry and I do enjoy talking with you. RTC. No one else ever calls me, Gregory. Are you coming back to visit? GD. I hope to. Now just you humor Emily and go to the doctor. Just to humor her, Robert. How long have you been married? RTC. Oh, since 1948. That's why, I guess about. GD. Almost 50 years, Robert. Now I ought to go now, and then you and your family can have a very Merry Christmas. You'll do that, won't you? With the family. RTC. There is something I wanted to say to you, Gregory, but I'll try to remember it. GD. Eugene O'Neill wrote a play once, Robert. It's called A Long Day's Journey into Night. Good title, don't you think? RTC. An Irishman. O'Neill. GD. Yes, a fellow countryman. Robert, let me go now and you have a really wonderful Christmas. And Robert, God bless you and keep you. Okay. RTC. Do you have a cold, Gregory? It's been so nasty out. Everyone has colds. GD. Yes, I have a cold, Robert. Remember, Merry Christmas and God bless. Conclusion 11:20 a.m. Central Standard Time. A final note from the author. I first encountered Robert Crowley in 1993 while I was working on the manuscript for the first book on Heinrich Mueller, once head of Hitler's Gestapo and later a top analyst for the CIA. I had known Heinrich Mueller since 1963 when we were both living in Northern California, and I had many notes of conversations with him and copies of CIA papers from him that I used for the first book. Crowley, who had once been deputy head of the clandestine operations for the CIA, had known both Mueller and his CIA boss, James Critchfield, and he was on a fishing expedition with me to find out what I knew about a terrible CIA secret and, more importantly, what I was going to do with my knowledge. At first, Robert Crowley was dignified, elevated and non-committal, but as he tried to dig deeper into me and as I found him more and more revealing, we established a relationship based on common views and experiences. Crowley was a professional intelligence person, operating at a level where mere mortals needed oxygen to exist, and I was only a dilettante who played the same game he did but in a different league and on a different level. I discovered early on in my life that we are faced with both reality and fiction, what is and what really ought to be, or have been. I prefer the actual cold of reality to the comforting warmth of fuzzy fiction, and having spent long hours discussing policies and actions with Mueller, discussing the same subjects with Crowley was merely revisiting old ground. I have learned much from reading history with an eye towards reality, and I found all of the Third Reich machinations and all of the parallel manipulations of the CIA to be thoroughly understandable, if viewed from a perspective that horrified members of a conformistic society would say was asocial at worst and cynical at best. Truth is never wanted by the sheep, only explanations that comfort, and what started out as an information service for Harry Truman, grew into a huge, all-encompassing and very powerful entity that lived only for itself, the views of those who controlled it, the desires of those who supported it, and nothing else. The peace of a nation and its people and the even tenor of its ways were as nothing to the CIA, who moved people and armies around on a huge global chessboard according to their own rules. Morals and ethics, as Mueller once said to me, are excellent norms, but they are hardly effective techniques. The CIA cheerfully killed inconvenient heads of state, destroyed governments, fomented brutal wars, catered to wealth and its needs, destroyed perceived enemies and their communities, and as it grew in size, scope and power, became totally divorced from reality and developed a growing sense of its own omniscience and the surety and purity of its judgments. Crowley had been a CIA member since its inception, had participated at the highest levels of its empire building, and knew the real reasons behind the death and destruction his people had daily wrought upon others with the bored detachment of an observer poking sticks into an ant farm. That the CIA was manipulative, corrupt, and almost always totally wrong in its actions are realities that they do not, and cannot, ever address. It is for others on the outside to do so. These outsiders report at their very great peril, and recording the comments and reminiscences of a senior CIA director would not be viewed by a pragmatist as either overly wise or judicious. Nevertheless, I did this because, mainly, it needed to be done when children discover that their parents, their teachers and their organs of public information have repeatedly lied to them. They become disillusioned and angry, and when this happens, they want change, almost at any cost. If they get it, note, in a generation, the new world slowly becomes the old and the cycle will start all over again. The writer makes no claim to be a wonderful person, filled with happiness and a desire to heal the wounds of the world, and, in fact, in his own way, is as cynical and manipulative as those he wishes to expose. It certainly takes one to know one in the end. In short, Bob Crowley and his people are no better than I am, but in the end, none of this really matters as an overpopulated planet moves to incomprehensible disaster of a Malthusian nature. The chronicles of legions of small murders and ambuscades will very soon become mere academic footnotes to far greater suffering, if this microcosm of manipulation, death and wanton destruction is illustrative. That in and of itself is a useless goal, but if it brings cleansing and realization, that is quite another matter. While we are in the light, let us walk in the light, for the darkness cometh, after all.